We have a special guest joining us on the panel, and please give him a welcome. His name is Neil, and I have a few questions to ask him. Neil, who's measured the diameter, circumference, or radius? We have a special guest joining us on the panel, and please give him a welcome. His name is Neil, and I have a few questions to ask him. Neil, who's measured the diameter, circumference, or radius of the Earth?
Earth's circumference was first accurately measured more than 2,000 years ago by the Greek astronomer Eratosthenes, who at the time lived in the Egyptian city of Alexandria.
So tell me, Neil, how did Eratosthenes measure the Earth 2,000 years ago?
He had heard that in the nearby town of Syene, midday sunlight shines straight down to the bottom of deep wells on the same day each year, indicating that the sun was directly overhead in Syene. In Alexandria, however, sunlight on that date never reached the bottoms of wells, but instead fell upon the sides. Eratosthenes reasoned that the difference in the angle of incoming sunlight was due to the curvature of Earth's surface. And so by measuring this angle, he related the distance between Alexandria and Syene to the total dimension of the globe.
So your only measurement of the Earth was taken 2,000 years ago, before clocks or cell phones were invented, yet Eratosthenes was able to communicate with someone 500 miles away and be able to sync their time to take measurements at the exact same time? I must say that I do find it fascinating that with all the trillions of dollars NASA has received, we have no measurements of the Earth with our modern digital equipment. It leaves me wondering how we know the size of other objects in the sky if we don't even know the accurate size of the place we live on. Well, surely we've been able to measure the axial rotation of the Earth, haven't we, Neil?
By the mid-19th century, most educated people knew that Earth spins on its axis, completing a rotation once a day. But there was no obvious visual demonstration of the Earth's rotation, only astronomical evidence.
So, Neil, if I get this right, are you saying that there's never been a measurement of the Earth's axial rotation?
No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth.
Thank you for being honest, Neil. I do have one final question for you. Normal atmospheric pressure at sea level is 14.6 psi. The vacuum of space is said to be 10 to the negative 17 torr. Can you have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a container?
The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
Okay, Neil, let me get this straight. The only measurement of the Earth was done 2,000 years ago with sticks and shadows. The axial rotation of the Earth has never been measured, and space is a direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
You know what, Wave? You are correct. You caught me. The Earth is flat. Is this the part where you snatch my wig?
It's the way we roll.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go to the VC check-in to get verified and join us in the panel. Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. There is nothing that I enjoy more than hanging out in the VC chat here at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Unless, of course, it's Speculation Sunday with Helio, Flatsy, Stacy, Larry, Timbo, Jedi, and Wave Mixer. If you don't leave a message, I will assume that you are an unsolicited spammer bot calling. If this is the case, your phone number will be immediately blocked. If you do leave a message, I might call you back.
discord.gg/flatearth.
The rainbow guy? What does that mean?
He does more harm than good.
So you don't mean
Literally.
rainbow gay?
That was his kill shot. That was his proof. Rainbow's proof a dome or something.
Oh.
Here's the clip. This happened on Monday. This is a clip I grabbed from Monday's show.
Okay. Where are we at here? We're at Massachusetts 617. He goes, please let Dave Weiss come on the show, the premier flat earth debater, Dirt on YouTube. I'm a huge fan of you guys. Keep up the great work. He has a ton of great scientific
Chris would love him.
We're going to have John Zerko on Wednesday, so he'll talk about flat earth.
So, yeah.
Oh, God, we're going to get fucking flooded. Okay, batten down the hatches.
I'm going to
start some more bots.
All hands, battle stations, be prepared to man your station.
Yeah, I'm going to stir the shit pot right now. I'm in the chat. I'm going to see what else I can get.
Oh, shit. Do it now because the chat will be scrolling so fast you won't be able to see anything.
Yeah, I'm preemptively doing that.
Miggy's gonna stir up some mayhem.
There's some back and forth. It seems like some of the moderators in the Discord are not so fond of it, but the producer of the show is. I posted a visual in the chat so you can see. They flash to his face and he's like, "Yeah, flat Earth, yep." So I'm curious to see. There are some good people in the chat. I'm seeing they're saying W flat Earth and stuff like that. So
oh my God, dude, flat Earth on Fresh and Fit. All the incel fucking anti-flat Earthers are gonna go mental. there might be a freaking mass and delete yourself over at Champions. Because Destiny got wrecked trying to debate flat Earth.
Did he?
Yeah, a couple of years ago. He won't debate the topic anymore. He got wrecked so bad.
Wow.
By a chump, too. By someone that wasn't even that good of a debater.
Like, people in the chat saying this is going to be the best pod ever. This is going to be the best episode ever.
Dude, what the fuck is with the Zerka dude? Is he, like, internet famous? Like, what did he do? Never heard of him.
I've never even heard of him until...
I got a question for you all.
Yeah.
Has anyone here been to church recently?
I walked by one.
I mean, like, inside.
Been to church at
man.
Like a church or what are you, a religious church? What are you talking about?
Yeah, like a Catholic or some church. Catholic or Christian church.
Have I attended services? No, not lately.
No.
Because I'm seeing some weird symbolism in these churches.
Yeah, religion is a thing that it's a huge topic, bro. So when you see something, symbols and stuff like that, you have to be specific, like which religion are you talking about, which denomination, like it's specific stuff.
Catholic, like I went there and I see they have these candles with 2023 on it, and then it's like a pyramid with 4 dots around it and a scythe at the top with the omega sign at the bottom.
Yeah, don't worry about that stuff.
Yeah, they be tripping up in there.
Actually, I drew it. I just posted it. I drew like a replica of what the candle looks like.
Like what I'm saying, don't worry about it. They always do stuff like that.
So
I've been doing stuff like that for millennia, dude.
It scares me.
Who cares? That stuff. What do you want to do? About it. They're gonna keep doing it.
Maybe they're not doing it anymore. Your sense of it, your awareness of it has ratcheted up, so you see it more because of your mindset.
But is it a false fear-mongering sensing?
Yeah, no, don't worry about it, Jasu. It's a distraction, bro. So there's Dorkid in the chat. He's saying gravity is a theory, never proven. Like, so obviously somebody on their staff is moderating the chat is for flat Earth.
And,
I saw that.
someone else in there, Chad, said Earth is a motionless plane.
I like this. It's pro
Mhm.
flat Earth for at least that much. So we won't get banned here in this chat, and it's a great way to kind of like, I mean, if you turn up right now in this chat and everybody's highlighting 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, we can really get some people coming here and stir the pot, man.
Hey, check this out. One of their wrenches, Creation Bear, thanks for putting these up. Dorkhead, he's got a wrench. If a plane was flying on a globe at 550 miles an hour, they would have to dip their nose. No, he's got it wrong. He said 2.77 feet. No, it's actually 2,700 feet. That's the decimal point.
What chat are you guys on?
Live stream voice text.
Are they live right now?
No, they go live in 32 minutes.
Oh, there's just people in the chat.
We're
Yeah,
just
click
reading.
click the link in the live stream voice text. You can go there, find out. We're all
Okay.
some of us are in there.
You guys are in there.
All right, I'll go in there.
Oh, shit. Wrong.
So Dorkhead is the wrench that's saying what's up to us.
Even though he got the decimal point off, but I think he's got the right idea.
Yeah, but we got to kind of just do a little preemptive.
I'm on there, but I don't see any of the chat. It's like not even popping up. Oh, now I see it. Okay.
So just go to the YouTube and pick up their link in their YouTube, right?
Yeah, I got it now.
I'll go check it out too.
This guy Dorkhead's asking some nice questions. Nice job, Miggy. I saw that.
Yeah, kind of keep it to promoting 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So as much as you can, just say like 24/7 Flat Earth Discord would like you guys to come here. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord is saying this and that. 24/7 Flat Earth. So the more people say it, yeah.
I think when they go live, it'll be better. Like to say it.
And then they're gonna be like, "What the hell is this 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?" Someone's gonna be asking that question, and when they do,
Am I allowed to post like a link to the Discord in the YouTube chat?
I think Paul V just tried that, and they told him not to.
Oh, is it like the moderators in the YouTube chat said not to do that?
I guess, is that what they told you, Paul V?
Yeah, he told me. He said he had texted or messaged and said, "Hey, I'm a flat earther too, but stop promoting your Discord in the chat." So, well, I think I'm just gonna keep doing it. Fuck him.
It seems like a lot of people are doing it now. He hasn't said anything, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Is this a debate that's happening coming up, or is it just some like casual conversation?
So fresh and fit convo.
I don't think it's going to be a full-fledged debate. I mean, they've had on people who talked about. Sorry. Yeah, I want to hear from you, brother. You were roboting, though. Still
We don't
roboting.
hear you. We don't hear you, AI. Do you hear what they're saying? Renzo says Zerka is only here for the mindless entertainment. Let's be real. He must be a perfect filler for episode for the FNF series. Like Naruto filler for the episode. That's all it is, folks. But we can capitalize on it. Shoot. Let's see.
Yeah, I jumped in that chat a little early, and I was reading what people were saying. There's a bunch of people in there gossiping like women about I don't know what they're talking about because I don't know who any of these people are. So I just started, spamming and saying, hey, if anybody wants to have a discussion about a flat Earth, go to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord or go to 24/7 Live Flat Earth YouTube and check us out. Just click the link. Come on in. Let's have a discussion. And people just started then asking me questions. Why can't we just talk here? No, just come here. We can actually talk. But I don't know. I'm on my phone too, so I got to keep bouncing out of here and then bouncing back over there. I think I might just stay here though. I think I'm done with that. Unless you guys think it's worth it for me to keep plugging it in the chat, I mean, I will. I got nothing better to do.
Just talking about it, kind of like, we here at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord or this group at 24, just like mentioning it, it'll start the conversation.
Think of it, dude, guys. The show hasn't even started yet. There's 30 minutes until it's supposed to start, and there's 500 people in the chat.
Yeah. There's 1.339 million subscribers. So
wow.
This could bring some attention to the server if we just talk about it.
They wouldn't let me type hold on in the chat at all. Of course, I'm signed in as Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness.
Oh, that's you. I saw your message.
Yeah. Oh, you did? Okay, maybe I just missed it. It went by fast. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Wow.
Make sure when you're in there, turn the chat filter from top messages to all messages as well.
Somebody typed Earth is flat AF whether somebody likes it or not.
They're just starting to pick up steam now. Chat scrolling pretty quick.
Yeah, and that chat's moving fast. Holy crap.
Yeah, I can't have it. So that's why I can't. You can't talk to somebody in a chat like that with it. I don't think you're going to get anywhere trying to actually answer people's questions in that chat. So I just try to prefer. I'm over here.
Like there's people in there.
Warrior.
Yeah, I don't think the goal isn't ultimately just to be in the chat, and there's also they have a Discord as well, which I'll drop a link to. And then also people could donate. I don't know if anyone out there is feeling generous. You can throw super chats out there, like "Yo, join the Discord," like little things like that. So whoever's feeling generous. I mean, someone donated $100 and was like, "Yo, Dave Weiss," So I'm like, forget Dave Weiss. Like, plug this place.
Might have to get ready to open that arena up as sooner than we thought.
Let me get a link to their Discord.
I think that guy with the wrench too. He also said something to me about something. He's a flat earther. We all the Earth is flat, but he can just watch an Eric Dubé video. So stop putting your Discord in the chat. Something like that. He said, like, okay, I don't know what. Why would you want to watch a video when you actually talk with people?
So there's enough of us that once he tells one person to stop, we can stop, and there'll be more of us that'll put it in there. Like they're multiplying. Like there's no way you could stop it.
Well, I didn't actually get the link. I didn't actually copy the link and put it in the chat. So maybe I'll try to do that. I don't know if we can. You do that even? I don't even know what
you mean.
No,
I mean it's literally just
no.
It's just discord.gg/flatter.
Twig Snatcher Club.
Only moderators will be able to make it an actual clickable link.
Yeah, that's interesting. Lurk. We'll have to see what this guy's about. I have never listened to him, so I'm not going to make any.
Unless you're talking about in their Discord, which are you talking about? Their YouTube chat or the Discord?
Right now, we're goofing off in the YouTube chat. There's 500 people, almost 600 people in the chat, and it hasn't even started. It's not even supposed to start for like another 20, 30 minutes. So,
oh shit!
And they usually get. I mean, I've seen the the live feed have anywhere from like 10,000 to 30,000 people live. So,
Yo, you see
Is
all the
this the
insults,
same?
man? It's hilarious.
Is this the same podcast you've been
Yeah.
clipping and posting?
Yep.
Right. Okay.
Dude, reading that chat is like reading the lobby.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's pretty weird.
Dude, they're NPCs, bro. They're, like legit, dude. Like if you ever thought that these people are NPCs, these people aren't even looking for it, and they act the same way as the people that come in here.
Yep.
I'm kind of curious
You
to see what
almost be
Zerka's gonna
13 years old. What the other
how
dude
Zerka's
say?
gonna
You're
open up.
homeless. You're a homeless person. Sorry, Miggy.
No, I'm just saying. Like, I wonder how he's gonna open with what. Like, I hope it's not like rainbows and shit. Like,
Yo, this nigga starts talking about the edge, man. Swear to God, I'll fly to Miami right now. I get a
So
one-way
this
ticket
guy
to Miami
Zerka
for
is supposed to be a flat
$99.
earth. This guy Zerka is supposed to be a flat earther.
yeah.
I can play the clip one more time for.
I mean, he might have said one dumb thing. Was that the only dumb thing he said? Or was he just,
That's about the only thing I heard.
He's one of those flat earthers that are kind of always like David Weiss. I say they talk about speculations and whatnot.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh no, fuck! I mean, David Weiss is bad, but this guy's miles worse.
Oh, David
What do
Weiss
you think about
calm down with the speculation. He's actually been kind of like reining it in. I shouldn't say reining it in, but actually like qualifying it. Be like saying what if, or you know what I mean, as
It's kind of like it's wild, speculative bullshit tied with a shitty attitude.
542 people in the live chat.
Yeah, just for context, if anyone is just now tuning in, this is from their Monday show. Someone donated $100.
Okay. Where are we at here? We're at Massachusetts 617. He goes, please let Dave Weiss come on the show, the premier flat Earth debater, Dirt on YouTube. I'm a huge fan of you guys. Keep up the great work. He has a ton of great scientific.
Chris would love
Don't worry,
him.
we're gonna have John Zorko
Chris would love him,
on
man.
Wednesday, so he'll talk about flat Earth.
Flat Earth.
So I don't know if you heard. He said Chris would love him. Chris is the producer, and so yeah, I'll post a visual again. So hopefully, like I said, the producer will be the guy who clicks the questions and displays them on screen for the host to read. So hopefully he'll be on our side, like picking good things to display. You know what I mean? So if you donate, like he'll be the one to put that on the screen. So if anyone's feeling generous, plug the Discord. There's the clip in the live stream. Which reminds me.
Look at Dorkhead, man. He's getting in them punches.
Oh, cool. We can feature it in Discord as well.
Diesel, you got a hot mic, bro.
Up here.
Well, how did Zerka? I didn't watch it, but how did Zerka do with teaming up with Witsit recently?
I didn't watch it. Did anybody else out there catch that?
Yeah, he seems pretty knowledgeable, but his delivery is atrocious in the way he treats people. So it's going to turn anybody off to flat Earth, in my opinion. Hopefully, he's a little bit better in this video.
Oh shit. Freaking DJ saying talking some smack about Zerka. Omar's coming at Dorkid.
And just a reminder, if you are in the chat, we're up to 600 people in there now. Turn your chat filter from top messages, which will filter messages, to all messages.
Mine goes to live chat.
Yeah, or live chat. Yeah, that's the other. I want to preemptively say, I mean, I don't know if they're going to dive right into flat Earth, if this is going to be the specific topic. So, I mean, clearly there's a lot of attention in the chat, so we're already stirring up some stuff there. Hopefully, the producer will kick it off in that direction. So, who knows if they're going to get right into that, or if they're going to focus on that topic very specifically for a long period of time. So, I know I've been hyping it up, so don't want to let anybody down if it doesn't turn out to be what we expected. But maybe we'll get a few people into the Discord, one way or the other.
Where is it, CB? Are you streaming it, or you got to jump in there?
I will have it running in our Discord, so we can.
Okay, I'll tune into that one.
Watch YouTube videos. Yeah, we can watch YouTube videos together in this Discord without leaving or pulling up a browser. You can do that within Discord, and so I'll have it up and running there. Right now, there's a bunch of people in the chat on YouTube, and this hasn't even started yet. It's like 600 plus people. So we're just stirring up some drama.
I love what Mickey said before. He typed in, this guy does not represent the views of... It's straight to the point.
Because he's just going to be dropping some stuff that, like, it's just going to be stuff we're going to have to defend anyways.
You got to have speculation on copy and paste. So just keep on typing in the chat. Speculation.
Yeah.
Why don't the people at 24/7 know who John Zerka is?
It's kind of funny. You can identify the haters right away. And I find it also funny that, and I have examples of this too. We typically talk about the information, and they'll talk about us. You know, you don't see them defending their position with evidence or facts. They're not trying to really. They're just, oh, look at you're stupid. You have a smooth brain. I just saw someone say that.
They don't have any facts or evidence. That's the problem. They can't.
Yeah.
Dude, the fucking Fresh and Fit channel is the chat's going pretty fast right now.
I'm still spamming the Discord once in a while. I keep jumping out and jumping back in there just to spam the Discord for a second, and then I come back. So hopefully they'll get a couple new people in here. That'll be fun.
Hey, does anyone have a video that like demonstrates when you go up in elevation, you can see farther on a flat surface? I keep on getting these gloaters like, oh, you can't. And no, it'd be nice to have a video.
There is a simulation where there's like a side by side. I'll try to find that for you. Otherwise, what are they claiming that? Well, I'm sure they're probably trying to say on a flat Earth if you go up.
You can only see farther on a globe.
That's so stupid.
Haven't you seen those videos where they'll do a camera right on top of a kitchen table, and then you kind of lift up and you can just see further and further it clears up, and then they'll do the same thing over like an exercise ball, and then like the horizon just disappears underneath you or the edge of the ball. I've seen those videos. Is that kind of what you're referring to?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I've seen those as well. I'm curious how they would debunk something like that. Seems pretty straightforward to me.
Omar needs somebody to rebuttal what Omar just said. Statue of Liberty can be seen from 60 miles away. 11 viewpoints and atmospheric conditions enable long-distance visibility regardless of Earth's curvature.
I think the point this person's making is he thinks that he can see farther over the horizon the higher up you go. So, I guess he thinks it's a physical horizon.
There's we're up to over 700 people in the chat.
They just changed the time. It's going to start in 24 minutes now.
Really?
Yeah.
Refresh.
Yeah, 24.
I just saw like the timer was at 12 minutes, like 3 minutes ago or something.
Mine still says 9 minutes. Maybe I'm.
Let me go back.
And now we're up to 720 viewers in the chat.
Yeah, 7:30. Yep.
That's popping.
Look at Crypto saying, "Get the likes up. We'll be live with John Zerka soon."
Somebody in the chat said, "Water hills, those are called waves." Shit.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna have to catch the replay because I gotta go do stuff. But yeah, enjoy it, guys. Talk to you later.
All right. Have a good one, man. Yeah, we'll report back. Don't worry.
No worries. Cheers for the chat too, Indio.
What was that?
Wasn't me. But yeah, actually, calling all cars. I'll send out a little ping just in case anyone wants to tune in that didn't get the heads up.
Yeah, Omar Pawadi's kind of going back and forth with me. He's talking about Einstein's theory of general relativity, supported by experiments, explains gravity as the bending of space-time by mass and energy, not depending on Earth's perfect shape.
What the hell does that even mean? What the hell's that got to do with anything? I'll just say some random words. You gotta disprove flat Earth. Where are you talking? Are you talking in their stream?
Yep.
I joined their Discord. We got more people than their Discord, man.
I know they don't have a lot of people in their Discord. When I was in there earlier, they were debating evolution and stuff.
Yeah, I saw that.
You saw that?
Gross.
There's a link to their Discord if anyone else needs it.
No. Oh my God! Someone said, "God damn, this is so stupid." Anyone wants to try to convince me flat Earth is real? Feel free to get debunked by me. In. Want to join voice over there?
Yo, you guys should go smash it up. That would be legendary. Mickey. I mean, sorry, Mayhem.
I'm going.
Brother. You and India should go smash it up. Oh, man.
Hold on, 5 minutes.
Yo, you gonna host? Is Sophie hosting it? Or are we gonna host it?
I gotta read my notes, man.
I'm trying to see are these wrenches over there right now?
No, I'm talking about in their Discord. In their Discord,
Yeah.
man, dude said,
Oh, you're in the Discord right now.
yeah, he said, "God damn, this is stupid. Anyone who wants to try to convince me flat Earth is real, feel free to get debunked by me in etc."
What are you in the general parlay? What chat are you in?
Yeah, in general parlay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in there. I'm gonna be in there in a second, man. I don't want to get interrupted, so I gotta use the little boys' room and freaking get a drink. I also just pounded a couple.
What server are you talking about?
I wish I could drag Helio to our live stream in there. But, you know, we know how it's going to go. I mean, this isn't even...
What's the server name?
Called Fresh and Fit Podcast?
Yeah, it's in the chat. It's 4 minutes past the hour. The Scarecrow, I feel you too, bro. This is chaos. It's kind of fun.
Oh, it's under heated debate. Shall we go?
Yeah, heated debate, man. Click the link, bro.
I'm going. See ya.
He said, "Prove your point or forever remain a dumbass." This is, dude. Like literally, I want to like take like how long until he spirals? Is it going to be 1 minute, 5 minutes? Is he going to make it the entire way? Is he going to just like go right off the bat, just start like freaking yelling expletives at everybody? Anyway, I'll be right back.
Yeah, let me play the clip one more time for context for anyone that's just now tuning in, wondering what the hell is going on. Fresh and Fit had a show on Monday. Someone donated $100 super chat and said this.
Okay, where are we at here? We're at Massachusetts 617. He goes, please let Dave Weiss come on the show, the premier flat Earth debater, Dirt on YouTube. I'm a huge fan of you guys. Keep up with the great work. He has a ton of great scientific
Chris would love
Don't worry,
him.
we're going to have John Zerko
Chris would love him,
on
man.
Wednesday, so he'll talk about flat Earth.
Flat Earth.
I really want to go over there just for now. Does anyone else need a link to their VC?
I don't think I've ever listened to John Zerko. Is he good? Is he good?
Not looking too good, but hopefully we can catch some stragglers.
Entertaining?
Maybe. Well, I guess we'll find out. Helio, I can jump in the chat with the live stream channel on YouTube. I won't do it until after the stream starts. I dropped a link to the VC that Mayhem joined. Morvis is over there too. Do you want to secretly put it over there? That'd be interesting. Or if you have a second one or something. Son, your mic is open. Tasmanian Devil, I can't message. Posted a link and got timer. And, 1,200 people in the chat. Show hasn't even started yet.
Yeah, I'm looking at their Discord right now. A bunch of us are in there, man. Oh my God. We got Central. We got Flatsy. And
I'm gonna try to juggle a couple things, but once the actual video goes live, I'll start the YouTube activity within Discord, so anyone in here can watch it, and I'll try to post links for anyone that needs it as well. I'm gonna go tune in real quick over there to see what's going on. Oh, am I still here? All right, I can maybe play some of this for you guys.
Oh no. Gotta do mods. You're still doing it, Corey. No, I typed the word rated and it worked. I was saying, oh no, because there's so many people coming in. And did you put our link in the fucking Flat Earth Discord? Okay. No, I'll tell you what it is, yeah. I think, I was arguing with some idiot and fucking, you know what? Let me take that back. I don't think anybody who thinks it's a globe is an idiot. I really don't. But I was debating some guy in there. The thing is, it's like, how can I put this? like when we've been indoctrinated as children, taught about all this stuff, and then when you start researching it, then you come to another point where you say, okay, this is a psyop. They're saying it's flat because it's a psyop, it's all bullshit. And I was at that stage as well. And then when you research it more, which I did over the past 5 years, I was like, it just, all the facts are coming across according to what they say. What they say is all bullshit. They haven't come up with one scientific fact to say it's a globe. And even then, you got people like that black dude, that black scientist dude. He's actually not a scientist; he's an actor in it.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Degrassi. First of all, he says it's little things like this. Like, first of all, he says it's a round sphere. Then he says it's apple shaped. Then it's an oblate spheroid. I mean, if you're gonna lie, at least to make your lie consistent.
My only argument to all of it is from a completely logical standpoint, not looking at either of the facts. All I have to say is, if it were flat, I am a very, very strong believer that somebody would have leaked actual concrete. Oh, they did. That's what we're here for. Well, hold on. Firstly, we don't do that here. We let people finish their point. Sorry, but it's either there would be a very, very large number, close to half, if not majority of people that would believe the leak, that strong of a leak of information.
So basic.
I believe it would either be that, or somebody would have fucking capitalized on an attraction outside of whatever borders we know of.
It's not that, Corey. If you think about it, the whole
kind of like how 90% of the people believe in. Why do 90% of people believe in fucking lies? Explain that.
Right. I think that's a bad point that bro just made there. They don't want to hear it anyway, so why would anyone? He said capitalize, dude. You get people will throw tomatoes at you if you open your mouth about this. It's not something that you would capitalize on. It's going to lose you money and lose you followers.
It's called an appeal to popularity.
Yeah. And the first one was motive based. How could this possibly have been? What's the motive for keeping this in? Someone has to leak it. No, they don't, because they just believe. Where is Dork talking at? This is in the. Here, I'll repost a link. Heated debate channel in their Discord.
8 inches squared per mile. I mean, I agree that most of the shit, most people aren't going to be able to, there's always going to be things that show either way. Honestly,
no.
And we both know this. But
Corey, it's just it was that one thing, It was that one thing when I did my camera. I did it 10 times with my camera, brought things back into view, which I shouldn't be able to see. It's under the curve. And then the second thing that comes to view is water always finds its own level. So if you tip water into a container, it goes level. That's why I call it water level. It's not a water curve. Then people come out with, it's gravity. Gravity's never been proven. And when you put density and buoyancy and electrostatic into it, it all makes more sense that way. Then they're saying about this magic gravity, the whole ship's upside down on a ball spinning 1,000 miles an hour. It's wobbling. You never feel the movement though. But gravity, it's just all the logical things. You're there's not one thing that can say that can prove it really logically. And you can do it.
And a lot of it's theory. I mean, even flat Earth is even theory. It's all theory.
See, this is. If I'm wrong, we're all wrong.
We both.
Wait a minute.
Definition of theory. It's
Is this happening right now in real time, and you're just kind of streaming in the conversation in here? Oh snap! I thought you were playing a clip. I thought you're like a news reporter.
Let me ask you, see, that's live inside their Discord. This is a pre-show kind of thing.
This is playing on my phone. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we obviously can't, play their live stream on our channel or on the live, YouTube. But you could probably play it live in another room.
I can play it right in this. It shouldn't play on your feed. Why don't I load it up and see what happens?
Well, you can play it in another voice room, though.
Discord activities. Well, it won't be any audio. It'll just be the visual and the super chats that get displayed on stream and stuff like that. So,
I think you should be able to, if you just do it like live stream 2, where it's not going out on YouTube.
No, I'm saying
Oh, go ahead.
We should be able to do it here, and I don't think it'll display on YouTube if you don't join. You have to actually join.
I think even with the audio,
let me show you. It won't do any audio. Let me show you. Not a lot of people have done this in our Discord before, But if you look at are you on your computer? Right next to your
yeah.
Your mic and your deafen button, there should be a start an activity button. So in there's Watch Together YouTube. So I'm going to load it in there, and then it won't display on your YouTube unless you choose to join this. And so anyone that wants to tune in and not have a browser open or something, have it displayed here, but it'll just be
It'll just be whoever clicks on it. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Where's that?
Not a lot of people use this feature.
Where is it?
What's up, Lo-Fi?
Start an activity.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing?
All right, I'm good. Good.
The heliocentric model has a way of making people easily deceived. But sometimes, I guess, like, if they're open to questioning it, then they're not fully deceived. But the ones that are just blindly following it and not questioning it, not wanting to prove it or verify it, that's where it's a problem.
Well, we're about to find out how people react now. There's a couple of people live.
And I was just gonna say, like,
here's Miggy in the
medium of
channel.
air, like all the way, like infinitely. It has an extinction.
Yeah.
It only goes so far. So, like,
No, sorry. I'll let you pause. Go.
I meant like, so the like sunlight and that would be able to penetrate through air a lot farther than it would in water. But like, so it can only go so far. Like, and even if the Earth is what we're saying that is flat and stationary, then it could only cover a certain amount of land in a portion of a time, just like Dorkhead was saying. So when it's over a certain region, it can only shine on a certain part of the Earth. And then the rest of it, it doesn't, like, I guess the misconception is people think the light travels forever. And so the distinction here is that it doesn't travel forever. It has an extinction limit where, like, you know, when you see it approaching, like in the morning time where twilight happens, then you can only start to see, like, the beginning part of the light.
As soon as my cookies are done, jumping in there.
Oh, well,
I got like 1 minute, 2 minutes.
The water, discussing water is always the best way because it's a model that you can replicate anywhere and no matter what scale.
Sorry to interrupt. Are you addressing someone in particular or something in specific?
Oh no, I'm just kind of just chiming in off of what the other person was saying about water, because like it is a telltale sign of exactly what you're looking at and what you're experiencing.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So yeah, so like no matter what container you have water in, whether it's a cup or a tub or a glass or whatever it is.
What he's talking about, he's using the analogy of you know how even if the sun's at noon at the bottom of the ocean doesn't get lit up, right? It's after like 400 meters, it's completely dark.
Mm-hmm.
Because the water absorbs the light, right?
Right.
Well, in distance, looking through hundreds of miles of atmosphere too.
That's what the guy's asking. What causes day and night, and why isn't the whole surface of the Earth lit up? And he's explaining to him, the light can't go through that volume of air the same way it can't go through a volume of water. Now the water's thicker, obviously, and it only goes like 400 meters. We're talking about thousands of miles of air, not 400 meters. Everybody knows this. Everybody's been in like during a thunderstorm when it's been. I was at Woodstock in 1994. It was completely freaking dark out when a thunderstorm came in. I mean, completely dark, like it was nighttime.
Yeah.
It was 3 PM in the summer.
Right.
So the idea that light can just go forever, man, that's just not true.
What was that like? Woodstock? Is that the one where there's a limit? There's a limit. Woodstock?
No, the one before that.
Oh, that was crazy.
I went to the mud one.
Oh yeah,
you're right. There's
that thunderstorm I was talking about is what caused the mud. Dude, like the sky turned black and it just opened up and just dumped massive amounts of water in like 30 minutes. And then because everybody's walking around, freaking 500,000 people. Yeah. Everything, all the grass got turned into mud, and it stunk like feet. It was gross.
Yeah, that kind of happened at Rocklahoma. There wasn't 500,000, but there was a couple 100,000, and it was kind of like that in Oklahoma.
The mud was the consistency of peanut butter, so if you got it on you, forget it. It wasn't coming off, man.
Yeah, at this place, it was all up to my knees and like just walking around and just like.
Sorry, bro.
Oh yeah, forget it. Your shoes are gone, like people's shoes. Like you had to tie those fuckers on tight,
yeah,
or they were gone.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, hot miking. Sorry, guys. I was hot miking for a second.
Where, CB? Where's the where you doing the sharing the live? I'm probably going to just watch it on YouTube anyway and get involved in the chat. But
probably the best. If you click next to my name, there should be a rocket. You click on the rocket.
Oh, okay. I see it now. Okay, cool.
Planet, i.e., wandering light in the sky. Part of that observation tells you that you're standing on one of those.
Logic? Or, sorry, probability? I'll resolve.
Is that heretic?
Okay,
yeah.
The probability that every other thing floating around in
this
space is round and we're standing on a flat disk.
Tell them how dumb it is.
You've already got this begging the question going on, though, right? Where you're assuming that the Earth is this celestial body embedded in this broader space with all these other things.
ACB, it won't give me permission.
Let's see. To join the server or what?
Just to listen in to what your...
Oh, it won't permission
watch
to
together
stream. Let me fix that. Let me see if I can fix that. You want to allow everyone. Do you want to try now?
Yeah, it just says this channel has special permissions to use activities in it. You'll need someone like a server moderator or admin to change your permissions.
Interesting.
That's all right. I'll just listen to it if you've got it on in the background. So
I'm not having an option either. When I click on that rocket, it doesn't give me an option.
Let me stop the activity and one of you guys somebody else try to start it up and I'll try to join.
Like I said, I'm probably just going to listen.
I got no idea how to do that.
Are you on your computer? Are you on your computer?
Nah, I'm on my phone. I'm out.
I see.
That rocket button.
Yeah, the rocket button. I don't have permissions either.
You don't have permission? You're a moderator, though.
I know it's right next to the soundboard at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. It says you don't have permissions.
That's crazy. That's weird.
What the fuck's up with that? Indio, fix it.
Our intergalactic neighbors, not extraterrestrials.
They're over there talking about freaking.
Why are they talking about extraterrestrials?
You heard that?
Yeah.
That there's more pressure on you flat earthers.
Maybe I'll go and watch it. Is it on YouTube?
This conversation is in a VC, so.
Oh.
Yeah, he's playing it through his microphone on it from his phone in another Discord server. This is like the pre-show to the show that's coming up.
Oh, it's the pre-show.
Well, I mean, it's just them talking to people on that channel's server to the YouTube video that we're about to watch.
The motherfucking heretic in the house.
There's freaking 2,200 people on YouTube right now in the chat.
I'm gonna join on the live stream channel in the YouTube chat after it starts.
I couldn't think of anyone more calm and level-headed to actually jump in there than heretic. You know what I mean? Like sometimes things are like designed for certain people. You know.
Absolutely, yes.
Is this supposed to be like are they interviewing someone about Flat Earth? Are they going to have Dave on there?
Let me play the clip one more time. Here's the context for anyone else.
Well, I heard that. I mean, they invited David Weiss. I just didn't know if that's what the
Massachusetts 617. He goes, please let Dave Weiss come on the show, the premier flat Earth debater. Dirt on YouTube. I'm a huge fan of you guys. Keep up the great work. He has a ton of great scientific.
Chris would love him.
We're going to have John Zerko on
Wednesday,
so he'll talk about flat Earth.
Flat Earth.
So this was on Monday, and so they were talking about the show that's coming up in just a few moments here. So someone donated a super chat.
I didn't see anything in the title about Flat Earth, though.
Oh, it's live.
Hey, can you send me a link to the Discord, CB?
Yes, the YouTube just started. So
the YouTube? I'll send that. I'll jump on YouTube.
All right, YouTube's in the chat, and then let me grab the link to the Discord. This is their VC that they're in. This is wild.
Oh, that just switched to subscriber only mode.
Subscriber, that's not too bad. You can still subscribe.
Well, I'll just subscribe then. How about that?
I'm gonna keep an eye on the account. And this is hard to juggle all the VC too.
Are you guys in the YouTube chat, or are you guys typing in the YouTube chat or on the Discord?
I mean, we were in the chat when there was like 500, 600, 700, 800, but now that it's up to like 2,000, it's gonna go crazy now. So we'll probably move to the Discord, maybe. I don't know.
On there right now as we speak, because to be honest with y'all, this.
Sorry about that. Let me. Yeah, I'm on subscribers only mode, so I'm gonna subscribe.
But again, nobody answered my question, so it.
Wait.
Hey, I have an idea.
Yeah.
Creation Bear.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. I think I was hot micing there. Yeah.
No, if you want to stream it through here, you could actually loop it through using a virtual audio cable. And then you make it so that the speakers on that particular program, whatever it is, basically the audio output is your microphone. And then you set it so that it's voice activity and everything they say will be played through here as though it's coming through you, but you'll be pretty much bouncing it through. I could do it.
Don't do it on here.
Okay. Well, I was just saying, I can't do it because I'm like laggy. I'm on Wi-Fi.
Yeah, but
so very bad connection.
But what I'm saying is don't mirror their audio here. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Is that fair use? Are we not allowed to use their audio if we react to it?
Oh no! You're listening to the stream. I thought you were in there on another account or something. Because that's different. That's your audio at that point. But if that's their stream, that's something else.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we can play the whole thing. We can play clips later and give some comment on it. But that subscriber only mode, you have to
if one of us was in there streaming it, that'd be different.
You can't chat there now unless you've been. Listen, you can't chat there in their chat now unless you've been subscribed for 12 hours or more.
Wow.
Yeah.
I see that.
But, no, that's what I was saying. I get it. They got a little different thing going on here. Okay, I get it. And you're trying to avoid
Yeah, I mean, if we just mirror their audio and listen to it and give commentary over it, that's not fair use in that way, because we can't just play their whole fucking podcast on here while they're doing it live. That's just YouTube.
Oh no, that's not what I was. I was talking about us like doing commentary, like you just said. That would be awesome.
We can do it later. We can
have it play in the background.
Later. Well, we can just take clips
somebody
of
would
it
get the best
and
of clips anyway.
Yeah. And now,
how many of the bros are over there?
Type in the chat. None of us could type in the chat because we just subscribe.
I heard Heretic say something. I don't know who else
that was on their Discord server.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
I like stuff like this because it's not a brigade or raid. It's like kind of a going and visiting somebody else, going and visiting another house. That's okay as long as everybody behaves themselves.
Well, sure enough.
Hey, you just
that's cool though to see what's going on.
Just crash the door in and raise hell. That's what you do, and they love you.
No, that's a knock knock. No.
How welcome rates, man. I mean, just get 20, 30 people in here, man. We'll just do one by one, but and send them to different rooms. We can go through whatever.
Not everybody is as hospitable as us. Of course, we want people to come in and ask those questions.
I know.
But If we do it to them, they get butthurt and pissed off. Oh no, where did all these flat earthers come from?
And then they'll freaking report us to Discord and be like, "Oh,
yeah,
we're in our fucking server."
It's silly.
I like doing raids.
Anyway, I hope all is well with everybody.
Yeah. Next time you decide to do a raid, don't forget to invite me.
Oh, but we don't do raids. We're not allowed to say that.
Well,
we don't.
Yeah, that's the thing.
What if we
It's
share
raiding in the nefarious is illegal on Discord.
Well, hey,
but in like say the server invites us, right, bro?
Then friendly
like say like some other server, they're like, all right, bring all over your flat earthers. Like, yeah, okay.
Well, if they have their link, a public link on their freaking YouTube channel, I mean, come on, man, you're opening yourself up. Dude, there was a point. You remember when we first started, man? We got 15,000 people join us in like 3 weeks.
There are Globers that'll invite flat earthers in too. So if they're inviting us, that's not a raid or a brigade. They invited us. So let's party up and then go hang out at the party.
Well,
we got invited.
You know, the best time to do it would probably be after they get done with their show, and then we can go.
What, the after party?
Yeah, we can go into their Discord, and if people are there, then we can talk to them. You know, they're not going to let us on their Discord. You know, but I mean on their YouTube live stream, but they might. You know,
of course.
But they've already just like CB was showing, there are people who are already talking to people in their Discord. So cool.
It just don't sound fair, Helio. You say they don't invite us, but we invite them to our server, to this server, and so what's good for the goose is not good for the gander. Is that what you're saying?
I don't even know these fucking guys. I just found out about them a few days ago. You know, so I don't even know.
Look, all I know is these days men can like just say a word and then walk into women's bathrooms and nobody bats an eye. So you're literally invited anywhere. Go wherever you want to and have fun.
They put their fucking
you can go wherever you want
in the description of their videos.
Yeah, the link's there. Just walk to the door.
Discord.
Go ahead.
You see what he just posted? Flat Earth dude gave him $20, and then
no, that's what he gave the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Like that's here, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Donating to the channel like a boss.
He donated to them, inviting people to the channel.
Oh, I see what you did there. That's okay. Well, like a boss. Dude uses money to make moves.
Yeah.
Like a boss. Hey, Jedi. Greetings, Master Jedi Chris. How are you doing today?
Yeah, really well.
Honestly, guys.
You good?
Dude,
I just saw that
these boys are cooking
talking, so I figured I'd say
heavy.
hi.
Trying to figure out what's going to happen.
We should honestly listen into this conversation over there because it's freaking fire. They're getting right.
Did it already get started? I mean, I figured when they start.
No, I'm talking about over in the Discord. Indio and Miggy, those guys are going.
Really? Well, what about the live stream? Are they talking about?
Oh, is this?
They haven't got into anything. They haven't got into it yet.
Oh, okay.
But like the whole squad's over there.
Wolfgang's over there too.
I'm off.
Like the core of the squad's like rolling deep.
Damn.
You heading out, man? It sounded like you said you're off or something.
Yeah, he might be running over there.
Who, me?
Just trying to figure out.
No, I thought that Chris was heading out. I was just trying because we keep accidentally talking over him. I'm trying to let him.
I don't want to listen to the YouTube until they get rolling, but it's already started. Just like CB was playing some audio from it earlier. It was started before. So the people in their Discord not even listening to the live stream. They're just talking to flat earthers.
It's actually a pretty good conversation over there.
Yeah, it sounded like it was. All right, I might jump over there and listen for a little bit. I ain't gonna get involved. But I'll listen if they get
Does
a flat
anybody
Earth
have
on the live stream, then I'll jump in there.
You're not going to get involved, Helio?
I got a question.
No, I won't, because everybody is
unrelated,
doing their own thing.
Not.
It's pretty hard for you to hold your tongue.
Non sequitur to this conversation.
Sometimes, God rockin', you're right.
Yeah, which is all good. I'm just saying.
No.
You say you're not going to get involved in the conversation. It only takes a couple of trigger words, and well, there's Helio.
No, but yeah, if it's already freaking everybody over there, I'm just gonna.
It's like 6 o'clock. Helio already drunk.
Oh, jeez.
Damn, it is about. I mean, it's 6:30, but yeah. What's up, Ethan Gris?
All right, somebody needs to make that an entire song. No, I was just saying this is unrelated to the conversation, but still related to Flat Earth. Okay, I guess it is in the TikTok generation. But if
it's my song.
Anybody has that clip, I know it's yours. That's why I was asking for like the full mix, like 3 minutes or something. I was joking, but I'm trying to find a clip, and it has a boat, and it's going down a stream, and it's just flat, and it keeps going and going and going and going. It's like a time lapse, and I know that y'all got it. I'm looking for a high resolution version of it.
Are you talking about the one that I made, the Suez Canal?
I think it is. It's just straight. It just keeps going and going and going and going. And I want the.
I saw your post, your text earlier. Yeah, I have it. I don't know if it's HD. You asked for the HD, but it's a GIF that I made. It's Suez Canal, which is 100 miles long.
I'm working on a thing using a thing from that thing. You sung the thing for it, and Wolfgang wrote the thing for it, and I'm making a video for it, but I need more clips.
Well,
that one's a good one.
Do you want the one without the text? I think I have.
Yeah, I'm looking for more of a pure high resolution copy because I'm also saving them as assets for the future. So if I have any other projects, I've already got the clips.
Let me see if I have the. I'll send you both, and then we'll.
I should probably drop these in the. Once I'm done with the project, I'll drop all the clips in the collab lab. So if anybody needs them, they can use them for that too. Because I'm almost done with it.
You're gonna use it. You probably should use the text. It just says Suez Canal time lapse footage.
Well, it's a.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, on the text, it just pops in.
The reason why I'm trying to avoid using any extra text is because I'm trying to get the source material. If you know what I mean. Like I'm trying to find the original content and get it at the highest resolution I can.
It's been so long since I made that one. I can't.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I can't even remember where I got it from.
I do, and then, yeah, and a lot of the original videos are gone. So we have a clip of a clip, and it's like, how do we find the original when YouTube deleted it? It gets difficult.
I'm not sure if I even got that one from YouTube. Hold on.
I know one of our brothers and sisters out there across the flat Earth has that clip. I know they do.
Try this one. See if that's.
I can use the one that has the text that you're talking about, but my reasoning is I'm trying to find the highest resolution versions of everything. I got the Black Swan and a bunch of others.
This might be the one before I added the text. Hold on.
Yeah. It's a music video for the. Have you ever seen the curve?
Try this one. See if it's. Well, I can play it right now. Let's see. I'll tell you. Yeah, I think this is the video that I captured it from. Yeah, this is the one. I mean, just delete the audio.
I want to dance by water beneath the Mexican sky.
Was that the one you're looking for?
Yeah, that's it, and it's in high resolution too. That's it.
All right, cool.
Awesome.
I told you I had it somewhere because I made a GIF for it off of it. It's on my videos. I just searched Suez and in my videos folder. And
so I'm getting close to finishing that one thing, which we'll do. I know we're going to do another one, so it's kind of more like a work in progress or a.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be working on that shit, but me and Sonny were talking about that the other night too. So.
Once hey, dude, it'd be so awesome to collab this. It's at the high level that everybody's been talking about. Like I know that you've talked to Wolfgang, and yeah, dude. Once I show you the visuals that I've compiled together, then I think that might give you some inspiration to do something if you were to do another take.
You're talking about the track that Sonny sent me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Well, no, the where it's like, I want to know, have you ever seen the
Oh, no. Well, that's already...
And
yeah, I did that. Well,
so Wolfgang sent that audio to me that you recorded, and I've been making a music video of it, but I've been sick most of the week, so it's been slowing me down, and I'm getting back to work, and I'm almost done with it.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was working on...
That's why I was asking for clips.
I was working with Sonny on another one.
Yeah, just went over to that.
Awesome.
They're all, everyone in that chat, there's a group chat in there on that Discord. Everyone in there's from 24/7. They're all over there. It's kind of a low-level chat. This guy's going, oh, well, why don't you give us some measurements, you know? And they're going, we've got laser tests. So you go, well, we'll show them. You know, it's just that silly kind of talk.
Can you download one, Ethan?
Oh, God. Yeah, I think it's download now. Let me check.
Yeah. Well, I just want to make sure you get it. Yeah, that's the one I made that GIF off of. I had to pick a portion of the video because you can only do I made it on Giphy and it's only 30 seconds. So I had to pick 30 seconds out of 2 minutes, over 2 minute video. But that's an awesome video. Everybody should watch that.
Yeah.
See how freaking curved the Earth is in that video.
Toby Dog.
Oh, dude, I can compress it. What was that, man?
No, it's just saying Toby Dog. I just sent you a message. I hadn't seen you for about a month. And now you're in here.
How you see him when you're hanging upside down from the same area?
Yeah, true. On different timelines.
He Aussie too.
Oh, right. I forgot. My bad. Refraction.
Refracted chin.
Refracted Australians.
Laser test. Refraction. Debunked. That's like so sick of that refraction word.
The average person who uses that word when they come here trying to argue against what we say in here, they have no idea what it means to begin with.
I know.
They're just in a buzzword.
All it is they think it's a one-all, fix-all. Oh, that's refraction.
It's like when they invoke the almighty gravity, and it's like, okay, which one, Newtonian or Einstein? They have no idea what they're talking about when they say gravity.
Both of those, gravity and refraction, are the most annoying things because neither one of them are true. I mean, you know, it's just a buzzword that they think somehow fixes it.
I'm just I was looking at that video. It doesn't look like HD, but that's the same video I downloaded. Find a better, because when you zoom in on it, it still doesn't look like HD, but it gets the point across.
Oh, is it pixeled out a little bit?
A little bit, but
if you can find the higher quality, I'll save that because I'm putting them on a hard drive for later use too. Because we'll definitely be making more content. May as well save it. My wife keeps on. My wife keeps on suggesting different clips to try and put in there, and I'm like, "Oh, sorry."
You know how to download YouTube videos, right?
Yeah, dude. I can not only download them, but I can also just cut clips without having to download the video using the screen recorder. I can just catch it and save it quick.
I just wanted to make sure.
If anybody wants to know how to do that, I can tell them.
You know how to find...
Because to me, it's not proprietary knowledge. I want you bros to know how to cut clips and screenshots and all that stuff, like so we can all do it because it's useful.
Look at this one and see if it looks better. You might be able to... It pretty much looks the same.
I
mean, it's 4K with hold on, let me check the quality settings. It says 720. Okay. This one has an option for 1080. We can go 1080. Yeah, it does look a little better. And it also has an option for... Just send you the link to this one. It has up to 2160 4K. I don't know if you can actually make a video with that.
And the one that you sent me already.
Well,
is it clearer?
I want just like with
just two different vids.
see.
I'll check it.
Yeah, I'm going to send you the link to the video, and then you can check it for yourself. Yeah, this one goes up to 4K.
Yeah, because the one that you sent me already before might be good enough.
Yeah,
it's pretty high quality already.
I'm going to send you a link.
And then, like, right now, to me, this is a draft. I'm getting all the pieces of video together. It's a kind of proof of concept, and then we get the audio. I can realign the video clips if we need to. You know. I actually based it off the original CCR video for Have You Ever Seen the Rain? So certain audio effects line up with the original audio effects, and certain things that happen line up with stuff that's happening in the music video. Like, there's a red truck in the music video. I put the red car in space at about the same time, obviously.
That's what's up. Yeah, this one's just I mean, it had options to go to high quality.
I'll just use a downloader and get the full quality 4K version of this one. Yeah, that's a different, but yeah, that one's a good one too.
Yeah. Anyway,
there's no need to use all the clips. We can save other clips for other videos. We don't have to shove all of them in one video. That's the way I see it. I'm just collecting all the data for later use. And anything else that anybody gets, send it to me. I'll copy it and save it. You might see it later.
Excellent. All right. Expect a check.
And if I don't respond, I'm probably going through technical difficulties or real life stuff. So just give me time.
Expect the check in the mail from CB.
Unfortunately, the money that they use to make the world go round, they don't accept flat Earth currency there, and they reject it because they don't like it.
Hey guys, real quick, let's say hello to C. Herring. I saw you said hello in the lobby. Just want to give you a quick chance to open your mic and say what's up. We can give you some roles to give you the ability to speak here moving forward.
And make sure you give them some butter for those rolls.
Let us know how you found us. C. Herring. But yeah, we are listening in. Some of us are listening in over on the Fresh and Fit Discord. Hey, the boys are cooking over there. I forgot I had a headphone in, listening in. You guys are missing out. They've got 41 in the VC. Old dudes over there. Timbo, Tasmanian Devil, Sunny Systems. So you guys might want to check it out. Let me drop another link to the panel.
I tried joining, but it said my account's suspicious.
Interesting. Well, there's a link there for anyone else that wants to get in. I would just, I don't know, if you guys want to listen in, I still got it open. Jedi's doing his thing. It seems like there's more activity going on there than in the actual YouTube at the moment.
Don't have to go into the heliocentric model and the formation of stars to figure out what the floor is.
Let's crowdfund a rocket. Like I said, that's going to be my argument. Let's crowdfund a rocket between flat earthers and globers. Let's all get together.
My friend, that's not going to solve the issue though, because in the idea that the Earth is flat and stationary, there is no space to go to. You look down.
That's what's weird to me. All right, so hold on. So in the event that there is no space to go to, so what's stopping us from going up?
Like what Mayhem is saying is space.
Hold on. What's stopping us from going up?
It doesn't exist.
What do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean it doesn't exist?
Oh, what's stopping us from going up? Like, bro, these guys think they can just freely roam the whole world.
We're told that we... What?
Let me give him the answer. He's looking for the specific answer. Let me give him that. The specific answer is the most accurate thing that has been done, which is a rocket that has been shot with a camera attached to it, and the rocket went so high up that with the camera showing with the audio, and the rocket hit something which stopped it dead in its track, and then it started falling down. And this represents the most...
NASA represents the closest things to it being a firmament. That's why there is a talk of the firmament, as in it's like, you remember the movie
Somebody named Dev
with
Lee in Germany.
with Jim Carrey? What's his name? Truman Show. Truman Show, yeah, the Truman Show. And it's like a globe. It's like a whole firmament at the top, and this is basically closed off.
Okay, so by that logic, hold on. So by that logic, so there's something allegedly covering Earth. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, we're saying that we have to
Okay. Well, hold on. So with that has to mean there's an edge for it to contain to.
This guy talking right now is a super goofball.
So therefore, there is an edge of the flat Earth.
Well, let me ask you this, Corey. Where's the edge of space? And if I got here, what would it be there?
Well, the running theory is that space is infinite.
No, it isn't.
No, that's not true.
Hang on. Let's not divert.
It's 91 billion. Oh, yeah, dude, we need to go through this. Sorry. 91 billion light years across. That's what they claim.
Well, it's infinitely expanding is also what they claim. So
what's it expanding into? Because that would be the edge. Wherever that boundary. The fuck you know? But we don't know either, dude.
No, but that's
I know you're trying to tell you about the edge.
The line of reasoning is an infinite regression fallacy. Because no matter what we say, no matter what you say, we can say to you, where's your edge? You can say to us, where's our edge? They say, our edge is there, and you can say, my edge is there, and I'll go, what's beyond that? And you'll say, what's beyond yours? And it's an infinite regression. It goes on forever, right?
I can end this infinite regression right now. What it goes into... Okay.
Let me get back to the main point before we go into space.
Well, I was responding to you. Hold on.
No, so you weren't here earlier. He's brought up this edge thing like 50 times. I just want to.
This is the second time I've brought it up, so let's not just start being disingenuous. The second time I brought it up, and the point being is multiple people in here that are flat earthers claimed that there is no edge, but to be contained, there has to be an edge for that containment. A container is sealable. That means that there are edges all around. You cannot have an infinite container.
Well, I'm going to explain.
That's true.
I'm going to explain the logic behind it.
Let me reply to these two. Hang on. Let me reply to these 2 points. The people who are claiming there is definitely no edge for flat Earth, they would be wrong. There is no actual concise evidence whether there is an edge or there is no edge. One thing, however, is factual, is that the ice ring around the flat Earth is protected by all governments, and if you try to go there, and people have tried to go there before it was limited, and they have spoken about land beyond that ring, that's one thing, and then when they've forbidden it, nobody is now allowed to go there on a private ship.
If it's forbidden and you can't go there, then how do you know what's there, though?
So, you can't go there. Hang on.
You're not really helping us.
Let him finish.
What we think.
Yeah, but he's not really doing a good job.
That you interject. Hold on, Dev. That doesn't mean you can interject. You refute it afterwards. And if we're gonna have a discussion here, we need to stop fucking interjecting one mic at a time. That's how it works here.
You'll probably.
Well, let's speculation then.
And then you did it anyway.
Let me finish my point. Anyway, so since there's no actual 100% verification of what's beyond those ice rings, we cannot.
I want to say really quickly, this guy talking that's not in our crew is very interesting. This Germany guy, it's him talking right now.
It's also not 100% proof. It's just the closest we can have to say, okay, there is something protecting, preventing us from going to quote-unquote space, whatever that space is.
Oh dear.
There's no confirmation of the firmament. There's no confirmation of the ice ring either. Please. That's not what we think.
So it's interesting. So do apologise.
There's definitely.
Have you been to the ice ring? Have you observed Antarctica for yourself? Have you been there? No, of course you haven't. So this is an anecdotal story that you just believe. It's interesting because flat earthers make those types of claims, but I understand why he says it because it's an interesting point. What Antarctica is. People think Antarctica is the continent of a ball in a flat earth idea. Some people say it's a ring of ice containing the waters of the earth, but not the limitation of the earth itself.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. But our friend also, they've brought up the firmament in the sky. Now, He's saying that this is a barrier that stops us getting to the vacuum of space. The flat earthers that I speak to, for example, would say that the vacuum of space that we're told, where Jupiter is a giant ball of gas, can't exist because it breaks fundamental laws of nature. For example, second law of dynamics and entropy, right? We're breathing high pressure gas and out there's a vacuum. We understand that high pressure disperses into lower pressure environments unless it's physically stopped from doing so. You know what a football is, right? Or like a tyre? When you put gas into that volume that's contained by the plastic or the rubber of the tyre or the football, you understand that the gas can't get out because it's physically contained, and the consequence of containing it is it's now under pressure. The force of the gas exerted on the walls of its container. Now it's interesting because me, you and everybody else are actually breathing gas pressure at the moment. And the only way that you can demonstrate this is if the gas is in a limited volume and it has got something physical to press upon. They tell us that up there in the sky is a vacuum, so not anything physical to press upon. So without the necessary antecedent for the gas pressure you and me and everybody else are breathing. And of course we understand that if there's no physical barrier keeping the gas here, the gas is going to disperse into the lower pressure environment, which kind of means that the system that they're invoking can't exist according to the laws of nature. Does everybody understand that point?
Yes, no, but no, that wasn't the point, though. Again, my only point on that subject was there were multiple people in here. There's too many of you new names. I don't remember exactly who, but there was at least 3 people that stated the Earth has no edge. But if something were to be contained, that would imply that there has to be an edge. There has to be a container. It's like a Tupperware tub.
Well, I was going to explain that it's actually a meaningless question.
Hold on. It's like a Tupperware tub. If you have the bowl to contain what's in it, you have to put the lid on. Meaning there has to be some sort of lid, dome, cover, a cube-shaped dome, a round dome, whatever type of dome you want to say. There has to be something covering and sealing the Earth.
And we'd agree with you. There has to be a limitation to our environment because we're breathing gas pressure. We would agree with you.
Yeah, that was my point. Like the people that were saying that there is no edge. Well, there has to be an edge.
Yeah, so it's because you said edge. Because some people say, for example, when they come into this debate, that the Earth is a disk in space and you will get to the limitation of the Earth, the edge, and fall off of it. Maybe you should use the word limitation to our environment or container for the system because we breathe gas pressure. But on from that story, we're not going to be able to tell you what it is or exactly where it is. Just point in a direction and it's probably over there because no flat earth has gone up to it and touched the limitation of our environment. We couldn't tell
why
you that.
They actually be able to point in any direction and it's over there?
That's exactly what I said. Point in any direction. There's the limitation of your environment that way.
I didn't hear the any. I heard a first. But
that way. Point in any direction and the limitation to the environment is that way.
What's the text chat for this channel, guys?
It's in the if you're on phone, just swipe left while you're looking at the voice chat, or if you're on mobile, or if you're on computer, you hover over where you join, and then there's like the little text thing. We use the voice chat text channels.
Do you know the name of it, by the way?
Heated debate.
Heated debate. No, it's yeah.
I just explained for you how to get to it.
So attached to the VC thingy. They don't have it like we have it.
I'll reiterate it. So every voice chat has its own text chat. We use those. If you're on PC, if you hover over the words heated debate on the voice channel, it'll have a little text square. You click that and it'll open the chat. If you're on mobile, you look at all the little avatars, squares with circles in them, and then just swipe left, and you're there.
Yeah, cool beats.
Thanks for that, mate. Really appreciate it. So I enjoyed the chat about the limitation of our environment. Do you understand how that kind of invalidates all of the stories that we're told about the vacuum of space from like authorities like NASA and so on? Because the place can't exist.
I wouldn't even necessarily disagree with that logic, but my only point is, how do I word this? So, Dev said that there was an account of somebody firing a rocket with a camera on it, and then it boinked into something, and it fell back down.
Yeah.
Meaning that either the barrier isn't as tall, it's not too tall for people to reach.
I've actually...
that's okay.
Sorry,
I just really want to point out, so you're aware of this. I've seen the video.
Just because you're an OG, like the rules apply to everybody. So
it's disingenuous. The video's disingenuous.
Bro, just again.
Just interrupt him and just.
Yeah.
That video doesn't show what he's claiming it shows. They use something called a yo-yo that just shoots out the side of the rocket and stops it. People have interpreted it as it's hitting a barrier. It's not hitting a barrier. It has it's called a yo-yo, basically. It'll shoot out the side of the rocket, just like an ice skater, right? When it's spinning with their arms closed, and then when they extend their arms, they come to a stop and slow down and come to a stop. So the rocket's spinning as it's launched, and to stop the rocket, they shoot out these yo-yos out the sides of the rocket, and it stops the rocket from spinning. But it makes the rocket seem like it stops, and it also makes like a dunking sound. It goes dunk, and the rocket stops.
Okay,
nobody uses that as evidence of a firmament anymore. That's why, I haven't heard that in 3 years, 4 years.
Okay, well, as I was saying,
the amount of years, it's just a theory. It's just what the closest we have. If you can launch,
I'm not saying that the explanation why that happened was you can see the yo-yos come out the side of the rocket. That's all I'm saying.
Again, as I was saying, so unless it is a cube-shaped dome. I'm assuming that it would be a cube-shaped dome, but you know what I mean, a cube-shaped container. It would either be cube or it'd be round. I guess it can also be a pyramid.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, any container shape, it might not even be a shape like a cube.
Why would you assume shape?
Exactly. You don't see. This is the thing. When we're talking about the sky, we're very limited in our knowledge. Right, we couldn't necessarily tell you how far away the limitation to our environment is, because we're restricted by our ability to jump, climb mountains, and to build technology to go far up into the sky. So we're going to be very limited in the things that we can tell you, like the shape of the container.
That wasn't the point I was getting at. Huh?
You were talking about the shape of the container.
Well, yes, I was trying to get to a point, but I got interrupted again.
Okay, go on, carry on, mate.
So I'm saying, whatever the shape may be, or whatever somebody else interjected and said, it doesn't have to have a shape. Well, yes, it doesn't have to have a shape as we know a shape, but there has to be a barrier, period.
Yeah, he doesn't realize
nobody that has ever been in the sky hasn't hit this barrier. That means it has to connect to the Earth somewhere, meaning that there is a downfall, whether it be diagonal, whether it be straight down, whether it be round. There has to be a downfall of said barrier to touch the Earth.
Yes, and there are anecdotal stories about that. But because they're anecdotal, we're not really going to give them as evidence for the Earth being flat. There are stories out there, though. There are stories about people that have gone to Antarctica and have gone out and visited what they call, quote-unquote, the wall. Right? And apparently it's supposed to be made of blue ice. But I haven't been there. And it will be an anecdotal story, and you can rip it apart if you want to, because it sounds ridiculous, right? So honestly, I wouldn't, hang my hat on it. But there are anecdotal stories out there. There are other phenomena in the sky that seem to point to a limitation to our environment. These would be electromagnetic phenomena known as sprites and elves. It's akin to throwing, say, a bag of flour up against the ceiling and watching it pan out but not penetrate through. So this is an electromagnetic phenomenon that goes upwards and pans out when it reaches a altitude in the sky. But is that proof? No, because I haven't been there and touched it for myself. It's just an anecdotal hearsay story. You get it?
Well, other than the laser tests, it's all anecdotal.
No. So we're talking about reaching the limitation to our environment. If you want to talk about the level surface of the Earth, that's observed, measured, and practically used every day. You remember we spoke about laser tests? Yeah, flat earthers have done them up to 25 miles, 40 kilometres if you go by that. The militaries of the world use laser targeting devices to aim from sea-based vessels to ground-based targets over a distance of 100 miles. Now, that requires a direct line of sight. Also, what requires a direct line of sight is the radar technology that they use and the infrared camera that they use to gain sight of the target. So there's lots of technology that militaries of the world require the surface of the Earth to be level, because if it was a curved surface, it would get in the way. Now, I don't know if you remember earlier I brought up celestial navigation. That also requires the surface of the Earth to be level, because we're getting elevation angles to stars. For example, there's Polaris and it's 45 degrees upwards from the horizon. Because I've measured an angle, that requires the surface of the Earth to be flat. Because we all understand that we can't measure angles if any line is curved. That's ridiculous to say so, right? So the evidence is observation, direct measurement, we can do this in many ways, and the practical use of the surface of the Earth.
Boom, phone drop.
Here. Anybody? I'll try to switch mics here. Give me a second.
Bro, ain't gonna lie, bro. The Earth is rounder than my fucking balls, bro. Bro, all these people in the flat Earth community, bro, get a fucking life, bro. Oh my god, bro.
Because this challenge that I would put out to all the people who think the Earth is a globe. You're going to find out it's more of a hassle and a struggle to figure this out. So it's not as easy as people think. Well, yeah, it's somewhere, it's posted somewhere. I know I've seen the research. When we start to look for this information, we cannot have anybody that proposes the information of the method of how they've done it. So that's what I'm saying. If anybody thinks the Earth is a globe right now, see if you can find any information on how they've directly measured this curvature that they're talking about, that supposedly we're on a geometric shape. So that's what I implore everybody here who's listening to me actually do. Before you say, the Earth's a globe, come on, dude. Science, right? because that's the thing.
Everyone knows it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Everybody's taking this information for granted and be like, dude, we learned that back in 3rd grade. Come on. What do you mean the Earth's not a ball? Like, so when you do that, you're going to realize that there is no information. And this is what we're trying to do. We're challenging people to actually look into the information and give us the demonstration of how it's been done so we can look at it, because there is no information out there that supports it.
Don't know if anyone's done it or how they did it. So you just believe that the Earth is curved. So
it's just a belief, guys. That's all it ever was. God was only ever in your head, never outside.
Look, like I said, let's crowdfund a fucking camera to it and
we
lock
don't
that
need
bitch up.
to, dude. We can just manifest directly. We're not going to run away from the surface. Try to get as far away from the surface. Hey, I thought we didn't interrupt you. We're not going to try to get as far away from the surface as possible to measure it. That doesn't make any sense, dude. We'll just measure it right down here at the surface and see if it's comporting to the radius claim of the globe.
As I was still talking, I'll finish my sentence now. So why don't we crowdfund a rocket, tie a camera to it, fly it up? And no, I'm not saying that to measure anything, but that is to look at the fucking surface of the planet. Or
okay.
What you
You can just get a balloon.
Yeah.
And the balloon.
There is high altitude balloon footage.
Pictures of balloons.
Yeah. Can I answer that? Can I answer that?
The highest altitude balloon footage that we have sent is 120,000 feet. And
Corey, check that out. We have footage, high altitude balloon footage of people have done this. They've attached a GoPro.
Just as you can say that NASA's footage is edited, I can say that footage is edited.
Here we go.
That's interesting.
Classic.
Yeah, but we can actually do this ourselves.
I love when they go full conspirator
just
mode.
do this yourself. You just need a camera and a freaking balloon, and you can test it out yourself.
All right, let's do it. Let's put the money together and we'll do it together as a group. We'll watch it live.
That's the issue.
Yeah,
that's the issue, guys. Yeah, guys, this is what I'm saying. This is the issue that we have right now. So if two people are, let's say you have a globe Earth and flat Earth person next to each other, and they both launch balloons up or whatever, and you're thinking that let's crowdfund this, as it's been a great idea for us to do that, right? But what are we going to get at the end of it? No, it's not because I got globe images, and the other guys, no, it's not because I got flat images, right? So we're both going to be arguing from that standpoint. What we actually need to do is figure out, after we got our images, compare them and say, okay, so we got curvature over here and we got no curvature on the other side. How can we verify which one's true, right? We're going to actually have to measure the ground that we're standing on to see if it comports to any of these images. Because if it does, and we measure curvature, voila, the guy who has the camera with the Earth looking like it's curved is the right one. Or the guy who's got the flat surface really high when we measure no curvature, that's the right one. But that, when you send something up, it's not going to be the deciding factor. The deciding factor is measuring the ground for the drop over distance, Earth curvature that needs to be there in the first place. We have to measure to validate. Yeah, he's 100% correct. You're going to send up a balloon. At one stage, it's going to look curved. One stage, it's going to look convex or concave.
Sorry about that. I accidentally clicked on something.
From the ground level,
There's measurements you can do that with. Yeah, if you're rejecting that, then how was it ever done in the first place? How was it ever done in the first place?
Oh, he's not in here.
I was still in the middle of my fucking point. As I was saying, like, you're saying measure from a fucking 25-mile section, like that's the biggest one done. But then you're also saying lasers.
No one said that was the biggest. No one said that was the biggest one done.
Right.
You brought up lasers, so we.
As I was saying, so you were saying that the people have only measured 25 miles with lasers, and then there's the infrared thing that what was Chris brought up with the military and got laser guidance. So that was 100 miles. I'm saying, let's take a fucking balloon or a rocket with a camera on it, clean it like together as a group. We can watch the live feed so nobody can edit the shit. Launch it up as high as we fucking can. If it's flat, I'll high five you. Like, good job, you were right. It's flat. If it's round,
Did you listen to what I said? Did you listen to what I said about it
it having showing curve, then showing concavity, then showing flat. So what's your result?
We send up a single camera and then see together. What do you mean?
That's what happened.
You in a horizon that changes.
Hey, Corey, hang on.
Hey, quick. Yeah, do apologise, mate. See, the thing is, my friend, when you talk about high altitude balloons, this has been done many times, and the results come back like this. It looks flat, it looks curved. It's not conclusive, so one more balloon with one more camera isn't going to prove either way. Because the ultimate kind of altitude we can get up to, I think it's about 135,000 feet, something like that. And still, depending on the camera that you use, you might get a flat horizon, you might get a curved one. So it's inconclusive, but we get what you say. Let's go far away from the Earth and see what we see. It's inconclusive. So
camera doesn't have a fisheye lens.
Yeah, so there are things that we can do, but there's also barrel distortion and the angle that you protrude the camera towards the horizon. So there's many factors that you still have to take into account. Well, ultimately, just very quickly, my friend, ultimately, like Miggy and Timbo were saying, if you're going to get these results that are inconclusive, you still got to measure the surface of the Earth. Now, when you said that it's only 25 miles, and okay, I brought up the 100-mile one, that's fine. When we compare this to the radius of the Earth, that's just fine, because there should be 8 inches per mile of curvature over distance, and the physical, and the physical geometric horizon. You know, the thing that you see when you stay. Calculation away as well. So, on the surface of the Earth, with the dimensions that we're given, we should most definitely be able to measure it, mate. But we don't. That's the problem. It should be easily measurable. In actual fact, we should have to take account for it all the time, because it should get in the way of things when we try to observe them. Or propagate signals, like Wi-Fi and shit. Radio signals, for example. All of that good stuff. The curve of the Earth.
We both know that signals go through stuff. That one's not necessarily a good topic.
Okay, but Corey, if you look at the chat, I posted a meme, one of the memes, and it's basically based on the circumference of the Earth. It's very easy calculation, mathematical calculation. If something is 140 miles away, that's something, it has to be at least 4.5 miles or taller for you to be able to see it. So that means if you actually look for 140 miles away and you see something that is less than 4.5 miles high, that negates the existence of the curvature of the Earth, because it's supposed to be under that curvature. And in the meme, you can see this is just one of hundreds of examples that have people took all over the world, where they look 140, they look 200, they even look 300 miles away, and they see objects that should not be visible, basically, that according to the circumference of the Earth should never be visible. And even if you actually take the circumference of the Earth that NASA says and multiply it by 10, you can still see things below the curvature that should not have been seen. And this is like a huge indicator that it is not what they say it is.
And radio signals. He puts towers on top of mountains because the signals don't go through the mountains. You've been in the valley, right?
Yeah, my thing was that, like, a lot of people would say that the Earth has been measured for at least about 1,000 years. And so we've known that the Earth has been a globe for quite some time now. So before the age of rockets and, things that go up in the sky, people were already, even talking about the Earth being a globe. So we're trying to figure out, how was it done back then? How did they figure it out? Because they didn't have this technology that, supposedly rockets can go up and look down to Earth. So what were they doing back then to figure it out? What did they do? How did they know? And so when you're asking these questions, because people have known for such a long time, or at least that's what they tell us, right? When they come into our server, they don't know. They give us Eratosthenes, Aristotle, Al-Biruni, some of these guys that they're name dropping, and then we investigate, what did they do? What was the method that they used to actually figure this out? Well, it turns out that these guys were assuming things. They weren't measuring things. They were calculating, they were assuming, they were measuring things, not drop rate over distance. They were measuring like angles of shadows. nothing to do with the actual drop over distance that you would find on an oblate spheroid the size of the Earth. So we're trying to just figure this out and asking people the question, how did they do it? Because if you guys have that answer, we'd like to know, right? Go over the information. But other than that, it's like, I mean, if you think sending a rocket is going to be the deciding factor, even if it was to come out that you see the Earth as flat when it's really high in the sky, are you really going to change your mind because you saw a rocket go up? Or are you then going to make another excuse and say, well, the camera was messed up, or that we got to do it again, 2 times the charm, 3 times the charm? Like, when is it going to be enough?
We send one up. We make sure, like, fucking make. I know that people try to make the claims that fisheye lens, like, yes, I understand that they are sometimes used as well, but I'm not saying they're not. But we would set up our own personal camera. Like, look, no fisheye is on. Everything looks normal down here on the ground. Now we attach it to this thing, and it fucking flies. And then we watch a live stream, so that way nobody's editing shit, and it, like, we actually saw it happen.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people that would say, you know, even if you look at the Earth as flat, because we don't observe the Earth as a globe, and people here on the ground would say you can't see it as a globe, it's too big of a ball, right? You need to get really high in elevation. Kind of like what you're saying in a way, right? So we would then, you know, discuss about, like, okay, so if observation is the first step, what is the second step? Because we can't just look at something and say the Earth, because we're saying it from our worldview perspective. The base axiom is that the world looks pretty flat to us from the ground level, right? That's what we're saying. And on the other hand, we got the people that think the Earth is a globe. They say, well, that's because you're not high enough. Well, fine. But we see the Earth as flat and stationary, and we don't detect motion when we're here on the Earth. So the problem is we already start with a base axiom that the Earth does not look like a globe. Not to you or to me anywhere here on Earth, right? And according to the globalist mindset, you'd have to get really high in the sky in order to see this curvature. Well, we start with the base axiom that it looks flat and level, right? That's what we start with. And the next step is to then say, okay, it looks that way. Does it measure that way? So we have to get to the next step, which we are measuring the curvature of the Earth. So the observation is the first step. And the second step is confirmation, which is validation. And that would be seeing if there's any drop over distance, which would then validate this curvature to be actually there and not supposedly there, even on a camera from a rocket that goes really high in elevation. Hopefully that makes sense, Corey, because I really want to just kind of challenge you on this, because I don't want it to be just, well, we just look at things. Because, yeah, you could look at something and declare something of what it is, but it could be camera, it could be distortion, it could be anything else, you know. And you could say the same for us. Well, you think you see the Earth as flat, but it really isn't. So we're talking about what is the next step. The next step is to validate it, to make sure that it's not just an observation and it's something we know for sure, right? Like, I mean, that's reasonable, right? Like, I'm not being unreasonable here, am I? It's what I'm saying. Are you guys still hearing me?
Yeah, we're still hearing you.
Sorry, man. I didn't.
To respond. We're just processing all that.
No worry, bro. That's just me, bro.
Yeah, just talking at something is not a sufficient test, right? So if you had to, like, go somewhere and you're like, yeah, is that a man or a woman? Like, your judgment on whether that looks like a man or a woman would not be sufficient evidence, like in court, medically, or any other way. You'd have to actually go make some sort of objective measure to determine whether that was a man or a woman. DNA, look at their, private parts, whatever. You can't just like, oh, I went real high and it looks this way or it doesn't look that way. That's not really an objective test. That's a subjective test. We're talking about an objective test.
I appreciate everybody that's subbing to my channel. Appreciate you guys very much. Hey, I care about everybody, no matter who you are right now. It's like, I see this as we're all the human family, and it doesn't matter who you are. I think that we should all know truth, right? And we should share each other the truth, like, it doesn't matter what country, religion, or race, or whatever. It doesn't matter to me. The only thing that matters to me is that we're helping each other out discover the truth about reality together. So I appreciate whoever's subbing to me, because I got a few subs in the middle of all this, so thank you.
Wait, subbing to you. Are you streaming this or something?
Yeah, I got a live channel, but it's a very small channel, dude. I got like only 150 subscribers. But I've been doing this for a while.
That's against server rules. So.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. We don't allow recording or of the server.
All right, do you want me to stop it? Because I'll do that.
It would be nice.
I'll do that.
Just
yeah.
Whilst Mayhem sorts that out, I just want to remind everybody there's two types of curvature that people seem to forget that we're talking about. One is the left to right curvature, right? That we seem to think that if we got in a rocket or high altitude balloon, that we would be able to see the left to right curvature. But that's not the only curvature of the Earth that we're looking for. Remember the ancient story, right? That Greeks saw ships disappear over the curvature of the Earth. That's the curvature away from you. Like standing on a curved surface and eventually with distance when you're trying to observe something, that curved surface will get in the way. So I hope everybody understands there's two types that we should be on the lookout for.
Indio, what's up? What's up?
Yeah, I'm done over there, man. We spent that cause. Miggy got it out. He just cleaned up, dude. He just cleaned up the freaking place right there. That's it. They don't have nothing to say now. I don't need to stick around for the cognitus. Because that's all that's left, right? They have nothing left. Like the only good thing left can be insults and spiraling.
You guys did a really good job.
Yeah, that's pretty good. He muted me, he's a little fucking bitch, but whatever.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Did he say why?
He muted Heretic too.
I saw that.
We interrupted him. Heaven forbid.
Jeez. Was it that Corey guy? Because I didn't like him very much.
Well, yeah. And then you heard him say, we don't allow recording on the server. Yeah, good luck with that.
I saw that.
How you going to stop anybody? Stupid rule.
I mean, it's not like he knew until Miggy flat out told him. This is what I'm doing.
Literally everybody in the chat could be recording it and streaming it everywhere.
I was.
Are you still streaming it? Oh, did you stop?
I mean, I lowered the volume so we could talk a little bit.
Yeah, I did flip on Fresh and Fit for a minute, dude. Dude was like, we're living in a time with the most whores. He said, I don't mean house, I mean whores. And he ain't lying, dude. We have no, seriously. Chicks selling their body for money now is the freaking more than ever in history, man, right now.
Yeah.
Where it's a straight up transaction, not like that shady, like get married and that where we fake like it's not about that. Just straight up, like sex, money, transaction. Do. Cash app me.
I know, yeah.
I ain't cash apping you shit.
I know, you ain't getting nothing from me. Yeah, it seems like the YouTube watch page, I've had it on low volume for a little bit. It kind of just been all over the place, but 10,000 people watching, and then it seems like most of the attention ended up spilling over into Discord. So shout out to you guys going over there. Indio, Heretic, Jedi, Wolfgang, Miggy. I mean, dude, those guys they didn't have much. Just, how about a rocket? They always think they need special tools like a rocket.
Yeah. I mean, Heretic always says it the best, right? Like, why are we going to go away from the Earth to measure the Earth? Yeah, let's get as far away as possible to measure it. That makes sense.
I hate their bulldozing tactics. Like, when you try to correct them on something, they're like, nope, I want to finish what I was saying, even if it was wrong. It's like, dude, it's frustrating. But whatever.
Yeah. When it's like, all you guys got is the laser test. Like, dude, you brought up lasers. Like, we got plenty more than that. It's kind of funny. At least that Corey dude wasn't like an NPC Glober. So it wasn't, I mean, some of the other ones were, but like, at least he wasn't. I mean, he was in a way, because why don't we just get a rocket? Like, dude, it's like such a low IQ response, man.
Mm-hmm.
If we just go really high and look at it and astral project.
I know, right? As if, one, that's not something people have already considered or have done, and like, like we're just sitting around waiting for some money to go up in the sky. Like it's not what we're waiting around to do. That wouldn't help you anyway, even if you did believe you lived on a globe. Going up away from the surface isn't going to help you see curvature, not anywhere you can achieve. Heretic, what's up, dude? Tell us about your time over there.
Experience. Yeah, I got timed out for posting the 24/7 link. Still on timeout. Looks like Miggy's stream is down. Did they get mad at him for streaming?
No, he said it's not allowed in the server to.
Oh yeah.
Whatever.
Gotcha.
So Miggy shut off voluntarily.
Oh, okay.
But it's stupid. Like that's a stupid rule because it's unenforceable.
Yeah, he could have just not told him, but Miggy's a good guy, so.
Yeah, because no one thought anybody would have a fucking stupid rule like that that's unenforceable.
Yeah. That's pretty common.
Yeah, shut it off.
Like the modern day debate server does that.
Yeah. I mean, they're trying to protect their brand, I guess, or something. I don't know. But a lot of those servers, they don't have like the level of experience with like Discord and shit that we have. Like, I just expect everybody to be recording all the time. I just expect that. Pretty much, if I'm on the internet talking, I just expect somebody's recording it. If it ain't the NSA or the FBI or the CIA, it's somebody. Somebody's recording that shit somewhere.
Yeah, if you're on the internet, you're out in public.
Yeah, that's how you have to consider it, that you're just like walking around in the city square or something.
They weren't the biggest NPCs. I was expecting them to be more triggered. I mean, they were pretty dumb, but they weren't super spirally.
Yeah, the guy with the IQ comment, that, like, I wanted to jump on him, but whatever.
Yeah, I did jump on him. I think I got some of the mods salty at me for some of those comments.
Oh well, they'll get over it.
Yeah.
They're young, they'll adjust.
Yeah.
I thought you guys did a great job. I mean, I was trying to juggle our live stream, the YouTube watch page, and that Discord, and you guys by far had the most, like the energy was there. So I was playing the audio into our live stream, so you should be able to go back and listen to some of it on Helio's stream later.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, Jedi are really killing it over there. I should offset some of the shit that John's going to say on the podcast.
He might not even talk about flat Earth.
Is it not done yet, or it's happening?
It's still running.
So have they got to flat Earth?
I'm not going to lie, I have not been listening to the whole thing because they've kind of been all over the place, and I've been listening to mostly Indio and the guys over in the Discord. So I did see Flat Earth Dude's chat. He donated $20 and plugged the Discord. Let me repost that. Shout out to Flat Earth Dude. I want to try to go back and see.
Oh, word, Flat Earth Dude, man.
Yeah, I want to go back and see if they read it out on the stream. I'm not sure if they were like, if they spoke it out. Because if they did, I'll clip it. We can play it in here from time to time. But shout out.
Yeah, that really wasn't the worst NPC server experience, to be honest.
They let us talk more than they usually do, in my experience.
Yeah, good point.
Back.
Yeah.
I'm
What's
back.
up,
Good job, guys.
I was able to drop.
More
Go ahead,
triggered at each other. We're talking over each other.
I went ahead and dropped the link to like 3 moderators, so hopefully that kind of put a bug in their ear and they can cross, server.
That's good because I tried.
Rocket Top moderator's not posting that link for sure.
Yeah, I tried to post it and I got timed out for it. That's why I left.
It seems like there's a moderator over there that's kind of salty. Doesn't like Flat Earth. I saw them deleting messages and stuff earlier. Before we even went over there, I searched some stuff in their search bar and did some perusing, and I noticed there was somebody deleting messages about Flat Earth. It seemed like so. There might be a salty moderator.
We do the opposite here. We record everything they say, and we encourage them to make their own videos from this live stream instead of saying you can't live stream from here. Or you can record anything you want, put it out on your channel. Just go ahead and link back to the Discord. We don't care.
We got Grain from that server who was asking me about the link here. He's in our chat right now. I just unmuted you, Grain. Hey, welcome to the server, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me kudos to y'all. Y'all don't mind me saying kudos to y'all for being very respectful and having a great debate, conversation, and server mic etiquette and all of that stuff. So, thank y'all and big props to y'all from the FNF Discord.
Yeah, man. I was really trying to reach out to see, because Fresh and Fit has a real good program now. It's picking up steam, and we got a couple of people that like that show. So there was a guy who's going to be on there, kind of like that's why we found out, because we heard about the Flat Earther who was going to be on your show, or that show, I would say. And it was just like brought to our attention. So we're like, oh, wait a minute, who's the guy going to do that? Because normally, anybody in Flat Earth, we usually know about them, like who they are. And this guy came up maybe a little bit like, who is he, kind of thing. So it was just curious, and we wanted to find out if he was going to be on that show or not.
Well, I heard that the show is happening. I can't remember exactly who the name was. If anybody y'all remember off top?
John Zarka, I think.
John Zarka or something like that.
Okay, yeah. So I don't know his work personally, but in terms of our Discord, we have high IQ conversations on many things. But it's just also server to come and hang out and be around men and share life experiences and level up and network and stuff. So the server is public. If anybody would like to join, as long as you're 18 and over, you're welcome.
And do you know the people on the show, Grain? Or like
you mean Myron and Fresh?
Yeah.
What about Mo or Chris?
I know Mo personally. I've spoken to Chris a couple of times, and I spoke to Fresh a couple of times. I've never had I never had the chance to speak to Myron, but yeah, and I speak to Mo all the time. I'm one of the moderators there, by the way. So yeah, I speak to Mo almost every day.
Okay.
Yeah, no, man. It's just like we've been hearing that CB's been dropping a lot of clips here from there, and like that show's pretty based and whatnot. Like, so it's legit. You know what I mean? Like, so
yeah, I've been watching them since they had like 1,000 subs.
If y'all don't mind, I'll post it in whatever channel y'all want. I posted the link for anybody that might want it.
Yeah, dude.
Whatever.
Yeah, DM it to me and I'll post it. And we have like a partner. I don't think it's called partners. It's called something. But I'll post it. I'll also put an announcement in our announcements and ping everyone.
Yeah, I got you, India.
Yeah.
Yeah, Green. The reason why I was asking, bro, is because like we'd like to get the best of Flat Earth, which is in here. We've curated a forum here, man, that's got intellectual people in this server that can actually articulate themselves way better than any Flat Earther that you would hear that's prolific. The ones who get a lot of people on their channel. We're like a grassroots movement here. So we kind of debate PhDs and like other people in the arena of like the academia and such. So we're able to hold our own against them because we've done it so many times. I personally have done it with many PhDs. So I know that the people that they lean to for the information about the Earth being a globe, those guys don't know anything, bro. Like they're bankrupt. They don't have the information that people think they do, which is interesting, right? Because I'm like, bro, you mean all this whole time that everybody's been thinking the Earth is a globe, these guys don't know? I'm like, damn. Like I want to tell everybody about this, but it's hard because it's like you gotta be gain a little fame and be a little bit more prolific, and people got to know your name, and just so that word gets out, But I think that working together with just like people like such as yourselves, like doing a little show like that, I mean, the word can get out, just people thinking about it, challenging themselves and such.
Well, there's a guy that's in our server that y'all would definitely want to have a conversation with. His name is Dorkhead. It's Dorkhead, spelled just like it sounds. He's a big flat earther, and I think this is the type of conversation he would actually truly enjoy.
He was in there in the beginning. He was in there.
Okay, cool. Did y'all get a chance to send him an invite to?
Nah, bro. No, we couldn't because like he deafened because he was gonna be, I guess, a part of the show or help the show in some way. But he deafened immediately when the show came on. So like, if you could just like hit them up with the link, bro, that'd be amazing. Yeah, for sure, man. Like, now we're just trying to get more eyeballs on this server, man, because like a lot of people don't know too much about what we do here, and we've curated this culture for a reason because we want to have an influx of as much people as possible because we got the team here to support that. So we just need now the eyeballs of people that want to take a look at this information. But I don't know. It's like the prolific flat earthers that are out there just misrepresenting stuff. You know, they're just saying things. They're like, oh, man, they're not representing flat Earth correctly. So it just pains us. You know what I mean? When we hear,
there's a lot of flat earthers that speculate, right? They just like they go off into like I don't want to say.
Just say it.
They just speculate, like they got their imaginations run away with them, right? Because they think they have to explain every possible thing, right? The same way, like, you know, if someone asks them, what's gravity? What's this? What's that? They think they have to have an explanation for everything, so they just start making stuff up. And we're not like that, right? We only talk about what we can prove. We don't talk about, like, what we can't prove. If we can't prove it, we'll just say we don't know.
Right, but some people
Can I just say, there's a lot of new people here. If you're new and you don't have a role, can you move up to VC check-in? I'll meet you up there.
I got you.
No, you're all right if you're talking.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's just the other people who don't have access to their mic.
So just to maybe give you like a little background on the server, this is the second iteration. We had another one that was kind of like hostile takeover, to put it lightly. I don't know what. Well, I'll go through it real quick. If the owner account is not active on a Discord for 30 days, anyone that can see the audit log can take over a server. So, did you know that, Green?
Yeah, we know it. I'm a moderator, remember?
I know. But you know, someone can take over the server without permission.
Well, there's steps to it. If you have a chain of command, it will go down to the highest person in that chain of command. I don't know if y'all have like a whole moderator system.
No, it's a Discord. It's a Discord policy. So Discord's policy is if the owner account, whoever is the owner of the server, does not type or text on the server for 30 days.
Yeah, I know.
Anybody that can see the audit log can email Discord and say, I want control of the server. And if the owner doesn't respond in 7 days, ownership is transferred to that person. Yeah, that's how we lost another server that had something like 37,000 people on it. That was like a few years ago. So now this server existed. In case you didn't notice, that's why it says Flat Earth Discord 2.0.
Yeah,
just giving you some background. So like we've been through, I think like 215,000 people have come through this server, and the old server probably that amount or more. So like we've been around a while on Discord since like 2018 or whatever.
That's awesome. So we have a general parlay, which is just our general chat. As long as you come in there and be respectful and, you know what I'm saying, use it to have conversations and stuff like that, that's what it's there for. So, you know, and it doesn't always have to be a flat earth conversation. It could be anything. It could be just a question you have or anything like that. You know, as long as you're respectful, you're all welcome there. And like I said, 18 and above, of course.
Yeah. Anyone here, like we deal with a lot of trolls, obviously, because of this topic. So
we do too.
Anyone that's a member here that goes over there, I'm sure will be absolutely respectful.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, if you're there, tag me in General Parlay, and I'll come and, you know, like verify you and all that, and let everybody know that you're good. Just tag me, let me know where you're from. So I'll personally myself do that for any of y'all.
All right, man. Thanks a lot. We appreciate that, man.
Yeah, no doubt, man. This is what it should be about: men coming together, having conversations, talking, getting to know each other. You know, I debate ideals and stuff like that, and making each other better. You know, we network, we do all type of things together in that server.
Yeah, and I was trying to keep this as a loop for you guys in case you needed the content, because like obviously Zerka might be a bit provocative for the content that you guys have in the show. And if some people wanted to follow up and say, man, you know what, do we know some flat earthers? And you'd be like, I know some people. You know, you could drop us a line, we can get something put together, we can get a little team going. And if you ever need, we could join in there and just tell you guys like the way it really is, instead of like these prolific flat earthers giving a bad name to flat Earth, bro. Like it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just like,
yeah, on facts. So how about this? Whenever I don't know if it's Wednesday or Friday, what day that stream is actually on, but I could set something up where y'all could come through, join heated debate or whatever, and open up the floor for conversations about the podcast and what was said and spoke on or whatever. And we'll moderate it. And, everybody could say their piece and be respectful and have discourse. Another person, Dev Lee, the one that was just here, he's a moderator as well. Y'all were talk. The people that were there were talking to him as well. So if y'all could get us away, he can speak or whatever. I can get him back in here if you want.
I think Miggy, he sent you a DM. Check your DMs. I did see that Dev mentioned that he sent you a message. So yeah, shout out to Dev. Shout out to Grain. I recognize you as well. I've been over in the Fresh and Fit after a couple panels after hours.
Yeah, you could just
Rain. Okay, Rain. Okay, cool. Yeah, nice to see you again.
Oh, you too. All there.
Yeah, by the way, we just want to give props to CB, who kind of mentioned Fresh and Fit and kind of put it to our minds about like what's going on there and how based you guys are and stuff. So it's like we wanted to kind of like say, you know what, we're speaking truth too. Everybody's trying to hand out some red pills, man. We're doing the same thing here, with this, but it's a difficult process, man. We got to help each other out in that whole situation, because there's a lot of people, they spreading misinformation, man. They're making this world harder for us to kind of like move forward in it. So I don't know. I think it's just like us helping each other out.
I mean, that's what we need to do as just human beings, period. Arguing and fighting and being divisive toward each other ain't going to get us nowhere as a society. You know what I'm saying? We need to come together and put all our issues to the side and unite and make the world a better place for everyone.
Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, we bro, man, we live streaming every day, 24/7, 7 days a week. So we always got like our stuff recorded, because usually when people come in here, we start asking them questions about like shape of the earth conversation and whatnot. And some people try to be a little weasel, and say, I didn't say that. And we got it all on record. So it's like we rewind the stream. We're like, nah, check it out. You did say that. And we play it and they're like, oh shit. Like you can't escape that, because once you say something, if it's recorded, it's like you said that, bro. Like you can't go back on that.
Yeah. Okay. So Dev is up in the VC check. So I told him to come back. So I guess whenever that is done, he'll be back. So, he's another. That's might be my best friend in the whole server. So yeah.
Nice. That's cool.
Very, very close. Yeah. That's my home for sure.
Yeah. In the meantime, I heard some contention about the broadcasting, so I would suggest that you private that one and send them a DM and ask permission before you open the link.
I can tell you right now, it has to be removed. Like we don't allow any recordings of our VCs at all. Period, or the server as well.
Well, that's expedient. There you go. There's the answer.
Yeah, that's why I can't moderate. Right?
Why is that? Why didn't you allow recordings?
Because we've had multiple people take conversations and put it on YouTube and Reddit and it. You know what I'm saying? Trying to make us look bad. Like, plus, everybody doesn't
Welcome to our life, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm at. Well, it's way worse for us. Trust me.
No, it's not.
Man, take a look at the Reddit one day. You'll really see. So the problem is that people come in and try to paint us to make us seem one way where we're actually not that way at all, right? We have people just dogging us to dog us. Like when you are against what the mainstream pushes, the mainstream wants to try to cancel you. Look at Andrew Tate.
Yep.
And Tristan. So and so many others. I mean, people get canceled on YouTube.
Look at Brian Mullen.
Yeah, facts.
He's a flat earther, right? Who was an engineer, and he used his engineering to do videos about some of the problems with the globe paradigm. And there was a guy who just basically couldn't stand it, who was a globe zealot, and he petitioned in writing and other official formats to the licensure board for engineering in that area to get him to be fired, harassed his workplace and everything, and ultimately forced him into I wouldn't say hiding, but it forced him into early retirement from the flat earth stuff.
Yeah, basically imitation tactics.
Well, Dev is here. Dev, you want to introduce yourself to the group? I'll be right back. I'm listening.
What's up, guys? I'm Dev Lead. I'm also one of the moderators from the Fresh and Fit Discord. I was just recently in the debate or the talk that you guys had with us. Quite enjoyed it. I'm also one of the OG people from Flat Earth back in the 2014 in the Facebook groups when Eric Tupé was popping up, when ODT TV was popping up, and I spent a couple of years at that community for a while, but then I kind of moved on and continued. But of course, I'm still subscribed to Eric and see his stuff on the regular.
Welcome.
Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, welcome. By the way, are you German? Just for reference.
Yeah, I'm born in Germany, but I have Middle Eastern parents. So if you ever see me on camera, I'm gonna look like an Assyrian warrior.
Okay, yeah, that's no problem for me.
That's good.
Yeah, because I'm German too, so.
Ah, cool. Freut mich, dich kennenzulernen.
Dich auch.
But yeah, that was a fantastic conversation we had over on that server, so I really appreciate you having us over there, Dev. And it's nice to make your acquaintance as well, my friend. Good to see you.
Thank you, brother. I was also like, as Rain was pointing out earlier, one of the biggest issues or things that you immediately get shut down if you even speak about any sort of arguments in terms of flat Earth, and it is one of the red pill topics before the red pill, became mainstream. You know what I mean? And Fresh or Fit is a red pill server, and we talk a lot about male-female dynamics and waking up a lot of other conspiracies and stuff. But when it comes to flat Earth, a lot of people in the server just get immediately triggered. They're like, no, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this. No way, this is not true. And so
Yeah,
I hold back a lot on that.
I think they muted me because I can't talk in the general.
Let me see. What's your name again?
It's okay on the server.
Yeah, it's bad if you get muted, okay?
If she got muted, she must have been talking over someone or something like that.
No, I was muted in the text chat.
You can't get muted in the text chat.
They can only handle us for so long.
No, we can't. We don't mute people in text chat. Like, we don't.
I don't have access to it. What, in general parlay?
Maybe she got timed out. 1 second, let me check.
Could have been some words you put in there, okay, that timed you out. The bot does that sometimes.
Yeah, you might have got hit by the bot.
Yeah, now you're free. Okay. You should be able to post. Check again.
Yeah, it probably was 1 minute.
She's trouble.
I have to put it out there that nobody in this server, the Fly Earthers, support this John Zerka guy on your podcast right now. He's a fucking retard.
Yeah, this is one of the main reasons that when CB brought this up and we figured out who this guy was and his bullet points for the flat Earth, I was really concerned because I don't want him speaking for me. He's a fucking idiot. Who is this guy? I mean, within the first 2 minutes of me watching him, he sounded like a complete dick. Coming to Christ, but sleeping with lots of women. Fuck off, you prat.
Is that the guy that's on the show now?
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I couldn't even watch that. I watched 5 minutes. I couldn't take it no more. Too much yelling and screaming and just talking about nothing.
He's a weirdo.
Wait,
it's toxic.
Wait, is he talking for the flat Earth or community or such right now?
No, he's the flat Earther, so.
No, well,
listen to what he's saying about it.
Let me give you a little background. There's a show called Modern Day Debates. He debated on it last week as a flat earther. There's evidence for the dome was rainbows or something. Nobody ever heard of the guy. I never heard he's a flat earther. No one even knows who the guy is. So.
Yeah, I mean, I've listened to him previously, and the first time he came the first time he came to the Flat Earthers, he was a glober. And now he's taking our side, and I don't know.
That Zerka. I think he's been on Nathan Oakley's. Let's see if he's been here. Hold on.
Yeah, Zerka. Is he a part of this server? Indio?
I couldn't find anything under this server, but maybe it's a different name.
Okay, maybe we are talking about a different guy than who calls himself Zerker.
Well, sometimes people, when they have a forum that wants to interview certain people, they can only interview the people that are available within their sphere of influence. It was one of the reasons why Mark Sargent took off so much, is because he was available. His phone number, his personal information, everything was out there, and he got a lot of the early interviews.
He debated Destiny. He's the one who debated Destiny about Flat Earth.
Oh, even Destiny, okay.
Okay, so he trashed Destiny a couple years back on Flat Earth, and he doesn't even know anything, so that's pretty crazy.
By the way,
word on the street is Destiny won't even debate Flat Earth anymore after that episode, but whatever.
Yep. But by the way, gentlemen, I'm going to put the live stream link in the live stream voice text. That way you guys can have it, and you can redirect people if you want to see our live stream is 24/7, so it's always on. You're always going to find some conversation, some debates happening. Something's always popping off there. We're always streaming this live stream. Always.
Cool.
In case you just want to hang out and listen.
Oh, Dorkhead in the house. What up, Dorkhead? He's one of our admins of the server.
Yeah, you have to get him unmuted and stuff. That'd be appreciated.
Yeah, I'm gonna do
He's
that.
one of the guys that you said was in the beginning of it, so I sent him the link for y'all.
Lots of people in the panel. It's like 52 people in it. Huge amount.
Quite a lot, yeah. By the way, from the Fresh and Fit broadcast, did anyone listen to this? To the end?
Yeah, I just listened to it.
I couldn't.
And what was the whole topic besides women and fucking and okay?
No, unfortunately, they didn't talk about Flat Earth
at all.
Amazing. He say unfortunately, maybe fortunately. At least he didn't utter that. Then.
Well, it could be either way, right? Fortunately or unfortunately.
Yeah, dodge the bullet, maybe.
Well, you know what they say about first impressions.
Oh yeah, exactly.
There's people that deal with eccentric flat earthers, and then they're like, you know what? I'm never dealing with flat Earth again.
Yeah.
That was my main concern. I don't know this guy from Adam, and when the bullet points came out, rainbows to prove a firmament. Oh fucking hell, what's he gonna say? So I'm glad that a lot from our server went over there. That was really good, guys. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Sure. Well, that's also a problem with emerging truth topics, is that they start to saturate new markets, and those markets are kind of novice in the whole experience, and then they just latch onto it, and then they have a zeal for it, but they don't have any capability for it.
I mean, you have to develop critical thinking and combining the dots that lie between them first before you make any statements about this, and make your own mind about this.
Me and
we got a
Dorkhead
lot
were
of new
talking about
people in
this
here.
a couple of weeks ago. That it would be great if Fresh and Fit of Marlon brings in Eric Dubay to talk about Flat Earth. That would be the bomb.
Nah, fuck it. We just have Indio. We don't need Eric Dubay. He makes claims that the horizon always rises to eyes level. That's 8 years out of date. I'd rather have Indio or Mayhem. Fuck it, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, Dev Lee, check this out, man. You got the brightest and the best intellects right here, bro. We churn out content on the daily. We challenge PhDs almost every week. We have we have confrontational, occurrences that happen all the time in a debate forum, and we know how to handle ourselves. So get a team of us.
Season 9.
Fucking season 9. Yeah, we do it right, man.
Yeah,
we do it right. We do it justice. So
the only problem though is that I have direct access to Myron and Fresh, So they're not really going to debate people that don't know. This is why, like with Zerka, even though kind of like in a weird, psycho, funny way, he can kind of plant the seed. That's why I did recommend Eric Debay to him. But I think that's for a future show. With the Zerka and Flat Earth, I think they're going to do an additional show because he's staying the week. But I've got to talk to him about it.
Well, I wouldn't recommend Eric Debay. I would do Dave Weiss. He has a better presentation. Plus, he's in Florida. He might be in Miami. I think he's from South Beach.
Yeah, as long as the guy's got some like media presence and he's got some kind of like, you know, I wouldn't say that like he can't come on if he's only got like 300 subscribers. I mean, they got to have somebody who's quite well known. If it's so, if you guys give me a name, I can push it across to Myron and Mike.
Dave Weiss is pretty well known, at least in Flat Earth. Even in like, he's well known. He has an app called the Flat Earth Clock. That I don't even know how many sold, but millions of freaking copies of that app.
You're on about DIRTH, aren't you?
Yeah. Deep inside the rabbit hole.
That's nice.
He also has a standing. He also has a standing reward for certain types of evidence that would prove the globe, and I think it's 4 Bitcoin.
Him or Nathan Oakley, one of the two.
Nathan Oakley don't have no 4 Bitcoin, bro.
Oh yeah, no. At least he's got a few subscribers to his channel, right?
Is that dude? Is that dude in Florida?
Which one, Dave Weiss?
Dave Weiss is in Florida. Yes.
So he would he come live on the show to do that?
Oh hell yeah!
I think he's in Connecticut.
He's been all over the place. He's been on radio, TV, like YouTube. He does presentations all the time.
Yeah. See, okay, I can put it to Myron, Dave Weiss, and Zerka, and then he can take over where the Zerka does, you know, falls flat a little bit. Flat, get it? Oh, anyway, doesn't matter.
I mean, Zerka's kind of like a comedian. He even admitted that, like he's a comedian. Dave Weiss is.
Yeah, David Weiss was just interviewed on Alex Jones' show.
Okay. When?
I know Alex. I used to work with Alex and David Icke.
I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, that interview was a shit show.
Well, I can say of my fair share with David Icke, he jumps from one to another and never sticks to one somehow. He has points, right? Definitely. I'm not avoiding that, but in the essence, he is a jumper, basically.
David Weiss is a presenter, though. He's not one to sit there and debate or go into deep into the the metrics or how to he'll talk a little bit how to test it yourself, but he just skims by it. Yeah, because he's just presenting. He's got a list of things, material.
Well, he debated Dave. Professor Dave has like millions of subs, dude. Mm-hmm. You know Professor Dave is? Dorkhead?
Is it? Well, from what I heard, he's not a professor. And number two,
we know he's not a. That's like his YouTube name. We know he's not a professor.
Yeah, he's like the globe tard. Is that what you guys call him?
That's about sums it up. He does like science educational videos. He has I guess he was like a teacher at a junior college or something, but he just debated a guy named James Tour, who is he's the most cited chemist in America, probably in the world. They just debated on origin of life.
I've seen him. The only debate I saw, because I only watched a clip of it, was when he debated the guy you were talking about, Dave Weiss, and then he was talking about the Earth going around the sun. So it's 66,000 miles an hour, 60,600 miles an hour. Because if you're in a car and you're driving along and you go 1 degree, you're not going to notice it. And I was like, yo.
Yeah, that's a category error. So on your guys' podcast,
it's radio velocity. Yeah.
On your guys' podcast, is it always aired through YouTube, live or no?
Yeah, it's live. Well, we have a live day show and we have a live after hours with the girls, but it's live on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Rumble.
Right. And on the YouTube platform, do you have you have the standard super chat system open?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, standard. Yeah, same on Rumble. Yeah.
Now, one more question: Do you guys have any mandatory reads? Like, $10 is a mandatory read or something like that?
The only advice I can give you is like when the show starts, super chat in straight away. So if you want to super chat in $1 or $2, they read those for the first little part of the show, and then they say from this point on we're only going to read $20 or $50 super chats. So what people do now, they know to get the super chats in really early when the show starts, and you'll get it read.
Or even before it starts, like right before it starts, if you send it in.
Yep.
Yeah, so if you, I can go to Myron myself. I got direct access to Myron, so I can go to Myron myself and say to Myron, "You need to have this guy on," because I've suggested loads of people. When he went to the UK, the people that he went to, those are the people I told him to go to, and he went to those people. So if I was to say, "Oh, Dave Weiss," if you guys actually were to super chat in like $2 or £3 in our money or whatever, and just say, "Oh, you guys need to get Dave Weiss on with Zerka to talk about flat Earth," he would do a whole episode on that.
Wait, can I play a clip? Someone donated on Monday $100 and said that. Here, I'll play the clip.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Here, we're at Massachusetts 617. He goes, "Please let Dave Weiss come on the show, the premier flat Earth debater, Dirt on YouTube. I'm a huge fan of you guys. Keep up the great work. He has a ton of great scientific.
Chris would love
Don't worry,
him.
we're gonna have John Zerko
on
Wednesday, so he'll talk about flat Earth.
Yeah, that's the thing, Myron. You got to understand, Myron and Fresh are globe guys, right? Chris is the only one who's flat Earth. I've got direct contact to all three of these guys. I can go straight to the producer, Chris, and say about Dave Weiss, and also I can pitch it to Myron about Dave Weiss and Zerka, because if you get them both on, and you got the wild Zerka, but also you got the figures and stats that Dave's going to bring, and undeniable facts that Myron's a fat guy, so if he goes, "Oh, blah blah blah," it's going to make Myron think, and also Fresh.
Well, I mean, like Dave, I don't think Myron or Fresh could actually debate the globe. Quite honestly, most people can't. Most people are just listen. We've had people with PhDs in physics. We just ask them some questions and they fall apart.
It's not.
We had a dude in here the other day. He has got a master's in astrophysics. Start asking him questions, he falls apart.
It's not that, Elijah, though. Listen, if I explain to you guys how I got into it, I got into it like 10 years ago. And then I heard about the Flat Earth Society, and then they'd be saying about, "Oh, it's a psyop." And as a truther, you're like, okay, maybe they're trying to mess with us, and it is a psyop. So I was on that lane until about a year ago, and I started researching it again. And then I was like, okay, what I originally thought was correct is correct. That's the process people go through. And because of like you've been indoctrinated from a child through school, this massive cognitive dissonance you have in your mind, you can't break it. It's so hard to break. So it's like it's even more religious than even normal mainstream religion. It's
controlling you.
Yeah, we know.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you got to get Miggy on there. You got to get Miggy on there.
Yeah, Mayhem, Miggy. Yep.
You ready for a road trip, Miggy?
See, this is what I meant earlier, and I appreciate that Fresh and Fit are having flat earthers on. It's what they say. It's just because ultimately we're going to get people that come in here and say, because I've seen Fresh and Fit, flat earthers say this. You prove the firmament by the rainbow. So I appreciate that any way that you can get people like Dave Weiss in. But like I said before, because I know these people like Mayhem, like Indio, AI, Elijah, and all of these people, that would be the message that I would want to get out to the people. If there's anybody listening, for example, I'd want them to hear the truth, not some shit. And you've already elucidated that, mate, when you first got into the flat earth 8 years ago, whatever it was, you got told it was a psyop. There's a lot of shit that goes on in the flat earth. Flat Earth is a highly trolled and ridiculed environment. So we're just kind of looking up for our own.
But here's what's going to happen no matter what, okay? Whether it's Funny Guy or Dave Weiss, Serious Guy speaking to the Mr. Fresh and Fit. Mr. Fresh and Fit are going to 100% make glaring contradictions and logical errors that the audience will see. And some of that audience will say, wait a minute, there's something to the fact that they can't answer these questions or address this properly. I need to research more. That's going to happen no matter what.
Let me say this. Well, just because they're on the show, right, doesn't mean they gotta have vast knowledge and argue points. It doesn't have to be a debate. It could be him just telling his side of it and them asking the questions and him, giving his
That's why,
philosophy on it, or or like his statistics.
That's why I recommended David Weiss, because
not
he's
always a
better at
debate.
that type of just back and forth, just talking. He's good at that. He's awesome at that, quite honestly.
Right, and that's the way the show mostly is. If you watch the daytime shows with the host, it's not really debating and stuff like that. It's more of, showing, like, letting that person show the world to themselves and stuff like that, and asking questions and having discourse. Right, it's not about arguing points and this and that. That's not their realm. They won't do that.
Well,
Hey,
Dorkhead.
Vice's
the
presentation is really good.
I got access to Sneeko as well. I'm one of his top admins on his server as well. So I have access to Zerka and Myron and Fresh and Sneeko.
Hey, Dorkhead, I got an idea for you.
That's important. Real quick. Here's the thing that is very important. What someone in here would be able to do, what must be done, what's necessary, that I don't think a Dave Weiss will get hung up on, is pointing out the logical fallacies that Myron may make. He said he's the facts guy, right? So clearly, I'm pretty sure, I'm 100% sure that he's going to use science in the wrong context. Unbeknownst to him, he's going to say, well, there's science, there's facts, there's this, there's that, and ultimately he's going to be talking about pseudoscience. And you can't have someone who's going to say, no, that's pseudoscience, and then offer pseudoscience right after that.
Elijah,
Like, people need to understand. Yeah, I do. So people need to understand the difference.
Tend to do that.
Say again?
Then you should know Myron typically doesn't do that.
Well, he hasn't been challenged good enough. I saw him challenge good one time, and yes, everyone has the point where their pride gets in the way and they start making mistakes. I've seen that in him.
Do you watch the daytime shows?
I don't watch it. I've seen clips, but
of course, obviously, yeah. See, this is what happens when people watch clips or whatever instead of watching.
No, it's not about that. I don't care if it's a 2-minute conversation, bro. What I'm saying is, in here, what I'm saying is, you're one of those people, aren't you? What I'm saying is,
he's cool.
There's a standard.
I meant that.
Yeah, but he talks too quick. He doesn't know what I'm saying. That's the thing. Already. So
Oh my goodness, dude. Anyway, now that the confrontation is out of the way, Dave Weiss is the man. Okay, you can take that on my recommendation, and I clearly know what I'm talking about because I said so.
Clearly.
Yeah, Dave Weiss sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, I can pass that along to Myron, and I'll also pass it to Sneeko as well. The only thing is, see, the reason why I said to add Zerka on, and if they could do it this week, I could pass it on now and pass it on to them, see if they could do a show like that. That's the only way I'm thinking is feasible of doing it. And as for Myron, in the daytime shows, when they have guests on, Myron kind of like lets the guests speak. If he has some contention with some points, he'll ask them to clarify. And, can you prove this? And obviously you have the guy, Dave Weiss, on. He's going, yeah, of course, Myron, no problem. Blah, blah, blah. They're very, very respectful. They don't clown or downplay guests like that.
Yeah. I'm just saying, for the conversational style, Dave Weiss is probably the best. And as far as Sneeko goes, you gotta hook me up with him, because I heard him debate Destiny on 9/11, and he sucks. He needs a couple pointers. that was
hey, Dorkhead, Michael Sartain, who who's been on Fresh and Fit a couple times. He basically he recently issued like a full-on flat earthers. He said he basically challenged all flat earthers because his knowledge was so great on the subject. So there's an idea as well.
Michael Sartain has a PhD in physics, by the way.
That guy, he debated David Weiss, didn't he? That went for like 3.5 hours. That was retarded.
Is this David's? Is this David
yeah,
Sartain?
No, Michael Sartain. Sartain.
Michael Simpson.
Mike Sartain. Yeah, Mike
Simpson.
Rolo's boy.
Listen,
they know
for when that dude tries to make a point, and this is his point, he goes, "I'm so sure as this, as I'm so sure as gravity holding," and I'm like, "What?" Have you ever seen when he's trying to make a point? He says he relates it to gravity.
Yeah, we've.
I love it. I love it, dude.
I don't want to get into it, man. He says some pretty dumb things for someone that's supposed to be smart.
Yeah. Well,
gravity. A lot of people say that because it's part of the active brainwashing that's being done by NASA in terms of movies, talk shows, and all of that. They keep using the term gravity as a reference for something that could never be denied and something that is 100% factual. They do that on purpose.
I've got it.
Yeah, that was his debunk. I only watched a 4-minute video of Sartain, but that was his flat Earth debunk. He said, "Oh, I know all the stats. I know when it took off. 2015, it took off. I'm ex-intelligence, and it was because of basically he intimated it was Russian and Chinese counterintelligence, and Americans are so dumb at science is the reason why flat Earth has taken off because it's
intelligence. All right, he's got that right. Ex-intelligence.
Yeah,
I just got the pitch. I just got the pitch from Aaron. I just got it. Let me tell you guys. Right, so I'm going to hit him up with David Weiss, see if he do it with Dave Weiss and Zerka. Then I'll tell him about Sartain, that he's very against flat Earth and he's had debates before for hours. How about Zerka, that dude you're on about, DRTH, versus Mike Sartain and Rollo?
Yeah, remember, Mike Sartain is in Miami right now.
Just saying. I just saw that Sartain clip the other day. I don't know how long ago that he issued that warning for flat earthers, but it's only 4 minutes long.
It'll be perpetual anyway. Guys like that have a chip on their shoulder.
Would it make a great debate, though?
Yeah, especially it sounded like he was pretty new to the subject, and he claimed that he already knew all the arguments. So I found that a little funny.
It's a pitch I can make. I could say tomorrow, flat Earth is very like a hot thing at the moment, hot topic. Sneako's saying about it, Zerko's saying about it. How about you get the top guy in the field, Dave Weiss, come on with Zerka. You have your daytime show, and I've heard through the great line that Sartain is on the other side of the Sophia. Get it, of Sphere anyway. But anyway, so he's on the other side. He's on the other side, right? So why can't you after that show you can have a set up a debate between those guys and like it'll be a good show.
That'd be hot.
You guys know that Dave Weiss already debated Michael Sartain a while back.
Yeah, I just said that before.
Oh, okay.
I missed it. Yeah, I played it the other night. That's what I was saying. It went for 3.5 hours.
Yeah, but
I didn't know that.
This audience, what you're in, is a new audience hearing this. You're gonna have like it's gonna be like a 90-10 division until they hear the debate and then they make their own minds up.
That is it Michael Sartain or whatever his name is? He claimed he knew everything.
Well, just because somebody claims something don't mean they do.
Personally, what do you do? Like all his arguments were. So Timbo, all his arguments were from personal anecdote. Was it like that?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, exactly.
God. Like I know I've been to the moon. I checked out the lunar rover myself. So just trust me, bro.
Yeah, because he flew planes in the military. He knows everything about space travel.
My favorite one is I saw the rover from a backyard telescope with my dad.
Oh, someone said it yesterday.
What the heck?
Yeah, they said, we can see all the artifacts on the moon.
Yeah, there's people. These globers make such outlandish claims because they think that everything proves the globe. So no matter what they say, it's automatically going to come to fruition. And as soon as they're put to scrutiny, they fall apart like crumbled paper bags.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to point out. Like as soon as they're pressed. They have globers that have never interacted, at least with people on this server, They have an idea in their head that they're going to just like come in here and it's going to be like Bruce Lee against like 10 extras. And it don't go that way. It goes quite the opposite when like there's 10 Bruce Lees beating on him and they're the extra. And they fall apart. They literally just fall apart. It's kind of funny. We laugh about it all the time. I mean, you guys you just got here. You guys don't know, but we've been doing this quite a while, and it's like a routine. They come in, they have like some gotcha proof. They come in, they rattle, we destroy it. Then they start talking about us, yell at us, do all sorts of stuff. All you flat earthers are retarded. Then they rage quit, and this happens over and over and over and over again.
Right. Please understand. We know this. We deal with this damn near every day.
Yeah, you probably do
I'm
the same.
24 years old, so I've been dealing with this for a long, long time.
Yeah.
So yeah, people come in trying to make a statement or a claim or whatever. We destroy it. They start having them attacking us or whatever because they can't win the debate. They taking the L, but they can't handle it. They get all in their feelings, all emotional. Yeah, we know exactly what it is.
Yeah. It's cool. I'm just glad somebody else understands like the shit we go through because it's like I just tell them, man, you should have came with a plan B. Like when plan A didn't work, you should have had a plan B. Like you shouldn't have put all your eggs in that basket.
The conversation might be different, but it's still the same outcome and same problem.
Yeah, it's a problem with people's thinking, right? Most people don't think logically. They don't even know how to think logically. They don't know how to analyze information. They don't know like anything. Like so, when they come in with like a bunch of logical fallacies or their feelings, right? I just think it should be this way because it is. You know, like when that's shot down, they don't have anywhere else to go.
You know what it is that like a lot of people like come from Destiny server or Sneako's old server or other servers, right? And they think that because that shit can fly and get and pass the smell test over there, that shit's gonna fly over here. No, we're way smarter, way more educated, and high IQ individuals. Please, we do this. We've been doing this for a long time. So when there's somebody that comes in with some bullshit like that, there's somebody in our server that could usually rip them apart.
Yeah. Good. Yeah.
Thank you, Rain. Thank you for the compliment.
To speak.
Oh, you're welcome, you asshole.
So wait a second, Grain. Where do you actually sit on the?
Can I ask this real quick?
Yeah,
sorry.
Okay. I'll answer that.
I'm just curious. Where do you sit? You believe in the globe?
I believe in the globe. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
I just curious. We don't have to get into that right now.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, my question was: has anybody got contact details for David Wise so I can pass them on?
No,
somebody called Helio just posted it. I don't know what that if that's it.
Yeah, that should be it. I can DM that to you if you need it. But yeah, that should be what you're looking for. Someone's going to see if he can join the panel. That'd be cool if we can get.
What about Matt Sargent?
Have you got a number or anything?
Or Instagram or something where he could be DM'd directly.
Yeah, like
I think all his contact details are on his YouTube channel.
Yeah,
I'll see if I can take up some extra links for you.
Yeah, like if you go in his about, he might have contact information in that, like on his channel.
You know what you could do? If y'all do find anything, DM me, Dev, or Dorkhead, and we'll get the information to the proper people. So
I hear somebody say to contact Mark Sargent also.
Dorkhead can do that.
No, don't contact Mark Sargent.
Yeah, I thought I heard.
No. I can pitch the idea of having David Weiss with Zerka on because it's like a hot topic at the moment. But like if Zerka's going to go back by the time they can arrange for him to come on the show, then they try and get Dave by himself. But I also mentioned he's had a debate with Sartain. It'll be good figures, it'd be a hot topic on the show, it'd be a great debate. And I think if I pitch that to Myron, it's gonna small content for the show. So I think he's gonna go for it. But like I said, I can't guarantee it. But like I have direct access to him and Sneeko, so I can pass it to them.
It's a high likelihood.
Look, if you have Dave on there, not only are you going to get like flat earthers watching it, you're going to get like we have kind of like a little, I don't know, we call them the anti-flat earthers. It's like a little, people on YouTube that can't stand flat earth. They follow us around. They're on Twitter. They have another Discord. They're all psychos. They'll be all watching it too, and that's thousands of people on top of that. You know what I mean?
Our own community
because they hate everything flat Earth. They follow around any of the so-called famous flat earthers. They'll go just to troll that person or just to talk shit about them.
Yeah, they'll super chat away their life savings to ask shit questions.
Hey, I just want to let me
say, Will. Oh my god.
Hey, let me come in here real quick because we got he's in the chat right now in the live stream voice text, or excuse me, the YouTube live stream. So you can just talk to him right now. Yeah, he's in it right now.
Who is Dave Weiss?
Yeah, Dave Weiss, Dearth.
He's listening on YouTube. Just for those who catch that.
Tell him to join VC. He's got an account.
Is Dave on your Discord?
He was at one time. I don't know if he is anymore.
No, he's still here. I just pinged him in text.
Yeah, Dave, if you can hear us, man, come on in here.
I mean, you guys don't have to chat and hear about it if you want to arrange whatever you're going to arrange.
Yeah, but I mean, you can just pop into another room or whatever. But yeah.
At least bring the topic up.
Or they can do a private call.
Oh, he can't go on Discord right now, but yeah. So the guys from Fresh and Fit are here. That actually some of the team members from them. So.
Oh, great.
Okay, you can speak to him if you can't hear him. I think he can hear you right now, okay? So if you want to speak.
Yeah. Okay. I work directly with Myron, Fresh, Chris, and Mo, and also I work directly with Sneeko. So Sneeko's connected to Zerka, obviously. So I'm going to pitch this to Myron to have you on the show. You singular, or you and Zerka. It all depends where if he's going to, with obviously your schedules. See what Myron says. If he goes for it, cool. Hopefully after that, they can do an additional show with obviously you and Zerka against Sartain and whoever he wants to pick, which will probably be a massive debate. And I think Myron will go for it. He'll do a lot of figures.
Hey guys. Yeah, Dave's saying he can't join right now, but he is in the YouTube chat.
Copy that.
But the you should be able to contact him through that contact page from the flatearthdiscord.com that I shared. Am I right about that, Dave?
Yeah, all I need is like a direct DM access or a phone number that I can pass straight to the producer, to Chris. Because trust me, Chris is a flat earther. If I discuss this with Chris as well, Chris is going to be in Myron's ear and be like, yeah, Myron should have him on, blah, blah, blah. He's the guy, got his details, here's his number, DM him, let's arrange this.
Yeah, he was asking a question. I don't know if you guys can answer it, Dork. He said, are they anti-flat earthers or are they just FE ignorant? You might want to just...
Just say they're normies.
I think it's neutral.
That's the question that Dave was asking. So.
FE ignorant, I would have thought.
Yeah, I would say
the producer is FE, right? So, and I think during the day show, Dave would be able to make a presentation. They do give the guys room to make their presentation, just like they did with 7-Eleven recently with someone, Brian Dawson or whoever.
Yeah, it won't be a debate. It will be a conversation.
Yeah, they're not going to push back. Yeah.
Right. So you'll be able to talk your points, state whatever you need to, stats and stuff like that. And Myron will most likely just ask you questions, for you to just just speak and, add more to the context of the question.
Yeah, so Dave Weiss, who's listening, just let us know which method you want us to give to these guys for direct communication to take place between you and their show, and any middleman and us over talking and saying the same thing 5 times on repeat.
Right. I was just trying to find the email address that he wants us. I know there's a contact page on the flatearthpodcast.com. I'm pretty sure it goes to the same email he could post here or whatever.
It's not that though. It's like when they do stuff like this, they want like a direct access when they can like DM and have talk to him or on the phone. Like I said, Chris, who's the producer of the show, he's a flat earther. It's Myron and Fresh who don't know all the things about it. So I'm going to directly pitch it to Myron and Chris is going to be in Myron's ear. Hopefully they can arrange this, get it going, because it's a hot topic at the moment. And hopefully Zerka, I don't think Zerka's going to mention it in the after hours. So we need an additional separate show to talk about this.
I'm sure if you contact him through email, he'll be able to get whether you want to do it on Skype or anything like that, any other platform. he could probably. I don't know.
Tell him, just let him, well, he can hear me, right? So whatever is most convenient for you, it could be email or whatever. And the Doghead is a senior admin in our server. He has direct contact, so you can get with him and give him they can give you his information, and vice versa, and then y'all can link up and then go from there.
I'll tell you a little secret. Chris, who's the producer, has always wanted to have this on the show.
Facts.
Let's go.
Hey, you should invite Chris over here, man. Just say, man, some Discord you need to go check out, man. We'd love to have him.
Chris loves Flat Earth. Absolutely loves it.
Yeah.
They all think he's crazy. If you ever heard Chris say about it, they make a joke. Oh, Chris is a flat earther. And Chris would be like, blah, blah, blah. Then you get some of the moderation team. It's like 99%, 1%. I think there's 2 of us who believe in flat earth, and the rest of them, well, it's not a belief actually, but yeah, anyway.
We know. Yeah.
Facts.
Them's fighting words around here.
Also, we have another one, Zochi. When we were talking the other day, me and Dorkhead, we were talking to Zochi, and he was open-minded, and he was actually listening to the arguments and saying, yeah, that makes sense, that they cannot measure the curvature and all of that. So Zochi is very open-minded.
What does Sneeko? What does Sneeko say about flat Earth?
I don't know.
It's the email address if you want to contact Dave.
Hey, Levelist, I put that video in the voice text. I think it's worth watching, man.
I'll check it out. Thank you. I saw that.
Yeah, it's on the DITRH YouTube page on his About tab. That's info at theflatearthpodcast.com. Is that the right one, Dave?
Yeah, he said the forum is limited. My email is on my YouTube channel. That's what he said.
Yeah. Info at theflatearthpodcast.com. Yeah,
I'm going to send that now.
Yeah, okay, cool. Go for it. Continue.
Sweet, man. That was a close one, dude. I almost had to nuke Texas.
See, this is what happens when men and women like-minded come together. You can network, you can get things done, have great conversations. This is things we promote in our Discord.
Yeah, it's just difficult, man. In this day and age, just like having conversations like the ones we have, like you guys with Fresh and Fit, and like what we have over here 24/7. Like, it's really hard to have these conversations on a just a regular conversation. It becomes very provocative. Like people are just, it's the nature of the beast, man. It's going to become a debate at some point, right? Like there's going to be challenges that people have on it. It's like kind of hard to keep it like where it's just all civil, but we try. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's just we try to do it as best we can. But always when you speak about things that deal with the truth, it's going to wind up being somebody's going to be upset about it. And,
Well, we have moderation for a reason, right? We can, we rather people moderate themselves, but if they're just taking it too far, then we'll step in. Like, we don't have an issue with that.
Brother, our history of our ban list is bigger than the majority of servers out there.
Well, I believe it.
Oh, man, it's bad.
Y'all must deal with all type of fuck shit.
Oh, my.
Dude, we got this one guy, he came back like almost 800 times on alt accounts because he just couldn't accept the fact that we didn't want him around. Psycho, dude.
Damn.
Yeah.
Like a globe religious zealot, not just the Earth's a globe, but like religious fervor. Like I must persecute the heretics.
Yeah. Like, hell, the rest type shit.
So Dave writes, connect with the producer and we'll get this scheduled. So yeah, he's on board, brother. You got the email, you sent the email, it's all going to come to fruition.
Just a tip in terms of moderation, there is a Discord bot that you can add called the Wick bot, and you can set it up so that it kicks members that make a new Discord account and join your server in the last, let's say, 3 days or 7 days or whatever. So this usually deals or handles the problem of you banning somebody, and then they go and immediately create a new account to join the server again. It's going to automatically get handled, basically.
That only works if they're not using a VPN.
No, it's limiting. It's not limiting the IP. It's limiting the age of the account. So let's say you ban somebody who had an account that is 10 months old, and then they go like, "Fuck this guy, he banned me. I'm gonna go make a new Discord account right now and join it again." But you set up the bot to say, unless the account is 1 month old, they cannot join my server. So the bot will recognize their new account and go like, "Nope, you're too young of an account. I'm gonna kick you out now."
Yeah, I don't think that would really work here because, a lot of people that are genuine make like a pseudo, an anonymous account to join here.
Well, you can make it 1 or 2 days. It doesn't have to be super lengthy, right?
Yeah.
Oh, they just make it on the spot and immediately join. So it's 2 seconds old. You know what I mean?
Or they're listening on the YouTube live stream and they want to join the moment they hear it. Like, oh, what's this? Let me join right now. And it's like, oh, I can't. But
well, remember, it only works for the length of the account. So it's from when they actually made it. It's not when they tried to join your server. So most people have a Discord account already, right?
Yeah.
That would be trying to get into the Discord server, so it wouldn't affect them. It's for brand new accounts.
That's a good point.
I did the data calculations on our server when I was looking into this, and basically 99% of the people who join us newly already have accounts that are older than 1 week old. So this is why if you set it up, let's say it would be similar in your server, and you set it up to 6 days or 7 days, then it should be fine in terms of only eliminating the people who basically got banned. But the genuine people who just want to join and enjoy the server, they're gonna usually have 99% of the time a Discord account that is older than 7 days.
Can you unban me over there?
Wait, what's the name?
Ban you where?
I'm banned on Fresh and Fit Discord.
That's funny.
So
what's your name?
I was at Levelist. I was in there and somebody posted a pic of Xena's OnlyFans, and I didn't even recognize it was her. And I thought it was hilarious, so I made fun of it at first, and then like nobody did anything. So then I tagged her to like have her delete it, and I ended up getting banned for tagging her to clean up her own stuff.
Well, you just tag a moderator. She couldn't have did that anyway.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happened. So you can look it up. It happened like 2-3 months ago.
We ain't saying that's not what happened. I'm just saying, like in a circumstance like that, she couldn't delete that if she wanted to. You need a moderator or a server helper or admin or whatever to delete that.
You're not banned, dude. I just checked.
No? Someone dropped a link.
I don't see any name Levelist in the ban list.
Let me check his Discord ID, his unique Discord ID.
Is it just me or is Levelist coming in really hot right now?
Yeah, very.
It could be. My bad.
As usual.
Thank you.
No, he is banned. He's under the name Levelist.
Fair enough. Speaking of
Level.
Hang on. Type this in the search. I'll post it in this chat.
Trust Levelist to be banned over there.
I use the same microphone as Fresh and Fit. So
yeah, speaking of Levelist, the Earth is allegedly 70% water. Water is flat and level. Therefore, the Earth is flat. For all you people who joined or listening because of the recent hullabaloo that's going on, there you go. There's the answer. So you came here. It's a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Water's flat 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And the Earth is 70% water. Do the math.
You're on band, dude.
Thank you, fellas. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Yep, since there's no rebuttal, my claim stands as truth. There you go. Problem solved.
I've just sent Dave's email info and I've put it to Chris now. But obviously they're getting ready for the show, so he's come up on his thing. I've directly contacted him, but he's busy at the moment, so I'm not going to get an answer till probably tomorrow.
Yeah, you're gonna get a lot of people that are wanting to know questions and stuff like that, man. So it's we're always here to take any questions. If anybody if you just say, yeah, just go holler at them dudes over there. If you ever want to just plug us or whatever, you can really do that, man. If anybody has any questions that they want to ask about more, you know what I mean? Just
I've seen Dave do interviews with like a channel with 100 subscribers. You know, it's just like if he finds the time, he'll give you the time.
And that's vice versa. Yeah, I find some people that are just cool individuals and on the level or whatever. Send them over our way.
Well, that's what I was mentioning before, Grain, that CB was mentioning you guys like what you do over there and stuff. So he put a bug in our ear. So he started playing some clips and we're like, hey, these guys they sound legit, So it's like now we want to know what they're about. And then I heard they got Zerka on there, and then that's weird, man.
Yeah, we deal with Globers in here that sound a lot like those crazy gals that you guys interview.
So Dave's in Florida as well, correct?
No, he's in Connecticut.
Oh well, Marin's home state.
Yeah, he's in Connecticut.
I remember, funnily enough, back in the day in 2014, it was a time on YouTube, in online communities, and also in real life when you would bring up the topic of flat Earth and I would present like arguments to people, and they would be much, much open-minded because they have not had any sort of huge cognitive dissonance yet, and they were like, "Oh, this is interesting. Let me look into it." Like this was 7 replies that I got if I talked to 10 people. But then in 2015, at the end, NASA put themselves into overdrive and started a huge, massive marketing campaign, paying YouTubers, making merchandise and all of that to make the flat Earth topic as funny or as ridiculous as possible in the eyes of the mainstream. And then basically everybody had this initial reaction or the initial brainwashed reaction of, as soon as they heard the name Flat Earth, they go like, "Oh no, you're crazy, fuck this shit, I'm not gonna listen." So this is sadly has turned into this right now for the majority.
Checking out the live stream right now. We have 50 of us in the panel right now. Yes.
Anyway,
Sorry, go ahead.
I got a question for the Fresh and Fit guys. Have you guys done a collab with Just Pearly things in the past?
Not since I know her and she had her YouTube stream. Before she was Just Pearly, she was on the show before.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we have a guy. He's a really veteran member in here who's actually over where she is. I don't know if she's moved back to the States yet. I don't think so. We're trying to get him to get onto her show from the angle of the social dynamic and then talk about it. Some subtle segues of flat Earth. A lot of the guys, especially in here, are into that type of, I know, for lack of a better term, red pill content or whatever.
That's the proper term.
Yeah.
I mean, what RP teaches is just nothing more, nothing less. The sexual dynamics between men and women, and why we both are the way we are and do things the way we do it, and so that when you're dealing with the opposite sex, you're not mad and frustrated, right? You're not raging at the world because things ain't going your way with women. Like, we don't blame women for being women. We want men to understand how women really are, so when they're dealing with them, they know how to deal with them better.
Yeah, the best way to deal with most women is to avoid them.
Unless they're a flat earther, then they're going to be all right.
I was going to say, we're not.
Oh, who just said that? There's plenty of flat Earth women that are horrendous, bro. Plenty.
Oh yeah.
Well, that was flat too.
Yeah.
There's a few new people in the chat. Do we want to talk to them, or we're gonna?
No,
I'll talk to them right now, bros that just joined. The Earth is covered by 70% water. Water's flat. Therefore, do I really need to finish that sentence?
Nope.
Hey, I'm going to... Joe Biden's teeth. Do you have control of your mic? You want to tell us where we live? Joe Biden's teeth. Open up your mic.
That's a great name, Joe Biden's teeth.
I don't think he's got... I think he's got Joe Biden's teeth, but no voice box.
What if he's got Joe Biden's
He's not able... He doesn't have the role that allows him to speak, I believe.
No, I just opened his mic, but...
Just as long as he doesn't have Joe Biden's nose, we're good.
I'm going to put it back on mute then.
Oh yeah, all new people. We also have a podcast on iTunes and Spotify. In case anybody wants to know, they're like debates we've already had. Like one of the people were a guy named Mick West. In case any of y'all know who that is, he's a professional science communicator, conspiracy theory debunker, and he's been on Joe Rogan and a bunch of other places. We tore him a new one. That was quite fun.
Nice.
Yeah, have you ever heard of him, Mick West?
No, not particularly, but I know the type. I know the I'm a science YouTuber guy, and who mixes in fact with fiction to appear smart while wearing glasses so I can look like a nerd. I know the type.
Yeah. There's another guy like him called Michael Shermer as well. Does exactly the same thing.
My God, Michael Shermer's the worst.
He's worse than Mick West.
Yeah, he's horrible. He has a magazine, the most unskeptical magazine. It's called Skeptic.
Wow.
Yeah, Skeptic magazine. Yeah, he's the most unskeptical person I've ever seen in my life. He's a renowned atheist too.
We have a severe problem with those.
Oh, go ahead, AI.
No, just saying like the idea of the skepticism that they bring. So we'll offer them an observation or a test that supersedes the globe geometry by orders of magnitude, and their comeback will be, well, you don't know every factor ad infinitum. You don't know the path of light from point A to point B in total, right? And then they'll have an observation, and you ask them for the same stuff, and they'll be like, I don't need to provide that. It's like, dude, how come you're only skeptical of the flat Earth in the ways in which you're skeptical of things?
Can I ask you guys a question real quick?
Sneaker's gonna be on the show since the first time. They had that debate, Dorkhead and Dev, so this is probably gonna be interesting.
No, it's not that. We had a guy in chat. I can't remember the name of the guy. He was in our YouTube chat, and he was going back and forth on me on the flat Earth. And he said something I found interesting, and I don't know whether this is a complete lie, but I wonder whether you guys have come across this thing where they say, well, I've got a telescope and I've looked at, I don't know what planet he said. Because I looked at this certain planet and it was rotating. I mean, what can you say to that? I mean, unless you're calling him a liar, but...
Well, we can all look through telescopes and we can see things in the sky, quote unquote, rotate. But that doesn't prove anything about the shape of the Earth.
I mean, my answer to that is kind of a logical answer where I said, well, we don't really know what those are because we've never been to space anyway. So what you're saying is it's just a theory, just like gravity.
And what they mean by rotating as well is...
Go ahead, bro.
What they mean by rotating is that they see a dot cross past the surface of what they're looking at. Yeah, so they say, okay, that dot is fixed, so it's moving from left to right. Therefore, this thing that I'm looking at is rotating. Kind of, there's a lot of assumptions in there.
Yeah, well, at the same time, see, one of the things that I focus on in here are logical fallacies, and at that point, we haven't addressed the main premise, the premise being a medium, or lack thereof, the infinitely expanding at the speed of light vacuum adjacent to air pressure, That could be our pressure. Jupiter is just a ball of gas itself. The sun, all of these things. So when we start talking about what we see, and they're like, well, we say it's this, and we have the consensus. Well, that's not really evidence. And one of the major things that I can say right now, that you guys can take to the bank, is no globe proof is going to come without the form of a begging the question. Not one.
The only contention I've ever had with flat Earth, that's like I said, I thought it was a psyop way back, and I have to change my mind again. I have to research more. I bought a camera, and the camera had like I can't remember what camera it was. It came out, it had like a massive zoom on it, and I used to use it to go look at the moon. See, because it could zoom right into the moon surface. So but the moon to me looked like kind of like a globe. But you can't tell, can you? Because you can't see both sides. But that's the only thing that kind of maybe thought, oh, maybe it is a psyop.
But again,
well, I mean, it.
Go on, India.
Do you want me to say? Oh, yeah. So, consider the statement: the planet's around, moon's around, therefore the Earth is round. So that statement is a non sequitur logical fallacy, because we tell things are the same by noticing things that are similar, right? Right? We know mammals are the same. We've come up with a categorization of, mammals do this, therefore this does that does that, so they're both mammals. When we look at the Earth and then we look at, the planets or the moons in the sky, we don't observe anything that's similar. There's nothing on the moon that looks like things on Earth. There's nothing on a so-called planet that looks like anything on Earth. There's no logical reason to think they'd be the same thing. It's like me making this statement. I see trees, therefore I'm a tree. Well, how do I know I'm not a tree? Because I can look at my body and I can see I don't have leaves and bark, right? So if we look at these planets or the moon and then we look around the Earth, there's nothing similar about here and there. So it's just completely illogical to conclude that they're the same thing. Someone a long time ago conjectured it, and it sounded good to a bunch of people, and they all just agreed on it.
Yeah, the phenomenon of the sky is free to be as it is. It's got no relation to the Earth.
An example I used to give is just because the pool table has round balls, if the balls are round, doesn't mean the table itself has to be round.
Exactly. Yeah. Same idea.
But it comes from Glober's minds that they think through NASA imagery and footage that they've observed the Earth in its entirety as a spherical object. And then they look at the things in the sky and they see, oh, okay, well, that's spherical too, and we're spherical. So we're in the same category. But when you realize, no, nobody's actually laid eyes on the entirety of the Earth and what shape it might be, what nature it might be. We're not in the same category as the things in the sky. They are what they are. We're yet to actually figure out what the Earth is. But we know the surface is level. It's measured. So it's not a ball.
We have a Flat Earth Dave in here. Is that Dave Weiss? Did he come in here?
Dave Weiss is DIT or H or whatever.
Yeah, I know maybe he lost his account and he came in, because this is a brand new account. It was just created.
No, he just told me he thinks he's in the Discord. Dave, you are in the Discord.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to unmute him. Dave.
It's me.
Hey, what's up, Dave? We can hear you now.
What's going on? So these guys, what's that? Thanks. Yeah, I hate Discord. Sorry, no offense to anybody, but
yeah, I know you've been here before. You hated it then.
Figure out how to get on here. Thank you. Yeah, I still hate it. But it's pretty cool if I could figure out how to do it. Maybe I'm just stupid.
No, you're not. It took Nathan Oakley 6 months to get on Discord. So he had it and he couldn't get the audio to work for 6 months.
So these guys, do they do mostly in studio podcasts?
I believe so. Well, I'll let these guys speak for him. So we got the two, like the guy, one of the producers here. He's still here.
Well, I would say most of the broadcasts are live in studio. They have done interviews like they did the interview with that guy on 9/11, and he's in Japan, I think. So they do interviews across Skype and Discord and stuff. So there's possibilities of that.
I mean, I have no problem doing it in studio. It's just I would need to hook up to their, be able to share images and stuff because, I can do audio only podcasts or in-person podcasts without visuals, but you guys all know how important the visuals are on many things like sunsets and perspective and all sorts of stuff. So that's all I'm thinking.
Yeah, Dave, usually what happens is when they have a guest in, like a lot of people watch the after hours show with the girls. What they don't realize, they have daytime shows. And when they have a guest on, especially talking about a controversial subject or anything that they're talking about, the person's a guest. So it's not a debate. Basically, you're saying stuff. You can bring all your images, give them to Chris, the producer. He'll put them on the computer and you can say, Chris, bring up image one. They'll bring image one and you can talk about it. I mean, they'll set it all up that way. I've pitched it to Chris now. The only thing is, like I was saying to the guys here, with Chris, if they could have like a direct contact, like a DM, a phone number, stuff. If I can pass that to Chris, like I said, this is not a yes.
All I'm pitching it to email me.
Yeah, I've got the email.
If he just emails me and says, "Hey, Chris, the producer, so and so," and gives me his phone number or whatever, let's set up a time. I'll Zoom call together real quick and we can have a 10, 15-minute call, whatever it takes to work out all the details. It's super simple. But that email goes direct to me. Work it out. It's better than the phone number because the phone number is going to go straight to my voicemail. The email, I'll get it within, a period of time.
Yeah, I've given your email. The guys on here graciously gave me email and stuff. So I've sent it to Chris. I've pitched. Obviously, they're getting arranged for a show right now. I have direct connection to Sneeko as well, which is obviously to Zerka. Like he's been on, they haven't had time to talk about it now. I don't think they're going to talk about Flat Earth now on the after hours. He might bring it up. I don't know. So this is a hot topic right now. While the iron's hot, they really need to strike on this. So I think having you on and you've debated Sartain as well. I've pitched that to the producer as well, and then I'm also going to talk to Myron directly and then say it to Sneeko. If we can get like a round table after this, after you've had if we can get you on the show after this, if you're willing, we'll have like a debate as well, like they've done before, which I think will be an amazing show. It'll do great numbers.
Here's the thing: that debating people that hate flat Earth, that's not my bag. If you want to do that, get Austin Whitson on there, or when Austin, Jaron, and I did Sartain, was it Austin, Jaron, and I, or was that Hibbler? Whatever, that works okay. But I find that even spend any energy on anti-flat earthers, I'm willing to spend tons of energy on somebody that thinks flat Earth is dumb because they're ignorant to the globe and flat Earth. Those are the people that you can move. And I watched. I've seen these guys a couple times, and I was just like, "Oh, that would be an interesting show." These guys seem like they're open-minded. They seem like they have their opinions, but I don't think they're researched on the topic at all. At all. And those are the people that I like to talk to.
Yeah, Chris, the producer, he's a flat earther dude. He's a flat earther guy, right? But they've mentioned it on the show before. But Myron and Fresh, the two hosts, they laugh at it like, "Oh, hi, you're a flat earther." Like they make a joke about it. Like I said, if you don't want to do the debate, Dave, all I'm saying is I'm going to pitch it to Myron, and I've done it to the producer to try and get you on to have your own discussion in the daytime, and then you can have all your images and stuff, and then I'll get back. Hopefully they say yes, and then obviously you guys are going to be talking.
Yeah, I was going to say there seems to be two different dynamics. Sorry, go ahead. I'm going to cut you off.
You can connect me. If you can connect me with him, we'll schedule a Zoom call. If I can get on a Zoom call with him, he will definitely have me on. I mean, having a producer that's a flat earther and two hosts that think flat Earth is ridiculous, there's nothing that makes me happier than that. That is the greatest setup in history. Right? I will do that show at 2:00 in the morning if they want me to. It doesn't matter. On a Sunday, it doesn't matter. That is the ultimate up because they're gonna have their minds blown.
And you're a Connecticut guy, aren't you, Dave?
I'm in Connecticut, yeah.
Yeah, Myron's from Connecticut as well. So you guys are gonna have relate on that level as well.
Well, there you go. If he reaches out to me, just mentions the show, saying, "Hey, we were talking on wherever I got your name." I'll send him a link to schedule a quick call. We can do it the same day, and then we'll just work it out. It's no problem.
Yeah, I think it'd be an amazing show. Like I said, you got. I didn't even know you was related into this Discord, and because I'm admin for Sneeko, I've got direct contact with Sneeko and Zerka, Myron and Fresh, and the producer Chris. Mo's on our channel as well. He's the sound engineer, so we can push it forward and to pitch it. But like I said, this is not guaranteed. I'm giving them the details, and hopefully they get in contact with you and they can arrange something. I hope so, because I think it'd be an amazing show to have you on.
A slightly different topic. I did a show on Jesus, Guns, and Babies with Dr. Candace Taylor, who was a Republican running for governor in Georgia, and it was the second show with her the other day, and it made it. It just got an article in Rolling Stone magazine on it, and of course they're doing serious damage control. And then Right Wing Watch on Twitter at Right Wing Watch. Did it. I think it's got over 1 million views already in a short period of time, and the comments are insane. So anybody that wants to jump on there and start posting some flat Earth links and stuff to blow their minds, feel free. Right Wing Watch.
I'm sorry if I'm interrupting. I just quickly wanted to say hello to a living legend, Dave. Hi, Dave.
Thank you. You guys are all living legends, right? We're all doing the same thing. I just have a bigger mouth and been on more shows. That's all.
I really like your app too, so that's really awesome.
Yeah, but I remember you from back in
Shit, it's about to take a.
Sorry. Must be a lag.
Delay.
I was going to say, I've listened to you since the Stonehenge video days. That was quite a while ago, wasn't it?
I was just wondering though, Dork. Did you mention, because the way that it's set up, there seems to be two styles of show. There's the daytime show where you would have your presentation mode. We know you have your presentations and do very good at that. So that would be the time to do the presentation. And then they also have times when they do like debates. They'll set up, like I think Dork was mentioning, like a roundtable discussion. They'll have other people on and do a more serious debate. So there are two different options. I think the first style, the daytime show, would be like the first way to go. Probably the way you would thrive, right?
That's the way it was planned out. That's the way.
Yeah.
As far as
they very rarely do debates, to be honest.
I could do a little bit of. But I really like doing a quick. Hey, this is what flat Earth is, and this is what flat Earth is. You've all seen me do it. What questions do you have? Because it's better to answer. I found it so much better to answer their questions, because I could be talking about gravity and this and that, and they're like, "Well, what about friggin' seasons?" And I should have started with seasons if I had known that. So when they ask a question, it starts the entire thing. And we can do a roundtable where people will just say, "Well, what about this? What about that? What about this?" And we just nail each one of those things. And as I say, they go into 3 bowls, but nothing goes into the third bowl, which is globe. And if they have working minds, which they appear to have, that's it.
Yeah, you'll also get the chat. I can already see the super chats rolling in now, trying to ask questions. Oh, well, how does this work? And so you'll be able to take their money too while you're at it. Not
thrilled if I can,
take the chat's money.
That would be awesome for them. Yeah, it'd be great. And the questions that come in, I love from ignorant. When I say ignorant, we were all ignorant to flat Earth. It's not a derogatory thing. We were ignorant to flat Earth. We were also ignorant to the globe when we weren't. And I love questions that come in from them. It's it's the anti-flat Earthers out there that just have nonsense and just waste energy and literally drain people that I like to ignore.
Remember, you would be talking to people from the red pill community, which basically is a community that accepts or realizes there are uncomfortable truths in the world that people need to look into logically. So the chances of people not being anti-flat Earth immediately and being a little bit open-minded to at least ask the normal questions or entertain the idea is much, much higher when you are speaking to this community versus to any different kind of mainstream-like community.
Yeah, I would agree. Even the chat, preemptively before today's stream went live, there was like 6, 7, 800, almost 1,000 people in the chat, and there was a fair mix of people W flat Earth, and stuff. So, the community is not one-sided. It seems. I'm sure we go into those trenches where it's often one-sided, but that's a good point. It is red pill, so they're somewhat adjacent.
I just did
Yes, we got to leave a little bit of this horse alive for the show.
I did a show a couple weeks ago called Flyover Conservatives. They have a pretty big following on Rumble and a couple places, and they totally think flat Earth is mind blowing. And then after I was done with a 3-hour show, had in studio the channel Man in America. You guys have probably seen him around. Many of you probably know him. Some of you may not. And they did the show with him on all sorts of cool stuff. And then they mentioned flat Earth, and he laughed at them. He's like, "Oh, you got a flat Earther on? How funny!" And they're like, "Here, watch the interview." So he watched the interview, I think, on the plane on the way home, and he reached them. He's like, "Get me Dave's number." 2 weeks later, I'm on a show. It just aired last night, I think. It's getting tons of views. He says, I don't know what it is, but he gets it. He's he woke up 2 weeks ago. So there's something happening right now where the people are waking up. This Rolling Stone article is way huger than people are realizing. And right wing watch on Twitter, it's going all over the place. People are retweeting it. So a major shift literally happening right now. The dike is breaking, in my opinion. So you can do retweeting, throwing in helpful comments on these viral videos. That's gonna change everything, I think.
Yeah, we've been talking about this on here for a little while about this tipping point, because I think all of us can feel it. I definitely feel something, and you see it like you said on all the feeds, on kind of like everything, even new movies that are coming out, right? They're just kind of pushing it. They're pushing the space thing really hard on that realm, right? But like you said, like all the other social medias and things like that, I've heard that from regular people, even just starting with a couple of years ago, where even just normal people were coming up and saying, "Hey, that flat Earth thing you were telling me about a few years ago?" They go, "It's all over the place." So,
hey, Dave, is that are you looking in live stream voice text? Is that the tweet you're talking about where you were on there talking to the Georgia?
Let me see. Where do I see that? Where do I see that voice text?
It's right above the voice channel. It says live stream voice text.
They're talking about a new race to Mars recently, so I hope the turnaround is now, because now is when it's needed. Not waste money on.
Well, I mean, it's the only one. I was scrolling down through the right wing watch Twitter page, and I saw you on there, and it says all flat Earth evidence points to a creator. It's talking about Candace Taylor. Is that the one that you're talking about?
Taylor, and then me and Matt Long, my co-host.
Yeah.
It says Candace Taylor, who ran for governor in 2022 and recently became Georgia GOP district chair, is a flat earther. Everywhere there's glow. That's why what they do to brainwash. That's the text. So
that's cool. Yeah, you guys
through there and throw some memes in there, because you got the idiots throwing the cat pushing everything off the Earth and the waterfall Earth, and just like stuff people have been brainwashed to bark and clap at like a trained seal. Just throw some stuff in there. I threw a ton of video of my videos, other videos in there, and answering people's questions, and I can tell that it's having an effect, because I'm getting messages. People are downloading the app. So
Yeah, that's how we got the guys from that podcast we were talking about. I can't remember the name of it. Earlier, there were a lot of people that jumped into their Discord because they just mentioned you. Somebody on their podcast mentioned you, and we were trying to encourage that to actually happen for a really good, thing. So right before their podcast tonight, a lot of us jumped into their Discord and talked to them for quite a while. And then they came over here, and that's the guys that you were talking to earlier. That's going to set it up. It's going to be good.
Hey, I have a quick question. Dave, have you ever heard of
throwing my name out there?
Yeah, no, man,
have you ever heard of the 3-point questions that we ask people around here?
He actually did. Someone came in here a day before they were going to go and interview Dave. We were telling them the 3 points, and they asked Dave the 3 points.
What?
Yes.
Yeah. What 3 points?
So, like the first question being like, do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the surface of the Earth and detected curvature? What was the method of how they did that? To keep the conversation focused on evidence,
Yeah.
3 points being curved. Yeah.
Love that. I always say, we don't need to go beyond 60 degrees south or above where we can't reach to prove the shape of the Earth. But I'm on some shows, and you have to kind of go what's going to keep them interested. I do love speculating about what's beyond where we could go, but I always try to say, this is for your speculation. I said, you want to prove the shape of the Earth? There's tons of evidence right here under our feet. We don't even have to leave our yards, and we go over that stuff. But people zone out sometimes, and you gotta take them to the extraterrestrials possibility. You got to take them,
Well, they don't realize they're inside a religion, so they have to. You have to expect those questions, right? And when you say, even with the 3 points, that's why we use the 3 points often just to kind of keep the focus on, all right, so you think the Earth is a globe and we think it's flat or whatever.
Miggy, are you there, bro? You should just give him a quick rundown.
Yeah, Miggy's
Give me your three. Give me your three, because I was actually just thinking about that today. I want to focus on that as long as I can before I take them other places. So, Dad, give me your three.
So check it out, man. I've curated this for over a couple of years, and I've honed it to be just real simple. So just anybody can talk to anybody about this.
Anybody?
So the first point is going to be, of course, your curvature. So it's going to be. Can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely fine. Yeah.
Dave, can you hear me? I think we lost Dave.
Yeah, now I see him lighting up, but I don't hear him. Dave, did you mute yourself, Dave?
Hey, Dave, there's a bug in Discord. If you could leave and join right back, that might fix it.
The Grabbler's got him.
Can you hear me now?
Give him the questions.
There you go. Perfect.
Yeah, Dave, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Doing this not through the app. I'm doing it on a YouTube. I'm on a web page. If I switch, does that cut me off?
Yeah, it seems like it is. Yeah, the app is way better. I don't recommend the web page. But
there's a link to give to you guys. I did an interview the other day, which is the opposite of what you guys are setting me up with. It was two hosts that were on the Flat Earth, and then the engineer was totally anti-Flat Earth. Oh my God, it's the funniest interview ever. I haven't aired it yet, but I was going to give you the unlisted link because I have to wait for them to put theirs up. This guy is so dense.
So, Dave, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me.
All right. Yeah. I wasn't coming through maybe. But so the 3 points that we got is pretty simple, right? So you're really just going to ask them, what's your base knowledge for the Earth being a globe? And these three are the tenets that would prop up the Earth being a globe. So the first one would be, who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? And it's just you just basically pose it to them this way. I just want you to tell me whatever it is that you have as far as your understanding of who's ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth. And of course, they might toss whatever information to you, but you can ask them, okay, so specifically, do you know who it was, or do you just believe somebody out there figured it out? And so what you're getting from them is their base knowledge of how they understand the Earth to be a globe per, like, however somebody's measured it. Like, they usually toss out Eratosthenes or whatever. Then you can go into like, if that's a real direct measurement, or was that just, can it go either way? And so you can really boil it down to like, well, really nobody's directly measured the curvature of the Earth. So they might even tell you, well, I don't know. And then, which you really don't need to stay on those points for too long. You could just like, so that you get a confirmation from them that they don't know, because really nobody does. So when they say they don't know, you're like, that's fine.
I do that often.
Yeah, and then you go to the second point, which is axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. According to the rhetoric, they're telling us that the Earth is spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So who has directly measured axial rotation with any device, that people or person has measured this? And of course, the usual typical answers they might come up with is like Foucault's pendulum, and then you can get into that a little bit. Like, is that really a measurement? Or like, you can just kind of talk about that a little bit. And then afterwards, they're probably going to be like, well, I don't think anybody's directly measured the, spin of the Earth. And so once you do get like that concession, you're like, that's fine. You move off to the third point, which is the third point is going to be gas pressure adjacent to the vacuum of space. So we have gas pressure here on Earth that's said to be around 14 psi at the ground level. And of course, the vacuum of space adjacent to it, and we're trying to figure out how is it possible that we can have gas pressure without a container. And so giving them the understanding, like, if the vacuum of space is a medium we can travel to, if that is possible, then how is it possible to have this gas pressure that we have here on the ground without it escaping into the available space as it would in any example that we have here on Earth? Because every example we have on Earth with gas pressure, it needs to be contained. So we need to have a container for that gas pressure. And so, it's really hard for them to even think about it, because they'll say gravity's a container, the atmosphere is a container, the ozone, they say a bunch of things. But then our usual response to that is like, okay, if you can show me a demonstration of how gravity containing gas is the way you can say, then I could see how that makes sense. But if you can't demonstrate how gravity is a container, then it's not possible that when you're posing gravity as a container, that it's containing any gas. Because, if it was doing that, we would see the vector of down on all gases. We don't see that. Gases move freely in all directions. So, yeah, these are the three main points that I usually bring up. And they're pretty simple, because it's like, they're not really a debate. It's just really gaining to know what they know about. I usually touch
on them, but not in a row.
Yeah. I mean, you can break it up and stuff, but like,
no, those are good to start out with, and then when it's okay, you don't know anything about the globe, then we can take it from there. And, they're going to say Eratosthenes, so I can blow Eratosthenes up with that information. And they're going to say gravity, and I could take the gravity information. And, now we're show, so it's no problem.
Yeah, no, I've challenged that. There was a PhD. He's got a master's degree. He came in here. I have him recorded on my channel. And I ran him through the 3 points. He said no, he didn't understand the first two that I just told you right now. And the third one, he was a little bit of resistance to it. But after a while, there was no demonstration that he could provide. All he was leaning towards was a model that he could produce. Like, well, we got a model, and so far as I know, with the model, it works. I'm like, yeah, but there's no demonstration in, natural and physical world that you're going to be able to show me that this is actually happening. So,
yeah, what's the model based on?
Right. So it was basically just a concession on all 3 points. So even a PhD, he's a PhD student who has a master's degree in astrophysicist. This is the kind of guy that people lean their knowledge to, and he doesn't even know. which is, I mean, a lot of people would be aghast at that because they're the ones supposed to know this, right? I mean, so.
Their models are theoretical. They are based on the Newtonian physics that have been made and written the equations. So they basically a circular argument. They're using their own equations that of the globe Earth theory to prove the globe Earth. This is circular argument. The models is not scientific evidence.
I mean, what is their justification in terms of how gravity works? Is it based on electromagnetism or the element component of each element, or what is it?
What's your question? What's your question?
Yeah, how does it work? How do they justify gravity for themselves?
They're going with Einsteinian general relativity.
So relativity, so it's bogus,
Well, it's a current rhetoric. Go ahead.
They're just the Einsteinian, to expand on it. They're basically claiming the mass is creating a warp in space, and that warp in space is making the object basically kind of roll on top of that warp into another object. But again, this is theoretical. Where is the evidence? Show me a huge mass that is creating a gravity field around it, or that warp in space around it that's going to attract other objects to it. They can't. It's not scientific.
Right. They also conflate the two, Newtonian and Einsteinian, and saying that they're both working under the same gravitational theory, and that's just not the case. Einsteinian gravitational theory has superseded Newtonian, which is they're 100 years out of date with the idea that they're they'll try to use Newtonian gravitational theory, so it doesn't. And they usually conflate the two. They're saying that's the same. It's really not. They're mutually exclusive, and that's usually kind of the misunderstandings that we get from people from the side of the globe when they come in here, and we try to educate them on the difference and the reason why they can't use Newtonian versus Einsteinian. And
okay, hey, listen, you guys. So I'm not trying to pull anybody in the weeds or anything, but I have a mainstream example of what's considered evidence, and to me it sounds a little fishy. So I've been looking into what conspiracies there are for the Titanic. And so aside from that, I was looking at what the mainstream says. So according to them, there were no bodies found around the shipwreck, no bones or anything, but there were shoes. Guys, does that make any sense to you? Please help me.
You gotta take off your shoes.
The whole shoe story.
Dude, my dudes, does that sound logical?
All the bodies floated out and the rest became fish food.
You guys know about the shoe symbolism with false flags, right?
Dude.
No.
Show pictures of one shoe. They shoes everywhere. Holocaust, it's always shoes. The Boston Marathon, they showed a shoe on the ground, right?
I think it was a banking
symbolism of shoes. You got to watch.
It was, in my opinion, it was a banking move. And oh, sorry, Dave. Back to you guys.
Yeah, that's it. We have a huge delay. So listen, I'm gonna run, but I got a question. There's a lot of people in here. Anybody going to Flattoberfest in Vegas this year? I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be huge. There's going to be people from all across the plane coming. So I think we're 20th to 21st.
I could maybe
Las Vegas. So
Las Vegas, yeah. Maybe.
What's the date?
I think it's flat.
It's posted, Jen.
Of the 20th and 21st. Yeah, October. Oktoberfest, FlatEarthFestival.com.
21.
Pop it in the chat, maybe.
Get the link in the chat.
I might be able to arrange a chaperone, and he happens to be. I'm thinking on the fence, being super, super optimistic.
I might even be
meeting people like you guys in person.
And my sister loves to gamble, so I got that going for me too. Woo!
I might even be able to fly there by then.
There you go. Well, listen, guys, thanks for so much. I look forward to hearing from Chris, I think his name is, and hopefully we'll get that scheduled soon.
Hey, you better get your butt down to Miami, Weiss. We want to see it happen.
Hey, good to catch you, man.
Platform.
Good to hear your voice there, Dave.
All right.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Dave. Thanks for coming by,
Thanks
brother.
for all the support.
Yeah, have a good night, man.
No problem. Some big app coming in the next week or two. You're gonna love it. All right, see you guys.
Awesome.
Right.
Thanks for
CTFN.
Thank you for your work.
So CB, now's the time you go like this. Ding ding. Flat Earth Dave departed.
Did you guys?
Y'all better
Did
put
you
some
guys-
respect on my name.
Did you guys like my example? I love that. I love it.
No, I didn't like it. Hated it.
Yeah, just
Hated
hey, listen, Jenny. Just because I think you entered here a little bit late, we have the Fresh and Fit kind of crew that's in here as well. They're a pretty big show right now that's happening with the younger generation. Some of the producers are in here and the team from Fresh and Fit. So we're talking to those guys, connecting them with David Weiss, and there's something really magical about like networking in the truther community. So we're kind of help bridge the gap, and 24/7. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are the best of the best. So cream of the crop right here. So yeah,
Yes,
we do
sir.
big
Thank you
things,
very
guys.
much.
Wait.
Hey man, welcome.
Wait, my friend is gonna join.
Okay.
Can you let him like speak just for this conversation, or?
Well, I can verify him right now if he wants to join up there. If you could, and him give me that. Let me
Please
put my
verify
headset on.
him. Cause like there's like 5 people against 1, so. Cause I need like more people on my side.
I'm gonna hop up there into the VC verification channel.
Mauro, vete al voice chat verification 1. Vete al voice chat check-in. You won't, don't worry.
Here.
Hello?
Who's that?
My friend is verifying.
Shh, Boris. Let's. I'm sorry, what'd you say, bro?
My friend is verifying.
Oh, your friend is getting verified right now?
Yeah. In the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0.
What, you've already been verified, I take it, and been through
Yeah.
the rigmarole?
Yeah.
Is this your first time here?
I mean, it's the second time.
Oh, okay. Are you a glober or a flat earther?
I'm a glober.
Oh, really? Interesting. Why is that?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Cause you see, like, I believe in gravity. You know, like.
Do you believe in gravity?
Yeah, I believe in it. Doesn't mean it's fake.
Doesn't mean it's real either.
I mean,
I
if
used to
I
believe in
believe in
Santa
it.
Claus.
No, I say I believe because I don't want to offend anybody here. You know.
Well, what do you mean? I don't think you're gonna offend anybody.
I know, since you don't like. If some people don't like. Okay, don't believe in gravity. I'm gonna say I believe in gravity.
Well, it just can't be,
Because if you
demonstrated. It
wait,
can't be. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
do you believe in God?
Do I believe in God? Yes,
Like,
absolutely.
it's okay. So you do believe in God? Doesn't mean it's fake.
It's more of a. I actually know there is a creator, so it's not
Okay,
really a
so me
belief.
too.
I actually know it.
Me too.
So yeah, I don't like it when people say I believe in God because, yeah, it's not a belief for me.
Wait a second. My friend is telling me so. Wait. Wait, I think he's gonna join.
Yeah, he's VC verified now. I'm gonna mute up though, so it won't be too many people talking over each other. Y'all just chat. I'll be back. I had to go get some coffee anyway.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Hey JP, can you measure the surface of God?
The surface of God. I never said I believe in God.
No, I'm just asking you, can you measure the surface of God?
Well, not with a ruler.
Okay, well, can you measure the surface of a sphere? Can you if something's a ball, can you measure the surface of it to determine whether it's curving or not?
Like, do you want me to measure it right now?
No, I'm just asking a question. If you had a ball, would you be able to measure its curvature?
Of course you can.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, your whole God stunt, it's not going to work.
What does this have to do with God?
Well, you brought God up, didn't you?
Yeah, but it had to do with gravity,
so
not the
keep to
curvature
the
of the
server.
Earth.
Just keep to the server topic. You just got here. We're trying to figure out if what we stand upon is a water ball or not. So just relax.
It's a pool then.
That really rubs you the wrong way, huh?
Yeah, just to say, if you're worried about offending people because you're using the word believing, then just say my position. If your position, if you think gravity is real, just say, well, my position is that gravity is real, and this is the reasons why. So you don't have to use the word.
I'm gonna rejoin the call. I need to talk to my friend.
Matic, he has no reason why.
Why did
he
have
to
leave to go talk to
Yes.
No. Let me just respond. The way that the conversation began, he started by saying to somebody, "I believe in gravity," and the other person, and throughout that discussion, it was just a fact of using that word "believe in."
And then he was asked if he had any evidence of gravity.
Good. So now he hasn't got to that point yet.
Then what did he ask after that?
He hasn't got to the point of evidence yet.
Well, no, he started to talk about God.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, it was just about the use of the word "believe in." So I'm just telling him if he wants to talk about what he wants about without offending anyone, just say my position is that this thing is true. Wait, I haven't finished yet. I haven't finished yet.
One at a time.
So all I was saying is that if he's worried about being offended, all he can say is my position is that this is true, and then we can ask him why do you think that's true. Then we can get into evidence. That's what I'm saying. So don't worry about the word. Don't worry about the word "believe in." Just say my point of view is, or my position is, and then just explain yourself the best way you can, and we can have a dialogue. Okay?
Okay. Thank you. So, let's restart the conversation because this got off tracks. So,
how'd that happen?
are you okay? So,
Go ahead, bro.
any questions?
Yeah, I got a question.
Okay, ask.
What is your best proof that you live on a spinning space ball?
Well, see, if you go on do you know what a vacuum chamber is?
I'm not gonna have that conversation with him.
Okay.
That's ridiculous. That's your proof.
What?
That's what you want to talk about is vacuum chambers that aren't. I asked you a really simple question, and you asked me about vacuum chambers.
Okay. Do you want another one?
I'd like one.
Okay. So I know for a fact, like, if I throw a pencil on the floor, it's gonna go down.
Yeah, and if you let go of a balloon, what happens? A helium balloon.
Yeah, cause let me explain. So density.
No, time out, buddy. Time out, buddy. Let me explain something to you.
Bro, why can I explain
just relax. Relax. If you pick a pencil
Let me talk, bro. Let me talk.
You've talked enough, buddy. You are arrogant in the lobby. Just relax. If you pick the pencil up and remove it from equilibrium, that's why it returns to equilibrium.
No, equilibrium doesn't exist. I mean, it doesn't in this context.
Listen,
so no, let me shut the fuck up, bro. Shut the fuck up, bro. I'm the one speaking now. You shut the fuck up because no one's speaking to you. So you get yourself muted. Shut up.
Whoa,
no, let me speak.
Just let him go.
No, because you're saying balloons go up. That's because of the density. Because density wouldn't exist without gravity. Because gravity
and
pulling
the pencil,
down, they're
went
pulling
down
down
because
with more
you picked
force.
it up.
the air than the balloon, because the balloon has helium. It goes
Yeah,
up.
he does have a point. Density does actually, like, the mass is
So hold on. Let me ask
the
you
mass.
another
The balloon
question.
Okay,
goes up because
Let's
of
say
the mass
gravity.
is
everything.
Because
decided by
Hold
density.
on. Hold on. Hold on.
mass.
Hey, I'm
The
talking. I'm
newtons
talking.
are
I want to
is
ask
the
a
force
follow up
being pulled
question.
down to the
Can you
center
stop?
of the
Can
earth,
you stop?
and
Can
it
you
is
stop?
decided by
Jeffrey,
the
please
mass
stop. Jeffrey, please stop.
multiplied by
Jeffrey,
the
please
force
stop.
of gravity in that planet.
Jeffrey,
And
please.
Do I need to mute this fool?
No, don't mute Jeffrey, please. He's innocent.
So I wanted to ask you a follow up question. Let's say
But
everything
can
you
but
just said. You're
okay,
right
but
about
first,
all that
before
shit,
you
right?
say the question, can I like answer the question before I get interrupted?
What are you
Because
talking about? I
I
haven't
feel
even
like
asked the
somebody's gonna
question yet.
interrupt me like the last 2 times.
I don't know. Can't control other people. I can't. Whatever.
I mean, you said you were
Can I
gonna
ask the
mute my friend,
fucking
so.
question?
All right, so just to ask, what can I
Yeah,
call
because
you?
you
What
wouldn't
can
shut the fuck up.
JPEZ, what can I call you?
Oh my goodness, bro. Bro,
Just
you
to
can
ask,
call
what
me
can I
whatever
call you?
you can call me daddy, bro.
Okay, Daddy. Okay, Daddy, what question do you think you're answering?
Call me more. Whatever you want.
No. You said you wanted to answer a question. What's the question you
Yeah.
wanted to answer?
What, bro? I just want a question to answer. I'm not gonna. This isn't a philosophical question, bro.
Okay, because you said that you hadn't finished answering the question, so I thought you were answering a question and you'd been interrupted.
Yeah, so?
So what was the question that you're answering?
The question, I believe it was why balloons go up.
Okay, so answer that question, and then we can ask you, about what you're saying. So say what you're going to say, and then be prepared for
yeah,
follow-up questions. Okay?
can I
Okay.
support his answer after that?
Hold on, one at a time. We'll deal with you when we're done with this guy. How about that? Because that's not going to work. Us doing all this back and forth in between.
Okay, so the.
You know what I mean?
Wait, let me get some equations here. So, I mean, wait, equation. So see, force is mass times acceleration, and gravity. Don't interrupt me. Gravity is an acceleration. So, and wait, and now I'm gonna get the equation for density.
Citation. Do you have a
No,
citation?
for buoyancy. What?
You have a citation for that? What you just said?
F equals m times a. Yeah. What? Just search it up in Google, bro.
Bro.
No. You said it. You made the claim.
Oh, do you want me like I
What
can make an
gravity
equation?
is?
Gravity
No,
is an
I want you
acceleration.
to cite your source. Where are you getting this information from?
So, do you want me to
Absolute
prove why?
misinformation.
Wait. Do you want me to prove why gravity is an acceleration?
What did I ask you for?
Is that what
You
you're
may
telling me?
want
Because
to-
I can just drop a bar of soap and see how fast
Oh my god.
the speed
Okay,
accelerates towards the ground. That's an acceleration.
it is okay. Gravity is caused by the force of newtons, and newtons are multiplied by the mass of the thing that is pulling it, and that mass.
Yeah,
How can it have any gravity if it has no mass? A plain Earth would have no mass.
Have you both JPEZ and the other guy? Have you both finished your point? Have you both finished your point?
And since
No, you didn't let me.
Wait, please let me finish. And since it is all pulled towards the center of the mass object, why wouldn't, like, in the sides of the like plain Earth? Why wouldn't it be like? Why would objects be pulled towards like left or right? Why do they get pulled down if that's not the center?
Listen, we don't have to explain anything to you until you prove
Okay,
your
so-
model, okay?
Okay,
We don't
wait.
have a flat earth model. And we don't have to explain everything away
Okay, so
to
let me.
fill in the voids of your
Okay, so I'm
Whoa.
gonna explain why a balloon goes up. So gravity is an acceleration. I'm gonna prove it later, but right now, this is what we're sticking with. So gravity is an acceleration.
Me? Oh, you're running this server. Okay, I didn't know you were in charge. Excuse me.
Yes. So force is equal to mass times acceleration.
He's running this argument.
You're an
Force.
arrogant little fucker.
No, stop it, bro. Force is mass times acceleration. That's the force in which an object goes down. Okay, so let's say Earth is. I mean, the air is an object. Let's say it is, and the balloon is
Okay,
another
hold
object.
on, because I don't care about this answer, and I don't even know who asked you this question because it wasn't me.
No, what happened was
I think
what
it was
difference
either
does it make?
it was
Time out.
either magic or the
said-
force.
the guy, the chanter said that his evidence of gravity was picking up a pencil and dropping it.
Exactly.
That's how this started.
Yeah.
How does gravity? How does gravity prove the Earth is a sphere?
First of all, like
because
First of all,
gravity.
you can't even prove gravity.
Oh my god!
Because if let's say hypothetically, in your case, imagine gravity is real. Okay. It means it's these
Why
things.
do I have to do that when I can just measure the surface of the fucking Earth, bro? How about we do that? How about we measure?
Okay, I dare you to measure the surface of the Earth right now.
Okay.
Earth.
So
or drop over.
Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the
Joe
Earth
Rogan?
is flat and there is no
Joe
outer
Rogan?
space. No one
that
has
Joe
ever
Rogan?
measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius
No.
of the Earth.
Oh, it's Neil deGrasse
No
Tyson.
one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. Mayhem has been telling you about these 3 points, and you should really be paying attention in class.
Who's Mayhem?
Look, yeah, I'm not gonna let you come in here and just spout all this bullshit about gravity.
I mean, it was a debate.
You're not running this server. No, this isn't a debate. There's no debate. You want to debate something, or you want to show me something?
On the master
Let's
debater.
measure the surface of the Earth. How about that? Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the shape of the Earth.
I mean, that wasn't
right?
the point, but
wait,
okay. Like,
wait. I have a question for you flat earthers.
The point
So, why,
is to
why don't we
expose
fall? Why
your
don't we fall off?
chantings.
Why don't we fall off the earth when we walk off the edge? Is there like an invisible
Why don't you
barrier or something?
fall off the fucking
because the FBI is shooting all black people next to the
Oh,
curve.
there's a portal.
And there's a giant
Oh, wait.
portal next to the
I have
ice
a
age.
question. So there's an invisible
hold on.
portal at the edge, or what?
You can teleport it
What are
back,
you
bro.
talking about?
Why don't you
Stop
fall off?
Oh my god! Why don't you?
Just let these simpletons chant and
Let us
expose the
buffoons. Let us
ridiculousness.
monkeys.
Yeah, let these simpletons expose where the globe evidence is at this point.
Exactly, bro. Let us expose our
Can you
globe.
tell me what's stopping us from falling off the plane surface?
It's clear, bro. It's literally very easy to explain that. It's the ice
let
age,
me
bro.
explain. If the Earth would
No.
be
I'm
sphere-
done with you asking questions. You
I'm done with you
answer
asking
one of my questions, okay? You
Okay,
answer a question. All right.
Okay, but the problem is every time you ask me a question, you don't let me answer the question.
Oh, really? That's what's going on?
Yes.
Okay.
You've done it
So,
3
did you answer my question about measuring the surface of the Earth?
Okay, so
'Cause
now
I
you
don't
change the
believe
question.
you
Let
answered
me
that
answer
question.
it. Okay,
I
because
didn't
you
change the question. That was my.
Yes, I was answering the past question and you change it later.
I didn't ask that fucking question about the balloons. I
Okay,
don't give a
so
shit
what is
about
the current question?
Okay,
that.
let
Why
me
can't
make a current
we just
question.
measure this? What the fuck? Hey, stop interrupting me. The fuck? Damn, you two are starting to piss
Slow
me off.
down, kitty.
Why can't we just measure the surface of the Earth, buddy? And find the curvature. Drop over distance. We have the numbers, right, for the supposed size of this sphere we're on. So let's go outside and measure it.
Okay. Okay, so my question for you is like I know.
I asked you a question. You're not going to answer my question with a fucking question.
Okay, grab a ruler.
Grab a ruler, measure your penis. So
You know there's friction, and it's made by atoms, which make little curvatures on
are you asking me
the
that?
surface. That
Wait,
can't
are
be
you
measured without speed,
are
which is
like did you ask me that because you absolutely did measure the flat Earth, right? You absolutely did measure it, right? You're 100%
I
certain
asked
of
you
the
a
dimensions of
question.
the flat
I
Earth.
asked you a question. Are you going to answer the question? You have an answer for the question? Or are you just going to keep asking me stupid questions?
Okay, you said what is the surface of the Earth?
I said, what is the surface of the Earth? No, that's not what I fucking said. What is wrong with you? Are you just trolling?
Children's hour.
I have schizophrenia. Yes.
You asked
You have
you asked why
schizophrenia?
aren't we measuring the
Yeah.
surface of the
Really?
Earth?
I see like
Awesome.
floating spheres.
Yeah, I bet you do. So what about the surface of the Earth? What do you say? Has it
The
ever
surface
been
of
measured?
it has.
No, it
Yeah.
can't be measured with the technology we have right
Who and
now
how?
because there's
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
formed by
we can
atoms.
measure. We can
Oh,
measure.
shut
Hey,
up, shut up,
okay,
shut up,
okay,
shut up,
okay. I'll
shut
let
up,
you finish.
shut up. You would have to like get an electron microscope on every single like a cubic millimeter of the Earth and measure that, which would take like thousands of years with the technology we have right now.
Okay, I'll tell you now. So it hasn't specifically. I mean, it has been measured. The question you're looking for is yes, but apart from that, it's only an approximate number. It isn't specifically that. It's 510 million square kilometers, approximately. No, it literally is. It's 510 million square kilometers, approximately.
And you figured
Or
that out
not
how?
on. That isn't the question. Like, do you want me to measure with a ruler, bro? Of course, I'm not gonna measure right now, bro.
Really?
Really?
Well,
Yes.
we could, but it would
Really?
take too
A
long. And
ruler,
by
huh?
when
Is that
we've
really
measured
what
it,
you think
they
I'm
would.
talking about? A
I
ruler?
mean,
By when
you
we'd
is a
by when we'd finished accurately measuring the surface of the
What?
Earth, the spherical Earth, we would have already had like.
I think we used to have that technology, but we lost it. It's too difficult to
Well,
get
Are you
it
talking
back
about? Are
together
you talking
again.
about the moon landing?
Wouldn't stop
I'm talking
overclocking
about
me.
sticks and shadows.
16 shadows? Oh yeah, that works too. But there's other ways that are much specific, bro. That are much more accurate. That's true. The method did work,
What's more
but there are
accurate?
other
How
ways
can
that
we
which
do
are
that
more
now?
accurate. What?
How is that way? Please
What?
inform me. How is the way that's more accurate that we can do that now?
I mean, okay.
And who's
Well,
done it? Tell me who's done it.
wait till everyone realizes what the Earth
How,
really is, or
bro?
wait till we get good enough
I mean, if you
technology.
know it's been done, somebody's done it.
I
You have to
can't
know
tell
who
you.
did it, right?
I cannot tell you every single person that has measured the Earth. I can tell you maybe the first and maybe the most important one. I don't know
Who's the
every
most
single
recent?
person.
Who's
I
the
didn't
most
ask
recent?
you to
Who
name
knows who's the
every
most recent?
person.
I know the most important.
Who's that?
The most important, maybe Aristophanes and Aristophanes. I don't know, like Stephen Hawking's. Who knows?
When did
Nikola
Stephen Hawking measure
Tesla
the
created the
surface of the
Tesla
Earth?
He's an
car.
astrophysicist. He studies the space bodies.
Yeah, and
He
Nikola
studies
Tesla
the space
created
bodies. What does
Tesla.
that have to do with the surface of the Earth?
Cause the Earth is a space body, you stupid black.
It is it?
Yeah,
It is. But
It
according to
actually
you,
is.
it's just a flat, like a circle, like floating in nowhere, because there's no space, right? Like the universe just ends there, right?
You have no idea what I know. You can sit here and say all kinds of dumb shit, but you have no idea, my friend.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Since I answered
You don't
yours,
even have an
do
idea
you
of what you
like?
know.
Do you believe like like the sun and the moon are like artificially made?
Artificially? What does that even mean? What do you mean artificially made?
Artificially made, something which is not made naturally. Hello?
We gotta expand your vocabulary a little bit.
Artificially made?
Yeah, you know what artificially means, right?
No, why don't you explain
Okay,
it to me? Because I'm
let me
such a
give you a more
dunce.
simple word: man-made.
Let me guess. You guys know how the sun and moon were created.
Yeah,
Yes.
we know
Yes,
it was
we do.
created by.
We do
This should be
actually.
good. Let's
Okay,
hear
so
it.
We
I'll tell
do
you the sun.
actually.
Oh,
The
actually,
sun.
you do. Let's hear it. This
Okay,
should be
so the
good.
sun. Let's start with the sun because it was made a lot before the moon. So
A
a
lot. How
star is
much
made.
is a lot?
Yeah, a
And how
lot.
did you
I like that.
calculate a
Go
lot?
on.
Well, I don't know every single like decimal. I can tell you right now, but I don't know every single decimal, bro. That's like me
Obviously.
asking.
You
Go
don't
on
know
with
a
your
single
story.
answer.
That okay.
Don't
Well,
have a
I'm
single
trying to
answer.
answer the question. If 3 people interrupt me, so the sun was made, I don't know, billions of years before. Oh, tens of
A
billions.
lot.
Yes, a lot. That's why I'm saying a lot. So, the gases, since gravity exists, the gases like attract to each
How
other.
much gravity? A lot?
So the gases like start to attract to each other. They condense and gravity, and there's a fusion. Fusion start.
It sounds like they attracted a lot.
Okay,
Sounds like a
hold
lot of fusion.
on.
Go on.
I'm
Are
getting a
you a
little
comedian?
confused with what you're saying.
I'm
Before you go any
learning a
further, can I
lot.
ask you a question about what you've said?
No, do not ask me a question. I already asked a question.
Oh my
That's a
god.
lot of
Okay.
cap.
No. You one question at a time. You answer
Wait,
me. How did the star? How did the sun
wait,
and the moon
wait,
appear?
real quick, guys. Share your screen and
It's in Genesis,
search,
my friend.
search in Google. Is the Earth flat?
The
Share your screen.
Creator created one light to rule
The
the day
creator created.
Yeah.
and one
Okay.
light
Do
to
you
rule
know?
the night.
Smart
Okay. How
guy.
much time was
Go
that?
Google and ask Google about the nature of water. Smart guy.
It does.
Bro, water. The
It
nature of
doesn't
water.
matter.
Okay, bro.
None of that matters.
Fluid physics, bro. What? It doesn't matter to you,
Look,
but like intelligent people, it does.
Oh, really intelligent people. So how is it? How did they measure and
But my
calculate
book said it was made
what
in
you were
7 days.
saying about how when the sun was created or formed or whatever the fuck you want to call it?
Okay, because I was explaining it and you interrupted me once again. I'm gonna
No,
start
you
counting the
didn't.
times you
No, you
interrupt me.
weren't.
Okay, do I start again?
Well, if you don't
Okay,
like it,
so
you can fuck off.
Let your buddy have a shot at it. He seems pretty confident in the story too that you stumbled through.
I gotta unmute. I muted him, bro.
A
I gotta
lot.
unmute him.
who got
All right,
muted?
you're unmuted now. You.
yeah.
Who? Okay,
Me.
explain to them the story of the Earth, the sun and the moon.
Yeah, tell us where the moon and sun came from. Storytellers.
They came from a bunch of
Bro,
a
he's
bunch of
probably
like. Bro, let me explain.
let he explain, bro. You're probably 20 years
First,
older than him, bro.
I want to explain why the Earth isn't flat. I want to explain that first, okay? So please don't interrupt me. So first of all, it was proven. Well, it was studied that gravity, which is something that exists actually,
Space
gravity.
time?
Oh my gosh. Okay, the force of gravity is recorded by Newton. And
Excuse me, by who?
oh my gosh.
Asked? Who asked? Who
Who?
asked?
What did he say? He said it was recorded by who?
No, it is recorded in Newton, not by Newton.
Oh, is
The who?
it? Okay.
It isn't, bro.
The
The band?
unit is Newtons. Okay. No.
No, that's in force. Force are Newtons.
Oh
Gravity is an
gosh.
acceleration.
Okay, but it is also a gravity.
Okay,
This is
bro,
the most
stop
retarded conversation
speaking,
I've
bro,
ever had.
please. Okay, now let me. Okay, so you want the sun and
Okay,
the moon?
you said it was force, but gravity is a force too. So let me
No,
explain.
gravity is an acceleration,
And
bro.
oh my gosh, please shut up. Okay.
Boy, you
So
you two can't even
so
get your bullshit story straight. This is great.
I'm the smart one.
okay, so oh my gosh, shut up. Okay, so
Wait,
so
can I just real quick? Can I ask you guys how
it
old you
is
are?
all pulled
Real
towards
quick.
the gravitational center. Okay,
Hey,
and
how old are you
all
guys?
of the mass
Hold
is
on. Stop.
multiplied by oh
All right.
my gosh, shut up. And
Okay.
and all of the mass is multiplied
All
together
right.
and is
Enough of
added
this
up
nonsense.
together and
I just
Okay,
goes
want to
can
know
I
into the
real quick
explain it?
how
center
old you
and
two
he's all
young
pulled
gentlemen are.
into the center. So if it was a
Me,
plane
I'm
perfect
15.
wait, can I get
You're
like a
15, and your
whiteboard?
friend.
Is there like a Discord
I don't
whiteboard I
know.
can show you guys?
You don't know how old he is?
Why would I know?
I'm 8.
Well, I thought you came in here together. I thought you were friends.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, I'm 8.
So you don't know how old he is?
No.
I'm 8.
Oh, okay.
And
That's
so
interesting.
let me explain. So is there
Don't
like a
we have an
Discord white?
age limit here?
Yeah.
Wait. Yeah.
I
You
can
can't
assure you.
even be
I
on.
can
You
assure
can't
you,
even.
he's above the age of 13, bro.
Well, then he needs to not be trolling like that on the damn live stream because you're not allowed to even be on Discord unless you're 13.
No, he is 13
Well,
plus.
okay,
I don't know which
okay,
age.
well, he needs to cut the shit. I don't think we should even unmute her. He done said that. Dude, your word is your bond, man.
And end of story. You said you didn't know how old he was. And then when we asked him, he said he was 8. And you said, oh, no, he's not. He's 13.
It was
You're
a
full of
joke,
shit.
bro. You were just saying a
Well, he's
joke, bro.
muted, so
Okay, so I'll explain the moon and the stars and the sun. So stars are formed by the gravitational pull between gases in the universe, which bond and start chemical reactions. One of them is fusion. So the hydrogen reacts with the helium, it begins a fusion. That's what the sun is. It starts a nuclear fusion. I mean fission. It's a fission. Stars produce nuclear fission, not fusion. So, and
okay,
that's how
hold on.
the
Wait. Okay, you said that right. Now
yes.
prove it to me. Prove it.
Well, right now I have a window. If you look outside, I
That's
can see
not
a.
proof of what you just said. That is not proof. That
I
is
mean,
not
do we live in
any
the
proof
Matrix?
of all the claims that you just made on how all that is created.
Okay, get a telescope. Get a telescope. You can check
That
it all you
is
want.
not
There's no
proof.
cameras. Yes, it is. If you look at it, it's proof.
Looking at a star with a telescope proves to me how it was formed and made.
Okay, the thing is, I can tell you a lot of proof, but you're gonna say it's fake. For example, I can
Well,
tell you
no,
what people have
you're
gone to
just
space.
spewing nonsense out of your mouth. I want you to demonstrate it. Show me evidence. Prove it to me, not
Well,
just spewing out nonsense.
Well, the thing is, darling, I cannot go to space right now and touch the sun. So,
Really?
really,
So, since you can't go to space and do all that, how is
there's not.
any of it?
No, the thing is, I can
Really?
say satellites, but you're gonna say it's fake because you don't trust anyone.
Well, yeah.
So the
Show me
satellites.
a satellite in space. Show me a picture of a satellite in outer space.
Do you want me to show you? Want to take one?
I want you to show me one.
Okay, I'll show you one, but I also want you to know because you can see
A real
satellites in the
picture.
night sky.
All right.
Like,
Anyway,
I'm gonna
I'm
show
sorry.
you
I
a
keep
picture.
interrupting you, buddy. Get to the. I want to hear the moon and the sun and all that too.
I already said the sun, but the moon. Wait, satellite picture now. Like apart from the pictures I'm gonna show you, you can see in the night sky when a satellite. There's a red light. There's a red light in the sky when you can see the satellite.
You're gonna show me a light in the sky. Is that really gonna be your evidence of a satellite in outer space?
I
Please
mean,
tell me that's not
if
gonna
you
be what
see
you're
a
gonna show me.
plane, it's a plane. If you see a satellite, you know it's a satellite. Bro, what are you laughing at? You know when you see a plane, it's a plane. You do the same thing with a satellite.
Oh. Well, there's certain things that I can,
Or are those
observe
aliens?
that let me know whether it's a plane or not, right? Other than just
Yeah.
lights.
Okay, let me pull up the definition of satellite. So I'm pretty sure, if I recall from kindergarten, is any body that like orbits around a celestial body, and the Earth is a celestial body. There's natural satellites and there's artificial satellites. Natural satellites are moons and all that
Hey,
shit.
we're talking about.
Because if
Hold
you
on.
see
What
any
is the?
single
I'm
object,
assuming you
no,
don't
no, if
have
you see any single
permission to post
object,
in the.
what? If you see any single object that orbits around the Earth is automatically a satellite. So if you
Did
see,
you send me? Did you send me something? Are you gonna send me that pic?
okay, wait.
But anyway, yeah, I know what you're saying. But we're talking about satellites that were supposedly put in outer space by NASA. That's what we're specifically talking about. That's what I want you to show me, a picture of a satellite in space. Outer
In space, okay.
The vacuum of space.
I mean, considering the satellites are the ones who take the pictures, kind of impossible, isn't it?
How is that
Because
impossible?
Because the satellites are the ones who take the pictures. There are no satellites for the satellites.
So you're saying satellites can take pictures, right?
The satellites do take pictures.
So one satellite can't take a picture of another satellite?
Well, I can think of any instance where the two, and when was literally in. I mean, the probability of one being next to the other and taking the exact picture of that. I don't think there's anyone like.
Oh, that's unfortunate, isn't it?
Well, it is, bro.
So what you're telling me is you can't show me a picture of any satellites in outer
I can
space.
show you.
Right?
I can show you people sending satellites into space. I can't show you one in space because the
No, I
satellites are the one
didn't.
taking the pictures.
I didn't say show me a picture. I said show me a picture of
So
one in outer space.
I have
Okay,
a
show me a
question.
picture of the sun and the moon.
With 7,702 active satellites currently in orbit, allegedly above the Earth,
Well,
why can't one of them take a picture of any of the other 7,701 satellites?
Well, gee, who would have thought the Earth is really big?
Oh, it's definitely big. That's the thing. I don't think you understand how big it is. We have the measurements for it. We've got the radius, the
Bigger than my
circumference, we've got
balls,
the
bro.
diameter. And see, that's the thing is when sea level is applied to that and what we see about plateaus, you can remove 71% of it. That's sea level. And then you take 1/3 of the remaining actually it's more like 45% of the remaining land, and that's plateaus. So that's level. I guess the curvature is around the rest of it. Do you believe in some kind of space frisbee, a pizza planet or something?
I'm just saying. I'm not. I don't want to sound rude, but I don't understand anything what you just said.
That's fine.
That's not surprising.
That's
But
the
can we get back
problem.
to this evidence of these pictures? Can you get one or no? So you will
I already
concede that
answered the.
there's
I
no
already answered the
picture of a
question.
satellite, right? That doesn't exist, right?
What?
Exactly.
None that I have a like.
What?
None that I have like a power to. I mean, I don't know how to explain this, but there's probably one or two in the entire existence because the Earth is very big, and satellites are the
Okay,
ones
well,
taking the
Google
picture.
it and
So
find
the
it.
probability of a satellite taking another satellite a picture, there's not many pictures of it.
But some do exist. Is that what you're saying?
Probably, but I don't have the power to get them.
Well, why not?
Because there's tons of millions of
Well,
pictures,
that's
bro.
just say I don't have the evidence right now and move on.
No, I know it exists. I don't have. I mean,
No, you don't have
How
the
can you
evidence right
know
now, so
if
move
you've
on.
never
So
seen?
because I've
say
seen satellites like in the night
JPEG,
sky and then take off. They
Bros.
take off,
Just
and I
say
see them in
you
the
don't
night
have the
sky,
evidence.
and I
You
see
don't.
pictures
One at
taken
a
from
time,
satellites.
bros.
I've
There's
seen
some
no.
overlap.
Let
It's
me
weird.
explain why satellites exist. I've seen satellites
I
take
don't.
off in the night sky and then pictures taken from satellites. Just because I don't have a picture of a satellite taken from another satellite doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
So as you were saying, you don't have the evidence right now, so move on.
Okay, wait. Do you believe the Earth is like a man-made object?
Before you go into any other
Bro, just
questions,
answer the question. I've answered tons of questions, bro.
there was a whole heap. There was a whole story that you gave about the creation of the sun and the moon, and that none of that's
Yeah.
been questioned yet. You've made a whole heap of claims, and
Right.
where's the proof? You've given a story.
That's
Where's the
that's what I
evidence?
was asking him for. I was
The proof
asking him
of
for
the
the
sun?
verifiable evidence of his claims.
The proof of the sun?
You
Not the
said.
proof
You
of the
said.
sun, the proof of its creation, how you said it
Of
was
its
created.
creation.
So you
Yeah, you
said.
said
You
you
had
knew
said.
how it was.
Yeah,
Okay,
you
so
said
let
you
me
know how to
start
create
it.
it.
I mean, let me think about the answer because I know people are gonna misinterpret it.
Don't hurt
So,
yourself.
um, mm.
I mean,
so
I thought
what?
you knew. Why do you have to think about it? I thought you knew.
Because I still have to think about it, bro. It's not something that's on my mind 24/7.
Mm.
So it's a theory, right? We don't know exactly. It can be not true what the creation of the sun is. It can totally not be true. That doesn't
So
mean we
everything you
haven't taken
just said.
Okay, see, you misinterpreted again. It says
No,
it's
I
a theory,
didn't.
doesn't mean it's wrong. And even though it's wrong, doesn't mean we don't have proof that it exists. Just because just because we don't have the
What?
creation doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Before you start making claims about stories,
What?
if you're going to say that you know how these things are,
Bro, can this British
then have
citizen stop
then
speaking
hey
over me,
hey
bro?
hey hey.
Nobody is talking to you.
You
Nobody is
stopped.
talking to
You
you.
stopped talking.
Nobody,
You
stay
stopped
muted,
talking.
buddy.
You
Stay
stopped
muted,
talking.
buddy.
You stopped talking. You stopped talking. You stopped talking. So I'm talking now. So when you bring claims,
You better call me daddy
it's
right now.
best. It's when you bring claims, it's best to provide evidence. If you're going to say that gases came together, then you've
I
got
have
to say.
evidence. I have evidence, but I
Then you
don't have
should. It's
100%
amazing.
certain evidence.
It's amazing how you were saying that I was talking over you. That you just don't seem to control yourself enough for me to finish my sentences. Is it all right if I finish now? Can I finish now? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank for your permission. So, as I was saying, you were saying that all these gases came together, and somehow became a star. So, what's the evidence of that? Where's
Okay,
the
can I
evidence?
speak? Can I speak now?
Give me the evidence.
Okay.
No. Now you can stop talking and listen to him repeat himself because you were being rude. Shut up and listen.
Oh, sorry, master. So first of all, you don't seem to know how science works. Science doesn't give a 100% factual answer.
Oh my
It makes
god.
the highest.
Holy shit.
No.
Really? Okay. Oh, slow down.
Can you stop
Slow
interrupting me, bro?
down.
Every time I
Slow down.
answer a
No,
question, it's
because you
5
don't know what
seconds
the
into
fuck you're
someone.
talking about.
I'm about to
You don't know
unverify
what you're
you.
talking about. You don't know what you're talking about.
He needs muting.
Don't know what you're talking about. Didn't let me finish.
What is science?
Well, science.
What is science?
Okay, it's a from memory.
Define it. No.
Define it.
You can go
Okay.
Google it if you need to. That's
Yeah.
okay.
Give us the definition of science.
If you want me to Google, I can Google. From memory, I can tell you it's a subject that studies how things work and how things are made.
Wrong.
Wrong.
Go Google it. Go Google it, and
Okay, I'll
then
Google it.
and then read it to us.
Come back.
Because you don't know what
after you're
science is,
done.
my friend.
No, I don't know what science is. Flat earthers, bro.
No, you don't.
Flat earthers are telling me I don't know what science is, bro.
You need to understand that you're engaging in fallacious reasoning. Everything that you keep saying is fallacious reasoning. Do you understand what critical thinking is? Do you know what a logical fallacy is? You probably don't. That's why you're a mocking little child. You don't understand the scientific method at all.
What's funny is when you speak, I say
spiral.
You 5 people unmute.
It's because you're being disrespectful, and then you're trying to blame everybody else for your disrespect. Stop being disrespectful and stop acting like a little shit, and just
I
listen.
think he's gonna give us the
Be an ordinary person. Let's go.
I hope he does.
Okay, can I speak?
If you're gonna give us a definition of science, yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
go for it.
but
Go for it, man.
first of all, can nobody interrupt me while I'm speaking?
I can't. No.
I know it's hard for you flat earthers.
No. Just give us the definition.
Okay, don't interrupt me. I'll tell you once you stop interrupting me.
Shut up and give the definition, dude. You're just
Okay,
getting
don't
old.
interrupt me, bro.
I'll do whatever
Shut the
I want.
fuck up about people interrupting you. We're interrupting because you're bitching and complaining about being interrupted.
Don't
Then you get
interrupt me,
silenced
bro.
to fucking talk,
Don't
and then you
interrupt
interrupt
me,
again
bro.
like a little asshole.
Don't
You're the
interrupt
one
me.
who's being interrupted.
You're getting mad
Then you're
at what I say,
projecting.
bro. You're 20
No,
years
I'm not
old.
angry at all. I'm talking
I'm not
loud
angry
enough
at
so
all.
that you can hear me. But you're being very emotional about this and very childish. So go ahead and define it and be done with it.
Okay.
Get
Are
to
you
the point,
are
man.
you done?
Here's
Can
your
I
chance.
talk?
Go ahead. Yes, here you go. Go.
I know I'm gonna be interrupted. I literally know I'm gonna be interrupted because you did this 10 times, bro. Right? Okay.
Just give the
I'm gonna.
definition.
Okay, I'm gonna say. Are you ready? Science, the intellectual and practical of it, activity, encompassing the systematic study of the structure and the behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment. And I said that's how. And I, from memory, said science is the subject that studies things are, uh, how things work and are made. That is just a
And
simple
how is
version
that
of this.
done? As a method. Science is a method, right? It's a method that you have to apply.
No, it isn't a method.
Right?
The
Oh,
scientific
it's not a
method
method.
is
Okay.
the scientific method is in science. It doesn't mean science is a method.
I think you might want to read that again.
No, you don't say math is a method just because it had methods. I can read again. It doesn't say method anywhere. Science, the intellectual and practical ability of encompassing the systematic study of the structure through observation and experiment.
This
So,
is a shame.
so you people think when a scientist claims that, let's say, I don't know how water evaporates. You don't say it's 100% of factual and true. It's the most probable answer of how it evaporates. It can be another answer. It can be another answer, but that's the most probable one.
That's the word salad, dude. Yeah, dude, you're kind of being nonsensical. What?
That's how you be
You're
nonsensical.
you're mistaken.
I am mistaken. Try again. I am mistaken.
Well, try and repeat what you just said. How about that? When
I mean,
scientists say
I've said a lot of
water
words.
evaporates, go on. I mean, dude, it's word salad.
Okay,
I get it.
should I
Hey,
repeat myself? Okay, so science.
yeah, try.
I will try. So when a scientist says water evaporates like this, it isn't 100%. It's the most probable answer done by
Like
equations
what?
and experimenting using the scientific method.
When you say it evaporates like this, like what?
Do you want me to explain the evaporation? It doesn't. It doesn't have to do with a conversation. Just let me explain it. Like I don't have to explain the definition of a glass of water too, bro. So
if it doesn't have anything to do with the conversation, why did you bring it up?
No, what he's saying has nothing to do.
No, you said this is how water works, blah, 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 blah. Well, tell us how it works.
Do you want me to tell you how the molecules... that has nothing to do with the conversation. I'm trying to put an example. That's like... Okay, that's like every time you use an example, I have to define every single thing in the example. No, I don't.
Well, no, you don't. But what you're making a claim, and we're just asking you to back up your claim. If you make a claim, please tell us how you came to that conclusion.
But the evaporation of water doesn't make a claim. I can do the same with I don't know, the nuclear fusion. I don't have to explain what it is to make a point. So,
oh, brother.
Okay, so if a scientist says this is how nuclear fusion works,
Oh my
done
god!
the
Now we're gonna
scientific
jump to
method.
nuclear fusion. What happened to water evaporating?
He doesn't know about water. He just knows about nuclear fusion, obviously.
No, I don't. So nuclear fusion.
JP, here's the thing, and I don't mean to be a jerk, but and it's unavoidable from your point of view, but you've been brought up in this era where this term science has been blanketed over almost everything.
Like what?
Name something. Name a sport. Well, the science of a bending soccer ball. And
Because you know the universe works with scientific rules.
Science embedded in everything. Okay, we're just talking about the scientific
That's how science
method.
works. Science isn't everything.
Okay, we're talking about the scientific method at this point in time. Since you want to boil it down.
Okay, scientific method. First step, observation. Second step, hypothesis. Third step, experimentation.
Okay, great.
Fifth step, theory.
So apply this to the server topic. How are you going to apply the scientific method to whether or not the Earth is a water ball in space?
That's literally what the conversation is about.
Well, how are you going to do it? Go ahead and do it. You might find that whether or not Earth is a ball is a question of geometry and not even science.
I mean, whatever has a shape is geometry too. Like
Okay, so that's the point.
Math.
You've been brought up in an era where they've blanketed science over everything.
But science works in every single thing. That's the thing of science.
Wait, you just
it's in every single thing.
Science didn't work.
Science isn't inside something. Everything is science. That's the thing, bro.
Everything is everything. Lauren Hill, everyone.
Science explains how things work. Everything works by some rules. If it's
I'm a
worse,
scientist, and so is my house.
no, because you haven't studied it.
Okay, but
You
in
said
order for
everything is
that to
science.
happen, right, you have to use the scientific method, no?
Yes.
Okay, so explain to me how anything you were talking about the sun and the stars is science.
Because there's been observation. There's been
Where's
a
the experiment?
hypothesis.
Where's the experiment?
Bro.
Show me the experiment. What?
There is no
Is that not
experiment.
a valid question?
You cannot create a sun.
Oh,
We
there's
don't
no
have that technology.
experiment.
Yeah,
So it's
but
not fucking science then, is it?
no, it is. It's a hypothesis.
Oh my god.
The most probable answer is the one the scientists made with tons of equations over hundreds of years. The most probable answer doesn't mean it's 100% right. It's just the most probable
Okay,
answer.
so pseudoscience.
No, it
Right.
doesn't mean it's
Wishful
pseudoscience
thinking.
because there's been equations
Is
and
wishful
scientists
thinking science?
maybe 100 years studying this. And you have none.
Equations.
That's pseudoscience.
JP, is wishful thinking science?
Wishful thinking. Science? We'll see. Let me think. No.
Okay, well then stop using your wishful thinking as some sort of scientific method.
You know what a hypothesis is?
I'm not so sure
Yes,
if you
sir.
do.
What?
No, I already explained it.
How did we even get here? About what? Are we talking about the Earth or what's going on?
I've never
Are we
changed
talking
subject
He
about?
was
the
going to
whole time
explain
because
to
you're the
us.
one saying.
He was going
Is
to
No,
the
explain to us how the
scientific method
sun
science?
was created, how the moon was created, and how the stars and everything were created. He was
the
explaining to us.
thing is, every time I try to explain it, you ask me another question. So that's how we got here.
Well, because you made a
that's
claim
good. Let me
about how
ask.
the sun was created, so I asked
Of
you, okay,
course,
can
that's the
you
thing.
prove
So
that?
let me continue with
get
it.
you back on track then, JP. Is the story you're telling us about how the sun and moon were created, is that science? Or is it pseudoscience?
No, it's science.
Okay,
Okay, where's the
so
experiment?
where do you begin with that when you're sciencing the universe?
You know, there's two types of science: theoretical science and
Okay,
experimental science.
so you're
Just
telling
because it is
stories.
experimental doesn't mean it's not science. You get that right?
Oh, brother.
Oh, brother. There's two types of sciences.
Have you
There's
ever heard of
experimental
the?
and
Have you
there's
ever heard of
experimental and
what
theoretical.
they call boxing?
What?
Have you ever heard of what they call boxing?
I mean,
The sweet science.
what? I don't know what that is.
Well, that's what they call it, the sweet science.
I know what that is.
It's science. Boxing.
Boxing, the sport.
Yeah, it's a sweet science.
I mean, you can explain the science between in the motion of the punch and the
Yeah,
biology
that's
of the
what.
person.
There you go. You've been brought up to science to say science, and that equals gospel.
What? No,
Yes.
bro. You know, science is just an explanation. And basic.
No,
It's
it's not.
okay,
We
so
already went
science is a
over
story.
what science
Oh,
is. It
okay, but
is
the
a
most.
method.
No, it isn't. No, bro. You're getting confused.
Yes,
Science isn't a method. That's like me saying math is
you
a method.
read the
Because the
definition.
theoretical. What?
You read the
Okay,
definition of science, didn't you?
Okay.
okay.
One
I'm gonna
last
tell you
try.
what you're saying. That's like me saying math. That's like me saying math is Wait, let me wait. Let me translate in English, bro. Wait. How is it called in
JP,
English?
just let me just ask you, buddy. Is determining whether or not the Earth is a water ball, would that be science or would that be going into geometry?
You see, math is a type of science, so every science is linked. Like there's no
Okay,
science.
so how are you?
There's
Okay,
no
so how are
science.
you? Okay, fine.
There's no science
I
without the other.
accept.
No.
I accept your words. Can you science this globe for us?
I can absorb it. Absorb
Science
it.
it for me. Science it for me,
Okay,
please.
the scientific method. Um. So what part do you want to know about the Earth? Because you cannot just say the Earth.
I want to know whether or not we're living on a water ball flying through
Okay,
space. Please science that for me.
We've observed it with a satellite. You may not trust it, but for this
Okay,
claim,
so TV. So we have pictures on TV.
No, we have pictures about scientists and engineers
So we
work
have
on this like
science TV.
24/7.
Got it. Science TV. You're the first science TV earther.
So have you ever looked at the flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm standing. I'm looking. Yeah, I'm spinning around. I just did a 360 right now.
No, tell me, since it doesn't matter if another
What
person tells
doesn't
you.
matter?
So tell me have you ever seen the entire Earth?
No.
But you know it's flat, right?
Have you?
Me, I haven't, but I have pictures at least. You
Well,
have
no,
nothing.
you
You have
at
literally
best
nothing. You have zero. You
listen.
have your imagination, bro. That's the maximum you
At
have.
best,
Wait,
you
wait, wait,
have
wait.
pictures
You
of
got
half of
pictures
it.
of the entire Earth?
Yeah, at
Yes,
best, you have
no,
pictures of half of it.
the entire Earth is impossible. Just the side.
Okay, thank you. So why are you asking me?
What is so funny, bro? It's a sphere.
So you haven't
The
seen, because
science
you
is there.
just said you've seen pictures of the entirety of the Earth. Now you just waffled and said no. I've only seen pictures of about half of it.
Okay, let me rephrase it.
Please share me a picture.
I've seen
Please show one.
I've seen pictures of the Earth taken from space from different angles.
Picture didn't happen,
Yeah.
dude. Picture didn't happen.
Show me those pictures. Share those pictures with us. I
Let's
want to
go.
see these pictures.
Okay.
Send them to me, dude. Because I'm pretty sure you can't post them in the text.
Not lost control. Late nights keep haunted. Okay. Let me get a good picture. You cannot
And
keep
by
on.
the way, hold on. While you're doing that, can I ask you what verifiable evidence means to you? What is verifiable evidence? And do you
Well,
think
let
that's important when we're talking about this subject?
Equations are evidence.
Okay, I said verifiable evidence. Things that me
Yes,
and
we
you
do
can
have
verify for
verifiable
ourselves.
evidence in equations.
Okay. Are pictures verifiable evidence that you didn't take?
You're the ones who asked for the pictures.
Listen.
I'm just asking you a
Math.
question. I'm just asking you a question.
Math is
you
not a
said
natural
pictures.
science. It's a formal one.
Okay,
Formal
but
science.
if you say
It's not the same.
this equation, okay, but if you use an equation, if it works, it's probably true. You get me?
Really? What equations are you talking about?
Okay, so I have
exactly?
an equation. Wait. I have an equation. I got one for you. I have an equation for how hard Superman has to slap a chicken in order for it to be fully cooked, from raw to fully cooked. Does that mean that there's a Superman?
No, it means but
the equation is within the laws of physics, right? So it can happen, but there's no Superman. But it is a true equation, right? Yet there's no Superman. That is also a true statement.
Well, I mean, if you calculate the force of which a Superman hits a chicken, that doesn't mean Superman exists. That is the same thing.
Exactly. That's my point. Just because we can have some math doesn't make it real.
Of course, darling. But if you calculate an equation for Superman itself, if it were a physical phenomenon, you could calculate it. So, what do you think of my picture? It's fake, right?
Where did
Obviously,
you put it?
right?
You send it directly to me? I haven't looked at it yet. Calm down. Jesus Christ. Give me a second. Where is this picture? Where'd you put it?
I'd say, can we get this guy some temporary image firms so he can post in the live stream?
No, I'd rather he just send it to me. I don't.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, if you're willing to play middleman and do it, that's fine.
Yeah, I'd rather him just directly DM me the image. I'll look at it and then I'll decide if I want to post it or not.
All right, cool.
I think that's a better way to do it, don't you think?
Yeah, maybe today's around a little bit longer. Well, usually access is granted over time.
Where did you send it, buddy?
In DMs.
I don't have anything from you.
I literally sent them in DMs. What?
Okay, here, I got it. It just took a while. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. I can't wait to share this. All right.
Which channel?
My goodness.
What channel are you going to send it
You guys are going to love this image.
You're going to love it. Totally ridiculous image.
I mean, come on, dude. You don't...
Okay, but can you tell me why it's fake? Send the other two, bro. Don't cherry pick one.
I'm not. Just relax.
Okay, send the other. Because you're gonna say since that
he's gonna send them all. Relax. It takes a minute.
Sending them all. Calm down. It takes time.
Funny how I just had to debate.
Are you on mode?
And now I need
Paul, are you on mobile? I know it's a little bit slower doing it from a phone.
Yeah.
He's not on a PC, dude. It's going to take a second.
Did it go or no?
Yeah,
Is the other one there?
So tell me why it's fake.
How about first, since you're using it as your evidence, you tell me how you can verify that it's real.
Please answer my question first.
No. It's your evidence that you're bringing to the table. So prove your evidence. Verify this evidence for me.
No, because you're the exact same. I can say it, but you're the exact same person that told me.
All right.
Please shut up. You're the exact same person that told me earlier.
Yeah, I'm going to just talk over you.
So you answer my question first. Exactly.
The burden of proof is on the globe, so your claim. But anyway, check this out. I'll send an image of mine. There we go. Have you seen this?
Yes, I'm seeing it. What?
You've seen that before, right?
That's not the picture I sent, but okay, bro.
No, this one you didn't send me anything. This is my image that I'm adding to contribute to the
So
conversation.
that's the burden of proof yours, not mine.
This comes from NASA, and you're saying that yours comes from NASA, right?
Okay, but that's not my burden of proof.
You need to understand that the burden of proof is on the globe claim. That's it. There's no burden of proof on the flat.
No, the burden of proof is on the one who gave the photos.
Nope.
Flat
it goes to the claim. Period. That can't be reversed. That's called a burden of proof reversal.
You just said the burden of proof is on the one who gave the photos. That was you, my friend.
That's what Flat Lowy said.
Yeah, you gave the photos. You're presenting these photos as evidence.
Yeah,
now verify them for us.
I gave the first two ones, not the third.
I don't give a fuck about the third. I'm talking about the
I contributed the third to compare to the images that you shared. Would you like me to cite my source?
Okay,
you
I don't have
the images. Now verify them.
Okay, I just want to make sure I had nothing to do with the third picture. So the first two, it's just yours. I don't know what you want me to explain about it.
Where did you get yours from? Mine come from NASA. I just shared the link. Mine comes from NASA. Where did your images come from?
www.nasa.government.
Can you share the link? And then I'll repost it so it shares the actual image from it too. If you can just share it, because that way we cite our sources. That'll be cool. You got to keep it in the timeline then.
It's kind of been fun, but it's kind of getting old.
Hey JP, I'm taking the whatever, but your image that you posted, where you have North America and South America, right? Hello, Cartman. He's server.
He can't. Yeah, Does somebody do that?
No, he might have accidentally did that to himself, or maybe he did it on purpose. I don't know. Oh, he did not on it. Maybe his mom walked in the room or something. I don't know.
Happy Speculation Sunday, everybody.
I couldn't imagine to be. Was I this much of a pain in the ass when I was 15? Did I speak to people like that? I hope I didn't talk to people like this when I was 15. I might have, I guess. I was kind of a jerk.
I got a question here. While JP's waiting to try to figure on how to go ahead and unmute his headphones, I have about 3 minutes here.
Lay it on us, my man.
We have a special guest joining us on the panel, and please give him a welcome. His name is Neil, and I have a few questions to ask him. Neil, who's measured the diameter, circumference, or radius of the Earth?
Earth's circumference was first accurately measured more than 2,000 years ago by the Greek astronomer Eratosthenes, who at the time lived in the Egyptian city of Alexandria.
So tell me, Neil, how did Eratosthenes measure the Earth 2,000 years ago?
He had heard that in the nearby town of Syene, midday sunlight shines straight down to the bottom of deep wells on the same day each year, indicating that the sun was directly overhead in Syene. In Alexandria, however, sunlight on that date never reached the bottoms of wells, but instead fell upon the sides. Eratosthenes reasoned that the difference in the angle of incoming sunlight was due to the curvature of Earth's surface. And so by measuring this angle, he related the distance between Alexandria and Syene to the total dimension of the globe.
So your only measurement of the Earth was taken 2,000 years ago, before clocks or cell phones were invented, yet Eratosthenes was able to communicate with someone 500 miles away and be able to sync their time to take measurements at the exact same time? I must say that I do find it fascinating that with all the trillions of dollars NASA has received, we have no measurements of the Earth with our modern digital equipment. It leaves me wondering how we know the size of other objects in the sky if we don't even know the accurate size of the place we live on. Well, surely we've been able to measure the axial rotation of the Earth, haven't we, Neil?
By the mid-19th century, most educated people knew that Earth spins on its axis, completing a rotation once a day. But there was no obvious visual demonstration of the Earth's rotation, only astronomical evidence.
So, Neil, if I get this right, are you saying that there's never been a measurement of the Earth's axial rotation?
No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth.
Thank you for being honest, Neil. I do have one final question for you. Normal atmospheric pressure at sea level is 14.6 psi. The vacuum of space is said to be 10 to the negative 17 torr. Can you have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a container?
The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
Okay, Neil, let me get this straight. The only measurement of the Earth was done 2,000 years ago with sticks and shadows. The axial rotation of the Earth has never been measured, and space is a direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
You know what, Wave? You are correct. You caught me. The Earth is flat. Is this the part where you snatch my wig?
Thank you for those 3 minutes.
That's great. Well, I guess our guest left.
Giddy hour must be over.
That's shitty.
He hopped on the sofa surfboard and flew away.
I mean, it wasn't going to go anywhere, but it was kind of fun, something to do. Maybe
that was like sparring with a child using foam swords, like bop 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 bop, like little pool noodle shit. That was not impressive at all. It was a little entertaining but boring, to be honest.
Well, it's just I just can't understand a young man that age with that bravado and that attitude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I can tell that he's definitely a gamer who's really like very much used to talking some shit on Discord, because he kept on falling back onto that kind of general personality. So that's probably the general attitude that he has when he sits in that chair in front of that computer.
Funny thing is
that's what it seems like.
8-year-old seemed to be making more sense than the 13-year-old did.
Yeah, that's a tragedy and a shame that he had to be kicked out of the conversation when he was probably more intelligent and open to listening to the truth. But I get it. They come in here joking and jesting and thinking that they're going to clown. Then they get pissed off when you start talking about fallacious reasoning and stuff, and they want to mock you because you sound like a nerd or something.
Shit, now what are we going to do?
I got an idea. Let's speculate.
Oh, it's Sunday, isn't it? What shall we speculate?
Sucks that the guy left, because I was going to do some graphic design for him and kind of give him some comparisons. But
I'm sorry for scaring him off.
He left before I could do that. No, it's no worry. He was already ready to go, I think. But this is one of the images he sent Paul, and all I did was put it over the Earthrise image. You get a general idea of what this size is supposed to be. My point was comparing it to Earthrise and moon photobombs, the Earth, and any Earth picture in between. They can all using those as like a distance spectrum. you can compare it to any of these globe artworks.
Yeah, they really. Yeah, they really. I'll just speculate real quick to get the speculating going. I guess. Well, it's not even a speculation. It's sort of well, I guess it qualifies. Well, yeah, they've got the sizes all wrong. But what's funny about that Earthrise one, if you look at the moon, that's black and white photography. You look at the Earth, that's color photography. So, I mean, anyone who's, you know what I'm saying? So it's like this idea that, and you can see that throughout, where it's obvious black and white photography and color photography. And it's not even that. And if you've ever used that color film that's black and white C57 or 1 or what, that doesn't do, there's a stark, and this is, who knows what kind of film NASA had back in the 60s, but it's not even that. It's obviously black and white film plus color film, and it's supposedly a one frame exposed. That's throughout a lot of their things. They mix the color and black and white photography. Right, and they show right in everyone's faces. Everyone's like, "Yeah, it looks good." Yeah, what's the problem with that?
There is nothing that I enjoy more than hanging out in the VC chat here at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Unless, of course, it's Speculation Sunday with Helio, Flatsy, Stacy, Larry, Timbo, Jedi, and Wave Mixer.
Well, they're not here this week.
Fuck, I don't exist. The fuck?
That was
Fuck
made
you,
last
Neil.
week. I'd have to go ahead and update that. So I'll have a talk
No,
with
it's
you.
all right. That's going on. You know what? I can't stand his voice. Every time I hear his voice, it's just I cringe.
Nails on a chalkboard.
Yeah, I hate hearing him talk. He's so fucking arrogant.
But what if you became a flat earther and you're like, dude, all right, welcome, Neil.
I'd still hate him.
You probably would. You probably would. Like, I love you, man, but I hate the sound of your voice.
Yeah.
You know, since I'll speculate one more time. There was a guy who came on about a year and a half ago. It was right after the first wave of the TOS or the Discord TOS change. His name was Notorious NDT, and he was in the voice chat for several hours. I'll dig that up. But something I speculate that some of these quote unquote big hitters have floated through here.
Are you talking about Neil? You think Neil came through here?
Well, there was a guy named Notorious NDT, and he sounded a hell of a lot like him. I'm just speculating. But yeah, I'll dig it up one weekend. But it's about a year. It's right. I'll figure it out when it was. But he was on for hours.
Was this before the? Was this before the voice augmentation stuff?
Yeah,
the AI powered voice aug.
I think I remember when he came in here.
Before it was like, well, I don't know. It was only like a year and a half ago.
That's what I was saying. It could have been a voice mod.
Oh,
but you know.
Oh yeah. Well, but he had that same snarky attitude, kind of caught with his hand in a cookie jar. It was weird.
I'm not doing anything wrong. You're eating all the cookies as he has his hand in the jar.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go to the VC check-in to get verified and join us in the panel. Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is...
You know, to be fair, I don't think it's really entirely just him either. It's how people hang on his every word, and he fucking knows it too. That I think that irritates me even more. I'm sorry, I'm being a complainer. Speculation. What can I speculate on?
Yeah, we got a noob who just messaged. His name's Zero Atheist. And he said, "Hello, I'm new." I offered to get him VC verified, so we'll see what happens.
Sweet.
I should use some text-to-speech stuff for a VC verification process where I can streamline certain things. It's better to use your voice, but also certain info could be done using a bot or a soundboard. Like you could do an intro, like welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord VC verification, and then just instruct them to go read the welcome. And then from there we pick up and like, okay, now that you've read the welcome, let's talk about the welcome page.
I tried to pause the bot earlier today, and I couldn't do it for some reason.
It acts weird sometimes, dude. It's buggy.
I go to I go up to the, where is it? What's it above? It's above the live stream locker room. I go there, and then I type in there /stop or pause, and that's supposed to stop the. Is that how it works, or did I do it wrong?
The exclamation point thing, and then you should be able to just stop it or pause it by doing that. Sometimes it acts up though, and you'll try and stop it or play it, and it just doesn't play music. It'll freeze up and need time to kind of, I guess, clear its own cache or something.
I speculate that Elon Musk is a fucking dunce.
You know how like Edison collected, basically collected patents. He didn't actually invent anything. He collected patents and just made stuff a little bit more marketable. That's what Elon does. He doesn't actually invent shit. If you look at his track record and what he does, he collects things that are pretty damn cool and then pays smart people to make them better, which they may or may not become better, but that's what he's doing. He collects companies like somebody collecting coins or stamps. Pretty much just a big kid with a lot of money, man. Yeah.
Yeah. I would bet he's not even a smart businessman. I think he was just given this position and he's playing his role.
He's not a dumbass either. Like the way that he played everybody with the Dogecoin thing, he fucking rug pulled the entire world and got away with it. It's like obviously.
Was that really him though, or was that somebody else working through him?
I think I think he did it at his, like it was him fucking around. All of his friends and everybody in his like general group, like the people who actually hang out with him, they all just made money off that shit, knowing full well what was about to happen. I bet he just played the system, and he did it blatantly in front of everybody and got away with it. Nobody bats an eye. Nobody does shit. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, he's like Giovanni Ribisi in Boiler Room, I guess. If he's still available, Vin Diesel can be in the Elon Musk story, and then we'll get Giovanni to play him.
I'm just saying, there's a certain level of wealth that when you get there, you can pretty much, as long as you play the game right, you can do whatever you want to, and nobody can do shit because there's no law against it.
Well, yeah, they're not subject to the laws that we're.
Well,
subject
they end up will be the ones to cause the law, right? Like they'll end up doing something that then they go to Congress. Okay, now we need to set up the law. Okay, but it wasn't illegal back then, so we can't even press charges against you. We're just not going to let it happen again. And then they'll do that kind of shit, so people get away with doing stuff because it wasn't illegal at the time.
This is sort of on this since it's. Remember that giveaway that guy did in New York City of the PS5 last week? Then it caused like a riot. Well, after it happened, someone said, what crime did he commit? And then someone said, well, have you ever heard of an unauthorized giveaway? And I've been hearing that in disclaimers my whole life, and I never really thought anything of it until 2023. You see what an unauthorized giveaway looks like. It's that cracked me up. Speaking about like rules and laws applying to people and not applying to people, well, I guess he found it would be funny to be charged with it, doing an unauthorized giveaway, but it's cracked me up.
I don't think he could be charged with it. I think he would be sued for it. Like if he's giving away Nintendo products, and Nintendo's like, dude, we are not connected to you. You are not about to give away Nintendo product. No. Then you can be sued.
I guess he probably got arrested for driving away with 12 people hanging on his SUV, but
that makes sense.
The whole thing is a little, in a world where it's hard to believe anything on TV. Well, that looked pretty realistic. It's like, okay, a guy shows up with crates of a PS5. Yeah, and he's giving them away. Yeah, that looks about right.
Well, we are in clown world, so when we see clowns clowning, that makes sense. The clowns are out there. There's zombie clowns just doing zombie clown shit. Must get PS5.
PS5 kind of sucks, to be honest with you. You know, it doesn't have a web browser.
I've been thinking about. I have a PlayStation 2, and the modification documentation for that shit is like max at this point. Like I can do so much with it. It's already a DVD player and do a bunch of other stuff. But the one that I have is in working condition. I can modify it to make it pretty much an emulator. Run any game that is within the hardware limitations of that. So Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64, and then obviously PlayStation 1 and 2 games. But then be able to play it off of a USB card. But it's been sitting here for a while. I'm like, I might modify that. I haven't modified anything in a while. I like hacking stuff. My phone, it's slight modification type things. It's not really hacking. But I'll put all the debug menu things open so that I have admin access to my phone at all times. And I can do various things like deactivate all sensors and stuff.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Well, on an Android device, there's a bunch of sensors inside the Android device, and you can deactivate everything that's not directly associated with running the thing as though it's a tablet. Like the camera, the gyroscope type thing where it shows like if it's stationary or moving, like all that shit. You can turn it all off. Microphone, everything. So if I want to, I can pretty much put my phone in dead mode, even though it's like a true airplane mode. It goes beyond the airplane mode.
And the people at home base can't return it on and listen and turn your microphone on and all that shit when you do that?
They probably can, but maybe not. I don't know. I'm literally deactivating everything. Like it doesn't receive any input. So, I mean, yeah, they can have like a tiny little microchip in there that can override. But the way it is now, the way that I see it, the shit doesn't seem to do anything except for stay deactivated. Everything's non-functional. And I can't even take a picture without I have to reactivate the sensors.
My puny brain can't handle the conversation.
Is my mic breaking in and out?
It's just... No, I just said my puny brain can't handle this conversation. I can't even understand or begin to
I'll put it this way.
How
if you say you have a computer, like a laptop, right?
To me.
Like if you could deactivate the camera, the microphone, all of the different components on the laptop, like your Wi-Fi connection, everything, so that it can't be turned on externally. You have to reactivate it yourself. Pretty much that, but for the phone. It's everything short of manually, like physically removing it, but it pretty much puts the phone to true sleep. It gets dead. But while it's still active,
let me derail
I don't have to wait for it to load up. But yeah, it's non sequitur to the shape of the Earth anyway.
Well, so is what I'm about to say. But people bring it up a lot, and people get really mad about NASA's budget and how much money they get and spend, and it really upsets people. I think, man, imagine what we could do with that money, and that's our money. No, it isn't. That's not our fucking money.
It's
that's
paper. It doesn't mean shit. Yeah,
that they use on us
I agree with you.
to control us. Yeah, it's their money. They print it. They give it to us. They even tax it before they give it to us. It is not ours. It never was ours. I'd like to get out of that mindset.
I'm perfectly fine with the idea of working and earning things, right? Like you deserve to get what you've worked for, but we don't have to have pieces of paper as a freaking prosthetic or supplement for the actual things that we need. It's silly, and like every aspect of it, every angle that brings us back to, oh yeah, but we need this monetary system. That's worship of that system, though. It's attributing the worthiness and value to something.
It wouldn't bother me so much if they couldn't just print as much of it as they want to.
If it was actually
that's
backed
a
by
key part.
something
Yeah,
physical, you know what I mean?
yeah. If it was
If it
gold
was
backed
actually
or something, and I could take like remember the silver dollar certificates, and you can go and get real silver from it. Yes, that is what it's meant to be.
Exactly. But
But
this
then when
new
it's backed
system
by
that we're
debt,
under
it's
is it's bullshit. And people always want to say, "Oh, they're doing all this for money and it's about the money." No, it isn't. They don't they live
No.
outside the bounds of money. They don't care about money.
It's about the money system itself. It's about maintaining the system.
Yeah, they don't care about getting more money. They print the money. You know what I mean? They care about more control over us.
Exactly.
I mean, they control all the resource, all the water, all
Dude,
everything. They control all the
it's kind of
resource,
like a
all the
render under
land, the
Caesar's.
air.
What is Caesar's type thing, right? Like you look at a coin, it's got Caesar's face on it, but the dude's been dead for like damn 70 years at this point. But if these people think this belongs to this dead man, okay, give it to him. Let them have it. It does. It's got his face on it. Whatever. It's like an idol that they worship. It's not something that we even need, because we'll just take care of each other. But everybody's gotten so deviated from that it's like they need the money in order to survive. It's like you don't though. Seed go in ground, grow food, then you eat food. Now you live.
I never understood the idea of people that they think that they're worried about the dollar collapsing, right? And they're worried about like this apocalyptic sort of thing happening. So they actually buy physical gold and hoard gold because they think, hey, when the system collapses, I'll be able to get things with this gold. No, the fuck you won't. Who's going to want that gold? That gold is going to be useless. Why would I trade you
if you go to trade it
that I need? Yeah, why would I
if
take
there's
a
no
gold
cops,
nugget?
right? Think about it, there's no cops, right? If you go to trade it for resources, what's stopping them from just freaking killing you, taking your gold nugget and keeping their resources in the apocalypse?
Well, why would I even want gold nuggets?
I use that word colloquially, like apocalypse, like everything's going crazy. But yeah, what's stopping them from just killing you? There's no law. I just take your gold nugget. Bye. Now I have shiny gold nugget and get to
Why
keep my
would
food.
a gold nugget even hold value in that time? Like things that hold value are going to be
Only
like
for people
food,
using
seeds,
tech, like it because of the
medicine.
conductivity of it. I would say only people fixing technology would need it. Anybody who's trying to like bring back tech would need gold. That's about it. There's no other point to it. You don't need it for anything else. What the fuck else are you gonna do? Make it melt it down and make an idol? Like, it's it does work for gold wiring though. Exactly.
You can't use it to, as medicine. I would think
You want to know what one of the most valuable things will be at that time though? If everything were to, hypothetically, speculation someday, if everything were to go to hell, whoever can make bullets and swords, whoever can make arrows, whoever knows how to craft and make things, whoever can make clothing, whoever knows how to make food, those will be the most valuable members of society.
Exactly. Those that can, take care
Those
of
who do
themselves.
will teach others to do as well. Like the good ones will teach others to do. And it'll be like a monkey see, monkey do thing. People will learn. And those will be the leaders of society at that time. Both dark and light minded. So, there's a lot of very intelligent dark minders. We've met some of them here. They're Sophist surfers on another level.
Yeah, I was doing some prepping in a time for a while with, well, I won't say what, but I could, how do I say this? Yeah, I could probably take over some countries, uh, small ones. And I got some food, but I kind of quit because I was like, what the heck? I just don't think it's really ever gonna come to that.
No. Not to mention most of the stuff that you could get that's products related to that, like that stuff can be acquired or produced on the fly at any time if you know what you're doing. Having a burden of weight of stuff stocked away just makes it more difficult to move forward. And you got to run from point A to point B. But you've got like an entire load the size of a trailer, and you're just sitting there trying to pull it like a singular workhorse. Good luck with that. We've got to be able, people need to be able to move.
Food. That storable food is going to run out eventually. Then what am I going to do?
Yeah. And even then, if you don't eat it, it'll expire. If you're living off of the land and stuff, that all of that food was for waste because you don't even end up eating it. just ends up expiring because it's never used, because the food you're growing and like scavenging is better, or hunting for. I would like to do this just for fun, man. Like kind of go camping for half the year. Just be traveling constantly and do some nomadic type stuff. Travel for about a month, park for a month, travel for a month. Go across like North America.
I did that when I first moved out to the country on this land. I'd go up in the woods for the weekend and build a shelter, a lean-to, and taught myself how to make fire. And yeah,
I want campgrounds, man. It's fun. Well, and one of the reasons why I was bringing this in is kind of gets us back to a flat Earth type discussion too. I want to get one of those LASIK gyroscopes and put it on the bus, and then go drive up and down hills and mountain type regions, just taking data samples across the United States from the ground.
Why? Nobody's gonna care. You're gonna spend all that time and effort.
It'll be fun. Well, it's not, all right. I'm already traveling, right? So it's like, may as well. I've already been moving, so I may as well get data points while I'm doing it. It's just a data point. Everybody, like whether it's a globe or a flat type side view I don't care. I can discuss the data points. It'll be unbiased data points. That's the point. Whether or not that affects the conversation is, because I don't care either way.
If you're already traveling, then you're not going out of your way.
Yeah, and that's my thought is that because of that, because it doesn't get in my way, it doesn't interfere with anything, then why would I care? Okay, I can collect data points while I move around the whole country. That would be fun. We've already got plenty from like aerial type shit, but we need it from the ground. Because the entire point is they're trying to measure the rotation of Earth and Earth moving type thing. So doing it from a freaking plane, the plane's already moving, which can corrupt the data. So we need it from a stationary location, like actually parked on the ground. Control and variables type thing. The control would be the ground-based measurements, and the variables are all the plane measurements. Just because you can control the situation, okay, I know that we are not moving at all. We are solid state. We're parked, and here's what data points we're getting at this location. Mark down like longitude and latitude. And then to me, it's just
Have you noticed when you're talking to people lately? I've been running into this a lot, right? I'll ask them if they've ever researched flat Earth, and all of them now are saying yes, that they have, and they think there's some really good theories there, and you can tell by how they start talking that they really haven't. Have you been running into this lately?
I think that it's more like people have heard about it and Googled some shit and watched like a YouTube video of here's 100 reasons why flat Earth is bullshit kind of thing, and that's their research, and now they're content with that. Like, see, and I didn't get it off the mainstream news. I got it off the internet. See? No, dude, no.
It's been really irritating because I think like, okay, I can have a conversation with this guy, and it's gonna go somewhere, but it fucking doesn't, because they keep straw manning me and saying, "Oh, those are good theories," and I'm like, "No, dude, you're not getting it. This is not a theory."
It actually gives you an opportunity to use stop the cap at IRL.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Fuck it, dude, that reminds me of like one of the things that people would. It's like a childish thing to do, but somebody's wearing a baseball cap and they're acting a fool, and like their brother or sibling just bops them on like the bill of the cap, so the hat flies off their head, and then they have to turn around and pick their hat up. Like, damn it, stop it, man! Like that right there. Stop the cap. Blop the hat off their head. Some people need that. It's not exactly smacking them in the forehead or anything, but stop the cap, dude.
Yeah, I just thought that was interesting, man. I'm getting that a lot lately.
Dude, here's another thing that I've noticed is a lot of people there are very, very disconnected from how to even reason without anything. Like they don't understand what critical thinking is, and their entire methods of reasoning involves fallacious reasoning and personal justification. So they're nothing but ego. They're completely full of ego. Whatever their vessel may be, it's completely filled with ego. I wonder if that means that the bigger they are, the more ego they have. Oh shit. ego just means I. So technically speaking, nobody has ego. You are an ego. And it's about lessening the self. You diminish the self so you got more space for everything else. The less ego, the more Theo. It's weird that Marvel character, the dude who's basically some kind of ancient planet thing or whatever, but he's also an entity that can control the entire thing like a god. His name's Ego. His name's Ego. And he's got a gravitational pull of self-centeredness that's like literally the gravity of his own planet that is himself, where he is God of himself.
It's funny you mentioned that, bro, because I just watched that a couple of days ago. And I was watching, I was like, fuck, I forgot about this. I was like, this is great.
And it explains exactly, like, the way that he used his children and stuff. That's what the elites do. That's exactly what they do.
Isn't that crazy?
They'll look for one protege to pass everything down to and use all the rest of their children for personal gain.
It's genius how they incorporate that shit in those movies, man.
Yeah. But then here's an image from the comic book of what Ego looks like in certain forms, like in one of his planetary-looking forms. And I remember when I made that, that's what I looked for, so I'm pretty sure that's what he looks like in one of the comics that they have for it. Pretty good example of what somebody who's egotistical might look like inside.
Well, they kind of depicted that in the movie too. When they would show you, the planet, you could see face in there. You could see the eyes in the mouth.
Yeah, so they made a reference to the original comic book with it too.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so then you imagine this, right, as being like the core of some of these dark-minder people, right? Like they got their own face on this globe sphere, self-centered, black void version of themselves. Everything, me, what about me? And it's all drawn to the self.
Yes.
That's why ego death is so important.
Yeah.
You pretty much have to kill a planet-sized version of yourself that's like been bred into you.
You're so right. Fuck.
You put through nurture and nature.
How is this so easy for me?
I think it's
accepted it so easily.
Everybody's given a chance, the same exact chance. I don't think it's easy once you say yes. Like the offer is made to leave the system that we're in, and once you say yes and accept the offer, then it becomes easy for anybody. It just seems hard. That's why somebody goes, no, you can't do that. It's because you don't believe that you can. Your belief is literally that you can't. It's not about whether or not you believe you can, because you can. It's about people having negative belief that you simply can't. Like, get rid of the belief shit and just do. What is and what isn't. Let your yes be yes and your no be no. That's all that really matters. Get rid of the ego shit.
See, man, that's why I love talking to you and hate talking to you, because you're such a damn deep thinker. I love it and hate it at the same time.
I hate it too, because a lot of times I'll be talking to. That's why I love coming here to talk, though, because if I go other places and talk to somebody, I get that four-eyed stare. It looks like somebody's a freaking sheep or a goat. It goes all cross-eyed and shit. And then they just kind of fuck off. Like,
yeah, they tuned out and they're like, "Oh, this guy's a fucking, he's crazy."
No, it's a lot of. They know that I'm intelligent. They're like, "Yeah, man, damn, Casey, you smart," because I'll just be talking shit. But then they're like, "Okay, I don't even understand what the fuck you're saying," and not it. And they don't even want to have that discussion because it's like out of their depth of understanding. It's not that I'm crazy; it's just I know too much random shit. People think I'm crazy for another reason.
And stop you and say, "Hold on." They don't want to say, "Hey, slow down. Hold on, you're kind of losing me. Let's take this a little bit slower. I want to understand this." You know what I mean? They don't want to do that because then they got their ego.
One thing I've noticed, man, if a lot of people though, they've already been over that ego hump and they're heading towards kind of it seems like a downhill in their life, but in reality, all they're doing is leaving the ego behind and they're about to level out. So while it feels like a depression, it's not. They're about to level out and everything gets freaking solid, like foundational. And I've seen this happen to people. Like they go from being the wild teenager, young adult to now they're a parent and they have responsibility. They've got to leave behind all this carelessness and all this shit. And then things end up being about, okay, how can I rationally and reasonably take care of my child so that they don't fucking die? Like, shit gets real really fast. A human being's life is in your hands now. And I've seen that happen, especially to dads. Like, a lot of dudes will, because mothers will find a way to naturally do that just because, like, that baby's in her for 9 months. But the dude, once that baby's there present and held in his hand, he's like, I am not ever going to let you go. I will treasure you forever.
You know what, though? I've seen the total opposite, too, though, where even when some kids come out of the mother, they're so detached and don't care and just sit on their phone all day, and the kids do whatever they want.
You want to know what's fucked up, man? And I think AI Arden brought this up. If a child is taken away from his father for a long period of time, and then the father sees them again, it's like nothing's really changed. But if you go 24 hours with a child not seeing their mother, the same neurological shit that would go on the brain of abandonment starts happening in their brain.
But that's
like, thinking about that, that's super effed up. Yeah, I think it stops at a certain age.
Yeah, and then it stops and it kind of
they
changes
need the mother. Yeah,
father is more important.
By the time they get to like 13, maybe a little bit less sometimes, but I'd say 13 would be a cutoff thing where they're more inclined to want to hang out with dad and learn, okay, how does shit work out here in this dangerous area a little bit further away from the safe space we call home. Because they're getting into they want to get into shit and figure out how stuff works, but then that can be guided, so they're not just getting into shit and learning from mistakes. They can actually hang out with the parents and learn things. At least that's how it's supposed to be. Nefarious people want to do things under the cloak of darkness without anybody knowing what they're doing.
That's a slippery slope too, though, because no matter how much you try to teach them, they're still going to have to learn on their own and make those mistakes.
And another dude, a lot of people, they think it's yelling at their kids is teaching them, but they've already tuned you out 8 seconds in. You got 8-second attention span. You've been yelling at them for an hour, and they tuned you out 8 seconds in. You got to actually keep their attention by making it entertaining, not nobody wants to hear that shit.
No, you're absolutely right.
I understand sometimes you get frustrated, like people get frustrated, but like it took me a long time to learn that, hey, if I just keep the tone of my voice really calm and I speak directly and concisely about exactly what I expect to happen, people respect and understand that, and there's no confusion. And arguments can end instantly, just like that. They're gone. Okay, no more confusion, no more fighting. Because usually the fighting is a little stupid bickering that children have. Like, I want to play this, or they broke my Minecraft house. Some shit like that has nothing to do with reality. I'll make it clear, hey, we live here in the physical world. Stuff like that doesn't really, it doesn't matter. It's literally not physical matter.
I noticed a big parenting mistake that my sister made with her kids was when they were really young, she was constantly trying to present them with choices. Like, for example, dinner. She would ask them, in the afternoon, okay, what do you want for dinner? And then she would spend all that time making it. And then when she would try to sit them down to eat, they'd say, I don't want this. And then they'd want something else. And then she'd have to make that other thing in order to get them to eat. And I used to be like, why are you doing that? Why are you giving them those choices? You tell them.
If you're going to do it, you do it the right way at least, man. Like, do once a month cooking and then have some stuff in the deep freeze. Okay, if you don't want what we're having for dinner, I'll heat this up for you and have this. I mean, it's easy. But if you're going to sit there and say, now I got to take another hour to cook a second dinner because the kid didn't want to eat the first dinner, that's kind of silly. Like, that's a bit extra.
It was crazy.
I'm just saying, like, I understand, though, because sometimes the parents want to eat something that the kid's like, I don't want this, and they've never wanted it. Okay, well, the parents shouldn't have to not be able to eat something they like. Give the kid a chicken nugget or something.
Well, yeah, that's 100% true, too.
But I get what you're saying, just spoiling them rotten, like just basically giving them whatever they want because they say no. Okay, in survival mode, and you've got nothing but beans to eat, and they go, I don't want that. Well, then you're gonna die. You're gonna starve to death. You're gonna get so weak because you refuse to eat that you won't be able to carry your own weight and become a heavy burden.
And what does a kid know about what they want to eat?
I don't know. Apparently, they're smart enough to know if they can choose their assigned their gender and reassign themselves or whatever at this point. So I guess they can decide what they want to eat too. I don't know. That seems a little bit less. Go ahead. They can decide what they want to eat. That's fair enough.
It's so insane.
Clown world.
Oh my god, I was scrolling through TikTok the other day and there was this guy going live and he on his wall it said God, what did it say? That drag shows are good for children and all this other crap. And I was just like, oh my god. It's so disturbing that
I think
somebody
that
could actually think
I don't want
that
to talk too much about that.
Yeah,
but I just do want to say that I think it would be funny if they started doing those kind of shows at nursing homes. That's all I'm going to say. Like, just go to the nursing homes and talk to all of those people about that. I would like to see how they feel about your shows. I think that would entertain me. And then I want a recording of that. I want to watch those episodes because that would be funny.
I just this obsession with children and forcing these ideas on them.
Look, it's if you go outside of the ideas, right, of what specifically is being said, it's about raising up the generation for kind of Novus Ordo Secolorum, the New World Order type thing. Like, and there's always a New World Order with every generation, like every 100 years. But then there's these longer time spans that build up to new empires. We're watching the fall of an empire. This is what happens when empires fall.
Yeah, and that's, man, you can see that all throughout history. It's constantly repeating itself.
People don't understand that technology is a prosthetic for ignorance. It means that we're dumber, not smarter. The more tech we have, the dumber we are, because we're reliant on shit. Back in the day, you won't have a calculator in your pocket, and at that time, a lot of people, they could run the math in their head, or actually put it down on some paper and show their work on how to do stuff. Now everybody's got a calculator in their pocket, and nobody understands math because that's too big, that's too complicated. We don't understand. And also the fact that they divided math from regular language as though they're two different things, even though math is a language.
A lot of this technology they give us too, it's not, we didn't need it. We don't need this stuff. It doesn't improve our lives at all. It's just more things for us to get hooked on that they can use to control us and manipulate us.
It's kind of like a drug dealer getting somebody addicted to something and then basically starting to charge them higher prices for it. And they put the phone in everybody's hands and everybody starts expecting all this, that, and the other thing. It's upgrades, and now you have more and more expensive prices for these bills to use something that they never actually needed to begin with. Because it's not that the tech can't be used for good. It is. People navigate and do other cool shit with it. But the average person's just staring at a stupid stream of endless bullshit.
Yeah, I can definitely use my phone and things for good. The only problem is the the bad things that is being done with it extremely outweigh any little bit of shit that I can do, you know?
Yeah, dude, we're being held back on so many levels with so much shit to keep everybody dumbed down. Because everything, I've been thinking about some stuff today. I'm like, wait a minute, it would actually be really easy to do a lot of really cool shit. Like, there's so much stuff that we're limited by. People, you can't do this, you can't do that. But all of the answers are already there. Like the flying cars thing, right? The flying cars thing is actually a super simple thing to create. You could make a low, it'd be kind of more, low speed flying car thing using neutral buoyancy. It's not meant to fly up above like the damn tree line and shit. It would just be a neutrally buoyant thing that can go 3 to 6 feet up in the air. And maybe 30 or more miles an hour. I guess the wind could pick up and make you haul ass, but things like that are already possible. And people want to like imagine all these different really difficult ways of doing this stuff. Like, oh, well, we have to do this and that and the other thing. No. Freaking neutral buoyant balloon lung type things, compartments where it can levitate. And like all you got to do is make sure your weight's right. Then a little fan, like a drone component, just give a little push. Due to the neutral buoyancy, you'll hop up a little bit. You can hover across the top of the ground. Then you expand that up to bigger. Like, the reason why I'm saying this is because the freaking Zeppelin stuff, the Hindenburg disaster, was all bullshit. It's because they put hydrogen in there instead of helium. Hydrogen's combustible, helium isn't. We could be having airships for a lot of different things, and travel could be pretty damn inexpensive to go from here to there. But instead, we opt for the more expensive versions of travel.
Well,
like
realistically, they don't want us to travel.
No, they don't. They want us near the center points of their main countries. We orbit around that shit. Gotta keep everybody near the capitals, the places of the skulls. Kaput. The high places where the big brains hang out. But if you're flying over them and flexing, they don't like that. Yeah, they're giant, smooth brains. How's it going, Sydney? I just know that this whole, or everything, the way that everything functions doesn't make any sense. It's completely irrational the way that things are done to try and focus primarily on a monetary system when the way that the tangible resources on this earth function are completely the opposite as to the way the system is. If it was a strictly supply and demand system that actually operated based off of that, then those principles would be foundational, but it's not. They orchestrate supply and demand by creating artificial lack, artificial famines, and that jacks up the price due to the supply and demand principles.
You know, I feel like subconsciously too, everybody knows that. But I don't know if it's just they don't know what to do about it.
They don't hide it or anything. It's blatant, yeah.
And like, but nobody, I mean, normies never talk about this stuff. They
like diamonds, for example, it's common knowledge at this point that you can easily just look it up and find out how the way that stuff functions. Diamonds ain't worth shit. Anyway, they could think that it's worth something having some shiny rock in there. No. Look up how many diamonds are actually already there in reserve. They're being held away and have not been distributed out for sale. Artificial lack in order to make them seem like they're worth something. Fucking shiny rock. And they brainwash all these dudes into thinking that if you don't buy one of these shiny rocks for your sweetheart, that you're a piece of shit and you don't love her. And she should think that you're a piece of shit and not be with you because you didn't buy the rock. You bring her a pebble like a freaking penguin.
Yeah, I didn't want to do that, but I buckled and I did it anyway. Just because I can explain that to her and she will nod her head. But I know in the back of her mind, she doesn't fully get it and still wants it. You know what I mean? It's like, just like getting married, right? I really don't want to actually get married. I want to.
Hey, I'm not talking about individuals, man. I'm just pointing out the societal norms that have been engineered. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to do the lawyer thing. And I don't want, the state involved in our relationship at all. But and I've tried to explain that to her and explain to her how it would work, but I don't think she fully understands it because she thinks that, I don't know, that it's not the same thing, and doesn't mean the same thing when the legality of marriage, it's fucking nonsense too. Why do we need
people basically want to appeal? So that's an appeal to authority kind of thing. Appeal to a false authority, rather, because of the true authority over marriage is not the government of man. That's a false authority. The real authority over that's something else, much higher.
Yeah, of course.
But like,
you mind if I interject real quick? Well,
I wish you would.
to direct it back. Well, you know what's funny is when you brought up the whole thing about the diamonds and things, and I thought to myself, remember what before Dude Perfect was going to space? Remember what commercials he was doing a few years back? Jewelry, national jewelry commercials. Okay, I just thought that was funny.
I don't even know who that is. I'm sorry.
Well, Dude Perfect, the guy, I think he does all the trick basketball shots that created a genre on the internet and people, But anyways, Dude Perfect, before he was doing space travel TV commercials, him and his clan of Dude Perfecters were going to the mall and buying jewelry. Just saying.
Flexing the shiny rocks. The entire beast system, as it were, is completely and utterly run through the containment of people. They create pressure, societal pressures, through the containment of these borders that are artificial. And then they utilize division between these compartmentalized areas that create schisms, whether through racism or otherwise. And that generates revenue for both sides.
That's why I believe that the globe Earth, flat Earth, is so important, because I think if people knew, not believed, that the Earth was flat, I don't think they'd be able to get away with this shit anymore. I think that's like the glue. That's the big lie that holds all the other lies together.
A lot of people openly admit that they know for a fact that the government has redacted classified or declassified information, and that they lie. And they'll admit, hey, they'll lie about this, that, and the other thing. Go all the way to everything except NASA. Like NASA, for some reason, can do no wrong. That is freaking weird. Talking to people with that mindset is just strange.
Yeah, they do the same thing with politics. They're like, yeah, politicians lie. That's just a part of it. No, the fuck it isn't. You shouldn't accept that. You shouldn't keep participating in that system where people are constantly lying to you, and you're just like, oh, well, that's just how you got to play the game. What the fuck are you talking about?
If that's how you play the game, I think that we need a new game then. Play a different game.
Exactly. It's like the school system too. I mean, I think if you ask the majority of people about how they feel about their education, their early education, the first 12 years, and what they were taught, they would all be able to come to the conclusion that, yeah, it's total horseshit. Columbus, all that shit is bullshit, right?
Yeah.
But yet, we still all send our kids through that bullshit system. And we know it's bullshit. We're just like, eh.
Columbus, more like cult dumbass. Dude Perfect.
Why have I never heard of that guy before? Is he like big time on YouTube or something?
I'm about to work on a couple of animated pictures after I go for a ride around the forest. Figure I'll take the kids to go play outside without any tech around. We've kind of made the real world our video game to get them off the technology, and it's working. I have them asking to go for a ride on a golf cart so that we can walk around the forest. Well, we ride down there because it's a little ways away, but then from there we can walk around and do things. And plus, if anything happens, the golf cart can be like a emergency vehicle back to civilization. But they have fun. I tell them basically to suit up and grab whatever they want, like resources, like they want to take snacks with them, like get some fruit or something or whatever, that might help them while they're out there. They're starting to get the picture of it. I've been teaching I have this knife that's more like a machete, and some of the paths that we need to clean, like we have to cut certain branches to get them back and out of the way. I've been teaching my oldest two on how to do stuff like that. Like how to cut at the branch at the right angle so that you're not just cutting against it straight and it actually splits it and slices it down. And how to do that in like one fluid motion, like cutting past the branch so that it just slices straight through.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah. Another thing is, like I've told, it's not about hitting it like an axe. It's about hitting it hard with force and dragging it against it so that it slices through. It's a sword. It's about like a sword. A machete should be treated as such. But because there's a path that leads to a hunting stand that's all overgrown from the summer because nobody's been out there. We cut a lot of that back, and then that gave Granddad access to be able to reach the tree trunk that was there because it's like thick enough it was like thin enough where you could just cut through. So he cut those, and that pushed that back even further. And we ended up clearing a couple paths that were useful. And to me, this is practice for travel in the future because I plan on going to different national parks and stuff and just kind of chilling and hanging out at various spots, which ties back into the flat Earth discussion because it involves collecting data points using various instruments to just have pictures or whatever I can collect. That's why I'm saying putting a laser gyroscope in the bus. That jump would be cool. Like consider it like a land ship, scientific research vessel. Just go and collect data points wherever I go with various things. Another thing I was thinking of would be cool, since it's so heavy, it wouldn't be hard to use the bus itself as a weight. And then I can send up like a weather balloon type thing to get pictures from certain heights. I don't have to go that high. You can have a line attached to it and draw it back down. I'll just go about the height of like a tower, like a radio tower type thing. Cell phone tower. Go above everything, get a couple pictures from places. I think that should be legal because what civilians launching weather balloons is, and I'm not launching it all the way up to anywhere near where people would be flying planes. It would just be like above the tree line and stuff, so you get a really good picture of everything around. And that would be the purpose of me doing it. But to me, I think that collecting pictures in ways that people don't normally do can help, and it would be interesting, just something cool to do. I would also like to send a weather balloon all the way up, like as high as it can go, and see if I can retrieve it and get data from that. Wouldn't mind doing that too. It'd be cool to design something like that where it's basically a weather balloon where it could take pictures, and then it also, when the balloon pops, it falls, and this tiny parachute comes out, which then pulls a pin. The pin then allows these kind of glider wings to pop out, which then it can glide back to the original launch site if using the small device, the GPS, the little motors to adjust the tail, like the tail part of it. You're just going left or right. Not left, right, up, down. But you're really just trying to keep it stable at a direction so it doesn't nosedive and tailspin, and so it just goes back to the launch location. And then it would bring the any pictures or video recording directly to us. We wouldn't have to go look for it.
You got a lot of work to do.
Most of my work is done in my mind. I just try and think stuff. If something happens to me, at least it's recorded, and maybe somebody else does the experiment if I don't get a chance to. I'm going to try to, but if I don't get a chance to, and it's there. The thoughts out there in the Ethernet somewhere. Some of the stuff that I do, I've basically taken a ChatGPT thing and I've trained it with specific scientific terminology. And I've bound it to certain principles related to the laws of physics. So using that, I can ask it questions on whether or not something's possible. And then I can go and take information from that and double check it by using Google or other search engines. And I'll be like, damn, that is possible. And then it's up coming up with some really cool stuff.
It's crazy. It's Sunday, and I'm actually having trouble with speculation. Usually, it's my wheelhouse.
My method of speculation is I try and keep it within the realm of possibility while also making it interesting. So, like, not completely unfalsifiable, but just interesting. I don't like going beyond the edge of the earth. That's one of my limits there. I don't speculate beyond the edge of the earth.
I was saying yesterday that I don't think that Felix Baumgartner even jumped out of anything. I don't think he was ever in a balloon. I don't think any of that happened. I think that was all staged. Every bit of it.
So he might have, but if he did, he didn't see a freaking curve, that's for sure.
Oh,
that
yeah,
stuff is flat.
That we definitely can say. That, yeah,
I
this
won't
would
say
be
I won't say he didn't jump, but I agree with you actually thinking about it because they've got a freaking Spider-Man animatronic that can do all kinds of crazy shit and it's humanoid. So they could have a little animatronic thing that hops out of a freaking vessel and then just goes and soars down, moving like in a human way, but still a little rigid because spacesuit. And then it lands right there, and then you cut the cameras, and go back and have Felix take a helmet off.
Well, yeah, how do I even know any of that?
You're right. Technically, the Hollywood. Yeah, you're right. I gotta say, technically, you could do some Hollywood shit, and it's not hard these days. The Disney level animatronics have gotten very sophisticated.
Yeah, all that footage, I can't say any of that's real. So yeah, why even waste my time thinking about it?
These days, due to deep dream type stuff and the way that pictures can be taken at certain angles in order to achieve a certain feel, I don't regard an actual picture as being evidence. It can be anecdotal evidence from a personal perspective somebody's taken, but it's not evidence for me. A picture you take is evidence for you, but it's not evidence for me unless I go to where you took that picture and I take that picture. And then now I have evidence for me based off of what you've said will happen. And now we can compare our notes. And it's okay, it's the same thing. Now we have two people with personal evidence. And it can build up, like, then it's like peer review type thing. But then if somebody can just show me a random ass picture, it's got a fish eye lenses, see Earth curve, I have his picture. And what if I send a normal camera up there and I don't get curve? Then what? Now our picture, now our evidence is different. Now we've got a problem.
Yeah, you're still in the
peer review.
same place you started from.
Yeah, and that ends up still being peer review because then you can test certain things about stuff. Like, all right, let me see the camera that you used to get this picture that you're showing me. I want to know exactly the make and model and what's attached to it. This is a scientific method applied to everything. Not one jot or tittle is to be ignored. Everything.
I think that whole Felix Baumgartner thing was nothing but one big advertisement scam.
Yeah, for Red Bull. That's all. It was a Red Bull commercial. It's clearly a Red Bull commercial. It was like the Domino's filling potholes shit.
It was a very high budget commercial.
Oh, I actually agree with what Neil deGrasse Tyson says about that. He says basically that he doesn't want people to be so, like, pretty much fascinated by some shit that doesn't matter when there's so much more on Earth, or like in the world, in reality, that is interesting, that is actually cool and amazing. And to watch some dude jump off with a fish lens and assume that he jumped and saw curvature of the Earth and all that shit and make it look like, no, that's a lie. It's not real. And so I can actually agree with what Neil said there, like his stance on that as to why he said that about it. Yeah, why would you allow people to be excited over something stupid? It's just theatrics. It's cool story, bro, that you jumped, but whatever.
Do you think it's odd that Neil took that stance on that?
I don't think that I think it was actually a bit rooted into being a little bit genuine about stuff. But I think he said certain truths without, part out loud. Like, oop, I didn't mean to say it that fucking way. But he was, because the way that he says it, if you listen to the whole clip, not just the cherry pick stuff where it's like, that stuff is flat. If you listen to the whole video, he's really speaking against people being like fascinated by shit that's not fascinating, like being amazed by stuff that's not amazing, and actually like looking at reality for what it really is instead of seeing it through a fisheye lens. And so that's I can agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really weird that he would even make that statement too, because
he doesn't say I just worded it different though.
Statement. I absolutely agree with.
Oh, you mean that stuff is flat? Yeah.
I mean, that whole thing, I absolutely agree with what he's saying and how there's so many more amazing things, except that coming out of his mouth is really odd to me. Because
if you notice, they rolled in they reined him in, though.
Oh, yeah, you're right. They
right after he did that, they reined him in real fast. Like, okay, you're with the scientific communicator group over here. You get to sit on this bench. And they sat him the fuck down. They benched his ass next to the other scientific communicators. And now he's surrounded by a bunch of fucking wolves that'll keep him running in the right direction. Now run with the pack, buddy.
Yeah, I think sometimes those guys get lost in their own ego and think they can just say whatever they want.
Oh shit, dude. Thinking about it, you're right, but also it's the ego of the entire pack. It's a greater force. The shared ego of the pack itself, which is a much larger ego than the individual huge ass pompous egos that it's comprised of.
Yeah, man.
The freaking whole, the entirety of the sum, like the grand sum of the whole. That is the ego of the scientific community. That is the enemy.
Bro, you know what? The other community too, where we go when we don't feel good or break our arm, those guys are such fucking. They get their asses.
Oh, the other scientific. Well, I'd say it's all scientific branches. Yeah, but I know what you're talking about. But yeah, every branch of the scientific community has the good and evil.
Like a lot of those guys that I've met, their ego is so big because they're so used to people kissing their asses because they're you know what I'm saying? And it's like, and that's a whole bigger community thing too, because everybody appeals to that authority and think they're geniuses.
It's weird.
But
it's weird because they appeal to the ego out of fear because they know full well that this person could get me fired if I don't obey them, which then allows that person to double down on an abusive type behavior. Because they're free reign to be that way. It's kind of
people have been so conditioned to not believe in themselves and to think that there's these authorities over us. That shit's crazy to me. But then if you try to talk to
you know what, man?
What?
Something I heard when I was very young, when I was taught, is if you don't know how to control yourself, somebody else will control you. And I learned that from a very early age about self-control. And I've seen that a lot of people never learned that when they were children. And so they don't have any self-control, and therefore they're easily controlled by people who do.
Absolutely. Yeah, because you can control a lot of people by just manipulating their emotions. And now who's really in control? They're not in control. You're controlling their entire everything they do. If you can make somebody angry, and you have total control.
Like, all right, if one example is this: if I can raise my voice, right, but my heart rate remains the same as it is when I'm calm, but then I suddenly get really loud and angry about things, and then I go back to the normal voice, am I actually angry, or did I just make a sound effect?
Yeah, you just.
But that sound effect is triggering for certain people. It'd be like, he made a noise at me, because colors, shapes, and sounds trigger these people. They're candy people. They explode when they get scared.
100%.
I should get that clip. That's from Adventure Time. Ben's like, candy people explode when they get scared? I should put that on one of the soundboard things I've got. This world's full of candy people, man. And we see them every day coming here spiraling out. It's to calm down, man. Just relax. Hold on a second.
That's getting a lot worse too with the with them living their entire lives on social media and not actually having real interactions with people in the real world, and there's never any consequences to anything they do or say.
Yeah. Well, that's another thing is people want to. Sophistry is actually, the way I see it, it reminds me of kind of a sibling rivalry type thing where two children are arguing over who's right and both of them are wrong because of the way they're using fallacious reasoning to argue with one another. Like, oh yeah, well, you're wrong because you're just a duty head, man, and obviously you can't think straight because you got doo-doo from brains or something. And then somebody else will, yeah, well, you don't know what you're talking about because your parents are blah 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 blah. I use like a genetic fallacy, like an actual literal genetic fallacy on the. It's just the shit talking thing, man. It's everywhere. And it's like it's raised into people too, like it's acceptable as a socially normal thing for. Oh yeah, young people just talk shit, and some teenagers are supposed to. What? No, you're supposed to learn how teamwork works and how to work together. And that's about the time they. Well, that's. I know it's natural, but they are actually supposed to start seeking a mate at that time. That's why the hormones start being active. Their interest gets generated in that direction naturally. It shouldn't be pushed on them either, like in any direction. Just let people fucking be. When it comes to that type shit, teach them how to think critically and logically instead, and then they'll choose the right mate. Try and worry people like parents will be like helicopter parents trying to like hyperfixate or worry about what their children are doing. Like, so you didn't teach them how to do shit to begin with? What the fuck? Why do you have to keep following them around now?
Sheltered them from everything, and then and then when you're not around, they're totally exposed and don't know how to handle the situations.
Yeah. And I understand all kids are going to go a little bit buck wild when their parents aren't there, and they feel like they're okay. This is the authority, and their way of doing something's a little different because that person's leading different. But the foundational traits shouldn't change. There should be certain things that they know to be true, and there's not any way to take that away from them because it's been proven for them. It's not just a belief, and they hold fast to what is true. They're taught that. And once this child becomes closer to an adult, the parents should be able to trust them once they get to that age. It's like they're accountable for whatever they do. They've been accountable for what they do. Now it's time for them to learn. Like, show what they've learned.
Yeah, and look what we do though. The entire system and structure is totally set up for that division, for kids to grow up and discover all these things and then learn and distrust their parents because they feel like they looked up to them as an authority figure to teach them everything, but they're not. And a lot of the stuff they learn is lies, and it's just crazy, dude.
Yeah, everything we know is wrong, and people don't want to admit that.
Yeah.
From birth, it's indoctrination. Everything we're taught.
You know, when I was a teenager, and I'm finding out about like marijuana and things, you know, all the adults around me used to, you know, just talk about how bad it is and how dangerous it is and how it can kill you and it's so addictive and but then I actually smoked marijuana and I was like, what are they talking about? This is nothing. Why did they all lie to me and say this was so horrible? And then I thought, what else are they lying to me about? You know, you don't have to promote marijuana to your children, but don't make up these lies about how awful and dangerous and you know, you can explain it to them.
Comparing things to other things that are way worse than they actually are, so it creates a false. Yeah. That's more propaganda though, due to a bunch of different agencies putting forth a bunch of shit that scared the hell out of people for an entire generation. And now they're just trying to pass it on to their children.
But my parents smoked marijuana, so they knew what they were saying was horseshit. But yeah, that shit's irritating, man. And I think it has
well,
a
if
real
we don't
negative
toe the
effect.
party line of society, we could get in trouble. So we've got to tell you this. Do as I say, not as I do now, children. That's dude.
Yeah. Yeah. This place has really dropped off in the last week or so. I've noticed during the weekdays there'll be like 4 people in here and nobody's talking. I started thinking somebody created a new server and just didn't invite me, and everybody was hanging out over there. It's like, dude, even on what was it?
Well, there's already other servers that are around. People just go to different. You know, nobody has to make a new one. They just go hang out with other places, and party up there, I guess.
You've noticed that too, right? Because I see you in here a lot. You're in here almost every day, right?
Yeah. Well, if I'm not here, I'm probably sick or I'm busy doing family stuff. I have more important things to do. But then other times, if
Well,
I'm
like,
here,
I mean, not just
if I
hanging
am here,
out,
I'm
but you
probably sick, and I'm probably busy doing family stuff. Either way.
But even when I'm not here, like I'll just periodically through the day, I'll be like, "Hey, I wonder who's in the VC right now," and I'll just go in and see. And I'm not really going to go in there and try to spark up a conversation. I'm just curious if anything's going on, and I do that a lot. And all the last like 2 weeks, it's just been a ghost town.
Things have changed a lot since Mayhem started his own channel. He's been pretty busy with that, and I think he's also got a new job. Helio's got a new job, so this time I'm.
Yeah, I knew about Helio and
That makes
Mayhem,
sense.
but even some of the other guys that used to be regulars, I noticed have dropped off a lot.
I'm not going to go into any detail about it, but it's like anybody who's been paying attention, it's just a little bit of kind of a schism type thing happening, at least a social disagreement amongst the brethren, and I'll leave it at that.
I'm sorry, I was just interrupting you while you were talking.
Those who are involved are. No, you're good, bro.
Yeah,
I was just going to say those who are involved have been pretty vocal.
The internal shit that's been going on, that's what you're talking
Yeah.
about? Yeah.
Yeah, and they've been pretty vocal about it, so I don't even have to say anything else.
No, yeah. I've been around to that, and I've been just staying out of it because I don't know. I don't get involved in any of that stuff over there, so I can't really weigh in on it. Where all that stuff started, and I don't go there. I don't watch people's channels. I don't really know
like
half
an
the
actual
people
court system
involved.
works. It's like a mock trial type thing,
Yeah,
like
I
a
don't
legit actual
pay
mock
attention to that stuff.
trial where it emulates how a real court system works. That's the only. I would pay attention if we were to be able to do something like that, and I'd volunteer to be the judge. But we need a jury of peers, and I'm not talking about randomly selected people, like hand selecting people that are relatively neutral and we can search through the server and prove that they've remained objectively neutral about the shit. Okay, that's the jury. We need 12 of them. And I'd say also they should probably have both Witsit and Quantum on their friends list. So they're friends with both of them, at least on Discord.
I will say this. Okay, I do have an opinion on this matter. Actually, I don't want to say this because it's such a weird thing. But I feel like if we're about truth, right? If we're about truth in here, and if we think somebody's being dishonest, and we think we might have a rat amongst us, I do believe that it should be perfectly reasonable to bring attention to it and call it out and bring it to the light, and let's talk about it.
That's actually what I'm saying. And do it in an orderly fashion. Like decently and in order is what I'm trying to propose. We can just talk about it's fine, but decently in order. I think that if it's going to keep on carrying on, maybe we should have a meeting of the entire council. Everyone must hear, be notified.
Yeah.
And it has to be done in a way, though, where they can't mute each other and talk shit. Like, they can't have because here there's moderator access for both of them, but it has to be objectively neutral. It's not. This is outside of this. It's something else. It's literally a freaking court date. So it would have to be on another level, likely at another place.
Yeah.
And not any of the servers where either of them are moderators on either. It has to be objectively neutral. There's no choice.
Maybe even off of the
Sometimes
main
it
one,
gets
like
so-
chill chat or something like that, so we're not airing out dirty laundry on this channel.
That's true. But I was gonna segue from this to back to the thing too, to the flat Earth thing. Well, it's been aired plenty already. I'm just more so proposing a way to end it publicly, since it's already been aired publicly like that.
Right.
That's all I was suggesting. Plus, it has to do with that standard of peer review and having that strict standard of a scientific method type thing, but also making claims about one another. Okay, let's talk about it objectively. What are the exact clips? Get to the point. Bits of evidence and whatnot. But it also sets a standard for how we look at science in general. We can't do this for arguments amongst our brothers, and how can we do it for the scientific type discussion to find peace with that?
Aside from what's going on here internally, just in the FE world, what's going on with Jeranism?
Ooh, that's another subject entirely.
I don't even know anything about that. I don't.
Does he even? Is he even here? Does he even have an account on Discord where he's here on this server? Or is he just completely an outsider from this location?
I don't know if he's got a Discord channel. I don't really bounce around a lot of different Discord channels. I got the invitation to come here, and I was fine just to be planted here. I really have enough time to.
Is he an anti-flat earther?
No, not at all.
He said some weird shit. Is all.
So is he a flat earther, or I honestly don't know.
I'll let Wade Mixer explain it.
He claims to be. One of the first FE movies that came out, I think it was 2017. Where's the Curve or something? Finding the Curve. I don't remember, but he did a laser experiment and it failed. Now, there's been a couple of different stories. One that there was a branch that the laser experiment. What they did is they had like 3 pieces of cardboard, had them up like, I don't know, 6 feet off the ground. Don't hold me down to that exact measure. They cut round holes in them, placed them so far along the distance, that level body of water, got a laser through. And the problem was it didn't make it. That's what they showed in the film. And then we heard that, okay, they were able to get things fixed. There was a brush in the way or something. And then they were able to go ahead and have the laser test go through. But that never made it into the document. He said a few different things. I've never really followed him that much. Just that recently I've heard heard that he may have said some questionable. I don't want to quote any of that because it barely grazed across.
Yeah, well,
in the news too.
I would think that's personally, it's reasonable to call somebody out on that stuff, man. Because if we're not doing that, then what the fuck are we doing? You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't even really care anyway because I don't watch any of that shit. You know, like who cares? He made a documentary and so what? You know, I don't care.
The reason why it matters is because a lot of the flat Earth proves that the flat Earther proves the Earth is round, and then now we have to deal with a bunch of globies going, see, look what Jeranism said, dude. And that's why it matters.
That's why I don't put my eggs in these baskets of these guys that try to be the face of flat Earth and the lead, and you know, people follow these guys and hang on their every word, and I hate that, man. I don't like that at all.
Yeah. I like hanging out with everybody here like these are my friends and bros, but I don't like that cult of personality bullshit that people like to do. Like that does happen on one side or the other. Like, oh, mighty Nicktoon or whatever, or people be like worshiping Jeranism because he said something, so it must be like the word of God.
And to me, you know, a lot of people,
that's not very logical.
Sometimes we ask each other, like, you know, well, who's your favorite flat Earth YouTuber? Who's your favorite flat Earther? I always say I'm my favorite flat Earther. You know, I'm trying to go my own way. I'm paving my own path. Like,
My favorite flat Earther YouTuber is Helio.
Yeah, I
like Helio's show. He does a really good job with his thing.
You know what I'm saying, though? I don't need those guys. Like, what do I need them for?
Yeah.
I mean, I did enjoy
it's not so much that like everybody can do their own point, you know, like everybody can contribute in their own way, so that's cool. But it's just I'd rather talk to you guys like y'all are my bros. Hang out here.
Yeah,
that makes more sense to me.
That's why I don't even go on YouTube and really watch those videos anymore. Because why would I do that when I can just come here?
Yeah, and then we could have an actual discussion about it, and people are sharing links directly to you, like, hey, look, here's some more information. Get like PDFs and pictures and other stuff. You can't get that from a freaking YouTube video. You have to go and actually talk to real people.
Yeah, and some of those videos were great. Like in my early days when I first was looking at YouTube videos, like Eric Dubay and Mark Sargent, like they made some really good videos. But then once I watched a few of them, okay, I'm done with them. You know what?
It's like an intro to the subject. It's good for like noob level stuff, but then it becomes more advanced as a lot of questions start getting asked, and then the more important part actually becomes identifying fallacious reasoning.
And Mark Sargent even identifies himself as a freshman recruiter.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
And that's a good thing. We need noobs to come in and talk about it.
He's what led
Somebody's
me
got to give him some kind of intro course, right?
Mark Sargent.
Yeah, but you're right. We don't need that cult of personality though, where people just find him. What's the word I'm looking for? No, we don't need blind followers, blind believers.
Yeah, but like Wave Mixer was saying, though, if he's introducing people in, like he's bringing the freshman class in so they can talk about it, that's cool. We do need that.
I saw Flat Earth Clues in 2017, just before they started pulling down all of the videos, just before the Geological Society or whatever, the IE weather map, which Dave Weiss now has on his phone app. But when I got in there, just before everything started getting censored, it's like I got in and said, wow, this shit's interesting. And I came back and, wow, it's all gone. Where'd it go? What's happening? So that was 2017 when I first got my eyes woken up, and I'm hungry for all of this information. And I'm starting to look for stuff. And if I didn't bookmark links, and if I didn't copy those videos, it's all gone. How do I find it? It's been I actually had to get in touch with Mark Sargent, and I've been talking to him through emails and stuff, and told him, man, I need to find somebody else around me. And finally, maybe about a year later, he told me about a Flat Earth meetup. Flat Earth dude. Bottom line is,
that's awesome.
Mark Sargent was the freshman recruiter, and he doesn't claim to be an expert. Was Flat Earth Clues didn't say, I've got the answer to this, I've got the answer to that. Oh, I've got a question about this. I've got a question about this. And everything I heard in the beginning wasn't, oh, listen to us, we have the answer. It's, don't believe me, go out and check it for yourself. That is what the hook was that caught me, because I'm not just now following blind faith. I'm actually looking at something, proving it, testing it, comparing it to what I've been told, trying to figure out which one makes.
I'm glad you shared that, because that's really important to me, that if you can actually reach out to Mark Sargent and he responds and you can actually talk to him, that to me is huge, because that's what happened to me, except it was Robert Pisano. I reached out to him and he's the one that got me in here. So I think that is extremely important. If you can actually contact these guys, that holds a lot of weight with me.
Well, Mark's actually come to our last two meets out at Huntington Beach. Yeah, Mark's pretty cool. He has so many requests to go everywhere, all around the world, and he's open for it. Only thing is, if you want to have him come to one of your events, he can't afford to fly all around the world at the drop of a whim because, oh, I want to have you meet you, or I want to hear you talk. The stipulation is if you pay for his transportation, and then you pay for his accommodations, if he either has to have a hotel room or if you can put him up in your house or whatever, just give him someplace to be able to sleep on the night. He'll come out and do it, and almost every time. And there's been twice the last two meets that we had out at Sunset Beach. He came out. The host of the event, Renee, has a house right on the beach. His backyard is the Pacific Ocean. And we were looking at the sunset. We were having great conversations. Matthew Learns even happened to show up a couple of times. And I've actually got a photograph of a debate going on between Mark and Matthew. Not a debate, it was a private conversation. Not so private, it was in a public area, but it was before a lot of people showed up. They were talking, and I said, wow. Yeah, it's flat earth clues that opened up my eyes. I started searching through a lot of that stuff, and then I started looking for information, and all of a sudden it's like, wow. Okay, well, something they don't want me. Anyway, I just repeated myself again. I need to go get something to do. Water was warm.
No, I don't really like the idea either, though, of when we were talking about holding each other accountable for the things we say. I think if you're going to do that, you have to do it when the man is here. I don't like the whole talking about people when they ain't around. It just seems.
And that's why I was suggesting a court type thing or a court type environment where people have the chance to speak their piece and be done with it. And whatever happens after that, that's it.
Yeah, because ultimately your beef is with that person, right? So, what are we doing talking about it like a bunch of
I
women
was just thinking it's about it's a bring peace and move on to the next thing. It's my entire intention. I'd like to be, because it gets brought up too much, and it's about time. Go ahead and squash it. Whatever the consequences of that may be, then let them be.
Yeah, it kind of irritated me the last time it happened to me because I was actually trying to have a nice conversation with Orion, and then it just got overran by that subject again, and I was like, seriously, we're back to talking about this? What the fuck? And I thought me and Orion and Lou was here too. We were having a good conversation, and it got derailed because we want to talk about other men. It kind of pissed me off.
Right now, I'm editing this picture of that dude who's holding the globe in his hand, and we'll put like the blue marble there or something. Moving to globe, man. I'm mixing up a wave file right now. Should be ready in just a few minutes. All right.
I don't know what I'm gonna do when my daughter gets to the age where she wants one of them damn phones in her hand. Because I think she's gonna hate me. Because I'm not gonna let her have one. I think I'm wrong for that.
What was that? Sorry, the children were in here for a second.
I was saying that I was thinking about my daughter and thinking about how when she gets to the age where she wants one of these phones in her hand, I think she's gonna end up hating me because I'm not gonna give her one.
I wouldn't.
And I
It's a
wonder.
trap.
Yeah, I mean,
like I regret letting my children get on a lot of the tech stuff because they get addicted to it easy.
It's like a portal to hell. And I can't monitor it. I can't.
That and you end up having to compete with it. So how are you going to compete with everything on the internet as a parent? How do you compete with that? Just saying.
But it's such a double-edged sword, though, because she's gonna fucking hate me for it in the beginning, because everybody around her is gonna have one. She's gonna be the outcast. Doesn't have a phone. I'm afraid it's gonna have a you know, a really negative effect. That, yeah, I don't know.
Oh, geez, somebody finally got back to me from that other server. Jesus Christ. Somebody share a speculation, for Christ's sake. Who's going to win the presidential election?
Vote for me. Aethergris for president.
I'm not going to vote at all.
Make him.
It will be interesting to see who they give it to, though.
My entire presidential campaign will be like, bring back 1776.
Well, let's be honest. What do we really know about 1776?
A fucking SNL sketch worth of historical bullshit.
There's nothing that I enjoy more than hanging out in the VC chat here at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Unless, of course, it's Speculation Sunday with Paul V. Ether Gress, TO's UK, Big Root, Flatman Can, and Wave.
Awesome.
That's awesome. You didn't have to do that, bro.
I didn't do that for anybody else except for myself because I just love playing with this kind of shit.
It's fun.
I wish you could unmute yourself more often because you have a great radio voice, man. I know I've told you that before, but man, I can't believe that you didn't have a career in terrestrial radio.
That was one of my aspirations. I always did want to have a radio show. I wanted to be a DJ when I was younger. I started off working at the last of the freeform radio stations, APPC 106.7 out of Pasadena, California, 70s. I was just answering phones. I never got a chance to really get on the mic there, which was desire. And the radio station got bought out. Those aspirations. In 1990, it was. I had a little bit of experience with computers and wanted to buy one, but I wasn't quite sure which computer to get. Someone had told me about listening to this guy called Mr. KFI on KFI radio station. He came on late at night. I went ahead, I turned the radio on, I was listening to his show, and I fell asleep. Didn't really, get to hear very much, didn't learn very much. And the next morning, at 5 o'clock in the morning, I heard the voice of somebody saying that, this is his very first show on this channel, on that radio station. And it was called, it was a computer show. And he said that, this is where if you're a computer cream puff, a Windows weenie, or a keyboard curmudgeon, this is the place to learn about computers. So I woke up hearing him say that. I had to get up and pee, and I thought, wow, that's interesting. They gave the phone number. I called up, and I was his very first caller. And at the time, what I was doing is I was doing a lot of work in theater. And I would have cassette tapes with different sound cues queued up for different parts of the play. And I might have like a box of 30 tapes. And what I'd have to do is when the sound cue came up, the tape would be ready to go. I'd play it. After that sound cue was up, I'd pull that tape out, set it aside, then put the next cue in so it was ready to go. At the end of the show, I'd have about 30 tapes that I'd have to go ahead and cue back up. Everybody else, they're getting changed and going out to the after show party and having fun. And I'm the last one sitting there getting all my sound cues ready to go for the next day. I didn't want to have to depend on having them ready to go the next day or having to do it all the next day just before the show was ready to go. I wanted to make sure everything was cued and ready. So if I was late the next day, whatever, anybody else could come in and try to do it. Bottom line, it was a big hassle. I spent a lot of time there just queuing up the tapes. Thought there's got to be a better way. And had some introduction to Windows 386 computers, Windows 3.1 and DOS back in the early days. And I didn't own a computer. I'd used some friends, but I really wanted to get one. So that Sunday morning, I called Jeff up when I heard him, and I said, I want to a computer, and what I want to do is do like sound editing on it. So I don't know, should I get an Amiga? Should I get IBM? Because back then, they weren't called PCs. They were called IBM or IBM clones. Should I get a Macintosh? And, his advice to me was, well, if you said you wanted to do graphic artworks, I would suggest that you go ahead and get a Macintosh. If you want to do gaming, and go with an Amiga. For what you want to do for sound, I would suggest going ahead and getting a Windows computer. That was my first call with him. I went out. I ended up buying a Windows computer. Then, after I got the computer, his show was on again. I called up and said, "Hey, Jeff, I talked to you last week. You said to get a Windows computer. I got one. Now, what the hell do I do with it?" And I would call up so often that the screener recognized my voice. And she'd say, "Hey, listen, Grant, you can't call so often. Give other people a chance. You're not the only person here." They said he was going to have, well, anyway, this was a 20-year relationship. Many things. Bottom line was that I went to one of his shows, and they had Earthlink company there. It was an internet startup company. And they were giving out free discs to go ahead and install their software. So I brought the discs home. I put it in my computer. I got let me say this. Jeff was at a computer show. They used to do a computer show out in Pomona where just fill, whole big showrooms full of different people's booths to go ahead and buy, stuff and get good price. Jeff was doing a live show. I went out there to go see him. And I was there. That's when I picked up the software. And I brought it home. The software didn't work. And I called them up on the phone, and it turned out that they had just moved about 3 miles up the street from where they moved out of a garage into a real building. The name of that company is called Earthling. I was not one of the original employees, but was there back when Sky Dayton actually opened. And I went in there to go get the software. I've went up the street. When I called them up and said I had a problem, they said they could mail me the software. I told them, yeah, I hear that you're right up the street from me. Can I just come pick it up? And they said, sure. I walk in, and as soon as I walk in the door, they've got like a school desk, not even a teacher's school desk, but a student's school desk, right there in the beginning entrance of this building with somebody that was sitting there as a receptionist. I said, I'm here to, pick up some software. Some guy walks around the corner. He says, "Oh, are you here about the job?" I said, "What job?" And he goes, "Doing tech support." Anyway, to make a long story short, I ended up getting a job at Earthlink. Jeff asked me to be a guest radio show. And so we did a show at this place called Cyberlink. What it was a community, a brand new housing community. This one house was all networked together. Weren't doing Wi-Fi there yet. It was still all cabled, but everything had cable. So we did an interview, and he talked about how I was his first caller, and then I ended up, I'm skipping all kinds of stuff. I've been okay. My mind is going about a billion miles. But to cut it all short, went to Earthlink. They asked me if I was looking for a job, and they told me they had a tech support job. I ended up taking that job, but I'd already been online for about a year. I'd been doing is I had a different internet service provider company. Whole story written down on my website. Bottom line was I ended up becoming a semi-regular on the show. Whenever he'd do the live performances at the fair, at the fairgrounds, Pomona Fairgrounds, I was always there. I was provided with a digital camera and a laptop. It was tests for evaluations to go ahead and do on the show, and I got to keep those. I ended up incorporating those into part of the show. What I'd do is I'd have the laptop there hooked up online, and I had the digital camera. I'd take pictures of the audience that were out there, and I had another monitor so I could see the screen on my laptop and all the audience that was. They had a monitor so they could see what I was doing on the computer. They watched me code the page, upload it, send everything up, and then bring the page up, and all of a sudden their page is online. When they went home to get it, they could go ahead and save that picture of them. So I got to do a lot of talking, mostly off mic. And what would happen is after the show was over, I'd always have a crowd of people around us. And Jeff would be standing facing one direction, and then we'd be back to back, just answering questions, firing. So he had a TV show that he did. It was called Tech Link. And I was on one of those episodes with him as a guest. I do now. I talk all day long professionally, and hear out people's technical problems. Calling me up from places, mostly just the United States, because I don't speak any. I like to talk. I wish I could get paid for it. So far, talking has only cost me money. Two-way radios, amateur radio, CB radio. Actually, I was working yesterday. I was just looking at. I don't know if anybody here, have you ever experimented with radios or hammer?
You know, I bought one once because I wanted to get into it, and I never even hooked it up. And then I ended up years later just selling it.
Well, you know, there's different types of antennas. So if you see the TV antennas that people have on their roof, those are actually a directional antenna. In it towards the nearest TV.
Hey, Wave Mixer, you're fading in and out.
Oh, you know what? I was moving away from the microphone. I'm sorry about that. A lot of houses will have a television antenna up on the roof, and those are directional antennas, and you have to point those towards the radio transmitter to get the best reception. Are you familiar with those antennas?
Yes.
Now, you also have an antenna on, well, nowadays cars don't have a lot of them, but they used to make a metal aerial antenna, telescopic antenna. It would pull up and it would be straight up. And those would be for like car antennas, or like even if anybody's old enough to remember transistor radios, or walkie-talkies that had antennas. Those are omnidirectional. Omnidirectional means it doesn't matter which way you hold the walkie-talkie. It's going to go ahead and broadcast and receive in a circular pattern all the way around you. Now, TV antennas, those are directional. They're pointed specifically at something. And you get the best signal when they're pointed directly at it. Anything behind them, it goes away. Stuff that's off the side is de-amplified. The signal is reduced significantly. You won't get very much. Now, TV antennas that you see, usually you'll notice that the radials on there are placed horizontally. Now, in communications with CB and ham radios, you can get a directional antenna. And what it'll be, it's called a quad antenna. What it does is not only does it point directionally, It has a series of radials that are horizontal. It has a series of radials that are vertical. And you can use an antenna switcher. So your receiving and transmitting is either going through a vertical wavelength or it's going through the horizontal wavelength. I know it's maybe kind of hard to understand, but if you take a finger and if you put it down on your desk and you make like an S pattern going back and forth like a wave, okay, that's horizontal. Now, if you take your finger and you go from the desk and back down and up and down as you move along, it's going to be a vertical wave. So if I was talking and receiving on vertical wave, somebody was on a horizontal wave, those waves wouldn't intersect very much. You could practically talk both at the same time without interfering with each other. And we can get into more stuff like sideband and how it actually splits the frequency in half. But this is just talking of the direction of the frequency. Now, I have been working with two-way radio equipment for on and off for 55 years from using it. Oh, I'm sorry, my mouth is probably getting away from the mic again. Pay attention. I've been working with it for a long time. And whenever you wanted to do long distance talking, the best way to do it was with an antenna that had horizontally aligned directional beam antenna. And you could hear clear across the United States. And what was happening is that beam, however high you had it up, it was just shooting like almost straight across, horizontally. So if it was a curved ball, it's like an airplane. When you're flying and you're horizontal, if the ball was curved that you're spinning over, what would happen is you would have to either consistently dip your nose down, follow the curve, or you would shoot off into space. And whatever is around that other side of the curve, you'd never. Well, the same thing is true with radio waves. A radio wave frequency that's being broadcast on a horizontal is shooting a horizontal wave that is moving forward, going left to right, moving forward, going up and down, up and down. So if it was horizontal wave going straight and Earth was curved, people that are supposed to be on the other side of the curve would never be able to hear that. Fact of the matter is, cleanest, best transmissions for long distance was on a horizontally aligned directional antenna. I've known that ever since I was 10 years old. But it wasn't until just a couple of days ago that I started thinking about that. Because I don't have any radio equipment right now. I used to have a lot of amateur radio equipment, including directional antennas. It would go horizontal and vertical. So this kind of was a realization that I came across when I was driving home a couple of days ago from work. I thought I would share that with you.
I'm glad you did, because it brings up a question in my mind, and it's, how are these devices working now that we don't have antennas anymore? They don't really put antennas on anything. Well, actually, I take that back.
An
Aren't
internal
the antennas now integrated into the windshields on vehicles?
On the cars, yes.
Yeah.
On the cars, you'll see one of two things. They'll have a wire that's up in the front of the windshield as an antenna, or a lot of them will have a little shark fin that's on the back of the car.
The little fin, yeah.
But your cell phone, okay, cell phones used to have antenna. It's actually on a little printed circuit board. And, it's because there are so many cell sites that are around, and they're so sensitive as being able to go ahead and pick up the weakest, most minute signal. They can pick up a transmission that's coming out of that phone. Because it doesn't have a very big antenna, because it's not directional, it needs to have more power so it can go ahead and help cell sites get that signal. So, a lot of times you may feel your cell phone getting hot. Well, heat is energy. It's a transference of energy. That energy is going out in that transmitter. So that's just the wasted energy coming out of that transmitter, but what it's taking to power that thing. And that's right next to your butt or your leg or your, pocket or whatever.
Wow. So, yeah, I wonder what kind of negative effects that can have on our bodies, if it does at all. And so, are those horizontal too? Then coming out of the cell phones, are those?
I'm all right. How you
They're
doing?
They're omnidirectional.
Huh?
Okay, I'm not. Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, excuse me, your hot mic,
Yeah.
buddy.
This guy here, I ain't got a point yet.
Hey, Morvis.
Oh, let me ask you
Morvis
another question real
Ordo
quick.
Seclorum.
Wave, make sure if you don't mind. I don't know the difference between hardware and software. I don't even know what software is. Like, when you were talking about software, what exactly does that mean?
Yep.
What are we talking about?
Lemonade, limeade.
All right. So I'll reformat user and we'll try again. You have a physical piece of evidence in your hand.
Yeah.
And what that physical evidence is a cell phone, or it's a mouse and a keyboard attached to a CPU, central processing unit. And that is the hardware. That's hard stuff. You can tap it, you can drop it and break it. That's hardware.
Okay.
Now, you've got software. Now, software is a digital programming that creates this Discord for us to be able to go ahead and communicate over right now. Someone wrote code, and then that code is magically appearing in the hardware that can't do shit without software. That's okay, because software can't do shit without hardware. So it's a really good symbiotic relationship. They both require the other to be in existence.
Thank you for explaining that.
And then
you got more.
Yeah, well, then we've got operating systems. Okay, have you ever heard of operating system?
Yes.
And what that is it's just like to associate it with a car. Okay, so cars are kind of like computers, and Ford makes cars and Chevy makes cars, but the Ford parts don't fit on a Chevy. It's like a Mac software doesn't work on a Windows computer.
See, did you learned all that from that guy's radio show?
No. So I was his first caller on the show, and I used to call up a lot, blah, 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 blah. I learned a lot on his show. He got me really interested. One of the first books I bought was called Us for Dummies. And what that was is, yeah. And I got that solely so I could know how to have my computer when it booted up. Hey, greetings, Professor Falcon. Would you like to play a game?
Oh, yeah, like the movie.
So I bought that book and read that so I could learn how to do that. And I did, I called Jeff's show a lot. I had a lot of questions for him. And he would do the computer shows, and I would go to his shows, and if I got a chance to talk to him, that was really great. There was once we both had to take a piss together. We both ended up walking to the bathroom with our dicks in our hands talking computers. That was pleasant memories. He's been dead for a few years now. He passed away a bit ago. But every time I look at a computer and I touch a computer, I think about Jeff because he was my introduction into. So just like, and Jeff, he's a really good guy. It got to the point where really it was, and I love the hell out of Jeff. It got to the point where he would be the one calling me to ask questions, and I was helping, provide information to him for his. And now I'm not trying to say, hey, I got a big ego, and that's That's, he's a person that I originally looked up to like a god because he just knew so much. Then once I got to the point that I had the same knowledge that he had, and I was like pressing even farther on, he was still on my pedestal as my freshman recruiter. But I realized that you can't just take another human being and place them up so high on a pedestal and I know about a lot of different things, and so I'm kind of more like a jack of all trades and a master at none, because every subject that I know something about, I always find someone that knows more, and I learn, and that's a good thing, because I learn something new. I hope to learn something new every day. That doesn't always happen. I try to learn something new, and the way this world is changing, software, programming languages. I've been writing and designing pages for the better part of almost 30 years. I do the graphics and everything, design, done commercials, radio commercials, and television spot commercials for a jewelry company that's for Caribbean cruise lines. When people go on cruises and they got the TV in the room, and so a little commercial will come up. Video animation. Made commercials with writing all the material, having it read professionally by a voiceover specialist, and put that to video. I'm involved in a lot of that kind of stuff. It's never really paid really well. I've never really been doing any of that stuff. I know people that are a lot bigger than I am in it, but I'm blessed that I've had a chance to experience some of it, even if it was just on I was around to experience the internet boom. I was there right at the beginning, wild west of the internet, and I was able to participate in it.
That's really cool.
But now that I look at technology, you look at who invented the internet? Oh, okay. And what did they say it was for? Oh, it was to go ahead and control all of our nuclear missiles. In case we ever had a war and Russia, hit us, we wouldn't have one part of the leg that was down, and this way we'd still be able to communicate with us. And all of a sudden, we don't really need this anymore. Here, let's let the public have it, and we're just going to build the hell out of it, make it even bigger than what it was before. That was very nice of them.
That's interesting. I didn't know that was the official narrative. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. That's what they said they created it for? That's crazy. I never heard that.
The internet was an interconnected network of computers. Computers controlled the ICBMs, and the president was able to go ahead and give the code and have everything fire off, but everything went through a network, NORAD, and this is the official story. I haven't been there. I haven't seen it. What the official story was, this was an interconnected network. So in case one system went down, so like sometimes the phone lines go out. So they wanted if you can't take this route, like being in a car, the street is blocked. So make a right turn here, make a left turn a ways a while down the street, then make another left turn, then make a right turn, and you'll be back on the same path, going past that route, like a spider web, interconnecting along with. Well, that was.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I got to get this out. The movie you referenced earlier, that was the internet. That whole movie was about the internet?
Which movie did I reference?
The Matthew Broderick movie, War Games. Is it War Game? No.
Oh,
I thought you referenced. Did you? Yeah.
Oh,
because that's what. He was going and messing with those computers that basically were on that system, weren't they?
Exactly, and that's why That's why back in the early mid '90s, I went ahead and bought DOS for Dummies so I could learn how to program my computer to pick up, start up with Greetings, Professor Falcon. Again.
Afternoon. How y'all doing?
I'm doing good. Woke up this morning.
I've got 2 different sizes.
As Morvis hot miking, is that what that is?
That's 8, and the little ones are 5. Can I do a lemonade?
Sure, I think so. Yeah, I think lemonade.
Different fruit.
So wave mixer. Wait a minute. Are we saying that? So, because you just blew my mind. So when Matthew Broderick was messing around on his computer in his house, how was he connecting to those computers?
Yeah.
NORAD. That was
this one's kept.
The internet.
Oh, okay.
I'm so confused about that. I don't understand how that works at all.
Y'all have a good
So it's
day.
like
Okay, so first of all, War Games was a movie. So it's not like this is the actual layout of how everything works and something that actually happened.
Couple buys?
Right.
I do believe that could have been.
I can give you a water bottle.
I do believe that could have
I
been
don't have a whole lot of
propaganda.
cups left for my lemonade. Okay. I got cold water bottles.
Ethergrass, can you have muting ability temporarily for Morvis? Anybody?
I think I can try. I might. But no, yeah, I get what you're saying that it's a movie, but it does seem like so they had that technology way before they rolled it out.
So you don't want a sandwich, huh?
So if you take a look at it, are you on a phone right now or are you on a computer?
Alone, I don't need it.
Yeah, I'm on an Android.
Okay. Do you own a computer?
I do not.
Have you ever worked on a computer?
Yeah, I have one at my office. I use QuickBooks to handle my company's payroll and everything.
Okay.
It's pretty much all I use it for.
So in your office, do you have an internal network aside from your outbound internet connection?
Yes.
What I mentioned earlier about when we went to Cyber Home and the house was all networked together.
Yeah.
Originally, from my experience, it used to be that you'd have just a computer, and then you could go ahead and hook up different computers within the same building.
Yeah, I got burned out on bologna when I was saying.
I got burned out on bologna too.
Makes my mouth feel weird.
Okay. Anyway, so in an office, you can have wires going directly from computer to computer, and it's done with it kind of looks like a telephone jack, only it's got a thicker cable and it's got more wires in it, and that's like a closed network where it's all together.
Liver.
I'm losing.
I get the smoked turkey breast.
What's going on? I'm still here.
Oh no, I'm just trying to figure out what's for lunch. First it was bologna, then it was a smoked turkey.
Oh, yeah.
I'm getting hungry here. I'm just wondering
I really
what's for
appreciate
lunch.
you explaining this for my simple, feeble mind. Because I really don't. I'm not big into computers. I never was. I barely know how to use my cell phone, to be honest.
Oh, Nikola Tesla found out how to go ahead and do wireless transmissions and generate power wirelessly many years ago, and he was shut down. And a lot of that technology and we're using today: cell phones, remote control radios, remote control planes, whatever, all of that stuff. We owe at least according to history. Now, speculation Sunday. All I know is what the history bucks told me. I wasn't there. I wasn't even born. What they said is he's the one that.
I'm like,
Did I lose you, Wave Mixer?
I'm still here. I'm just thinking I've probably got some stuff that I need to get taken care of here. One more thing that I wanted to do. So, that being said,
There's nothing that I enjoy more than hanging out in the VC chat here at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Unless, of course, it's Speculation Sunday with Paul V. Ether Gress, TO's UK, Big Root, Flatman Can, and Wave.
all right, everybody, you have a wonderful Speculation Sunday. I'm going to go take care of some honeydews.
Take her, Wave. That guy's awesome. I learned so much from you guys in here. It's a really good thing. I'm so glad I found this place because every day I learn something new. So we have, I see, what was it? I forgot already. Kevin. How you doing, Kevin? You there, Kevin? Looks like I think you have control of your mic. Or don't say anything at all. It's cool too. Oh, you went and muted yourself. Okay. Who else is in here? Did I just hear somebody try to speak? Is that you, Kevin? You're coming in really low. You might want to try turning your volume up or something. Barely. Just barely.
My microphone not using
Well, let me see if I can turn the volume up on you. Let me see if that helps. Maybe I can hear you. Well, I guess it won't help anybody else though. Try again. Try saying something.
hello now.
Yeah, that's a little better for me. You said it's your microphone.
Yeah, I will try to fix somehow. I will be probably. Yeah.
Or maybe it does, I don't know.
I will try to fix it somehow.
Well, and I'm not sure if because we're being live streamed on YouTube, so I don't want to waste a good conversation with you if nobody else is going to hear it but me. You know what I mean? I could just barely hear you.
Yeah, that's all right. Don't waste the time for now with me. I will just fix it somehow. It's all right, no problem. Don't worry. Go ahead and have a good conversation.
Well, you can try to troubleshoot it right now while I'm here. Try to play with it and troubleshoot it, and I'll keep my ears open and tell you if it gets better or not. Hey, what's up, Jim?
Just trying. But there is two connectors for the micro. Not sure which should I use. For now, it looks like this is the only one which works, but very very bad. That's very interesting. I don't know what should I try like next. There's some tests for microphone.
You're asking, yeah, I don't know. You're asking the wrong guy. Try throwing it on the floor. Maybe that'll fix it. Yeah. Yeah, wave mixer. Definitely, I will definitely check that out. Thank you. I was just looking at your message. Oh, actually, I don't think you can hear me. Nightmare Camp. Big Root.
What's up, dude?
Hey, how's it going, Big Root?
What's up, Paul? You good, mate?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Just trying to keep this place going. Love hearing
Yeah,
from you when you chime in.
you've been doing a good job, mate. I've been listening all afternoon.
Oh, thank you. Sometimes I'm not sure.
Yeah, I caught your convo with that. Well, most of that convo with that kid earlier, that Glober. He was very obnoxious, to say the least.
Yeah, I wasn't even gonna start, but I was like, oh, I'm just gonna have fun with this. I knew it wasn't gonna go anywhere and it wasn't gonna be serious, but I figured, oh, what the hell, I'm gonna have some fun. I usually
It was
don't
when
like to engage people like that because it's just frustrating for me and it's a waste of my energy.
yeah, it's when he turned around and said, "You better call me daddy." I thought, "Oh God, here we go." But no, I've just been listening while I've been sorting the kids out and stuff. I've had a really good day today. My son, his football team played their first game, their first friendly game, and they won 15-0, man. And he scored 6 goals and got man of the match. It's been a good day.
Are you talking about uh, European football?
No, my son,
Or is
my son, my 6-year-old son.
that, you said he's playing football? Am I breaking up?
Yeah, can you hear me now, Paul?
Yeah, I can
Mic
hear you.
check. Yeah, I was saying I've had a good day, man. My son his team played their first friendly game of the season, a football game, and they won 15-0, and he scored 6 goals and got man of the match today.
That must be a very rewarding experience, huh? Seeing your boy out there playing.
Yeah, man, he played really well, really, really well.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah, a bit overwhelming, yeah, but no, great day. But yeah, I've just been listening in the background, sorting the kids out.
Well, don't let me take you away from him. Go back to and enjoying it. I'll wait for this Kevin fella to sort his mic out.
Yeah, I'll chime in a bit.
Hey, Sydney, welcome. Nothing's really happening right now. Everybody kind of went silent. I got this guy Kevin in here who's new, but he's having mic problems.
Hey, Paul, when he was talking to that Glober guy, that Kev guy earlier, you should have held him on that satellite point you had, man. I thought you were just going to roast him there and then.
I wanted to. So many people kept jumping in. I was like, I figured it. There's no way he wasn't going to stay on. He was going to constantly try to change topics and divert. And so I was like, I really wanted to, though.
No, but you had him at one point, and he was you demanded the proof, and then he didn't have it, and then you were basically calling him out, and then yeah, you're right. Someone else jumped in, didn't they?
Yeah, it was kind of a shit show. And I knew no matter what I said with him, it wouldn't have mattered, honestly. It would have been good for other people listening, but I think he is unreachable at this point.
Yeah, he definitely was, but I would have had him at natural satellites, man. What he's trying to say? Oh yeah, we even have natural satellites. Like, what are those? You know what I mean? Just like
yeah. It's what's funny to me about that Big Root is he seems like a pretty intelligent kid, right? But at the same time, you know what I mean? That stuff bothers me, man. But he's just completely intellectually dishonest, but I don't know, man. I think he's really smart. He just appeals to authority, and well, his problem is too. I think he thinks he's smarter than he actually is, and he's good at regurgitating the shit that he's told. But he can't, like everybody else, can't back any of it up. But like to be that way at 15, like I could never, I couldn't, I wasn't like that when I was 15. If only he would, use that for, something actually good.
Yeah, I mean, you say really smart. I mean, really smart if memorizing textbooks. You know what I mean? In that sense, like, yeah, he'll probably get good grades and stuff, but like, he wasn't even able to like approach the situation in an intelligent way. So I don't know. Yeah, he was
Well,
intelligent. He memorized it. Like, yeah.
I think what I really mean is to be 15 and to be able to engage the way he was, and as stern as he was with other people. But I guess we kind of talked about that too. That's kind of an age of the internet. But I don't know. I feel like there's hope for everyone, and maybe one day there could be hope for him. I mean, and I think about that. He's 15. Like, how much can I really, what can we really expect from him?
Well, yeah, one thing I've noticed with the younger guys, man, you have to kind of tolerate a bit of their toxicity. Like these kids, man, they communicate in such a fucking, I don't know, an obnoxious way, and you kind of have to absorb a bit of it.
Yeah, that's very true.
Like they'll resort to name calling really quickly, and yeah, I don't know. They've all got big
You know what? I
egos
take
as well.
responsibility. I'm going to take responsibility for that too, because I started the conversation off wrong with him in the first place. I should have, because he has no idea of our position, and I think maybe if I would have took a different tact and tried to explain to him what we do here and why we believe it's important, or why we know it's important, and maybe if I tried that tact, he'd have a better understanding of the conversation, and that it's not like some kind of argument. Like, I don't care. You can believe whatever you want. I don't care. I don't want to debate you. There's no debate. I'm not trying to trick you. I'm not trying to force you to believe me. Maybe I should have started with that.
No, I think the conversation was going fine, and then I think he started I think I actually think too many people jumped in, and then he got a bit defensive, and he started claiming when he made those claims about science. I think everybody was a bit like, "Come on, dude," but nobody really kind of pushed him back on it. You know what I mean? Because he was sort of like, he was stretching science, you know what I mean? And nobody really explains, like, come on, dude. Like, I think you tried to, but I feel like you said, he's a bit too far gone. And I was saying to Helio that with kids like that and people like that, you kind of have to go to why would they lie first and then go back from there because they're just not ready to listen. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're not ready to listen to, especially us, some stranger, some wacko, when everybody around them and everybody they see on TV is, pushing that all that, it's a lot to take for a 15-year-old kid.
Yeah. And I could sense that in him. Because remember, he sounded smart, so he's clearly read a lot of, articles or watched a lot of science videos. So why the lie is like it's like a flipping gatekeeper to the truth.
You can tell too, another part of his problem is he's never been, I think, spanked in his entire life.
Yes, he sounded like a big fanny, let's say. He was very
Not that that's even
defensive.
really necessary, but I don't even think he's ever been sort of threatened with the idea. He probably talks to his mother like that. I don't know.
But I missed the ending. My phone app died while I was listening, and then when I came back, it was over. Yeah, so I don't know how it ended.
Yeah, you didn't miss anything. I was trying to get him to, give me those pictures, and I wanted him to verify. So he sent me some pictures of, Earth from space. And so I said, okay, now you've presented these pictures as evidence. Now verify them to me. Prove them to be actual photos taken. You know what I mean? And then something else happened, and then he just dipped out.
Yeah, you could have had him like on that probably at the start of the convo because there is no fucking photographs of satellites, just lights in the sky, right? So,
Yeah.
we
And
let him
that's
get
what he
away
was
with that.
originally going to send me. He was going to send me a photo somebody took standing on the ground of the sky, of a light in the sky. And he was going to claim that as proof of satellites. I know he was going to do that, but then he he knew I was going to rip him apart on it, and he didn't. So see, he's not entirely stupid either, because he he knew better than to post one of those stupid pictures.
Yeah, that's when he started getting sassy, right? To deflect from what he
Yeah.
had to do, which was provide some evidence. So clever kid, yeah, he's a clever kid, but my God, he's why the lie needs to be answered first for him.
Yeah, and I've talked about that too, and I've had that conversation, and I totally forgot that tact. That I did want to start with that first. Because that's where if the conversation actually would have started taking off, it would have no doubt ended there. That would have been his big last question. Okay, I got one more question.
Well, I was saying to Helio, my theory is that if they don't ask that question and they're a proper glober, like we know the types, we know the archetype, we know the vibe, but if they don't ask that question, there probably wasn't listening until they're not taking it serious until that
Yep.
question's answered.
Exactly.
Because think about it.
Yeah, they're
Think
saving
about
that one
you
for
though.
some reason.
Yeah, but yeah, they're saving it because that's when they actually are asking. That's going to finally actually like think about it, because think about it for yourself. If it's you, if you don't know, if you could never even, when you ask that question, why the lie? You're basically saying like, I can't imagine a reason or like any reason why this could actually be true. Do you know what I mean? So they're sitting there listening to the
Yeah,
evidence,
exactly.
but they haven't even considered that any of
Exactly.
it could be real or true. They're just saying you're a crazy flat earther. Let's debate at that point. Yeah.
No, you're 100% correct, bro. And you know, I've experienced that a lot in my life with people that have lied to me, and I realized they were lying, but you know, I still didn't. I still want to know, why would they lie? Why are they lying to me? Why? You know, it's so silly,
It's like
but it's
if
important.
I've seen it mostly with people like with girlfriends and stuff.
Yep, that's
Let's say
exactly what
someone's
I was talking
girlfriend's
about.
cheat. Yeah, yeah, and they're like, you know, there's like someone will say, look, like I saw a girl, you know, at this bar with this guy at this time. She was wearing this, and I seen him kiss her, and that guy will go, nah, you didn't. Do you know what I mean? He wouldn't even question, like, how have you got so much detail? Like, that's really interesting. You know what I mean? It would just be nah.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
if he has any suspicion, then he would be like, wow, I need to investigate that. So, you know, I think
I've
I
been
just
in
made
the
a mess of that.
situation though. I've been
Yeah.
in the situation, Big Root, though, where I had that suspicion, and I still didn't want to believe it. You know what I mean? Where like I knew,
Yeah.
and but I fought against it. I didn't want it to be true, so I thought. I hoped, well, maybe it isn't true. Maybe it didn't happen, and yeah.
Yeah, but we don't have to do that, right? We can decide to like turn a blind eye willingly. You know what I mean? And
Well,
that's
yeah,
different.
yeah.
And you're still in control of that. Where if you're just denying it just on the basis of some, you know, fallacious reasoning, then oh my god, you're trapped. You're fucked. You're gonna be in pain soon. Gonna hurt.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the whole thing, right? The truth, it hurts, and sometimes knowing the truth and even denying it, that can hurt even more.
But if someone, so if let's say you're dating a girl and someone knows your girl cheated on you, how much softened would the blow be? This is the why the lie being answered on the fact that your girl is cheating on you. If someone come and said, "Look, man, I know this girl. She slept with 20 men in high school, and I know this, and I've heard and this story and that." So then all of a sudden, someone sets the actual why would this happen? That's the why the lie. How could this happen? She's not who you thought she was. Okay. Then when someone tells you that story, you're like, okay. You know what I mean? But I suppose
Hmm.
being told that, I suppose you've got to believe that as well. But I think you get where I was going with that.
Well, yeah, it's you're right on, because it's important to have that, because then it could be an actual learning. You can take something away from it and learn and grow from that experience, and it's not necessarily going to lighten the blow. It's still going to hurt, but at least in the long run, maybe you can take something away from it, you know? I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. And I think that's the difference between people who think like this progressively and then people who just make excuses for everything, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've as I've gotten older, when I started to get in a relationship where I thought it could last a while, I would have that conversation with girls I was dating early, and I'd say, "Look, if there ever comes a point in time where this isn't working for you, you know, tell me. There's no reason. You don't have to fear anything about being honest with me. You know, just as long as you're honest and upfront. And even if it's about, say, you want to sleep with somebody else, talk to me about it. Let's talk about it, and we'll figure it out together. And if we have to separate and break up, okay, that'll be that. But let's have that dialogue." But they still end up lying a lot of times, even though you had that conversation. They're like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah."
Yeah, it takes a level of maturity though, doesn't it, to be able to you got to be
Yeah.
honest with yourself first before you can be honest with others. And a lot of people
Yeah, and
don't know that they're lying, cheating scumbags, you know?
well, and I think, yeah, and I think a lot of them don't even know why they are doing it themselves. They're unhappy with themselves, or they're unhappy with something. It's not you, you know, it's them. So a lot of them can't even answer the question of, why they did it. Especially honestly, because the honest answer is really you're just a selfish asshole. Right?
Oh yeah, man. I mean, we're all capable of it as well. I think that level of honesty is good, but once you have it, when you have the dichotomy that we're given, the heaven and hell, the good and evil, that basic sort of, left and right shit. I don't know. I think it's very hard to be able to accept your dark side, what you're capable of, and then subsequently be able to see that as well in everybody else. So I don't know. I think we all walk around, and most people walk around quite delusional about who they really are. Do you know what I mean?
That is 100% truth. Yes. And do we ever fully know who we are? I mean, I think that's a part of this whole experience, right? Is we're constantly learning, we're constantly growing.
Some people are going backwards though, man,
Yeah. Yeah, that is very true. Well, and yeah, some are just have been stuck in the same place their whole life, not even going backwards or forwards. Just see that, and that's a tragic thing for me. The most that's the thing that I hate most about all this. This is just the suffering that other people are going through because of these lies and shit. That's what bugs me, man, the most. I hate to see other people suffering and miserable and unhappy and not understanding why they're unhappy and what's the direct cause of it. In my opinion, I believe it is the heliocentric model is tied to that. I think it's a big part of it.
Yeah, I'd agree. Personally, I see the heliocentric model as loosely the great deception that was prophesized in scripture. I see it as, powerful enough to keep us under control. I think without the heliocentric model, a lot of other things wouldn't be able to be kept under control, if that makes sense. I
Yeah.
think it's really important. Yeah. But it's really us, isn't it? Like, because I feel like even those people who are suffering badly because of the state of the world, I feel like it is still better than when people were being beheaded for their beliefs. Do you know what I mean? Like the world is still in a really luxurious place compared to the past. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. In a way, we have a lot of, what do you call it? Creature comforts. Is that the correct term? And we get very comfortable in our air conditioned homes and things that we've become so accustomed to. But at the same time, before any of that existed, it was never a thought in anybody's mind. So those things didn't bog them down and bother them. So, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard to say because people are still getting killed today for their beliefs. They might not be necessarily being flogged and beheaded in the streets, so to speak, a lot, but I don't know. And not maybe that's not as bad either because it's a quick death and you're not suffering your entire life. I don't know, man.
No, I like your point, man. I understand completely. I feel like that's a bit of self torture, though. I feel like we play our part in it too much, and it could quite easily be the glass is half full. Where there's a lot of opportunity. You can be very niche. You can find people who are like you. Like this place is really important for my mental health.
I absolutely agree with you. Yeah, I believe you can pretty much make the world what you want it to be. You just have to do it and put that in action. And even still, like I can't say I'm unhappy anymore because my feet are firmly planted on the flat Earth, and the veil has completely been lifted. So I can die a happy man now. I'm not bogged down by the lies anymore. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I just care because I don't like to see other people suffer. And, I wish I could help them.
And you love the truth, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Right on. Yeah, man. It's like honey and milk to me.
Yeah, I mean, what else is there? It's the most important thing, right? I can't think of anything more important than truth.
Dude, when I found out about logical fallacies, and then I started examining my own beliefs, I had to purge so much identity about myself, about who I thought I was, my ego. And it was such a short term, painful process. But like now, I just feel so much more calm and peaceful in myself. And it's like, why, that short term pain for long term gain? It's like the gym, you have to work out, you have to put energy in to get something out of it, man. I just don't understand why, people, when they hear about the logical fallacies, don't just put that to work on themselves straight away. How much am I bullshit and how much am I genuine? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we tell ourselves a lot of little lies, don't we?
Yep. Yep. It wasn't until I understood, though, fallacious thinking that I could even, tempt it. And then there was a guy
Mm-hmm.
called Krishnamurti. I don't know if you've ever heard of Krishnamurti. He's a guru who they actually, a lot of people claim that he achieved true enlightenment. And basically, he was just a self-honest self-analyst. And he would basically just break down every thought. Where's it coming from? Why, why am I feeling an emotion around it, to the point where we could just observe, completely let go. And I just started to look at myself and be like, wow, all these ideas are not even mine,
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, where are they coming from?
yeah, and I'm identifying with them, I'm a this or I'm that, or even Earth, I even try and not go too heavy on that because, it's an idea stream, isn't it? I'm jumping on.
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's such a good process because it helped me to realize that I have to be open to pretty much any idea. I can't hear something and shoo it away anymore and say, "Ah, that's nonsense." I can't do that anymore. Because what do I really know? Because I used to think I knew so much, and so many
Yeah,
times in my life, I've come to the realization, like, "Oh man, what a fool am I?" You know?
yeah, it's I feel like you can only get that peace, the inner peace, when you just accept that you'll always be a student.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I was coaching my kids' football team before, and I've kind of stepped back now in his new team, and it's so much more enjoyable to just be the observer, rather than managing and
Yeah,
controlling everything.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because when you were doing that, you were so concentrated and focused on that, you really couldn't step out of it and just enjoy the kids running around and playing on the field. You couldn't really experience much because you were so focused on trying to, like you said, control and steer everything.
Yeah, and
So
I'm a bit of a wholehearted kind of person. If I do something, I'll bloody take over it. You know what I mean? So I
yeah,
have to put a limit on myself. Step back and let things happen. It's such a peaceful way to be, especially if you're not naturally like that. Wow, just let things happen, man.
yeah. Well, I had to do that in my life too because a lot of times, and I think a lot of people do this, is I was constantly trying to force relationships, and I was trying to constantly go places to meet women and try to force myself into a relationship when what I should have been doing is just concentrating on myself and bettering myself, and naturally that girl would have appeared, you know that
100.
would have happened naturally.
Yeah, man. Agree with that.
So I don't know if you
100%.
noticed, but and I don't know if you've spoken to this person before, but there's somebody popped in that has a globe Earth roll. Venetian Punk. I don't know if you wanted to say anything. I figured I'd address you real quick. I'd be interested in knowing why you popped in. If it's to debate anything, I'm not your man. But maybe somebody else in here would like to debate you. I don't know. And if he doesn't want to say anything, then yeah, back to Big Root.
Yeah, we normally keep it flat Earth in here, so whenever we get people come in, we like to switch the topic to flat Earth.
We do got some leeway today, though, with Speculation Sunday.
Oh yeah, shit. Yo, shit, it's Sunday. Yo, let's talk about the UFOs, motherfucker.
Oh, I just know somebody else. What's this? Curious? Oh, there you go. Oh no, they got they're VC verified, and what's that? 3 points precipitant. I don't know what that is. What role that is? But so yeah, if you you're VC verified, so you can.
So we have three main points, don't we? We don't experience curvature.
Yes.
We don't experience motion, and we don't have any evidence that gas pressure can exist next to a vacuum. So we'd be interested to know if you guys have any information around these points, whether you know. If not, we can carry on as we were. Because any observable tests show a horizon way past 10 miles when we should expect to see a horizon between 4 and 6 a day. So that's really weird. Why can't we find the horizon or the physical Earth curve? You know, Paul, because I don't know why we can't find it.
Well, I know, the reason why, but these people we're addressing in here now probably won't accept it. But the simple answer is because it doesn't exist.
Ding, ding, ding. You are correct. There's no curvature to be found, guys. We're looking, we're testing, we're observing. Our guys are out there in the fields, trying to make observations, trying to find this curvature. No luck yet.
Yeah, I would love for anybody to come in here and address those 3 points you just made. I'm all ears. I won't interrupt unless you say something that you can't verify and back up. Then I will interrupt you because we want verifiable, evidence of any claims you're going to make. But yes, please, somebody, if you guys want, man, unmute. Take it away. Because otherwise, you're not going to honestly hear much. There's not a lot going on in here.
So who we got? We got Curvy Footprints. Got any roles? I think he's got any
No,
roles.
not even VC verified.
That's a problem.
Yeah, you might want to, if you're listening, Curvy Footprints, you're going to want to go up to, what is it, the VC check-in, and just have a quick conversation with somebody so we can get you VC verified, and then you can be able to speak in the live stream. We just got to go over a couple quick things with you because we are being streamed live.
on YouTube. So I'm sorry, what was that? Yeah, your mic is still shit, Kevin.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just wanted to say something to help you with that, but my microphone still stuck.
Yeah, no problem.
We can hear you.
Oh, you
Yeah?
can hear him? Because I can hardly hear him at all. Is it just me?
Well, I've got headphones on, so I probably can just about hear him.
Oh, okay.
Trying to adjust the microphone somehow, and it looks like it works better than before. So maybe you can hear me now better.
A little bit. I can hear you a bit better.
But it's very awful to have conversation when your ears are.
Yeah. Oh, I've got a phone call. Sorry, I'll be back in a minute. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Okay. Hills. What was that name? I forgot already. Hills are not flat. Let's get you able to get control of your mic, get you VC verified, so you can talk about these hills. That would be awesome. And the other two, what's the other two? Oh, we lost one, I think. Damn it. I hate being on my phone with this. Curious? Is that the. Yeah, you're VC verified already, so you can speak up at any time. Who is this? Oh, that's. So hills are not flat. You need to jump out of the live stream and go to the VC check-in. And I or someone else will go up there with you. We can have a quick chat, get your VC verified, and then you can come back in here and have a conversation. How's that sound? Yeah. No. Or I can just fuck off too. That's cool. Interesting. Well, this is wonderful content we have going here for the live stream. Earth is not water. What?
hilarious. DJ Bash. What's up, DJ?
How's it going?
Pretty good. What brings you into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
Literally just listen to you guys for the most part.
Ah, yeah. Not going to hear much right now, unfortunately. How'd you hear about the
Oh,
server?
Pinky, what the hell was his last one? Badinsky? But I don't know how to say it. One of those guys on the modern day debate server recommended checking you guys out. Apparently, you guys got a lot of topics you talk about. I'm like, sure, I'll take a look.
Well, we really tend to try to stick to one topic here, and that is the uh, shape of the Earth.
Right?
You got anything you'd like to say about it? You lean one way or the other?
This is gonna sound odd, but I really give two shits of what the hell the shape of the Earth is because it doesn't affect me.
Why do you think it doesn't affect you?
Well, I don't sail, I don't fly, I don't do anything work-wise that requires, Earth shape and whatnot. Um, it doesn't really affect me in my daily life, so I just go on my merry way with it. Whether it be flat or round, I don't have a leaning.
What about the idea
Why in the world
that
did you
you're
take the
not?
Yeah, why'd
I'm
you
sorry,
take the recommendation to show up here then?
because I was told that you guys talk about different things, so I'm always open to listen to different things.
Well, there's there's a chest room, but the topic is what the topic is.
Yeah, and
I
that's why
mean,
I'm just sitting back.
if that's the last thing you need to talk about, then maybe find something more specific, like a server, like knitting or something. Like, what else did you want to talk about?
Oh, I just popped in to listen. And then somebody said, "Hey, DJ Bash."
What other things were you told that we talk about?
Oh, just like daily stuff, like men's fitness and health and nutrition and a couple other things. I'm like, oh,
No.
okay.
No, there's
You
different
were
voice
lied to, my
channels.
friend.
There's different voice channels for that, but in the live stream.
Yes.
Oh, in the live stream,
So
the only time I've heard
Yeah,
for what
there's
you guys
different
talk about was
channels there's different channels for that, like people talking
yeah.
about pictures of what they ate for lunch. Yeah, there's a whole health and nutrition channel. Maybe you should drop down there if that's what you want to talk about, or probably a server who just focuses on it. Because God forbid you hear about something that has nothing to do with your day-to-day life.
Oh,
well, I
I
was
guess
kind of hoping I could have that conversation with him because I find it curious that he thinks it doesn't affect his life, but it actually does directly affect his life. Maybe he just doesn't realize it. I'd be open to sort of having that conversation, but if not, that's fine.
No, he doesn't want to find out. He doesn't want to find out that it does have to do with his everyday life. That's why he gave the
no, that's
disclaimer.
I just said, yeah, I'm willing to learn something new. Or not.
Well, yeah, I don't. I mean, am I wasting my time here?
No, I mean, hey DJ, if you found out that you had been tricked into thinking that you live on a water ball flying through space, do you think that would have anything to do with anything? would that matter to you?
I mean, not to mention the lies that surround that. Well, I'm sorry. I'll let you answer the question, bro. Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
You're
I
breaking
can't
up.
hear you.
Bad satellite.
Okay, I took it off my car. Can you guys hear me better?
Yes,
Yeah, perfect.
loud and clear.
Now, if you
Oh, okay,
found out
cool.
that you had been tricked into thinking that you lived on a spinning, flying through outer space water ball, would that matter to you, DJ, or is that beneath you as well?
I don't know about beneath me. That's actually interesting for that. But yeah, it would matter because then there's a lot of things I learned in my past I need to relearn or change what I learned.
Okay, so it does matter whether or not the Earth is like what they say it is. That was a quick change of heart.
Okay, I apologize. I must have misunderstood that. I took that as just what the shape of the Earth is.
You're the
But
one who brought it
when you put it in terms of if I was taught different the wrong thing, okay, now I understand what you're
No,
saying.
but that was your grand preface to the whole discussion. The topic of the live stream doesn't matter to me, but I hear you guys talk about health. So it does matter to you after all. Thank you, DJ.
I'm not understanding how you're interpreting what I was saying.
Well, what were you saying? Maybe you could repeat it. You said it didn't matter to you. And then about 4 minutes later, I asked you, well, if you found out that you'd been tricked into, you were thinking you were living on a water ball, that all of a sudden mattered to you.
Because the way the question was phrased is in what I was taught. So I took it as what education. I didn't take it as the actual shape of the Earth itself, because then I'd have to question a few other things in order to get the right.
Okay. So let's clarify. You began the whole thing with saying, well, really, guys, it doesn't matter to my day-to-day life if what we live on is a ball or not. Is that not what you said?
Not like that. No, it was not like that.
Okay, say it again then.
Okay, so the shape of the Earth doesn't really affect my day-to-day life because I don't do anything that revolves around needing to have or know the shape of the Earth.
Got it.
Like my
So
job or daily life.
if you found out that you were tricked into thinking that you were living on a water ball, would that matter to you? You said, yeah.
Yes, because now my education was wrong, so I have to go back and really question a few other things about my education.
Well, did you learn about the water during your schooling? Or have you had any experience with water out in the real world?
I mean, I used to live out the beach in California, if that's what you're...
Okay,
Because I don't
cool.
understand the question.
That's cool. The nature of water. Did you learn about that in your education?
Oh, you mean like viscosity and its makeup and whatnot?
All that good stuff.
I would say basic stuff then. Nothing like heavy scientific, but just basic stuff. That's it.
Okay. Well, see, what they told us was we live on a water ball, but in reality, water does something the opposite that it would need to do if we were on a water ball.
Okay.
Was that covered in your education, or it probably wasn't even addressed, was it? The two were
Honestly,
probably never
it's been
connected.
so long.
Were
It's
the
been
two
so
ever
long.
connected?
It was whatever connected.
Was the ideology that we live on a water ball ever connected with water in general? All your viscosity studies.
It was okay. I guess the easy way to answer that was I was told I lived on a spherical Earth. Yes.
Okay, were you also told, or have you also experienced that water in nature, what does it do?
Told wise, I don't remember because it's been long ago. What I've experienced
In real
is,
life.
and
At
what
the
I
pool,
experienced.
at your California
Good.
beach pool.
Good.
What
I'm
does the
sorry. Good.
surface
I
of that
apologize.
water do? DJ.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, what is it? No, that's fine. What does the water do at the surface in your beach pool?
In my beach pool?
It evaporates.
Yeah.
Yeah, depending on how hot it
Okay.
gets. If it's depending on how hot it gets, it could evaporate. If it gets
No,
cold,
evaporation happens at any temperature.
Okay. Does it pain you to acknowledge that water seeks and finds level?
Yeah, but
I
only
honestly don't understand what that means.
gravity exists.
One at a time, guys. Is that
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't
controversial,
mean it.
DJ? DJ,
I'm
is
sorry.
that
I didn't mean to
controversial?
interrupt.
Only if gravity exists. It couldn't find its level if gravity didn't exist.
So, DJ, did you want to combine those two things?
Oh, sorry. I thought I was interrupting, so I muted myself.
No, the other guy is trying to cope in real time. So we have water seeking and finding level, which you don't like to talk about. But they also told us we live on a water ball. Now, does that matter to you? The contradiction there, does that matter to you?
Actually, I'd never heard that before, so it's not that I don't want to talk about it. I actually never heard that.
That's my point. It wasn't covered in your schooling.
Okay, and that could be fair because I don't
So
remember.
what does that contradiction do? How do you process that contradiction?
That water, I'm sorry, you said seeks its level? That's what you said?
Yeah, is that controversial?
No, it's just a statement to me. I mean, I'd have to learn more, but I don't find it a controversy.
Okay. And they also say we live on a water ball.
Okay.
So the contradiction there, how do you process that?
I can't process it without learning it because I never heard about water seeking its level, or at least I don't remember. So I'd have to learn more about it.
Oh, so you live under a rock.
Wow.
Okay. That's fine.
Honestly, I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that before, and I just found that fascinating. I'm sorry to interrupt.
I'm so mad because I saw I was just reading something where water seeks its level. It had absolutely nothing to do with this conversation. I was like, oh wow, look at that, but I forgot to save it.
I hate that whenever you're like getting in good in like a book or something like that, or an article, you accidentally close it and you're like, dang it, where was that? That sucks.
So DJ, real quick, have you never heard the term, sea level?
Yes, I've heard this term sea level. Yes.
So I mean, where do you think that comes from?
If I remember correctly, isn't that like the different layers between how high, starting with the sea itself, how high above the water it goes and below the water it goes?
Okay, but why the sea? What is special about the water that's a good starting point? You see what I'm saying?
It's
What does water
level.
do?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know.
It's
What does,
level.
what
That's
does,
why everybody knows that water at rest is level. I mean, it's
yeah.
not that hard, bro. Not to make you feel. Just think about it. Water at rest is level. Bodies of water, I should say, because for whatever reason people think of raindrops. Bodies of water at rest are level. Like you've seen a frozen pool before, a frozen lake
Frozen lake.
before,
Yeah, frozen lake.
the salt flats before, perhaps you've seen pictures or videos with perfect specular reflections, with the clouds being perfectly symmetrical with the reflection on the water because it's
I've seen
level.
pictures of salt flats. Yes.
Yeah.
Are you having a hard time processing that now with the globe?
Not really, just because I got to sit down and read it first, so it's I basically in the back of my head now.
What
In
is there to
regards
read?
to,
What do you want to read?
I'm
What do you
sorry.
want to read?
Oh, okay. Oh, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt. I
I'm
apologize.
sorry, Elijah. I'm not trying to step on you, bro.
No, we
Do you
were
have
both
other books?
asking the same thing. It's like we just shared. Well, what we got you to imagine was an
Mhm.
experience. That's why I asked you, have you ever seen? What is there to read?
Whatever you guys were talking about, so that way I could learn further instead of just staying at what you guys just said, and that's it.
Oh, you guys posted something about water seeking its own level?
No, we were just discussing it. We haven't posted anything. I mean, he seemed to be versed on, water, and but then when we brought up it always finding level, he said he'd never heard of that before. So it's kind of where we're at now. We got started.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm versed on. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm versed on water. If anything, my education on it is very limited.
Please, I mean, look.
Have you ever seen
Check
it?
this out.
Have you ever
Check this
seen
out.
water?
Check this out. You know what an
Yes.
axiom is?
Okay. Let me be more specific. I am not scientifically adept when it comes to things about water. Basic stuff is about as much as I got. That's it.
It is as
What about
basic
the
as
viscosity?
but wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Heat.
That what we're saying is as basic as it gets because it's just an axiom.
Wait, I thought axioms were for philosophy.
We're describing. It's a description of something we've all experienced. There's nothing philosophical about that.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood that. Appreciate that. Thank you.
I mean, it's as simple as it gets. When flat earthers have said the Earth is 70% of water, supposedly, so they say. You look up oceanic basin, they pretty much show you exactly what that looks like. The ocean is in a basin, just like all the other bodies of water. Um, we're like nothing to see here. They're like, no, it's actually more intricate than that. What do you? I mean, it's really simple. Now we can get into really advanced topics, but starting with water, everyone knows what water is, but we have to walk people back from pseudoscience because they've been so far advanced in pseudoscience that we kind of have to walk them back. So, depending on how far into pseudoscience people are, we have to kind of pull those layers back to get them to realize actually it's as simple as you always thought.
But you do know like water finds its level because of gravity.
Call it gravity, call it what you want. What would that have to do with the earth being a sphere?
So first of all, like the water wouldn't go down if there wasn't gravity pulling it down.
Okay, so you didn't hear what I said? Call it gravity, call it what you want. What does that have to do with the sphere?
No, it has to do with the water levels.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the sphere then.
But
What?
you just talked about water. I'm talking about the water too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
you said it's level.
we're not in any contentious like odds right now. So what?
I mean, you said water is as basic as it gets, so I'm talking about water now.
Welcome to
Yeah.
flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, well,
What?
I'm confused. I'm sorry. What was the guy trying to say? I'm totally confused. What did I miss something?
He's not saying
He's
anything
totally
other than
confused.
gravity is why water goes down. Okay, and
I don't know why you people seem so confused. You were talking about water 5 minutes ago. When I talk about water, suddenly I'm stupid.
no, we're
No, you.
talking.
I heard
Hold
him
on,
ask you.
time
Sorry.
out. Let me ask the other guy. Are we
Yeah,
going crazy or is he making the conversation spiral right now?
I'm sorry. Are you talking about me? Are you talking about
Yeah,
old?
I'm asking you
Yeah,
your
you
assessment of
DJ.
what's going on right now. Do you think like because I feel like I'm going crazy. I feel like I'm speaking English to this guy. And I feel like what he's doing is causing the conversation to spiral. What do you think?
Oh no, I'm used to people bantering back and forth like this, so I just take y'all separately and just go piece by piece. I don't think y'all are crazy.
No. I don't think you understand.
No,
You heard what he
DJ.
said, right? You heard
Yes,
my response to him.
yes, I
I
heard your
feel like
response. Yeah.
I feel like what I'm saying to him is not effective. It's like he's acting like we're at odds when we're not.
Okay. I guess that's just a linguistic issue. We just got to find different ways to, or maybe better examples, because that would also help. Sorry, I
Was it
used to
though?
teach
Was it
anatomy, so I would use.
linguistics? I didn't.
DJ, please.
I'm confused on how that was.
Oh, what's up?
He's the one who
Yeah, I don't.
said, "Listen, DJ, you
What's up?
guys are both confused." Okay, he's the one that's confused because he started his little pitter patter with the water's level because of gravity. Okay, so what do we have there? We have level water.
What?
Anytime that's acknowledged, it goes one ear out the other.
No, I never said water doesn't find its level. I said it because it
Yeah,
has
you
gravity.
said okay. Yeah, you said level water.
Yes.
Are you now are you? Is that controversial to you as well?
What? You were talking about how water finds its level. Therefore,
Does it?
what?
Does it or not?
What part of it is controversial?
Okay,
That's
so it's
what
not
that's what we're
controversial.
saying.
So hold on. Water seeks and finds its level. Pick apart that language however you want, but we're told we live on a water ball. Do you see the
Yeah.
contradiction now? I don't care if you chant gravity. We
Where's the
start with
contradiction?
well, level and curved are two different things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it still finds its level.
Welcome to flat
No, but that's
again.
a but that's a non sequitur response because it doesn't follow. He said level and curve are
Because you know,
diametrically opposed.
because I don't think I need to say this, but the Earth is very big. So when you have 2 cups of
No,
water, find its
I'm
level,
sorry, bro.
it seems flat.
That's another non sequitur.
That's another
Again,
non sequitur.
Chicken with
meaning
DJ again.
your response is not really following what he's saying. So
Bro,
he said,
why does every response I make suddenly like out of topic, bro? I just responding, bro.
yeah, but you're responding off topic though.
No, it isn't off topic. I'm responding to the argument, bro.
No, it's non sequitur because your your conclusion doesn't follow the premise.
It is. It does. Let me finish. So the Earth is very big, right? So when you have 2 cups of water, it looks like it's a flat line. Okay. Now it finds its level. It doesn't mean the entire Earth is flat.
But again, level is horizontal.
Oh my goodness
Having no
gracious.
part having no part higher than another, that's what the definition means.
Yeah, but gravity, is like pulling it towards the center.
Oh, so you're saying level means equidistant with the center of a sphere. Well, guess what? This isn't a perfect sphere, supposedly,
I
because it's
know
an
it isn't.
oblate. So that means that that can't be true.
I know it isn't a perfect sphere.
So that means that the word level wouldn't even fit that. Because let's say you want to use the contradictory statement that a level is having no part higher than the other, but conforming to the surface of the earth. Well, if it's not a perfect circle, then you have different altitudes, thus
Yep, altitudes
not
exist.
being level.
Okay, that's the same thing I said before. The Earth is very big. It looks flat. You can have 2 cups of water. It still finds its level.
Yeah, but you're just
Doesn't mean
begging the
Regardless
question.
of how big it is, it
But
still
you're just
curves,
begging
right?
the but you're just begging the question. You don't have any proof that it curves. We
I
all
mean,
know what bodies
we
of
do,
water
but
look
you're just
like.
gonna
They
say it's
look
fake.
well. Don't tell me what I would say. You haven't presented anything thus
I
far in
I
this
have
conversation.
not
No, you
okay, not in
haven't.
this conversation.
Yeah. So there you go.
I mean, do you want me to? But we're just gonna get into like oh no,
No,
that's
we
fake. It's real.
absolutely want you to present. We absolutely want you to present
Either
any
you have
evidence.
proof of
What I
either
mean,
you
Paul.
have proof of the Earth's convexity by way
Paul,
of some sort
Paul,
of
I already
by
sent you
way
some
of
pictures
Okay, so why did you butt in? We were having a more productive conversation with the guy who said it doesn't matter.
because I want to debate too.
but we're not
Well, you're
trying to
not
debate.
debating.
There's nothing
You're
to
not
debate.
debating right now, friend.
Oh, this isn't the
You're
debate.
applying circular reasoning and you're saying you're apparently you think debating is saying something and it being so. Level is curved because the Earth is big. It's
Yeah.
level.
Hey, do you guys want me to share? I forgot he did send me his proof. Do you guys want me to share it with you in the live stream? You guys are gonna love this. And I asked him, by the
Yep.
way, I said, okay, now you presented this as proof. Now verify this evidence. Verify it to be true. And
I didn't
he
take the picture, bro. I'm not like I know you think the Earth is flat, but I'm not asking you to take a picture of the Earth right
I
now.
don't think
I know
anything. I
I know
don't
you
think
can't take a
anything. No, no,
picture
no,
of
no,
the Earth.
no. Don't listen. You don't know me. You don't know my position. I don't
What?
think or believe anything. Okay? So
You
don't
don't?
even start with that.
What?
I know. I know. All right. And you posted these pictures you gave me this and said this is your evidence of your claim.
Yes, it
But now
is.
you just said you didn't even take the pictures yourself.
Yes, it is. I don't need to take
So
the picture myself to have evidence.
all right, I'll put these in the bear with me guys, I'm on my phone, so
You already put
it's
them,
a pain
so.
in the- well, I'm gonna put them again for the new folks. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, it's pretty alright. I do say so myself.
Okay, yeah. Cute.
See one of y'all hopping out the truck and jump on start twerking. That'll be
So DJ, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I just muted while you guys were going.
How do you feel about this conversation now?
Feel nothing really towards it. Thinking about it, I guess I'd have to look at both sides again. More towards y'all's side to really think about what you guys mean by level.
Well, we just mean level is okay. So let's read the definition.
Okay. Here's one of his proofs. I just posted. Sorry.
So level, even, flat, not having one part higher than another, having no inequalities. Now, the point that I made to him about it not being a perfect sphere, if he were to say that level was equidistant from the center, that would contradict this definition. So you have worldviews that contradict what we experience, if you're to believe that.
Is
Continuing on.
that to me?
Continuing on. Parallel with the free surface of a liquid at rest as a level surface, horizontal, not ascending or descending. So, guess what? As I'm standing at one singular point in space, right? If I live on a sphere, guess what? The ground is doing what? Descending the further away from me a point gets. Okay? So that would be contradictory to this definition. Now, people have worldviews where they try to imagine how these words fit into their worldview, but they just beg the question, well, it's a sphere and this is what that means. Well, what's the evidence other than you begging the question or assuming that it's a sphere? Because level is fine on its own without any extra additives. Everyone knows what level means. Level means what it means.
Okay,
Even,
now.
width of the same height or on the same line or plane with something else.
Okay, now.
Hey
Just hold on a
DJ.
second. Let the yeah, just chill out, bro.
Oh, I'm listening. So if he wants to interject,
Hey
that's
DJ.
fine.
Okay,
I
I have a
wasn't talking to
question
you.
for you.
I wasn't talking to you, DJ.
Yeah, you're
Oh,
talking to
okay.
that guy. Hey DJ.
What's up?
Did you and when you said what you guys mean by level, did you intentionally say that or
Yeah, like the two individuals talking.
Yeah,
Okay,
what
so
I mean by level is how
what
it's
do you?
defined.
Yeah, what do you know of level, DJ? I mean, what was covered in your education?
Yeah, it's not. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I'm not
Wait.
gonna hold on, real quick. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if you're trying to like come at me or if you're actually asking me a question, especially
No,
with the way you're
No,
that's
you're
a
no.
legitimate
verbalizing it.
question, and I'll tell
That's
you
No.
just
why. That's a legitimate
hold.
question, and I'll tell you why. Because you're in a frame of
Okay.
you're in this mindset where you think we define things differently. No, words are defined as per everyone's experience on Earth. We don't have different definitions for things. We don't have religious assertions for things. That's not how this works. We use the definitions. When we talk about the scientific method, we're talking about that specific epistemology, not a flat earther's version. Never. That's why the Globers hate us so much, because they say they have science and we say, okay, what's the natural phenomena observed? Because guess what? What the earth is a what is question. That would be a geometry related discussion, not a scientific discussion. Me as a flat earther knows that. Globe earthers, well, not so much. So when you say I'm just trying to get you guys view, no, we're just using definitions the way that they are. That's all we're doing. I don't know what I don't know what would I don't know. It seems like, well, you're just gonna have to have more experience with us to understand that that truly is what it is, because it's hard to accept at first. So he doesn't mean
And
anything when he asks you what do you think level is in school or whatever it is, like, because he's basically trying to get you to understand that what we're talking about is no different than what we were all taught. We were just taught contradictions beside that, things that maybe you haven't gone back and thought about since then. We're just trying to point these things out.
that's understandable, especially with the way you're presenting it. And it has nothing to do with the words specifically themselves. It's just the way that it's presenting it. So as you put it, Elijah, very eloquently put. Yes, you're trying to make sure that we're on the same page, especially so this way you know that we're not trying to, nobody's trying to hide behind different words or, basically do a shell game on each other. It's just the way
Right.
it was
The true
presented by the
Socratic
other
method.
individual
Yeah.
was more, the way it was presented by the other individual was more of a, hey, you're stupid, and I'm going to show you how you're stupid. And that's the perception I'm getting. I'm trying to understand the reality of it instead of the perception.
The
I think
people
it's
who
just passion. You know,
the,
it
the
comes
people.
off sometimes as sort of aggressive. I'm sorry, I'll let you speak for yourself,
No,
bro.
no, no.
I
Yeah,
didn't know
my
you were
That's
bad,
still
fine.
bro.
here.
No,
I
dude,
did
it's fine.
cut in a couple of times. I'm gonna go on mute, let you guys also get in, because I did kind of interrupt there.
No, go ahead.
You're good, Elijah.
Other. Jesus, I'm drawing a blank. Um, yeah, Paul V, say what you're going to say because I blanked. Oh,
Um,
what I
he
was
got
saying
me like,
was,
oh, okay. He was talking about your demeanor and like how you presented it, and I just wanted to tell him, some people are passionate and they really project their voice when they talk about something that they care about, and it can be perceived as being aggressive, and it really isn't at all. Nobody here wants to trick you or confuse you or force you to believe anything. Okay, this is just a
yeah.
conversation.
And
Really
when's the
want
last time you had it?
you
When's the
to
last time
be
you
able
fell?
to understand.
No, when's the last time anyone fell for a shell game where the guy was yelling at you? But what I was trying to say was, we're not the ones. I hate to say we. I'm not the ones when I say level who's filtering everything I say measuredly and making sure it goes back to something that I can still rationalize the globe. When I'm talking about water, I'm remembering being at the pool. You act like it's some wild. So the other guy, everyone has a trouble with this word level, because now that we've been faced with this idea that the Earth might not be the water ball they showed us on TV, no one likes to talk about reality. We're not the ones filtering everything we say to make sure we don't say anything. There are no gotchas coming our way. So if you want to walk, if you want to walk on eggshells, you're the one who came in here kind of passive aggressively saying, "Oh, I just want to talk about food and working out, and this doesn't matter to me." So
Oh, as a Bronx guy myself, I completely
sorry,
understand.
DJ. I'll try more dulcet tones for you.
I'm from the Brooklyn. The Brooklyn. I'm from
So,
Brooklyn, brother.
Brooklyn. No, I feel like no. As a Bronx guy myself, I completely understand in regards to aggressive tone and whatnot. That's why I do the best I can to be as neutral as possible whenever I talk to people, because I know that when I do speak, sometimes I come out in a very condescending and a very harsh tone. So I do understand. That's why I'm not blaming you. I'm only talking about the perception, and that's it. And then I take a step back. Um, I do understand. You're just trying to understand. You're trying to get what I understand to see if you can correct what you need, what should be corrected, and that's fine.
Okay,
That's completely
okay, that's
understandable.
fine.
In
Fine, great.
regard, okay,
So
in regards to
when
what
you
you said, I apologize. I apologize. Go ahead.
no, I'm just trying to get it back to where we derailed. When you
Right.
said, "Oh, I need to learn more about what you guys consider level," or how yeah, I'm kind of puffing it up, but you made this distinction on purpose. I asked you, and what I'm saying is, we're not the ones tap dancing around the word level. That's all.
Small correction on that. It was more of a. I'm just trying to understand what you guys are saying, so I understand you and not something else. I don't want to
Okay.
misinterpret what you guys are saying. I'm not
So
saying
what
you're
do
saying something wrong. I'm just making sure that I can keep up with the conversation because you guys are more versed at this than I am.
Okay. Do you see a do you think? I'll just ask you: is a curved surface and a level surface, can that be the same?
I mean, if
Are
you
they
put a level on
different?
a
Are
basketball,
curved
maybe.
surfaces and level surfaces different?
I'm sorry, say that one more time, please.
Are curved surfaces and flat and level surfaces, are they different? Is there
Yes, they are different because not all flat things are level. Like a shelf when you tilt a shelf, because you can still have a flat shelf,
okay,
but it's
that's a
not level.
tilted shelf, but the board itself is flat as opposed to
Yes.
curved. I'm not talking about a warped board. Not talking about a tilted shelf.
Mm-hmm.
So when you said I have to figure out what you guys are talking about level, do you see a difference between level and curved?
Yes, because it's how do I explain it? Because and the first thing that came to mind when you guys said that was like putting a level on a basketball.
Yeah, but that bubble is level to Earth, not to the basket.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm confused about that. Can you elaborate, please?
Well, why don't you explain your level on the basketball thing further first? Because it's pretty.
Sure. If I put a level on a basketball, and I get it right where the bubble is, right in the middle, to as well as it's not going up and down or anything like that, it shows that that piece of that basketball is where that it's resting on is level.
That's
Like
bullshit. You're
it's
just
Yeah, well,
balancing
actually, that's
it.
because it's balanced on the ball, but it's not the ball it's level with. It's the horizontal plane we live on that it's balanced with.
okay. And that's
Or if
I
if you
misinterpreted
can't
that then.
if you can't accept that right now, that's fine. But you are balancing it on a basketball, but you understand that the ball has no bearing on what the bubble is doing. It's you leveling it, right? Leveling it with what? You remove the basketball, that bubble is still going to be level. Level with what? With the earth. Now, someone has implanted an idea that this earth is big enough, the fact that because of gravity and all of these other moving parts, uh, that level would be at a specific, like wherever you're standing. But again, if we're to uncover whether or not we're being deceived, it'd be best not to take that for granted because we know what a level surface is. Like when you hang a picture that picture frame is flat, you know that's a flat and level surface. When it comes to the earth, we're not saying that that's a flat and level surface in the sense that we know it has hills and valleys, but when you look at the elevation profile on Google, 0 being sea level, being level is just flat. There's no curve there.
Like
So
I would also add,
along a
Elijah.
long distance, sorry, just saying that along a long distance, overall, it's just a flat plane. It's a level plane. It's a level surface. That's why we talk about water at rest, because unlike on land where you can have, hills, valleys, things like that, with water, that's not a problem because it's just level.
Okay, I can kind of see what you're saying. Then, make sure I understand. Let me make sure I understand this correctly. So, if I'm building like a back patio or something like that, and I put it on the concrete and whatnot, it's
hmm
not it's not the foundation that's level, but it's the ground that's level. Is that it? So what I'm actually
No,
measuring
no,
is not the
you're
concrete.
creating a level with the horizontal, which means if you had nothing in the background and you can see the horizon, like unobstructed, it would be horizontal with that. Because overall, we live on a horizontal plane. So it wouldn't be level with the uneven ground. You would be creating a level because that's the nature of where we live.
And like if
Now
you were
you have
building a patio, I was gonna say real quick, if you're building a patio and you made the concrete curve, would that be level?
No, the concrete itself would not be level. No.
right.
That's all I wanted to say. Go ahead, Elijah.
Right. So what I'm trying to get you to see is the part that's taken for granted is that a surface big enough mean only as a matter of fact, the only example is the sphere earth if you believe it. It's like, well, that can be level and curved. But that's the
Mhm.
part that we take for granted because we don't know that. That's just something that's said. In math, you can kind of show that by keeping a constant right along the axis as it's curving, but that's not proven. That's taken for granted. So how do we know that the surface is actually curved?
Okay. So going back to the patio example, then that means no matter where I put that level on top of that patio with the curved surface, I will never find a level piece whatsoever. Same thing with a basketball.
Say again.
Going back to the example that somebody else said, even with the patio, and I'm combining it with the basketball example. No matter where I put that level on those surfaces, I will never find a level surface on there.
Well, it's sort of
You're
a mind trap because you know for sure that unless you put it perfectly level on top of it, and that would have to be level with the actual earth. You would drop a plumb line, maybe, or you would use a bubble. Whatever you would do, it would be in relation to the earth. But for you to imagine it not being level on the earth is just another mind trap. That's not something that you can actually test because then you would take it, put it on a ball, and go, okay, so that's what you're saying. If I were here on the earth, then it wouldn't be level. But everywhere on the earth, level is just level. The question is whether it's a sphere or not. Because since level is going to be level no matter where you are, being a sphere is something you can take for granted quite easily. So again, the question would be, how do we figure out if it's curved or not?
Yeah, and how many basketballs have you seen, DJ, with flat spots on them?
No, it
Do
doesn't
you used to
matter
work at
because
the
if the bottom,
YMCA?
if the
Okay,
side
well,
of a basketball, if the side of a basketball had a flat spot for some reason, it wouldn't matter because in the mind when you're trying to figure this out, it and you put the bubble over there on the earth though, right? You're putting it on the basketball with a flat side
no, I
for
know.
whatever reason.
I'm
It's
just
a flat
when
side.
he said
It's not going
when
to
he
work.
talked
It's
about
just more mind traps.
yeah, but
Yeah.
when he talked about the curved patio and the basketball, he seemed confused. He goes, "You're telling me I'm not going to find any flat spots on this thing?"
Well,
Well,
yeah,
no,
we
it's
already know. We
curved.
already know that because everyone thinks that the part that we stand on is locally flat, but it's
Everywhere else is a ball.
but on a macro scale, it's curved. That's what everyone thinks. I'm
Okay.
saying, I'm saying that's just been taken for granted. How do we prove that?
Okay. Just a small correction of what the other gentleman said earlier. It's not that I'm saying that I'll never find a flat spot. I was asking if I'll never find a level spot.
Oh, so you're in the camp that wants to say level is curved. You think level means equidistant from the center of a sphere, the basketball, or so if we have a basketball and we have all points equidistant from the center of this basketball, you're telling me that those points are all level with each other. Is that what you're? I'll steel man you. Is that what you're getting at?
I'm sorry, I don't know what equidistant means. So can you help me with that, please?
Equally distant.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Equally. Well,
You said you
Meaning,
on a
because you
meaning,
basketball, yeah.
insisted that
meaning,
they're level.
meaning, if you're here or if you're in the Bronx and you put up a level
Yeah.
at 5 foot above, sea level, and then you
Mhm.
go to Brooklyn and you put it up 5 foot above sea level. In your mind, theoretically, even though these points aren't parallel to each other, they're both equally 5 foot above sea level.
Well, he wanted
Well,
to he
let me see
wanted
if
to
he knows. Let me
clarify his
see if that's
question
what
about
he's
his
thinking.
yeah
Let's.
he asked about the curved patio and the
We
curved
already
basketball,
know,
and he goes,
bro. That's why we've been
okay,
going.
okay, okay.
We've been past that. We're like
But he wants
15
to
minutes past
interchange
that.
level, and he wants to
He
insert
doesn't
level
want
means
to.
curved.
He's trying to
He
figure
has
out.
to.
He's trying to figure it out. He's trying to figure out why it's not what we've all thought for the last 30 plus years, however old we are. I'm just going to go with my age and above. He's just trying to figure out why it's any different than what we've all been thinking. I'm trying to help him with that.
Get it? He seems to know when to correct his language too, though. So I'll shut
Yeah,
up.
we all did. So what I mean,
No. I'm
serious,
just
man.
addressing it right now because he's okay. The curved patio and the basketball. Do you think you'll find level spots on those, DJ?
That doesn't even make
That's what I'm
sense. It's
confused
not
about
even a
now.
That's what
question.
he asked.
Right,
No,
and
it's
that's what
not
I'm
what he
confused about.
asked. It's not what he asked.
Yeah,
He was
he
asking
said
about the
he
he was asking about
originally
the
he said
patio. Before that, the other guy spoke up the basketball, and you're just like throwing both at him.
yeah. No. Hold on. I'll shut up after if I fail at wrapping this up. DJ wrapped it up. He said in this curved patio and on the basketball, are you telling me I'm not going to find a flat surface? And then he corrected himself and he goes, I meant to say a level surface. He's the one who asked us.
And I answered him 15 minutes ago.
Right, and I gave a
Okay, so
correction of I didn't use flat, I used level.
is flat and level not the same thing when we're talking about describing
Were
a
you not here
basketball?
15 minutes ago when I addressed this?
Yeah, I know, but okay, DJ, I'll shut up. I
I
just
mean, for real. It's
I'm
like
here.
you just want to
I'm
argue
sitting.
to argue or what?
No, bro, I'm not. I'm not trying to
Holster the
argue.
guns, bro.
I'm trying to clarify.
I'll put it like
Holster
I'm
the
this.
trying to
pistols.
clarify, Elijah.
I'll put it like this. Apparently, I've started a problem, so I'm gonna go
No,
ahead and
bro.
excuse myself.
Oh, yeah, he's
Um,
looking for his excuse.
No.
I was trying to clarify.
No, you're fucking it up.
okay,
Like
yeah, I'm gonna let y'all do your thing. I'm gonna excuse myself.
Listen to
No,
this
no, hold
guy.
on, hold on.
Sorry
No, don't leave,
if
dude.
I
If you
insulted
back
you.
out, you're
Don't
So
backing
leave
out
yet.
He
just to
gets
back
to
out.
blame me. That's fine.
Yeah, I
no,
don't want to learn
I'm not
better.
trying
Bro,
to
don't.
blame
I'll,
you.
I'll, I'll, I'll be quiet and listen to
Please,
your.
please,
I'll
please
listen.
do that, please.
Okay, I'm not
Yeah,
trying to
yes.
cause problems.
Don't go.
I do apologize.
No, it's
No,
not a
no, you're fine.
problem. It's not a
I'm having
problem.
fun.
You're not the problem. We're here for you. Really, honestly, I don't want to talk to these guys. I want to talk to people who uh come here trying to figure out what the hell is going on and why people think the earth is flat in 2023. That's why we're here. Clearly you came in here the same way we all came to this conversation, right? So it's like I
Uh-huh.
just don't appreciate when people act like, "Oh my god, you think it's a globe? That's great. So you're telling me it's a globe?"
No,
Like
time out.
there's no reason for any of that.
Elijah,
Yeah,
he
Elijah, he
entered
was
in.
actually. Yeah,
He,
I'm sorry. You
he
go ahead.
entered
No.
in saying this doesn't matter. Okay,
So what?
that was his in. Oh,
That's
well,
what
I'm
we
just saying
all
that was
that's
his
what some of us
preface.
have all said. Who
Well, he
cares?
came here to. He came here because he was told that we talk about other topics. That it's not all about flat Earth, and he was
Yeah,
hoping to
dude.
talk about
Let's not
something
derail
else.
this. Let's not let it derail. Okay, I apologize
Yeah, I'm just want to
for
put that out there.
clarifying,
So
but DJ, all
yeah,
I was doing was clarifying. I was trying to wrap up all these different examples into one that you seem to be wrapped up. You seem to wrap them up, and I just was trying to clarify.
Oh, understandable. I
Yeah,
think we're back on the
because
same page, and I appreciate you.
okay, so let's just rewind. When you said what you guys are talking about when you say level, so is it? Do you now realize that
Answer
we're
that question,
you and
bro.
I and everyone else is both we're talking about the same thing when it comes to level?
I thought I did, but now I feel like what I've possibly learned in the past, or even what I read in the dictionary, might actually be wrong. So I'm trying to take this back to the drawing board to understand what you guys are talking about without
Are,
making assumptions. That's why I'm
are you
asking the questions I do.
are you busy?
I mean, I was just going to go work out, but I could sit back in the car for a little bit longer.
Oh man. So all I was gonna say is the definition of level is exactly as I read it to you, except in only one dictionary under
Okay.
adjective. So every other dictionary, everywhere else, the definition of level is exactly as we described it. The
Okay.
only other definition of level is in where Webster's Merriam-Webster's dictionary, and that definition contradicts itself because it says having no part higher than another, conforming to the curved surface of the earth. Those two things are in contradiction to one another. That's how this conversation started. That's why he asked you, do you think that level, a level surface and a curved surface is the same thing?
Yes, and that's where I started getting more confused of trying to understand what you guys are saying. Because then I started thinking about the shelf, I started thinking about a basketball, and the other gentleman brought up a patio. And that, mind you, I'm trying to think about things that I've interacted with. So it's like, wait a minute, I have been that bored dude that put a level on a basketball, and I have built a patio before, and I'm trying to think of all these things because it sounds like I need to start relying more on experience and not so much what other people are saying
Yes,
in a
because your
sense.
experience is that if you put the level on top of a basketball, it's not the basketball, it's just you finding a level that's parallel with the surface of the earth or the plane of the earth. That's all you're doing. It's not the basketball. You remove the basketball, the bubble is still where it's at because you're standing on the earth. So the only thing that could be taken for granted is that well, the surface of the earth is curved, but it's massive, so right here it's flat. That's the only thing that's taken for granted. Might you think that and believe that? Yeah, but how do you know that? That's why I keep going back to that. Cuz it's like I already know that's what people think. But again, I'm just trying to point out that that's the part that's taken for granted because we all know what level is.
Okay,
And we
and
all took that for granted. We all took that for granted, just so you know, until we
and
decided
I
to look at it.
And that, I guess that's another thing that now raises another question, because I don't know what you mean by take it for granted. Because now when I think about the bookshelf again, I'm even more confused because, okay, the bookshelf is not level, but it's also flat. So now I'm like,
Why is
okay,
the why is the bookshelf not level?
because of the way it's tilted.
If it's
Yeah, it's just
tilted, then
tilted
it's
though.
not
The
level.
surface of the surface of the shelf is level. You just tilted it.
So even if I
No,
take a
if
bookshelf,
no,
oh, this is
if you tilt
interesting.
it, it's not level. I don't get what. Look, bro. I don't care if it's a bookshelf, a basketball, a patio. The thing that you need to reference to create a level is the earth. So when I say that you take the earth for granted, when you think of level and someone says, well, it's a sphere, then you're going to find a way to reason that level is curved. And that's the thing that you just take on faith without knowing that it actually is curved.
Ah, I see where you're. Now I'm understanding a little bit more what you're specifically saying. So it's interesting because I don't even think about the Earth at all when it comes to measuring like a shelf or something like that. Which now I understand what you mean by take for granted. So how do I know that that level is exact then? How do I know that that level is level?
Because it's level with the earth.
Right. Now, how do I verify that level then? Because if that's the case, and what I'm understanding about surfaces
A
is
bubble
wrong.
or a plumb bob.
Oh, is that the
Or the
the the,
horizon.
the,
The same way you figure out how to level a bookshelf or how to level a picture frame, it's because level is going to be horizontal on all levels. I don't care if you're in the basement. I don't care if you're uh, 20 stories in the sky. I don't care if you're
okay.
down the block. All levels are horizontal and parallel to one another. Now, if you live on a sphere, the statement I just made isn't true. The thing, though, is if you live on a sphere, again, something you would have to take for granted because we all know what level means, but it doesn't mean exactly what level means if you assume that the earth is a sphere. Then level is something different. It means that all horizontals aren't parallel. But that's a big problem when it comes to navigation and other kinds of things. So that we don't have to get into that just now because I know you gotta have your workout or whatever. But level is just level. How do you know something is level? Because you're leveling it with a leveling, the maybe a bubble or maybe, like I said, something like that.
Okay, and I understand that for the surfaces you're talking about, but the actual device itself, and if I'm understanding correctly, I would need another device in order to make sure that like the level itself is actually correct. So, like you
Well,
had mentioned, a
you've
plumb
used
bob.
you've used like a bubble level, right?
Yes, and that's specifically what I'm talking about.
So
Thank you.
you don't have to calibrate. It's a bubble because why it's using water. That's why we
Uh-huh.
say water at rest is level. That's the whole point.
Okay, I feel you on that one. Okay, so
You
and then and that
look.
okay, that puts me in a better
You can have a curved anything. You could live on a hill where the guys that created the foundation fuck the level up or whatever. So if you put your
direction.
bottle of water down and the bottle is tilted, guess
Right.
what? You're gonna know because of the water inside the bottle because the water is going to be level.
Right. So and then in that case, that means the earth underneath the foundation is not level, not the foundation itself.
Say again.
So that means that
Right,
regardless of
right,
what's in
right,
between
right,
the level
right.
and the
Yes,
earth,
yes.
it's going
Correct.
to be that the earth is not level, not the foundation.
Correct.
Okay,
Because
got it.
you want to level the foundation because the earth is not going to be level. Like it's so many different. I mean, we live on a fucking island, bro. like, like Manhattan is an
Yeah, I
island.
feel.
Like you know,
I
like
feel. No,
so
I got you. I got
the
you.
only
So
way
then,
to create
okay, so
level is if level actually existed, which it does. regardless of what the surface of the concrete or the dirt is doing, we know that level is parallel with the horizon. That's why we
Got
use
you.
water.
So and so it doesn't matter what's in between the level itself. No matter what I put that level on, that's irrelevant. It's always going to be the actual Earth itself. That's it.
Yes.
Wait, I have a question.
Well, hold on. Can we pause this question because he's got to go, and so I just want to finish. I want to finish this conversation with
Okay,
him. I don't
okay,
want to.
sure.
I can kind of like bring things into a little bit quicker focus. So if you had a bathtub full of water, DJ,
Yep.
when that water is at rest, would you say that the surface of that water is level?
Uh, Wait, no, because it'd be in a bathtub, and I'd have to. It'd be the Earth that's level, not the bathtub or the water, because the water's not on the
Well,
Earth.
water
That's
will always
incorrect.
seek its flatness. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's incorrect. The water is
I'm so
level. The
confused
tub
now.
is not. I just explained it with the water bottle.
Right, and then that's why I'm confused because that's why I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. If no matter what, no matter what's in between the level or the thing that's used as a level or the Earth itself, you're not measuring the thing that's in between. You're measuring the Earth itself. That's why I'm like, wait a minute, okay. So if I put it on a
N-
patio, I put it on a basketball, or even if I
Not
put
the
it on
earth.
floating on top of the
Not
water,
the earth, because the earth is uneven. Not the earth, but the one substance we know. Matter of fact, liquid at rest is level. That's what we
mm,
know. Doesn't matter what you put it in. Doesn't matter what you put it on top of. As a matter of fact, this is how people lay the foundation of houses on top of hills that are uneven, because the level is good. The level of the surface of the water, whatever liquid they're using, when they create a square, if there are any uneven parts, you're going to see it because of the water, because the water is always level.
gotcha. Okay, okay.
Right. Remember, DJ? That's why I asked you if you've ever heard of sea level before. The term sea level.
Yes. And I'm glad
That
you said that because that's exactly what came to mind. And then I tried putting two to two together. Like, oh, okay, wait a minute. If it's not level with the earth, oh, I'm sorry, with sea level, then it doesn't matter what's in between. That is where it has to be level. So if it's in a bathtub, well, the water in the bathtub's not in the sea, so that's not going to be level.
No, it's but the horizontal and the level is parallel with with the level of the sea. It's not on the same.
Oh,
It's not on the same elevation, but it's still parallel to one another. The water that I'm holding right now on my 7-story building is perfectly parallel to the water at sea level.
right. And if I had like some sort of floating level, that'd be actually dope if I could find one like that. Then I can show that that water is level.
Hmm.
So wait, no, I just confused myself because now I'm like, okay, what if I put that on a basketball now?
The water's still going to be level.
Okay, I'm understanding what you're
Wait, so
saying.
is the moon like
I'm
part of
understanding
the foundation?
I'm understanding this better.
I'm going to show you right now. Check this out. I'm going to give you. I'm
Okay.
going to give you 2 screenshots.
Are you talking
Okay.
about in the live stream chat?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Oh damn.
Wait, I didn't send it yet, so I don't know.
Oh, I was gonna say, is that one? All right, because that's curved. I don't know about you. I don't care what you say. That's curved.
Now, when I said oceanic basin, that's because that's the way they do. That's the look. This shit is everywhere. I mean, if you look at Disney things, and now we're getting like off track. But if you look at Disney, and you look at Aladdin, the first Aladdin, the cartoon version, when Jafar becomes a sorcerer, he sends Aladdin. He banishes him to the ends of the earth, where he's sitting on an ice shelf. Not that we believe anything about any ice shelves or anything like that. I'm just saying there's a lot of shit that's just out there that like when you talk about the earth being a globe or you invoke a globe, that's the only time that it comes up.
Okay.
Everywhere else, when things are being explained, it has nothing to do with a globe or a curve or this or that. Because when we're talking about GPS, even those require elevation angles, which require a horizontal plane, which has nothing to do with the Earth curving. Now they're going to input images of a curved Earth somewhere eventually because that's what they want people to believe. But again, when you're not talking about the Earth, then the Earth really, like the sphere, has nothing to do with our day to day. That's why most people don't care because the globe really has no impact on our life whatsoever because it's not real. So if you look into the chat and you see what I screenshot. Obviously, these aren't actual pictures, but on Google, when for trying to depict what the ocean looks like, you have the ridges, you have the abyssal plains, which make up like 2/3 of the oceanic floor. Mind you, floors are level. Once again, what they're showing you right here is what they mean by level. You can see it. They didn't even try from continent to continent. They didn't even try to make it look curved
Okay.
because that's just what it is. It's level on one continent and it's at the other side of the continent. It's the same. The sea level is exactly on the same horizontal plane. That's
Gotcha.
it.
Okay.
Do you see what I posted?
Yeah, with the features of the ocean basin and ocean basin images.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm checking it out. For the ocean, chapter 11, Webley. Okay, cool.
We have a question, guys. Right. So, is the moon like part of the foundation? Does it like go under the foundation,
How would it
or
be a
does it like
how would it be a
disappear?
part
Does it
of
like
it?
disappear in
What
the
does that
sky
mean?
because of the atmospheric lensing or whatever?
Can you rephrase your question? I don't know what that means because
Like
the
basically,
Earth is the Earth. Obviously, we can all see the moon up there above where we're standing, so it can't be a part of the Earth.
yeah, but how does it disappear over the horizon? So is it atmospheric lensing, or is it like the laws of
Well, the
perspective?
horizon is the horizon physical or is it an optical effect? Because optics have minimums.
Because I heard a theory from you guys that
Not a
because of
theory.
all
I literally
the
asked you a
water in the
question.
atmosphere,
Not a theory. I
it,
literally asked you a question. It's going to become very contentious if you. I mean, my answer was tailored to what you said. If you don't respond to what I said in kind, it seems and feels disrespectful because I'm answering you directly
no, I
and
mean no
you're just moving
disrespect.
on. So then answer what I said then directly.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know. If you assume that the horizon is a physical thing,
No, I asked
if you,
you that. I asked you if you think the horizon is physically Earth curve
well,
obstructing
I
everything
don't know.
else.
That's why I'm asking the question. I'm here to learn from you guys,
Well, I
so
asked
you
you.
guys
I
know.
asked you because you said, right? Because in your question, there was already a premise stuck in there. There was already a what do you call it? What do you call it? Uh, uh. Anyway, within your question, it was already assumed that the moon was going somewhere. So you're asking what happens when it goes, is it going below the horizon? Is it a part of the, and what I'm trying to get you to understand is, well, first of all, do you think it's optical or do you think it's physical? Because if you understood that it was optical, then this wouldn't be a tough question because you know that optics have minimums and that's what the horizon is. It's a minimum, which your eye can resolve. Guess what? That's why when you take other optics like binoculars, that minimum expands and you can see more because the angle
Yeah. So
of your view
basically,
is increased.
so like if an object is getting closer to the horizon or further away from you, it becomes bigger, right? So why doesn't the moon become bigger if it crosses the horizon?
Well, it does appear
And
bigger. Why? What difference does it make? We see what we see. When the
Well,
moon is
that's the
next to
thing.
the horizon, it looks bigger. When the
It
sun is
doesn't.
next to the horizon, it looks bigger. Even though if you
Well, no,
actually,
it doesn't. It's because
um,
of.
if you actually use a filter, then it actually just gets smaller and disappears uh, before it ever touches the horizon. So that's why the moon disappears long before it touches the horizon most times, because its light isn't as piercing as the sun's light. That's why you can see it high in the sky, 20 degrees in the sky, and then boop, it's gone. Can't see it anymore.
Okay, I can get by that. Do you think the moon is like? Because I saw a lot of pictures from you guys that you have like pictures of stars that like pierce through the dark side of the moon, and you can see that in flags like the flag of
There's
Turkey,
someone,
for example.
when you say you
Yeah,
guys,
You
did
have.
someone
excuse
in
me,
here post
real quick,
it?
bro.
Who
Salty,
posted
you're
that?
hot micing, bro.
Yeah.
Salty.
Yeah.
Should I just mute him?
Yeah, yeah.
What? Hello?
Hold on real quick.
Salty,
We're
you
gonna
say?
just solve this problem real quick. Well, that's Salty that's talking, I guess. Nope, but
Well,
that's not him. He's not
Yeah, that's not
creating.
him.
He's not creating
but
that
some
sound.
other guy stepped in.
Michael, is that you? What's up, Michael? I think that's
If you
you.
have a question, then I can.
No, what the fuck? It's not him either.
Nope, it's not Michael. Mm. Wait, somebody just muted it.
Oh,
Uh,
it's fine.
what the hell? Wait, maybe it is Michael. Hold on. Let me try it again.
It's fine. Let's
Yeah, it's
let's
gone.
move on.
It's gone. Wait, nope, now it's back. What the-
It's gone. Okay. Yeah. So, um, what you saying now?
It's about the pictures that basically contain a star
Did any of us post
piercing
this?
through. I saw it on like Eric Dubé's channel.
Oh,
He,
right.
he
So check this out. One thing
yeah.
that I don't like is bigotry. Not saying that you're a bigot, but people have to understand certain terms and definitions when they come in here. One of those is bigot and bigotry. Because people think to label us as flat earthers, and then they think that we think what they think that all other flat earthers think. And that is definitely just nothing but bigotry. We're in a conversation. Let's just deal with the things that we think in here because we're here to speak for ourselves. See what I'm saying?
Okay. So I shouldn't quote any other flat earthers that aren't on the like list of accepted people that
Not
like.
accepted people. I can't
I
speak for
mean,
Eric today. That's all I'm saying. I can't speak for other flat
so like
earthers either,
everybody.
can I?
So everybody has a different theory then.
Well, everybody
Like.
knows that water is level at rest. Everybody knows it's a horizontal plane. Everything else beyond that is speculation. So everybody who speculates would speculate something different, just like there's over 100 different cosmologies right now in university about how space came about. So it's not just us with different ideas, different theories. It's everyone because they always like to speculate about things that they don't know definitively. That's just how humans are. But when it comes to the nature of Earth and its horizontalness, that's something that everyone understands because you and I and every other flat earther and every other globe earther also experiences.
I mean, one like fundamental thing that I'm trying to like decode or crack is the fact that it's not just NASA. It's like there's NASA, there's the European Space Agency, there's the Russian Space Agency, there's like the Indian Space Agency, Chinese, Japanese.
Yeah, they all get their
So
they all get
so
their data
so
from one
all of them
singular
are like
point.
controlled by the
They all
Illuminati,
get
the
they all
Rockefellers,
get their data.
the Freemasons, and they're all just like
They
smoking
all get their
water.
data from a singular point.
So they all get their data from NASA.
That's not hidden knowledge though, bro. Just so you know. That's not like something that Eli is just saying. Like that's
Well, I
just
know that when I look at Google Earth, I am looking at NASA images that are, just glued together
what does
from,
that
from
have to do with
satellites.
what does that have to do with the ground? Like I don't really care about satellites or NASA or JAXA or any of the European space so-called space
Well, I mean,
agencies.
if every like space agency is investing probably millions. I mean, I don't know if it's just money laundering or something like that. But they're like investing into rockets that they send up into space, and they record them going to space. So you're telling me that's just all a hoax to push some ideology that we're on a globe, and that they're
Yeah, but
trying to hide the
we're not
fact.
really concerned with that because that's just a rabbit chase. Like I said, regardless of one agency, 1,000 agencies, doesn't really matter. Anyone claiming that the vacuum of space, now, hear my words carefully, the vacuum of space is real,
Yeah, yeah.
they're just mistaken. They're just telling people false things. Why? How do I know? Because the vacuum of space is a second law of thermodynamics violation. Nothing violates natural law. Therefore, the story that they make up about the sky can't possibly be true. Not only that, it's only 100 years old. So it's just a story that people tell. It's not like
I
anyone
mean,
knows. That's why I said there's like 100 different cosmologies. So when I was talking about cosmology, that includes in university what they think about the vacuum of space. They're speculating because they don't know. So I don't care what all 100 of them in all these different universities think because they don't know. That's why they're speculating. I don't care what NASA shows. I don't care what they claim they're doing. I don't care what JAXA shows. I don't care what JAXA claims they're doing. Doesn't matter because they're all claiming to be in a second law of thermodynamics violation, that being the vacuum of space. So I'm not really concerned with that. What I do know is that the Earth measures and is practically used as a horizontal plane of reference for pretty much everything that we, yeah.
I mean, yeah. For me personally, I don't really care if the Earth's flat or round. It doesn't really affect my life whatsoever. But
That's a
I'm
complete non sequitur.
I'm a hard-born skeptic in my heart, so I like to question everything.
But that's a
And
complete non sequitur to what I just said.
but
Meaning
that's the thing. Like
it doesn't relate to anything that I just mentioned. So you saying you're a
I
skeptic,
know.
you
I'm
saying
just saying
that.
I'm a skeptic. So I
All right, well,
any like
I
information
don't know if
I
you're
have.
skeptical. I don't know if you're skeptical. It doesn't sound
Why
like you're
would you be
skeptical to me.
skeptic of something you just admitted doesn't matter to you in your life at all? So I'm sorry, but I have a hard time when I hear people say that it doesn't relate or matter to you in your day to day life. It
Well,
absolutely.
I'm not a astronaut for NASA, so I don't really have to know.
You don't have to be
If
an astronaut.
But that's what I
well, I'm
was
not a
saying.
pilot
That's what I
either.
was
The
If
saying
you're
to
pilots,
the
given,
other. That's what I was saying to the other guy. The idea that space is real, or the idea that it's a globe Earth, you couldn't care less because
well,
it
I'm
actually
not a.
doesn't.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't actually have an impact on your life, whether that's real or not. Because you don't have any consequence of living on a sphere. That's why you don't care. That's why it doesn't matter. Because truly, what doesn't exist doesn't matter because it doesn't impact your life. So, so what? What does that have to do with you being here asking the questions that you asked?
Well,
well,
I'm not
But they are taking your
a
money and
scientist, but I can
misappropriating
be
your funds.
interested in science in my own free time, and maybe
Say
you're not
again.
it's
getting
all
my
deep.
logic. Maybe it doesn't have logic. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not a logical person,
What'd you say about the
and
science?
I'm saying like it doesn't impact my life whether I live on a sphere or a flat plane,
Yeah, we
because
know.
in the end I will be just another guy that's living from paycheck to paycheck, just trying to get my
You
food
know,
in,
that's
trying to get
another
my
mental. You know, that's
workouts
another
in.
mental prison as well, right? To
It
to
is,
to,
I might
to
just,
go to work.
become a monk and leave my
No, no,
job
no,
and
no. You wouldn't have to do that because the world that you were born into, it's bountiful and you gain things in multiples. That's how this world works. You put a seed in the ground and you get a fucking tree of apples. Okay, that's how that works. The idea that you have to work, then work, then work, then work, then work, then get a paycheck, then work, then work, then work, then work, then work, then get a paycheck. That's something you think you have to do. Meanwhile, some people can make $1 million in one day. They figured that out. That means that
well, they're
that
on top of the
actually
pyramid.
is, excuse me?
They're on top of the pyramid.
No. Well, anyone can be on top of the pyramid.
I mean, I'm not a Rothschild, so I don't I don't
You
have
don't have to be a
access to it as well.
Rothschild. Why would you have to be a Rothschild to not do the thing that doesn't work,
I'm just
which is
playing. I'm
work,
just
work?
playing. Sorry, I'm just playing.
Listen to what I'm
Um,
saying. Listen to what I'm
yeah.
saying. Why do you think you have to be a Rothschild
I
to
don't.
work,
I
work?
just. I'm sorry. I was just joking.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the only reason that you have that kind of thinking where you think that, oh, I can't be a Rothschild, is because you think that the common man and the respectable man has to work, 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 then get paid. You've never thought
I
about
understand that. Like the 90% think
you've
that.
never thought
Bro,
about
bro,
setting
bro, bro,
aside
can you stop interrupting, bro? Let
you've
him
you've
finish his
never
point, please.
you've never thought about setting aside $10,000 of all the blood, sweat, and tears you put into a company. You've never used that leverage from your job to set aside $10,000 to invest in a property that may make you $800 over the course of I don't know. Even if it was a small return, even if you made 80% of that back. So 8 grand or whatever. Okay, well, 8 grand in a year, that's not a lot. But after that year, what if you did that twice? That's 16 grand. What if you did that again? What if you took on partners? You see how timetables collapse after that because you're doing something with your word. That's just one thing of 100 different things that humans could do to not be slaves. Okay, so it's just your thinking that's keeping you where you are.
Can I ask?
Yeah, I know. I mean,
Can I ask
I
this
mean,
guy a
the
question?
90%. Yeah.
You said you consider yourself a skeptical person, yeah?
Yeah.
So when you go to the beach and you don't experience the ground moving, but someone comes up to you and says, "Well, actually, it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator," would you be skeptical of that claim?
The reason why I said I was skeptical is because I
Well,
try
I'm
to
just asking you if you
challenge
would
all
be
of my views,
skeptical.
and if someone
Right.
tells
So
me, yeah, well, actually, you're on a globe that's spinning, this many kilometers per second, I'll be like, okay, well, what evidence do you have of that? Did anybody, go up there and actually film it, or is it just
okay,
all
so you are
smoke in the water?
skeptical.
I
So you are
am,
skeptical of the claim that we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
I am. But the thing is,
Okay.
it's like, you know, I get the thing that you said about planting a seed, and I think that's what the flat Earth community is about. It's about spreading the message about thinking outside of the box,
No, it's about
questioning
it's about looking
what
for
we're told.
evidence. It's about looking
Yeah,
for evidence and verifiability of the story that we've been told. So, since you're skeptical of the ground spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, did you go and look to see what the evidence is?
yeah, I did, and I mean it's mostly scientific circles that are all based around the same observations, which we as people that are not in those circles cannot verify to be true observations, like satellites and other probes that were sent up into space. We cannot
But
verify
you
that
couldn't
ourselves.
find any verifiable evidence.
Well, you know, to my own eyes, it seems flat, but I'm still doing a lot of research on my own, and you know, watching a
So
lot
you're
of
skeptical of the globe and
flat
you're
Earth
looking for
YouTubes
the
and
evidence.
videos. Yeah, I keep an open mind.
All right. Well, what do you think the best globe evidence is?
The best globe evidence is, in my opinion, right now, since I can't find a counter argument for it, is the reason why we see different constellations in the north hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. I have not seen any rational explanation from a flat earther that would explain why we see different constellations on the northern hemisphere and on the southern hemisphere.
Why would you think that the burden of proof would be on a flat earther, quote unquote, to explain that observation, rather
Well, if
than the
he
person on the
proposes a
globe
model.
side who is just assuming a sphere? Right? You're saying if we see different in the north and southern hemispheres, you've just made an assumption. So actually, it would be on the person saying, we have these observations because we are on a sphere to prove that we're on a sphere, rather than the person who's saying, I don't believe we're on a sphere, to prove something about the lights in the sky. Why do you think that burden of proof is on us?
Well, all I'm saying is I haven't seen a good model that would depict those constellations in the sky, and I have a friend in
Why do you
Australia
think we would
who
need a
sent me
model?
pictures of the sky, and so I know that they
Yeah.
see a different sky at night.
Right,
Yeah.
but
And
why do you think we would need a model when there's no evidence of the globe that this side are assuming to begin with? They need to
well,
provide
a
evidence
different
of the
model
globe.
than the globe.
Where's
No,
this
but the
globe model
globe,
you're talking about?
yeah, there isn't actually a globe model. But before you even get to a model, you would be asserting, hey, the stars are doing this because the ground is curved. The lakes and the oceans are curved. Okay, well, you're going to need to evidence that the lakes and oceans are curved before you can say the lights in the sky are doing this because the ground, the lakes, and the oceans are curved.
Well,
Do you
that's the thing. I
understand?
don't know why the lights in the sky are behaving in the way that they are. If you
Well,
move
okay.
in
So,
the
but does your lack of
north south, you see
understanding as
different
to why
stars.
the lights in
Why
the
are we
sky
doing
are
that?
doing? Yeah, but does your lack of understanding that, or anyone's lack of understanding that, tell us anything about the Earth, the ground beneath our feet?
Well, I'm not assuming a globe Earth. That's, you know,
No, but
I'm
you
not
are, because you
assuming
said the
anything.
best evidence for the globe is this question, and this question assumes a globe Earth, if you want to use it in favor of the globe Earth. You're saying we have this observation in the northern and southern hemispheres, so you're assuming a sphere, but that's already logically fallacious to jump to
I'm
that
just
and
trying to
then
find
say,
you know, an explanation to why we see different constellations when we
okay,
are
well,
at a different latitude.
let's say hypothetically, you're in a warehouse that's
Yeah.
many miles long, and it's huge, right?
Okay.
And
Yeah.
someone's put random patterns of fairy lights all over the roof. So wherever you're
Okay.
walking, you're seeing these fairy lights, these different patterns. If you're
Yeah.
at one part of the warehouse and you look up, you're going to see a particular set of patterns in the fairy lights. If you move to a much further place in the warehouse and look up, you're going to see a different pattern of fairy lights, aren't you?
Okay. Fair. Fair enough.
So, I mean, if you're under a different part of the sky, it can make sense that you would see a different part of the sky, right? So it's not a point in favor of the globe. You would have to fallaciously assume a globe, and then we'd just get back to, okay, the stars are doing this because the Earth's a ball. Now, can you show us that the Earth is actually a ball before we assume that about the lights in the sky? And that's what we're always going to come back to, no matter what the story. Oh, but what about the satellites? What about the gravity? Okay, well then, the lakes and the oceans are curving. Where's the evidence of that? Do you see what I mean?
I mean, the fundamental thing that you have to prove if you want to assume a globe Earth model is gravity, but I don't think
No, it's not.
we've
It's
seen
the curvature. No. Listen, dropping something isn't telling you anything about the shape of the Earth, right? You would need to prove curvature if you're claiming you're on a sphere, you would need to prove motion of the Earth if you claim you're on a spinning sphere, right? Those are the things you would need to prove to say I'm on a spinning sphere. It wouldn't just be to say a word that relates to dropping something. It would be the physical dimensions of the sphere that you're claiming, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what we come back to is when you say, oh, but what about gravity? Oh, but what about the astronauts? What about the satellites in space? Well, if any of those are true, then the curvature would be true, right? So can we just verify the curvature, and then we can start talking about all this other stuff that's just assuming curvature. And then when we ask that, we get, I don't know, someone. Do you know? Do you know who measured curvature, for example?
Well, the most famous story of a person measuring the supposed curvature of the Earth is was it Aristotle, the Greek mathematician?
Aristophanes, but he didn't measure.
Aristophanes,
He
yeah.
measured shadows.
What do you think? What do you think this person did?
Well, the story goes that he measured the shadow
Okay, that's not
of
Aristotle.
Aristophanes, whatever. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
okay. Well.
Eratosthenes. Okay,
So
so he
he
measured the shadow.
You changed your story when you heard me say that too. You said he
But I don't,
measured.
I forgot his surname. I'm sorry. It
Okay,
started
no,
with
no, no,
an
it's
A.
not a surname. Doesn't matter. Anyway, so he measured a shadow, did you say?
Yeah, that's how the story goes. I think it's he measured a shadow in Alexandria, I think, and then in somewhere in Egypt down the Nile.
Okay. So how
And
would
that's
that
how
have
the
told him
story
that
goes.
the Earth is a spinning ball? Or a ball?
Well, he assumed a globe Earth model, and that was his. Yeah.
So when I ask you who measured the curvature, the first thing that you can think of is someone who just assumed the curvature.
But the thing that I want to ask you guys is, does the sun, like, if you
Hold on,
suppose
hold
a
on, wait.
flat Earth
Before you
model?
do that,
No,
before you
you're
do
jumping,
that, can
man.
you just address what he just said to you?
Hold on. Yeah,
Before you go,
I
we'll stick
did.
with the
dial it
question.
back a second.
I
No,
You're
you
did. I
you're
didn't.
just
You jumped ship.
It's okay, guys. It's
no.
okay. It's okay. Chill. I've
I
got it.
did. I said
Right.
he assumed, and you were, yeah.
Yeah. So, but this is the
Yeah.
thing, because I asked you who measured the curvature, and the first answer that you gave is a guy that you apparently know assumed it. So I'm asking who measured it, not who assumed it.
I don't know, guys. I'm not an expert in this field.
Okay. Well, do you think has anyone measured it?
Do you know? I don't know. I'm a newbie in the flat Earth community,
Okay.
so maybe you.
Yeah. This is why we're here. No one's measured it. That's
Okay.
the whole point,
Oh,
right?
okay.
So if no one's measured it, and any attempts to measure it only show that it's flat, it doesn't really matter when someone comes in saying, okay, but what about gravity? Okay, but what about the satellites? Okay, but what about the southern stars, right? That doesn't matter because when we come back to that's assuming curvature, well, we've checked for the curvature and there is none. So all of those stories go out the window. Do you understand?
Something else is going
Yeah.
on.
I have that's my last question.
Hold on,
And
real quick.
yeah.
Before you jump on that, I just want to kind of like end this Eratosthenes story, right? So, like the story of Eratosthenes, sticks and shadows, right? He looked at a shadow in a well, then he looked at another shadow on a stick 500 stadia away, and
Yeah.
supposedly like he realized that on this specific day, the well there would be no shadows, so he went to another location 500 stadia away, put a stick in the ground, and measured the shadow. And that's how he got both of his shadows at the same time. Now, it's interesting to know, PDK, that there is no direct reference from him saying that he did this. The only reference, the earliest reference of this is in the 1200s, and it was written by I can't remember who it was written by. I think it was another Greek who referenced this. So 1400 years after the fact, they're telling the story, right? Geographica is the name of the book. that it was referenced in, it wasn't even written by Eratosthenes. It was written by somebody else 1,400 years later. So you got to understand there's a lot of trickery going on. They tell you one thing, but they're not telling you the whole story.
All
Yeah,
right.
well,
I
it
mean,
sounds
yeah.
like he already knew it's a story. I mean, he prefaced it by
I
saying there's
mean,
this story. So.
yeah. You know, the globe Earth model was brought about by the Jesuits, right? By the
Well, we're
you
not
know,
getting into
Galileo.
all that. We're not getting into all that. Listen, this is what you need to be thinking like if you want to figure this out. We were talking about the curvature. We're talking about who measured the curvature. Isn't it weird that the first answer that Google's giving you is a story that you can quickly figure out was just an assumption? Like,
Like if Jim Bob had measured the curvature of the Earth, don't you think they would have said Jim Bob was the first person that actually measured the curvature of the Earth?
yeah, I mean, why would it be difficult to find a measurement of curvature of the Earth if we live on the ball of the exact size that they say?
I mean, I guess
So, I mean, that's
the
just
whole
curvature. There's
scientific
still
club.
motion, everything else.
I guess the
Okay,
whole
so what else? What
scientific
else
club
is
is
keeping you
going
hung up on the globe?
an easy way.
All right. So what else are you thinking about for the globe? Are there any other points? The southern stars. Do you understand that now? How that doesn't prove a globe?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. So what are the other good points for the globe? Anything?
Not at the moment, no. I think there's a lot of good counter evidence for that.
Okay. So do you know that there's a bunch
But
of additional
last
resource
question
channels
is there,
further down the server list? Sorry, I'll let
so
you get to your last question. Look, I'll let you get to your last
uh,
question. I just want to make sure that you've seen all the information channels down below. There's like beginner sections, PDF sections.
A whole
Do you
library.
see the list? Do you see the library? It's alphabetized A to Z.
you know, like the first time I joined this server was like 4 years ago, and I don't think that channel existed back then. So no, I need to catch up on that, I think.
Okay, well, if you just scroll down the server list, like 3/4 of the way down, you'll see the additional information channels. It's like curvature, gravity, eclipses, long distance
Okay.
observations. See all those channels? So when you've got a question about something, you can also have a look in there to see what's also been posted.
Yeah.
And it's stuff that Google and YouTube will probably not be showing you because they censor it for some reason. So what's your last question?
I was gonna say something about Christianity, but you know that's a whole other topic. But my last question is about the best proposition for the flat Earth model that you could they could give. So I saw one where it was like a sun that was going around in bigger or smaller circles around the flat Earth, and it was doing
These would
like a
all be
perfect.
concepts. Yeah, these would all be concepts. Listen,
Yeah.
no one can achieve that view of Earth, so it's all speculation. I mean, there's a lot of work being done by people to try to understand the motions of the luminaries and what they're actually doing, but obviously there are very real practical and economic limitations to what members of the public can actually do. So, no, I don't ascribe to any model. I wouldn't even claim or push a model on anyone because I'm not looking to replace a story with another story. All I'm
Yeah.
saying, personally, is we are given a story about the globe. It's very specific, and you can test the claims yourself relatively easily, long-distance observations, things like that, and you can find that they're not true. So, whatever the Earth is, it's not a globe. And we should all be interested in trying to figure out as much as we can about it. So when you say, oh, it doesn't matter to me, I don't care, like that's just crazy talk. I mean, you obviously haven't thought about it. Like, it's your physical environment, right? So obviously it matters. Reality itself, the nature of it matters because you exist within it and you operate within it. So, I mean, I wouldn't drop that from your vocabulary. You do care. You wouldn't be here if you didn't care. You should care, and this is a good place to learn about it. So ask questions, read the resources, and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, guys. You guys are really wholesome.
Yeah, no problem. Welcome
Thanks.
to the
Just be
server.
patient, man. Don't be so impatient about your adventure and learning. There's a lot of paradigms that you're gonna have to learn how to let go in order
Yeah,
to
of course.
understand what's going on, because we don't even understand everything that's going on. But we know what we're being told is, in other sense, bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
If
surprised
I
he's
could
been here
address something
4
real quick.
years.
No, I joined it 4 years ago. I got into like a debate, and I was like, skeptical about flat Earth itself, and I guess I didn't have enough previous knowledge to actually have a good, serious debate with the guy that was here. I think his name was like what was it? Oh, I forgot. That's right. But yeah, you guys have fun. Have a good day, and see ya. See you around.
Yeah, all right. Take care.
Yeah, see ya. Bye.
Have a good one.
Peace. Have a good one.
Yeah, I wanted to. He mentioned the globe model quite a bit, and I wanted to get to the point that he's never seen an actual functioning, working globe model. But that's all right.
It just looked to me like he was just using talking points that I would always hear from Globers. I mean,
Yeah, but
that's
hey, you
all I
never know,
heard.
man. Maybe, I mean, yeah, and he called himself a skeptic, but he
Yeah, a lot of
he didn't
contradiction.
seem very. Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway, we got a lot of more people in here, man. Any more newbies in here? Did GJ leave? Is he gone? Yeah, he's gone, I think. So, we
Yeah, I'm
got
driving, so I
Trist
can't check
in
the queue
here.
list.
Trist is in here, VC verified. So if you would like to speak up, I believe you can. Am I correct?
Yeah, it's still on the channel. Like check or softened.
Coming in.
All right. Yeah, no, that guy seems, I don't know, green, but maybe he'll take a look. I mean, I feel like if we just ask enough questions and give them enough answers to some degree, if they're going away saying, cool, good discussion, I'll go and research it, that's about as good a result as we can hope for in here. So that was all right.
Yeah,
You two
I
pretty
would
little
agree.
show.
I would definitely agree.
But yeah, it always gets me when they're like, "Well, I'm a skeptic." I'm like, "Okay, let's test that claim."
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. It still annoys me that the people who fight for the moon landing are considered skeptics. I mean, it's just nuts.
Since it is speculation Sunday, earlier I don't know if it was him. He was talking about all the space agencies that are all out there, and I would speculate that they're all one and the same. They may be in different countries and have different names, but they are all part of the same group. They're all funded and
Yep. They
controlled by
all
NASA.
run by NASA. Yep.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. 100%. They may be in different countries and whatnot, but what does that really mean? That's meaningless, right? There's no real borders.
Right. It's like if you have
They do.
you have a computer, right? We'll call that NASA, and then you have all these folders inside the computer, and those are all the other space agencies. Like NASA controls the whole ship.
Yes. Including SpaceX.
Correct. Correct.
SpaceX
All
is just
SpaceX
a
is just a
rebranding.
show.
Is it true that they also control all the helium, or at least they?
90% of it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Hey, Chubbs, you're pretty new. You've been here since July, and I see you still have the Globe skeptic role. I don't know if you're listening and want to chime in on the conversations that you just heard, but I think we might like to hear from you and how your journey is
Hey
going.
Paul, I've talked to you before a couple of times, but you forget. I think.
What are you up to? 78% Chubbs?
Sorry, bro. What was
I
that?
said, what are you up to? What are you up to? 78% flat Earth now?
No, I'm 100%. I've just got a globe skeptic tag that hasn't changed, and it doesn't really bother me because I can sort of use that if I'm in a like talking to someone. I can use it as a sort of decoy, if that makes sense. Like I can ask dumb questions to them to sort of reveal it slowly to them, like sort of side with them. But yeah, it's just a tag I've had and it hasn't changed. So
Well, when we're talking about truth though, and we're trying to reveal truth to people, you don't need to use sneaky tactics. Truth is
well,
truth, man.
Paul, my
It
tag's the
reveals
tag,
itself.
mate. I can't change it, so I don't know what you want me to do.
Well, you could change it if maybe you have a discussion with somebody and you know, present your position in a clear, sound way.
Okay, what
Then somebody will change it for you.
cool, man.
I mean, you could
What what
do
what,
that
what
right now. Just start talking about what you've learned.
yeah, splat.
Because
Well, there's not
you
really
were a
much more to
skeptic,
say about it.
and now you said you're not. Oh, I'm sorry.
I never was a skeptic. I think
Oh, you
CB
never
just
were.
gave me that tag. No.
Well, I can't speak
I've,
on that. I
I've
don't.
spoke to you before as well, Paul, a couple times.
Yeah, we
You're
probably
not a
have.
skeptic. I think all of us were skeptics at some point.
Possibly, but not when I came here.
Well,
So I
fair
can breathe
enough.
heavy. Cool.
I was really surprised earlier with the whole level conversation because I'm surprised people still don't understand how that works. Maybe if you're like
Well,
a
they've never put
child.
it to the test. They never put it to the test in their mind. You know, they never they never really explored it, the concept in their mind. Where where does that come from? Where does level come from? They don't think about it. They don't go there in their mind. They're just presented the globe and they accept it and move on. But I don't know. Honestly, I thought he was being a little disingenuous that he had never heard of water. Finding, I don't know. I guess it's possible that he had never heard that before, but
No,
sorry, but I'm a little skeptic on that.
I think he was legit confused about it because at one point he said that you would have to put a device in the water to make sure the water was leveled, and I was like, "What?
Yeah.
No, it's like the water is gonna level itself, and you're gonna know." Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, he seemed like he was kind of coming around there towards the end, though. I kind of wanted to, since he was kind of about to leave, I wanted to keep him engaged in the conversation a little bit before he left. But yeah, the other guy had to chime in with his moon question.
It's funny how they always bring up the ball because, like, if you were to try to measure level on the ball itself, right, would find its own level. Because if you had a perfectly, smooth ball, perfectly round, smooth ball on an unleveled surface, it would move. Like it wouldn't even, it would seek level, right? I don't know. I don't know why they always bring up the ball.
Yeah, well, I don't understand why they always try to say that. Well, see, the Earth is so big, So I mean, it doesn't matter how big or how small. If it's curving, it's curving. Anyway.
Something that was brought up was like the spin that it's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. And the guy's like, well, I don't believe that. And I mean, it's obvious, but kind of like just bringing that focus, kind of trying to break down the paradigm. Um, you know, don't forget to tell people that like the only reason why they would say the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour because you can't detect it is because they take 24,901 and divide it by 24. It's pretty straightforward.
Well, yeah, they have to make you believe something you don't feel, like something that you wouldn't know unless they told you. It's just belief. No,
Well, yeah, and if you were never presented with the globe, you would never, that thought would never even enter your mind because you would never even have the observation to even go there, right? You would never observe anything in your day-to-day life that would that would present that to you, that idea to you.
I'm starting to understand that why a lot of flat earthers do say that the stars and the sun and the moon, all those things are just distractions. It can be confusing to
Well,
globe.
yeah, like whatever's going on up there, like that's a whole nother adventure, man. We're still trying to figure out what's going on here, and
For
we're
sure.
limited. Yeah, nothing for other people on the globe side to put into their mind is the idea of a local source.
You're a robot, bro.
Well, yeah, they got to put the idea of the globe in your mind, right? It's not something you would come up with.
No, we are all born flat earthers. All of us. It is until, we enter the school system that then we become globers.
Yeah. No, like we don't. Am I still roboting? We did. We, am I roboting?
No, you sound better
No,
now.
you sound good.
And this one was a
Okay.
good one.
I was gonna say when we're told that the Earth is spinning as a kid, I know, like I can remember now looking back. Like, what do you mean? Earth is spinning? I don't feel it spinning. You know?
Yep. And you knew it was ridiculous as a kid when you first heard it. And also when
Yeah.
what they told you about people in Australia being upside down. You chuckled because that's silly. But then they
Yep.
presented, the flat earth idea to you and ridiculed it so bad and showed you an image of a
Yep.
boat going off the edge and presented
Yep.
that to you in such a way to trick you, right?
Yeah. Your ancestors and they all thought the Earth was flat. How stupid is that?
Fuck, dude, you're roboting again.
Now, talking about that, the whole
I'm
school
almost out
thing.
of this thing, dude.
Yeah, I was talking to my nephew the other day because I wanted to know like what they're teaching nowadays in school, and I asked him about the Earth, and it's very basic. Like it's like I told him like, oh, do you know that it's spinning at 1,000 miles? And he's like, no. It's like, well, at least that we're going around the sun, right? That's what they tell you. And it's like, yeah. It's like, that we're flying through space, right? And he was like, no. What the fuck are they teaching you? Like, but this is what they do, right? They teach the most basic thing because if they go too in depth, kids start thinking like, what? How, I don't feel this. Like, I don't understand this.
Right. And at that basic level, when they teach you those first little basic things, they also teach you not to question, right? Because if you start to question it, they'll laugh, they'll chuckle, and they'll kind of ridicule you. And so as a child, it kind of breaks you down. You're like, oh,
Well,
okay, I'm not gonna ask questions anymore. And they do that to you repeatedly throughout your
it's
entire
not
life.
that they teach you not to question it. It's that they ridicule you, right? And that's like they make you feel bad, and they and kids are very susceptible to stuff like that. And yeah, they'll make you feel like you're not part of the group.
Well, it's not
Yeah, as
just
a
that.
kid. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say they're like, I don't know. That's just the way it is. That's the go-to answer because smarter people than us figured it out, and so we're learning what they taught us. This is why they put it in books. Like that's what you're told. Um, like I knew gravity was bullshit when they let us play with magnets. Right when I remember as a kid, they let us play with magnets. I got my hands on a magnet, and then I tried to pick other things up, and it wouldn't pick them up. And I'm like, well, I thought the magnet was supposed to hold everything in. Why isn't it holding this? Why isn't it holding this? Uh, nickel? I knew something else was going on, but you ignore it and you push through and you do what you got to do to pass the test because they don't teach it to you every single day. They teach it to you and then you forget about it, and then next year a year and 2 months later, they teach it to you again, but a little more advanced. They show you little intricacy, little parlor tricks, and that's it. And that's what they do for 12 years of your life. They reinvoke parlor tricks into your mind. Sorry, that was my rant that I wanted to go on earlier, but I was roboting.
No, you're good. What's up, Blood's Thicker? BC verified. Yeah, and you're taught, you respect your teachers, listen to your teacher. And then your teacher tells you, listen to these men here that you've never met. They know it all and they passed it down to us, and now we're passing it down to you. And they figured it
And
all
then what do
out.
parents? And what do parents do? Parents tell the kid when the kid asks the parent the same question, just listen to your teacher. Just do what you got to do to pass your test.
Yeah.
No question. Well, guess what? Last 10 years at least, and this has been like a straight up movement. Question everything that was put in front of us. Let's see if what they're really telling us is the truth. Let's put it into actual practicality, and it's failing.
Yeah, it amazes me the people that consider themselves intellectuals, and they know all these concepts, right? They know the heliocentric story, and they consider themselves intellectual, but yet they've never really questioned any of it at all themselves. They just memorized it and then repeat it. But they think they're intellectual. That was a quick pop in, pop out.
And something else too, like oh, you're spinning 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, but it's so big that it's barely noticeable. Bro, 1,000 miles per hour is 1,000 miles per hour with a top. If you're in a convertible, you could have a convertible that's 12 miles long, and 1,000 miles per hour is 1,000 miles per hour. You know what I mean? And then oh, we're flying around the sun at let's just go ahead and round up 67,000 miles per hour. Bro, if I put the convertible top down and drove around at 67,000 miles per hour, you fucking know.
Yeah, absolutely.
And,
And
and,
if
and my
it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour and I'm flying in a jet 1,000 miles an hour against the rotation, how would I get anywhere?
yeah. Well, so that's my biggest I got you right there is when you say who has ever detected the spin of the Earth, and then they'll bring in Foucault, right? And so when they bring in Foucault, it's like, but I thought the entire Earth's atmosphere was moving in unison with the curvature.
Yeah, your skin would peel off if you were doing that.
Especially against the vacuum of space.
I mean,
He cut out, or did I lose it?
No, he cut out. I lost him too.
But you know what I mean? Like you're like either you can detect the spin of the Earth or you can't detect the spin of the Earth. Because I'm sorry, but like Foucault's pendulum is not more delicate than air, than gas. Like gas is going to tell me if the Earth is if anything's moving. Like I feel a gust of wind go by, and it could be the slightest of breeze, and I'm still going to feel
Yeah.
that gust of wind.
I was just going to say to you, well, how can it be more delicate than your own senses? You telling me
Yeah.
that thing's better than your own senses? I don't think so.
When a truck drives by on you're walking down the sidewalk, sometimes you can actually feel the vibration, through your shoes.
I mean, and that's my I gotcha. Whenever you talk about the spin of the Earth, either you can detect it on Earth or you can't detect it on Earth. But you know, like you would either see the gas flying off. Oh no, it all moves with the Earth. Well, then how does so-called pendulum work? Because it's not doing what you're saying it's doing because the Earth all moves in one unison. It's one or the other, and it's literally an I gotcha. They
Yeah, and
contradict themselves.
the clouds in just come on, man. Clouds, gravity. How come? Nah, I don't even want to go there. I don't want to talk about gravity. Man.
My favorite is water vapor, man. Like, how does water vapor go up if the air, through gas? Like, how does liquid go through solid, or liquid go through gas, going upwards? Literally just obeying gravity.
Yeah, when you're like boiling eggs or something. Yeah.
Well, just rain, evaporation, and rain. How does the rain work?
Yeah. Yeah,
By the way,
gravity's
I'm not a
bullshit.
scientist. I'm not a scientist, bro.
Well,
by the
get
way,
out of here.
if any of y'all want to see something cool, go to YouTube and look up rain in a jar. You can literally make rain in a jar, and that literally proves that rain exists only in an enclosed system.
I'm talking about those ecosystems that you can create and
Oh no,
those
You
words.
just make a jar with some cold water, and then you put ice on top of uh, on top of a plate on top of the jar, and the ice sitting on top of that plate will increase the condensation, causing water to go up, and then it'll drip back down.
Okay.
It's pretty cool the way they describe it and everything. It's a neat little science experiment for kids. If you got any kids that need to do a science experiment, rain in a jar, pretty cool.
Yeah. But isn't the water coming down from the clouds?
Well, right. So the clouds aren't all the way up there. Like, they can only go so high. Um, you know, for whatever reason, that's like the limit to where it goes. But I don't know the explanation for it. I'm sure there is an explanation for it. I just know that it's colder the higher up you go, so it makes sense.
Yeah, you're saying there's basically a breaking point, right? Like for rain.
Right. It's just a plateau is all
Yeah.
it is. But that doesn't disclude the fact that there could be a container somewhere up there. It just, to me, that proves to me that it only works in an enclosed system.
Well, yeah, the pressure
Right.
is proof of that, right?
And I'm starting to wonder too, speculation Sunday. I'm starting to wonder too a little bit if there's like an electric charge. There is one obviously that's measurable the higher up you go. But I'm wondering if the pressure is so great from the electric charge, it's disproportionately great, and so it keeps everything like separated. Does that make sense? Like, obviously there's going to be a gradient the higher you go, but then at some point, whatever's going on up there, it's like magnetic charge.
I was speculating the other day that if the Van Allen radiation belts exist, right? That
Right,
almost
but
in
inside.
itself works as a container, doesn't it? If we can't go through it, because they say we can't. NASA says they got to figure out how to get through those.
Well, they call it radiation, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's necessarily radiation.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's total speculation.
I mean, that makes sense, like if it's electrical. Like, I mean, radiation technically is supposed to be electrical, right? Like X-ray and gamma and all that shit. It's supposed to
Well,
be
that's kind of why I brought it up. You
away.
know.
So it's a good point. It's cool to like, because I mean, if you think about it, well, there's like 10% truth in everything, every lie that they tell us, right? There's some they tell us the truth and they have to, for whatever reason. They have to tell us the truth.
Yeah, and the speculation on that is then that they're absolved from any sort of wrongdoing because they say, "Hey, the information is out there. It's not my fault you didn't research it and learn it on your own. We presented it. Here it is. It's out there for you to find."
Has anyone have been able to find that interview recently with Owen Benjamin and Dave Weiss, where I think they were talking to Anthony something.
Have you ever gone to the Flat Earth podcast? I think it's a new Dave channel.
I've been trying to find it. I can't find it.
Is that something old or is it recent?
It's very recent. Very
recent.
recent.
In the last month.
I used to like listening to Owen Benjamin, but I got sick of him because whenever he would, I don't know, I got tired of hearing about his dick all the time. That was like one of his. I noticed he'd like to use that argument, and he'd blow people off and say, "Whatever, my dick is bigger than yours," and that got so tiring. And I maybe he's just like joking or whatever, but it's not even funny. Like nobody cares about your dick, bro.
Well, that's the whole point. If somebody was going to say something, be like, "Well, let's measure it then," and it's like, "Well, let's measure the fucking Earth then." You just never got to that part.
He would use it like for so many things, and it was usually out of frustration too. And it was like,
well, it's like a dick measuring contest, right? Or like, who the fuck's going to really get into a dick measuring contest?
yeah, maybe I took it the wrong way, and I just got tired. Maybe I interpreted that the wrong way.
Yeah, he's a comedian.
It would get tiring.
Yeah, I just didn't. After a while, I thought the punchline wasn't working anymore. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, can we have like an actual rational discussion and not talk about your dick? And I liked him. I enjoyed him. I thought he was hilarious. But yeah, after he went and did his own thing, and you had to start paying for it, I lost interest in the old constantly talking about his dong. I was like, dude.
Well, like, he's practically off grid, right? Like, I mean, he probably makes good money still and everything like that, but he tries to do everything like away from the social norm, right? That's what I got from it.
Yeah, I guess that's what he was doing when I was listening to him. He was in that process,
right? So
I don't know what the fuck he's doing now.
So, like, when you turn off the TV, you turn off the radio, and you turn off the internet. You only go on the internet just to post the conversation between you and God. And occasionally, the person you may have had a physical conversation. Like, you kind of like stop listening to people, and when you're like the quantum eraser, you just fed up with the bullshit. You get tired of hearing somebody in their own fucking mind fuck. They can't get past the tip of their nose.